In the Demon City, the sky-covering tower stood. This was the domain of the Ming family with vast estates and industries spanning the nation. A handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes suddenly shuddered, as if possessed, his whole body trembling. A flood of memories suddenly surged into his mind. After a moment of recovery, when Jiang Heng raised his head again, his eyes were filled with shock. This was the world of an urban novel he had recently read, the cliché tale of a returning warrior. He discovered his daughter living in a doghouse. With a single command, 10,000 warriors arrived, and built another doghouse beside hers. No, wait, a mansion. Judging by this, it seemed he had transmigrated into this novel, but his identity was utterly pathetic. Because he was not the war god, nor any spoiled young master. He was the big villain, Chengfei's lackey. Damn. Others transmigrate with grandfathers or golden fingers. And here I am transmigrated into someone else's book to be the villain's minion. The gap is just too huge. Jiang Heng, hurry up and follow the boss. This is the 250th time he's asking Ming Yuexing for dinner. We need to back him up. Another lackey called out, beckoning Jiang Heng. Coming. Though 1,000 curses raced through his mind, Jiang Heng hurried to catch up. After all, as a lackey, how could he keep his boss waiting? Since he was here, he decided to make the best of it. This free ride was his to take. Although most sidekicks in novels were cannon fodder, Jiang Heng was different. He knew the entire plot inside out. He could predict every detail, palm to grasp. Naturally, he could turn every crisis to safety. Best of all, when a lackey messed up, others wouldn't blame him, but his boss. Today he would experience the thrill of bullying others through his boss power. After all, Chengfei's family was huge. The plot where the protagonist kills him wouldn't happen until episode 221. Before that, no matter how reckless Chengfei was, he couldn't die. Boss, coming here every day to court Ming Yuexing. Won't people call you a simp? Maybe we should come every few days. A lackey ran up to Chengfei, carefully observing his expression and speaking cautiously. Chengfei was dressed in a black suit, holding 99 fresh red roses drenched in some expensive cologne, with his hair slicked back, exuding the aura of a gambling king. But in Jiang Heng's eyes, he looked more like the fool of a wealthy landlord. You don't understand? As long as I'm sincere enough, Ming Yuexing will be moved one day. Haven't you heard? Failure is the mother of success. Yes, boss is right. The lackey quickly agreed sycophantically. Just then a stunning beauty walked out of the building. Extraordinary aura, a short skirt revealing snow-white long legs. Any man would be dizzy at the sight. From his memories, Jiang Heng recognized her, the female lead of this novel, Ming Yuexing. Moonlight Star, have you eaten? Would you like to have dinner with me? I've booked a spot at Pinjiang Pavilion. Upon seeing Ming Yuexing, Chengfei's eyes lit up, hurriedly approaching and offering the flowers. A flicker of disgust flashed in Ming Yuexing's eyes. She refused coldly. Sorry, mister. I have other matters. Thank you for your kindness. With that, she turned to leave. No wonder Yang went to such lengths to win Ming Yuexing over later. That face, those legs, that figure. TSK. Anyway, I have no chance. Better stay a lackey and bully others. Jiang Heng glanced briefly and then looked away, not daring to stare. She was the protagonist's main wife after all. Who would dare touch her? Only a simp like Chengfei, bold and reckless, would provoke her. Ming Yuexing suddenly paused in her steps, confusedly, turning her head to look behind Chengfei. There stood Chengfei's 4 lackeys. 3 were staring at her, but only one, Jiang Heng, caught her attention. Earlier, Ming Yuexing inexplicably heard voices about face and bullying others. Her intuition told her the speaker was among them. That bowing head, the one watching children playing marbles outside the convenience store. Jiang Heng was the prime suspect. Could he have been the one speaking? Seeing Ming Yuexing stop, Chengfei's disappointed face brightened again, thinking she had changed her mind. Moonlight Star, does this mean you agree to have dinner with me? Jiang Heng glanced at Chengfei, barely suppressing his laughter internally. Changed her mind. Dream on. She's the main wife of protagonist Yang, the queen of the harem. Would she ever fancy you? Boss, save yourself and stay away from this woman. I want you to survive a few more episodes so you can leave me to bully others. Don't get slapped to death by Yang. If earlier was an illusion, now Ming Yuexing was certain. The voice came from Jiang Heng, yet his lips never moved. How did he produce sound? Ventriloquism. Also the Jiang Heng mentioned. She knew him. A few days ago she had encountered some rude men hitting on her, and Yang stepped in to help chasing them away. She thought Yang seemed like a martial artist, so she hired him as a security guard in the building. As for becoming part of his harem, she was a rich young lady. Would she be the harem girl of a mere bodyguard? Ridiculous. Just then Yang, who was at the sky-covering tower's security booth, noticed Ming Yuexing and saw her blocked by Chengfei and his men. His face lit up. He sensed an opportunity. If he could rescue her again, he would leave a deeper impression on her heart. Then surely he could win her over. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed, and instinctively he wanted to flee. It's over. The protagonist is here to play the hero. It was exactly because Yang helped Ming Yuexing here that she developed feelings for him. This officially starts Yang's harem journey, never to return. and Yi Yang even ordered his forces to secretly attack the Ming family multiple times before stepping in to help. Two-faced indeed, Yi the dog bastard. Ming Yuexing frowned and turned to see Yi Yang approaching. Everything matched Jiang Heng's words. He truly knew things she didn't. But Jiang Heng's next thought was even more shocking. Yi Yang had orchestrated secret attacks on the Ming family just to play the rescuer later. Such hypocrisy. Yi Yang roared at Chengfei with imposing momentum. What are you doing blocking Ming Yuexing? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Before Chengfei could speak, his lackeys could no longer hold back. They immediately played their role as sycophants. Who is this blind fool who doesn't even know our boss Missouri? Damn it, a mere security guard dares to act so arrogantly in front of our boss Missouri. Are you asking for death? Look at that scrawny monkey of a man. I could pin him down with one hand. Can you even beat him? He's a battle god trained abroad for over a decade with off-the-charts combat power. Don't embarrass yourself here. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly but still stepped forward to protect Chengfei behind him. Though terrified himself, his boss was Chengfei, son of Ming Yuexing, the emperor of Modu. In Modu, Ming Yuexing was the sky and invincible presence even in the early stages. Though Yi Yang's methods were ruthless, he had just returned to Huaxiao and hadn't brought in many of his forces yet. Thus this was the best time to bully him. Yi Yang only began to show his fangs and expand his territory after taking Ming Yuexing under his wing. Yi Yang's cold gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Chengfei with endless hostility. Then he walked over to Ming Yuexing full of concern. Ming Yuexing, are you all right? Seeing you in danger, I rushed over immediately. If it were before, she would indeed have been touched by such behavior from Yi Yang. But after hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, she had no goodwill left for him. She even felt some disgust and revulsion. He wanted to obtain her through despicable means. Such behavior Ming Yuexing could not tolerate. So Ming Yuexing's face turned cold, and she said with mild anger, "I'm not in danger. Young master, Mo merely invited me to dinner." Jiang Heng, what the hell? Something's off. Shouldn't Ming Yuexing be deeply moved now and follow Yi Yang back to the Chetian mansion? Is she on her period? Hearing Jiang Heng's inner voice, Ming Yuexing's face darkened, almost cursing out loud. Yi Yang was also surprised by Ming Yuexing's attitude, suspecting she might be threatened by Chengfei. Yi Yang shielded Ming Yuexing behind him, sweeping the crowd with a murderous gaze. Whether you're young master Mo or young master little Mo, as long as I'm here, no one will lay a finger on Ming Yuexing. Ugh, what a stupid line, so cringeworthy. If I could beat you, I'd kick you twice myself. Chengfei frowned. A security guard dared to talk to him like this. Don't come near my business. Get lost, or I'll show you what cruelty means. The three lackeys beside Chengfei immediately stepped forward, waving their fists ready to beat Yi Yang on Chengfei's order. Only Jiang Heng stood still, not intending to make a move. Because he couldn't beat Yi Yang. Boss, please stop talking. Otherwise this kid will show you why the monkeys on Mount may have red butts. Take my advice, let's retreat for now. Want to fight? Fine, all four of you come at once. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Yi Yang taunted Chengfei, arms crossed, as if not planning to defend. FCK, boss, I can't take it anymore. I request to fight him on your own. Fine, approved. Go break both his legs. Chengfei waved his hand, and the three lackeys rushed forward, surrounding Yi Yang. Yi Yang glanced at them, yawned, and remained in the same posture. One lackey struck first, aiming a punch at Yi Yang's waist, but Yi Yang dodged aside. The other two attacked from left and right, trying to ambush Yi Yang. Yi Yang only extended one hand, neutralized the right lackey's attack, then kicked the other away. FCK, I don't believe it. The three lackeys charged again, but against a war god the result was predictable. Within 3 exchanges they were pinned to the ground, losing all combat ability. What now? Want to continue? Yi Yang looked at Chengfei, contemptuously hooked his index finger, then glanced at Ming Yuexing, hoping to see admiration in her eyes. But Ming Yuexing remained cold-faced, ignoring everything. This puzzled Yi Yang. Was his technique no longer working? That shouldn't be. Many girls admired his skills terribly. Why didn't it work on Ming Yuexing? But Yi Yang wasn't disappointed. He figured the colder and prouder the girl, the more satisfying the conquest. Seeing the 3 lackeys knocked down, Chengfei's face darkened. Jiang Heng, you go. Jiang Heng almost cried at this moment. Boss, please no. How can I beat that monster? Didn't you see those 3 didn't even touch him? If I go up alone, he'll get beaten too. Seeing Chengfei's cold eyes, Jiang Heng finally steeled himself and stepped forward. Damn it, if his boss was in danger, how could he as a lackey not step up? It's about reputation. But a frontal fight was hopeless. He needed a trick. Hey, those long legs. Wow, that girl must be at least 6 feet tall. Jiang Heng exclaimed, staring at an empty square. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted. Yi Yang especially nearly drooled. But seeing no one there, alarm bells rang in his head. Just as he was about to turn back, Jiang Heng ripped off his shirt, covered Yi Yang's head, and tackled him to the ground. FCK, you dare curse my boss. A beating is the least of it. Brothers, I've got him pinned. The 3 previously defeated lackeys, already angry, saw Yi Yang pinned down. They charged like unleashed wild dogs. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng had already gotten up and returned to Mo Chengfei's side. Mo Chengfei gave him an approving look, satisfied with his tactics. Though despicable, Yi Yang was pinned down, giving Mo Chengfei some relief. Being gangbeaten, Yi Yang was nearly stunned. He, the war god once feared by all, was now being ground into the dirt by 3 nobodies. He couldn't stand it. Get off. With a roar, Yi Yang sent all 3 lackeys flying away, crashing to the ground. Yi Yang's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Heng, wanting to tear him apart. Noticing Yi Yang's gaze, Jiang Heng suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing he might have taken things too far. Damn it, this kid isn't targeting me, is he? No way. If there's anything, go find my boss, don't bother me. Besides, who told you to give in to temptation and go gawk at that beauty earlier? After that commotion, Ming Yuexing's goodwill toward Yi Yang had completely vanished. If she recalled correctly, when Jiang Heng mentioned a beauty nearby, it was this kid whose head turned the fastest. Truly, just as Jiang Heng said, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Enough, I still have work to do. Don't cause trouble here. Ming Yuexing glanced at Yi Yang, her eyes threatening, forcefully stopping his murderous intent. Humiliated, Yi Yang seethed with rage, but to win Ming Yuexing over, he had to swallow his pride. A gentleman seeks revenge, even if it takes 10 years. He must endure. He made a mental note of Mo Chengfei. Once he secured Ming Yuexing, Mo Chengfei would be the first to die. That was the advantage of being a lackey. After his underling had his fun with words, the blame wouldn't fall on him. Instead, it would land on his boss. Watching Ming Yuexing leave, Mo Chengfei knew he wouldn't be able to approach her today. Shaking his head, he said, "Let's go. Well, head back too. Jiang Heng, you did well this time. He'll reward you handsomely when we get back." "Thank you, boss." Jiang Heng bowed his head slightly, accepting with humility. A fool would pass up a good deal. The other 3 underlings were also impressed by Jiang Heng's brilliant move. When it came to scheming, Jiang Heng was unmatched. Back at the Mo family villa, Mo Chengfei's father, Ming Yuexing, sat on the sofa, puffing on an expensive cigar. His face was dark with anger. When he saw Mo Chengfei return, he couldn't help but roar. As the young master of the Mo family, chasing after that girl from the Ming family time and again, what a disgrace. You are bringing shame upon the Mo family. At Mo Yuexing's reprimand, Mo Chengfei's face flushed with embarrassment. "Dad, I truly love Ming Yuexing. Even if I'm called a simp, I don't care. And if I marry her, wouldn't it bring immense benefits to the Mo family?" Mo Yuexing's eyes narrowed, startling Mo Chengfei so much he nearly knelt. "How dare you mention that again? They'll cut your monthly allowance to 100 million. See how you survive." This threat hit Mo Chengfei's weak spot. He quickly knelt before Mo Yuexing, wailing, "No, Dad. 100 million a month. You might as well send me to beg on the streets. I was wrong. Jiang Heng. Damn rich folks, those wretched capitalists. 100 million a month, unlivable. Only someone like them could say that. All right, Yuexing, don't be so harsh on Chengfei. He's just pursuing the woman he loves, isn't he?" At that moment, a graceful figure caught Jiang Heng's eye. Tall and slender, her cheongsam accentuated her curves perfectly, with chestnut hair cascading down her back. Her delicate, refined features and flawless figure paired with that exquisite face left Jiang Heng parched. Jiang Heng recognized her, Yi Manqing, Mo Chengfei's stepmother. She was Mo Yuexing's new wife, but at only 26 or 27, she wasn't much older than Jiang Heng. Truly a rare beauty in this world. Seeing Yi Manqing, Jiang Heng could only silently curse Mo Yuexing for his audacity. Yi Manqing slowly walked over to sit beside Mo Yuexing, peeling an orange and feeding it to him. Mo Chengfei is so smitten with a girl. Shouldn't you be happy? Besides, Ming Yuexing's family is no pushover, they're a good match. You should approve of this. Mo Chengfei looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude. Stepmother. Yi Manqing's arrival seemed to soothe Mo Yuexing's temper. He nodded slightly, then glared at Mo Chengfei with disappointment. "Remember, this is the last time. If I catch you acting like a simp again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yes, I want." With Mo Yuexing's forgiveness secured, Jiang Heng quickly helped Mo Chengfei up and brushed the dust off him. For a lackey, this was routine. But Jiang Heng wasn't doing it willingly. His real motive was to lower his head and sneak a closer look at Yi Manqing. He had to admit, she was stunningly fair. Though dressing so modestly was a waste. Weren't we all gentlemen here? Who were they guarding against? What a captivating little siren, but her fate is grim. Because she's Mo Yuexing's wife, Yi Yang sets his sights on her. Seeing her beauty, Yi Yang is overcome with lust. Under the pretense of gathering intel and eliminating rivals, he drugs Yi Manqing, drags her into a dark room, and assaults her. Knowing her plight, Yi Manqing in despair chooses to drown herself in a river. What a pity. Yi Yang is truly inhuman. Yi Manqing suddenly lifted her head, staring at Jiang Heng in shock. She thought she heard him muttering, though she didn't catch every word. But she grasped the gist of it. Frowning deeply, she wondered, who is this Yi Yang? How dare he target me, and forcing me to drown myself? Could he be Mo Yuexing's enemy? I need to get to the bottom of this. This lackey seems to know something. Having made up her mind, Yi Manqing smiled at Mo Yuexing and said, "Yuexing, I'd like to go play mahjong with a few girlfriends." Is that all right? Of course, go ahead. I promised I wouldn't stop you from doing what you want. Go on. They'll transfer 2 billion to you later. If it's not enough, just say so. Ming Yuexing waved his hand and immediately ordered his men to transfer the money. Thank you, dear. Then let this man drive me to the riverside tea house. Yuexing pointed her slender finger at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Why did she single him out? What was Yuexing plotting? He couldn't shake the feeling she was up to no good. Ming Yuexing didn't think much of it. He knew the backgrounds of everyone working under him. And Jiang Heng was special. On the surface, he was Mo Chengfei's trusted aide, but in reality, Ming Yuexing had assigned him to protect Mo Chengfei. This way, Ming Yuexing could stay informed about everything Mo Chengfei did. Mo Chengfei was unaware of this. Though puzzled since his sister-in-law had spoken, Jiang Heng had no choice but to hurry to the garage and drive the car out. Yuexing twisted her graceful waist as she slowly walked over, but stopped at the car doors, seemingly waiting for something. Jiang Heng sat in the car, watching Yuexing, who lingered outside, without getting in, wondering what she was up to now. After a moment of silence, Yuexing tapped impatiently on the window. Jiang Heng quickly rolled down the glass and asked in confusion, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" "Good heavens, and he dares to ask what's wrong," Yuexing said with a hint of anger. "Open the door. Hasn't Mo Chengfei taught you this? After being with Mo Chengfei for so long, you still don't know the basics." "All right." Jiang Heng snapped to attention and quickly got out to open the car door for Yuexing. As a subordinate, some things were unavoidable. Opening a door was something Jiang Heng could accept. It was all part of the job. Otherwise, how could he continue to throw his weight around beside Mo Chengfei? Opening the passenger door, Yuexing bowed her head and slid in her body, perfectly conforming to the seat's curves. After Jiang Heng closed the door, he began navigating on his phone. "Sister-in-law, are we going to the Riverside Tea House in Wanxiang City? Or the one by Bifeng Pool?" "No rush for now. First help me fasten my seatbelt," Yuexing said lazily. Jiang Heng, "Damn. Sister-in-law, you're not right. Is this something I'm supposed to do?" "Well, of course. I'd be delighted to oblige." Jiang Heng quickly stretched over to grab the seatbelt beside Yuexing, but the distance was still a bit short. With her seated there, he dared not touch her body, making it extremely difficult to fasten. Yuexing lowered her head slightly, sizing him up. He wore a white shirt and black suit pants. Due to the heat, the top 2 buttons of his collar were undone, revealing his masculine collarbone and even a hint of his 8-pack abs. Sweat had soaked his clothes, making the white shirt cling to his skin even more noticeably. At that moment, a smile flickered across Yuexing's lips as she extended her delicate jade-like hand and touched Jiang Heng's cheek. "Whoa!" Jiang Heng jolted, yanking his hand back, but in the process he accidentally brushed against something significant. "Oh dear!" Yuexing coquettishly exclaimed, 2 blushes rising on her cheeks, enchanting and alluring, her eyes shimmering with an intensely seductive aura. It made Jiang Heng's blood boil, feeling like his nose might spurt blood, and he cried out that he couldn't take it anymore. "Damn! Now I understand why Yang set his sights on Yuexing back then. So this little vixen knows exactly how to tempt people. What man could resist that? No, calm down, calm down. She's the sister-in-law. If I touch her, I'm dead." Jiang Heng took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within him. At the same time, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, sister-in-law, I didn't mean it. It's fine, just be more careful next time. Who would have thought, young as you are, you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve." A faint smile appeared on Yuexing's face as she winked at Jiang Heng. A wave of seductive allure radiated from her. The voice of the heart never lies. Though Jiang Heng had called her a little vixen, it was still a testament to her charm. "Hold on. I must hold on. This is the sister-in-law. If Ming Yuexing finds out, it'll be chopped to pieces." Jiang Heng kept taking deep breaths, trying to curb his wicked thoughts. But the more he resisted, the more deeply rooted these thoughts became, impossible to erase. He glanced at Yuexing beside him. Her calves faintly visible beneath the qipao, her figure flawlessly perfect. How could a young man of hot blood like him possibly hold back? Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Yuexing couldn't help but find this guy quite amusing. Meanwhile, she took a bottle of mineral water from the car's mini-fridge, opened the cap, and wanted to take a sip. But whether intentionally or not, she lost her grip, spilling a large puddle of water onto her qipao. Instantly, the qipao was soaked, making the slender legs beneath it even more pronounced. Jiang Heng took one glance and felt he couldn't bear it. "Oh dear, what now? It's wet. There's some tissue in the drawer on my side. Get it out and wipe it for me." Jiang Heng swallowed hard, shifting his gaze to the drawer at Yuexing's feet. If he reached for the tissue, he'd surely see something he shouldn't. If Ming Yuexing found out, wouldn't he be skinned alive? This woman was playing with fire. By now, Jiang Heng sensed something was off. Though Yuexing was seductive and enchanting, she was actually very conservative at heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to jump into the river after losing her innocence. Her unusual behavior today surely hid some secret. To hell with it. He'll risk it all. Jiang Heng gritted his teeth, bent down, and opened the drawer at Yuexing's feet, pulling out the tissue inside. But when he was about to wipe her down, he hesitated. Faced with the actual act, fear crept in. As Ming Yuexing's trusted man, he knew all too well how cruelly his boss dealt with enemies. It was a torment worse than death, and Jiang Heng had no desire to experience that. What's wrong? Aren't you going to help me wipe? Do I have to do it myself? Jiang Heng froze, torn with inner conflict. In the end, he gave in and reached for those fair legs. Even through the qipao, he could feel the smoothness of Yuexing's thighs. Soft, silky, with a faint, delicate fragrance. This woman was exquisite. If I were Yang, I'd want to take down this little vixen too. Letting a beauty like this sway before me. What kind of man would that make me? With my stamina, one night would be enough to make her cry. No one could stop me. Yuexing's face flushed crimson. She hadn't expected Jiang Heng to be so bold, harboring such thoughts about her, and so blatantly. Yet strangely, she felt no resistance, only a hint of anticipation. Drive. Head to the Riverside Tea House in Wanxiang City. Yuexing knew that if she kept pushing Jiang Heng's limits, he might truly break. So she quickly ordered him to drive. Okay. Jiang Heng felt a slight disappointment, but also relief. He had nearly become a dead dog beneath her skirt. He had narrowly survived. Soon Jiang Heng arrived at the destination and was about to get out to open the door for Yuexing. Yuexing grabbed his hand and said softly, "You drive so well, so smoothly. Next time I need a ride, I'll call you. Honestly, I've never experienced being in a car like this. He'll call you later. Make sure you come pick me up." When Yuexing got out of the car to head to the Riverside Tea House, Jiang Heng reclined in the vehicle, tilting his head back, while constantly dabbing his nose with tissues. He had nearly met his end right there. Yuexing was truly a peerless beauty. It was unfair that she was so stunning. And on top of that, she was such a temptress. How could Jiang Heng possibly resist? Damn it, this tormenting little vixen. He'll make you regret this sooner or later. The car isn't bumpy, huh? When my car starts bouncing, I'll leap 10 meters high. Just don't scream, "Oh my God," then. Once his nosebleed stopped, Jiang Heng shook his head and drove away. On the road, he felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Just then his eyes narrowed as he locked onto an alley ahead. There several burly men wielding long knives surrounded a girl, closing in on her. The girl's face betrayed fear, but she forced herself to stay calm. "I'm warning you, don't even think about messing with me, or I'll make sure you never leave Modu." The men dismissed her threat with loud laughter. "Little girl, you're out of luck running into us. We're the four bald brothers of Modu, from the infamous macho wonderland. Hand over your bag, and we might spare your life." One of them reached out to grab it, startling the girl. Seeing this, Jiang Heng, who had intended to drive on, suddenly stopped. It was because he recognized her. She was Qin Xiaoying, the heiress of the Qin family, one of Modu's 4 great clans. The scene triggered a memory. Qin Xiaoying had gone out to buy a birthday gift for her grandfather's 80th birthday when she encountered these 4 bald bandits. At the critical moment, Yang would arrive, beat them off, and rescue Qin Xiaoying. That would be their first meeting, and Yang would naturally forge a connection with the Qin family. Later, when old Master Qin fell gravely ill, Yang would accompany Qin Xiaoying to the Qin residence, using his medical skills to win everyone over and establish his reputation. He even took the medical sage of Modu as his disciple. Qin Xiaoying gradually fell in love with Yang, becoming one of his harem. Great, another cliched hero saving a damsel in distress. But Yang isn't here, is he? Has the plot derailed? None of my business. Jiang Heng shook his head and drove away. As long as it didn't involve him, he couldn't be bothered. The 4 men closed in on Qin Xiaoying, cornering her against the wall. Despite her formidable background, they didn't believe her. Without bodyguards, facing 4 vicious criminals alone, anyone would be terrified. "Hand over your bag. Now. If you don't cooperate, we'll take it ourselves. We have principles, robbery not assault. But for you we might make an exception." As the men drew nearer, Qin Xiaoying screamed, tears streaming down her face. "Hey you lot, bullying a little girl. Why not try picking on me instead?" A voice rang out from behind them. They turned to see Jiang Heng sitting on the hood of a Mercedes, cigarette in mouth. He blew out a lazy smoke ring, watching them with an air of leisure. "Who the hell are you, kid? Can't you see we're busy? Get lost, or we'll kill you." Seeing someone suddenly appear, hope flickered in Qin Xiaoying's eyes. But when she saw Jiang Heng was alone, despair returned. 1 against 4, all armed with machetes. How could he possibly win? She shouted, "Run. Don't worry about me." Jiang Heng shook his head with a faint smile. He hadn't wanted to get involved, but the thought of such a beautiful girl being harassed by 4 thugs tugged at his conscience. Though he was cast as a villain's lackey, ruthless in his ways, he couldn't stand by and let someone die. "Brat, didn't you hear us? Are you asking for death? Damn it, if you don't scram, I'll cut you down." "Enough blabbering. Do I look like I'm running? Come on then, try me. Let's see who gets cut today." Setting aside everything else, Jiang Heng was no slouch in combat. As Ming Yuexing's trusted man tasked with protecting Chengfei, he had skills, just not as freakish as Yang's. Dealing with 4 untrained robbers was a breeze. "Damn it, you're dead today." One hot-tempered man charged first, swinging his machete. But before he could get within 10 meters, his 3 companions grabbed him. "What's up? Let me teach this punk a lesson." The man turned confused, only to see his friends' faces pale with shock. Terrified. "Look at his license plate. That plate. M. M. M.O. The M.O. family. No mistake. In all of Modu, only the M.O. family dares use M.O. on their plates. Jiang Heng had driven his sister-in-law Yi Manqing to the tea house for mahjong, so naturally, he was in an M.O. family car. The plate was a symbol of the M.O. family status. The underworld of Modu knew that the four great families were untouchable, and the M.O. family was one of them. Seeing a plate starting with M.O. meant one thing: these were people they could never afford to offend. Realizing this, the four men dropped to their knees begging with tears and snot. "Sorry, boss. We didn't know you were from the M.O. family. Please spare us. We'll never do it again. We were blind. Forgive us." Jiang Heng smirked, knowing they feared not him, but M.O. Yuqian behind him. As the uncrowned king of Modu, everyone knew M.O. Yuqian's name. And as his lackey, Jiang Heng basked in that reflected glory. That was the perk of being a villain's sidekick. You could throw your weight around. Unlike the protagonist who endured humiliation and bided his time, never fighting back even when trampled upon. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to chop me down? What's wrong? Change your minds." Hearing this, the four thugs shuddered, their voices trembling. "Boss, don't joke around. We wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you." Yeah, we must have drunk some bad liquor and spouted nonsense. "Please, sir, be magnanimous and let us off like a puff of air." The four thugs knelt on the ground, kowtowing and apologizing to Jiang Heng. This scene left Qin Xiaoying utterly bewildered. At the same time, she was racking her brain to figure out Jiang Heng's identity. As one of the four great families, their households often interacted. They frequently encountered each other at grand gatherings and were all acquainted. Yet after searching her memory for a long while, she couldn't pinpoint Jiang Heng's connection to the M.O. family. She felt she hadn't seen Jiang Heng before, yet somehow he seemed oddly familiar. "Hand over the money you just stole." Jiang Heng stretched out his hand and beckoned. The four thugs quickly nodded, fumbling in their pockets to pull out a few crumpled bills which they piled up before him. "Boss, we haven't made a dime today. This is all we've got." Staring at the pile of money, Jiang Heng furrowed his brow. A rough estimate suggested it was no more than 500 yuan. "These guys are way too broke. Just this little bit, and I actually had some expectations. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is meat. We'll take it back to buy some snacks. Get lost. If I ever see you again, it won't be so easy." Jiang Heng waved his hand impatiently. The four thugs, as if pardoned from prison, muttered their thanks and scrambled away from the scene. Watching the thugs disappear into the distance, Jiang Heng shook his head and began straightening the bills one by one before stuffing them into his pocket. At least this trip hadn't been a total waste. Qin Xiaoying approached him with a puzzled look and after thanking him asked, "Thank you for saving me. Are you from the M.O. family? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I'm not from the M.O. family. I'm just M.O. Chengfei's lackey, Jiang Heng." Jiang Heng replied, while tidying the money, glancing up at Qin Xiaoying, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a beauty. This Yi Yang always has women around him wherever he goes. And every single one of them is more stunning than the last. What a pity. Even the most beautiful women are useless in the end. They'll all be schemed into Yi Yang's harem. Qin Xiaoying's eyes widened as she looked around, seeing no one else. But what was that voice she had just heard? Could it be Jiang Heng's inner thoughts? To test the truth of the matter, she continued. "What about M.O. Chengfei? Why aren't you by his side?" Jiang Heng replied casually, "My boss is at home and doesn't plan to go out today. I'm out to grab something for him, and we'll head back soon. If it weren't for that little vixen Yi Manqing insisting I deliver something while she goes to play mahjong, I wouldn't bother coming out. Who knows what that woman is up to? I have to steer clear of any woman connected to Yi Yang. Qin Xiaoying is one of Yi Yang's harem. She's dangerous." Now Qin Xiaoying was absolutely certain she could indeed hear Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. But who was this Yi Yang that Jiang Heng mentioned? Make me part of his harem. On what grounds? He should take a look in the mirror and see if he's worthy of me. Woman's intuition told her that Jiang Heng must know some hidden truths. At that moment, Qin Xiaoying gave Jiang Heng a faint smile. "Jiang Heng, how much does the M.O. family pay you per month?" "He'll double it. Come work for me." "Jiang Heng, what the hell? What's wrong with this woman? Why is she trying to poach me? I'm not some fence-sitter. Besides, sticking with M.O. Chengfei lets me throw my weight around. Get away from me. Stay far away. I don't want to get written out of the story so soon. What the M.O. family can give me, you can't. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." With that, Jiang Heng stuffed the money into his pocket, eager to leave this trouble zone. "Wait. Can you take me back to the Qin family? It's hard to find a cab around here." Qin Xiaoying blinked her bright large eyes, looking at Jiang Heng with full anticipation. There was even a hint of shyness in her gaze. "No way." Jiang Heng refused outright. 20 minutes later. "We're here. Get out." Jiang Heng's face was cold as he parked the car at the Qin family's main gate. He had no choice. The look in Qin Xiaoying's eyes gave him goosebumps. Moreover, Qin Xiaoying was a stunning beauty, ranking among the top 10 in all of Modu. Faced with such a gorgeous woman pleading with him, Jiang Heng could only comply with her wishes. "Thanks. How about coming inside the Qin estate for a while? In 2 days it's my grandfather's birthday banquet, and we'll be inviting all the influential figures in Modu. As M.O. Chengfei's lackey, you could scope out the venue early and make things easier for your young master later." Qin Xiaoying suggested with a smile. Jiang Heng frowned, slightly unsure of what scheme Qin Xiaoying was cooking up. This woman is off. I remember her as pretty conservative, reserved, only interested in business matters. Why the sudden change? Is she going through menopause? Qin Xiaoying's face darkened, and she nearly lost her temper with Jiang Heng. You're the one going through menopause. I'm only 23. That doesn't seem right. This is your Qin family affair. If a Mo family lackey like me shows up, people will gossip behind my back. Jiang Heng quickly waved his hand in refusal. Oh, what's the big deal? Just come with me. Otherwise I'll tell Mo Chengfei you want to jump ship and stop being his lackey. Qin Xiaoying smirked, slyly brimming with triumph. What the hell? When did I ever say that? A cold sweat dripped down Jiang Heng's forehead. If the Mo family got wind of such talk, they'd surely send someone to quietly dispose of him. As Mo Chengfei's lackey and Mo Yuexiang's trusted man, he knew all too well how brutally the Mo family dealt with turncoats and fence-sitters. That was a fate worse than death. With no other choice, Jiang Heng followed Qin Xiaoying into the Qin estate. But once inside, Jiang Heng keenly sensed that the atmosphere here was off. With the Qin patriarch's birthday just 2 days away, the family should have been decorating the place luxuriously. At the very least, they should have tidied it up. Yet looking at the interior of the Qin estate, everyone seemed shrouded in gloom. Their spirits were low and despondent, as if they had encountered some great calamity. Sensing something was wrong, Qin Xiaoying quickly found her parents and asked, "Mom, Dad, what's happened to the Qin family?" Qin's father looked up at Qin Xiaoying, his eyes brimming with tears, the whites bloodshot. Clearly he had been crying not long ago. Your grandfather. He's on his last legs. What? Grandfather is on the verge of death. Qin Xiaoying's mind went blank, buzzing with shock. She stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Jiang Heng quickied and swift-handed reached out to steady her slender waist. Soft and smooth, the touch was impeccable. How is this possible? Grandfather was perfectly fine when I left this morning. How could he be failing when I return? You must be deceiving me. I refuse to believe it. Tears streamed down Qin Xiaoying's face like a burst dam, her weeping as pitiful as pear blossoms in rain, utterly heartbroken. Qin's mother quickly stepped forward to pat Qin Xiaoying's shoulder, shaking her head helplessly. We have no idea what happened. Your grandfather suddenly began convulsing today, and then his breathing grew weaker and weaker. We've already sent for divine physician Bai. We can only hope she can do something. Jiang Heng paused for calling someone. The divine physician Bai that Qin's mother mentioned must be Bai Bingyu, the young girl from the Bai family in the magic capital. Though only 20, she was a prodigy in traditional Chinese medicine. Even the medical saint of the magic capital dared not claim to surpass Bai Bingyu in medical prowess. Yet this plot seems somewhat chaotic. Logically, Yang should have been the one to heroically save Qin Xiaoying, and then she would invite him to her grandfather's birthday celebration. At that time, Yang would have seen through the hidden ailment in old Master Qin's body and casually offered some guidance. Soon after, old Master Qin would suffer from a severe illness, tormented beyond endurance. Bai Bingyu would be summoned, but fail to diagnose the cause. Finally, Yang would step in to save old Master Qin, earning the Qin family's appreciation and support. That was indeed the original plot, but now it seemed to have derailed. Old Master Qin had fallen ill before his birthday, bringing the subsequent events forward. Could it be that my intervention to save Qin Xiaoying caused the plot to collapse? Could it really be this cliched? If old Master Qin dies, how will the story proceed? As it stands, Yang seems to have no connection with the Qin family yet. Before long, Bai Bingyu entered, surrounded by the Qin family members. Divine physician Bai, we implore you to do everything you can to save our patriarch. Rest assured, Qin Xiaoying is a dear friend of mine. I will naturally lend my aid when the Qin family is in trouble. Soon Bai Bingyu came into Jiang Heng's view. Jiang Heng's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but nod silently, appraising Bai Bingyu. Just as in the original novel, despite her immense skills, she's still a little lowly. At just 1 meter 52, and with such a delayed development, truly unfortunate. Bai Bingyu had been deeply concerned about old Master Qin's condition, but when she heard someone call her small, she immediately turned her head and glared around, eventually fixing her gaze on Jiang Heng. She hadn't misheard. It was this man who had called her a little lowly. What nonsense. She was already 20 years old. Even if she were a lowly, she was a legal one. Moreover, her body was a gift from her parents, innate and beyond her control. This was nothing but salt rubbed into her wounds. Thank goodness you're here, Bai Bingyu. Please go see my grandfather. Qin Xiaoying grabbed Bai Bingyi's hand and rushed to old Master Qin's room. In the Qin family, aside from her parents, her grandfather loved her the most. When she heard about his failing health, it felt as if her entire world was crumbling. Don't worry, you'll go check on Grandpa Qin right away. Stay calm. Bai Bingyu understood the gravity of the situation and didn't bother with Jiang Heng, heading straight to old Master Qin's room. Watching the Qin family swarm forward, Jiang Heng pondered whether he should slip away. After all, this was the Qin family's affair. He was merely a lackey of the Mo family with no standing to speak. Furthermore, he knew nothing of medicine, joining them would only be to watch the spectacle. Wait, if Yang isn't in the Qin family, now what if old Master Qin dies? Just as Jiang Heng was about to leave, a crucial thought struck him. If old Master Qin died, the Qin family would surely fall from its position among the four great families. Moreover, the Qin family possessed the heirloom, a powerful ancient martial arts manual. According to the original plot, this manual was a reward for Yiyang, a gift from old Master Qin in gratitude for saving his life. Later, Yiyang used this technique to defeat opponents in several battles. If old Master Qin died, now wouldn't that manual be lost? How could the subsequent story unfold? With this thought, Jiang Heng followed the crowd into old Master Qin's room, curious to see how events would develop. At that moment, old Master Qin lay in bed, his face, pale lips cracked, and utterly devoid of vitality. Even someone with no medical knowledge could see his time was short. Bai Bingyu approached his bedside, took his pulse and frowned. Then she examined his eyelids and studied his pupils. After several examinations, she retrieved a large handful of silver needles from her medical kit, each gleaming with a cold light. Bai Bingyu, what's the verdict? Is my grandfather still savable? Qin Xiaoying sobbed, clutching Bai Bingyu's arm in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have a general idea of the symptoms, but the specific treatment depends on Grandpa Qin's response. Please be quiet now. I'm about to begin acupuncture. With that, Bai Bingyu took out a silver needle, intending to sterilize them using the technique of guiding qi through the needles. But faced with so many needles, she hesitated. At her current cultivation level, she could manage 7 or 8 needles, but what she needed to perform was her family's renowned Yin Yang 13 needles technique. This required her to use all 13 needles at once, though otherwise the effect would be halved. Jiang Heng recalled that Bai Bingyu had indeed attempted the Yin Yang 13 needles to treat old Master Qin, but a mistake at this stage had worsened his condition instead. This had later given Yiyang an opportunity to display his cultivation and show off. If I help her here, maybe the plot won't go awry. I should be able to foresee the subsequent events then. But treating old Master Qin requires true qi. Damn it. He'll do it. Even if my identity is exposed, I can't hide my martial artist status for long anyway. Jiang Heng pondered for a moment, then steeled his resolve. He stepped up to Bai Bingyu, took the silver needles from her hand, and placed them in his palm. A surge of powerful true qi emerged, enveloping all the needles. Instantly, the needles began to tremble violently, and soon they were sterilized. A trace of Jiang Heng's pure, true qi coated them. This would be enough for Bai Bingyu to use and resolve the current crisis. Bai Bingyu gazed at Jiang Heng in astonishment, utterly stunned by his technique. He had managed to sterilize all 13 silver needles at once using kind-fused needling, coating each one with a layer of true qi. Just how much true qi did Jiang Heng possess within him? In truth, Jiang Heng's role in the story was quite formidable. He was not only Ming Yuexiang's trusted confidant, but also Ming Chengfei's lackey. His identity in particular was shrouded in mystery, deliberately kept hidden from others to avoid drawing attention. He could defeat nearly anyone except the protagonist Yiyang. The skill of kind-fused needling came to him as naturally as breathing. It was then that the Qin family finally noticed Jiang Heng's presence, furrowing their brows in confusion. They seemed to have no recollection of this man. You are. His name is Jiang Heng, a subordinate of Mo Chengfei. He saved my life today, so I wish to bring him back to the Qin residence to express my gratitude. Qin Xiaoying spoke up to explain to everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd's understanding dawned, and their gazes toward Jiang Heng softened considerably. Of course, this warmth was not directed at Jiang Heng himself, but at the Mo family behind him, Ming Yuexing. After all, in the Demon City, the Mo family reigned supreme, even though they were all among the 4 great houses. Yet the Mo family's true strength far surpassed the others. If a conflict erupted, the Mo family could at least annihilate 2 of the other houses. As a member of the Mo family, even if merely a lackey, Jiang Heng deserved to be treated with courtesy. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Jiang. Please join us in the main hall, Mr. Jiang, so we may offer you proper hospitality. Hearing this, Jiang Heng's lips twitched, and he silently cursed the old fox. They speak so pleasantly, but aren't they just worried it'll leak the Qin family's secrets? I have no interest in the Qin family. I only wanted to see if old Master Qin could pull through. Perhaps I could even lend a hand. If they don't want me watching, so be it. When Bai Bingyu makes a mistake later, don't beg me to come back. With that thought, Jiang Heng turned to leave the room. But Bai Bingyu and Qin Xiaoying, who had overheard his inner thoughts, felt a pang of urgency and instinctively called out to stop him. Wait a moment, Mr. Jiang possesses a substantial amount of true qi. I may need his assistance later for the kind-fused needling technique. That's right, Jiang Heng is also skilled in kind-fused needling. Let him stay and help Bai Bingyu. This. The Qin family members exchanged glances, each seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes. As Jiang Heng had suspected, they feared he might divulge the Qin family secrets. After all, the patriarch's failing health was a significant vulnerability. Undoubtedly, there were those in the shadows eager to exploit this to topple the Qin family, especially since Jiang Heng was tied to the Mo family. If the Mo family caught wind of this, would the Qin family have any chance of survival? Just as the standoff reached an impasse, a collateral descendant of the Qin family, Qin Keifu, burst in with a man in tow, his face alight with excitement. Uncle, I've found a divine physician. His medical skills are extraordinary. He can definitely cure grandfather. At his words, everyone's attention shifted to Chengfei and to the young man behind him who appeared to be around 24 or 25. The young man had a raw, inexperienced look, yet carried an elusive aura. Upon seeing the so-called divine physician, Chengfei had brought Jiang Heng's brows shot up, and he involuntarily stepped back, already plotting a discreet escape. The physician Chengfei had found was none other than the protagonist of this story, Yang. Damn it! How did Chengfei come to know Yang? As I recall, Yang only met Chengfei after curing old Master Qin here. Then Chengfei sought out Yang to propose a covert takeover of the Qin family's pharmaceutical empire. After exposing Chengfei's treachery, Yang would aid the Qin family, earning Qin Xiaoying's favor and gradually winning her heart. Once his scheme succeeded, Yang would secretly eliminate Chengfei, leaving no witnesses, a flawless conspiracy. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Qin Xiaoying's eyes flew wide, her gaze locked on a Chengfei and Yang. So this is the Yang Jiang Heng spoke of. Such vile methods. He intends to swallow the entire Qin family. And that Chengfei, a traitor feeding off the family's own. I must find time to thoroughly inspect the pharmaceutical business. They had expected Chengfei to bring back an elderly, reclusive master of profound skill. Instead, they were confronted with Yi Yang's youth, and Qin's father immediately berated him. Nonsense. Old Master Qin's condition must not be widely known, yet you dare to bring someone here. We've already summoned divine physician Baiyu. His help is unnecessary. Besides, look at how young he is. What skills could he possibly have? Get out of here. There it is. The classic provocation leading to Yi Yang saving old Master Qin and turning the tables. The Qin family members glared at Chengfei, their frustration barely contained. At such a critical moment, how could he be so thoughtless? Hello, I'm Yi Yang. Old Master Qin's condition is more complex than it appears. But in my hands, it's not too troublesome. A simple acupuncture treatment will suffice. At this, the Qin family grew even more incensed. Who do you think you are to presume to treat someone in the Qin residence? You're nothing but a beardless youth. Stop making a fool of yourself here. We have divine physician by here, we don't need you. Get out of the Qin residence now, or we won't be polite. Yi Yang frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Bai Bingyu by the bedside. He drew in a sharp breath, his mouth suddenly dry. Although Bai Bingyu stood only 1 meter 52, pure and petite lowly, and appeared not yet fully developed, she was undeniably beautiful, with her radiant, captivating eyes and delicate complexion. Earlier he had encountered Chengfei at a pharmacy and casually described his symptoms. Chengfei had immediately deemed him a master and invited him to the Qin residence. Initially he had disdained to help, but upon seeing Qin Xiaoying's photograph, his intentions turned impure. He rushed over only to find an unexpected bonus. Not only was there the stunningly beautiful Qin Xiaoying, but also Bai Bingyu, a different flavor entirely. He had already resolved in his heart to claim both women. How about we make a wager? If I fail to cure old Master Qin, I'll kneel and apologize, then crawl out of the Qin residence. But if I succeed, I ask for no reward, just an apology from all of you. With that, Yi Yang flashed Qin Xiaoying his classic warrior's smile, the corner of his mouth curling upward at a 90-degree angle. There it is. There it is. The warrior's smile. Quick, tear his mouth apart. Jiang Heng gasped, utterly awestruck. It was the first time he had ever seen someone's mouth actually rise at a 90-degree angle. Truly worthy of the man who bore the title of warrior. Bai Bingyu, who was preparing to administer treatment, naturally also heard Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. Her initial impression of Yi Yang instantly plummeted to freezing point. Moreover, as a healer, saving lives should be the priority. How could anyone use such a matter to make a bet? Sorry, I'm not interested. Bai Bingyu turned her head and continued focusing on old Master Qin's condition. This left Yi Yang slightly stunned, wondering why his plan had failed. Normally people would think highly of him upon seeing his unflappable demeanor. Coupled with his extremely cool, domineering, and arrogant smile, there was no reason for it to fail. Yet this didn't deter Yi Yang's desire to win over Bai Bingyu. In his view, the harder a girl was to obtain, the more he yearned to conquer her. Only after these seemingly aloof, self-righteous women knelt at his feet would he feel a greater sense of achievement. Chengfei, standing nearby, did not share Yi Yang's calm demeanor. That was the divine physician Bai, after all, the most talented healer in the magic capital. Even the medical sage dared not claim a sure victory over Bai Bingyu in medical skills. He had intended to seize the advantage by bringing Yi Yang here early. But they were still too late. What if Bai Bingyu cured old Master Qin, rendering all his plans futile? As Bai Bingyi's 13 yin-yang needles slowly descended, old Master Qin showed a slight reaction, his arm twitching faintly. Seeing this, many members of the Qin family cast provocative glances at Yi Yang. Once Bai Bingyu cured old Master Qin, they'd see what Yi Yang had to say. But at that moment Yi Yang was extremely calm. He had discerned old Master Qin's condition the moment he entered. As the protagonist, his skills were naturally maxed out. He could tell at a glance that old Master Qin had a clot of stagnant blood in his heart, causing a blockage of qi and blood that led to his coma. How could Bai Bingyu, a mere 20-year-old prodigy physician, possibly detect such a deeply hidden ailment? Once Bai Bingyu failed, it would be the perfect time for him to step in and show off. Jiang Heng also kept his eyes on Bai Bingyi's technique. Though he knew nothing of medicine, the original text had spelled it out clearly. He had a rough understanding. Bai Bingyi's method was correct, but she was too cautious, afraid of harming old Master Qin's body. There was nothing wrong with that, as she just needed to use the last needle of the 13 yin-yang needles to pierce the Tianhou acupoint and drain the stagnant blood. I recall that it was also at this moment Bai Bingyu became interested in Yi Yang, and later under his schemes he used his medical skills to conquer her. Bai Bingyu, who was treating the patient, naturally heard Jiang Heng's thoughts, and her hand paused briefly. But she continued, blocking out all distractions and focusing on old Master Qin's condition. 5 minutes later, old Master Qin's eyes moved, and he seemed on the verge of waking. The Qin family's hearts, once heavy with worry, began to ease, and they glared at Yi Yang. They hadn't forgotten the bet Yi Yang had made earlier. But Yi Yang remained unflustered, arms crossed, exuding an air of everything is under control. Sure enough, just as old Master Qin showed signs of waking, he spewed a mouthful of blood. His complexion grew even paler than before. This terrified the Qin family, who were about to rush forward to check on him. Bai Bingyi's face turned grave as she glanced at Jiang Heng. It was just as he had said. The stagnant blood inside old Master Qin hadn't been fully expelled. Then what he said afterward must also be true. Without hesitation, Bai Bingyu picked up a silver needle and handed it to Jiang Heng. Please infuse a wisp of true qi into this. I need to administer the final needle. Huh. Oh, okay. Jiang Heng, caught off guard, instinctively took the needle and infused a trace of true qi into it. After doing so, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze fixed on him. Turning around, he met Yi Yang's murderous glare. Damn, I forgot this guy was here too. What do I do? What do I do? Is he going to fly into a rage and slap me to death? Wait, I'm Mo Chengfei's lackey now. If he wants to cause trouble, hell, take it out on Mo Chengfei. What's it got to do with me? With that thought, Jiang Heng felt considerably relieved. The plot where Yi Yang kills Mo Chengfei happens in episode 221, and he himself only dies 1 episode earlier than Mo Chengfei. Why fear Yi Yang? As long as he didn't act recklessly, Yi Yang probably wouldn't kill him. Bai Bingyu took the needle and aimed for old Master Qin's Tianhou acupoint. Yi Yang watched this scene unfold, and a wave of panic washed over him. In his view, Bai Bingyu couldn't possibly know this, otherwise why wouldn't she have done it from the start? Why wait until now? He had thought victory was assured, but Bai Bingyi's move had thrown his entire plan into disarray. And all of this was tied to Jiang Heng. He remembered that Jiang Heng was Mo Chengfei's underling. Fine. We haven't settled the old score yet, and now you pull this stunt. Mo Chengfei. Just you wait. If I don't take you down, I'll change my surname to yours. Mo Chengfei, lying in bed at the Mo residence, couldn't help but shiver. He felt as if someone was targeting him, a creepy, unsettling sensation. But he didn't dwell on it, and continued playing on his phone. Wolfdog, have you run out of arrows for that bow? If you can't shoot, get down and let the dog ride you in a battle. Forget about the enemy. Gongsun Liu shall die on her own. Go kill their mage first. Healer, are you malnourished? Your heals aren't even as good as Bai Bingyi's milk. 5 minutes later, the sound of a crystal explosion came from the phone. What a bunch of useless teammates. If you can't play, just uninstall the game. The accompanying streamer girl he had hired looked at Mo Chengfei's record of 1 kill and 12 deaths and fell into deep thought. After Bai Bingyu inserted the final needle into old Master Qin's Tianhou acupoint, he spat out another mouthful of pitch-black blood. But after expelling this blood, old Master Qin's complexion rapidly turned ruddy, as if he had regained his vitality. That should do it. He'll prescribe 2 doses of medicine for Grandpa Qin. After taking them and resting for a while, he'll fully recover. Having said that, Bai Bingyu turned her gaze to Jiang Heng, a mixture of curiosity and gratitude in her eyes. If not for Jiang Heng's reminder today, she might have caused a major disaster. Thankfully, the final needle had worked. The Qin family, seeing old Master Qin out of danger, were genuinely relieved, the heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Just then a member of the Qin family spoke up. Just now, who said that if the divine physician Bai cured Grandpa Qin, they would crawl out of the Qin residence on their knees. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang's face flushed red and pale alternately. He had intended to show off in front of the Qin family, while also winning the affections of Qin Xiaoying and Bai Bingyu, those 2 delicate flowers. But to his surprise, Bai Bingyu had seen through old Master Qin's illness and successfully cured it. I am the true clown here. Divine physician, Bai, your reputation is indeed well-deserved, and your yin-yang 13 needles technique is nothing short of miraculous. I admire your skill. However, in my view, my 9 revolutions divine needles are by no means inferior to yours. After speaking, Yi Yang produced 9 gleaming golden needles from somewhere unknown. He controlled them with his vast true qi, letting them swirl around his fingertips, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Setting aside everything else, this single display was enough to make many medical sages kneel and surrender. The 9 revolutions divine needles were a medical art that rivaled the yin yang 13 needles, especially when combined with yi yang's true qi, creating a deeply impressive spectacle. It was through this very technique that Yi Yang had managed to bring many self-proclaimed master healers to their knees. Yi Yang has even used his 9 revolutions divine needles. That silly girl by Bing Yu must have seen this display and will surely regard him with newfound respect. Though there was some conflict along the way, in the end Bai Bingyu will still be drawn to Yi Yang by his extraordinary medical skills and eventually become one of his harem members. Your methods for seducing women are truly endless, you scoundrel. At the critical moment, Chengfei quickly stepped in to mediate. After all, he had brought Yi Yang here. If Yi Yang made a fool of himself, he would lose face as well. We are all friends here, and Yi Yang's medical skills are on par with divine physician base. You can still exchange ideas and compete in the future. The middle-aged man from the Qin family who had previously scolded Yi Yang also stepped forward. He realized that Yi Yang was no ordinary person. Those who worked outside needed a keen eye for observation. Yi Yang's technique seemed even more impressive than by Bingius. Opposing someone like him would bring them no benefit at all. It was better to offer a favor and let the matter rest. Perhaps in the future they might need Yi Yang's help with something. That's right, I can see that Yi Yang has an extraordinary bone structure, 1 in a million, and he has already apologized, so why don't we just... Before he could finish, Bai Bingyu waved her hand to interrupt him. A man should stand by his word. How can we just let this slide so easily? He said it himself. If he lost, he would kneel and crawl out of the Qin residence. This matter is far from over. These words made Yi Yang pause, in his movements a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What the hell? Why is this plot going wrong? Bai Bingyu, who loves medical arts and pursues perfection, is actually unmoved by the 9 revolutions divine needles. Shouldn't she be shouting so cool in her heart right now and seizing the chance to approach Yi Yang to discuss medicine? Is the plot collapsing again? Bai Bingyu was utterly exasperated, having heard all of Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. At this moment, she felt no goodwill toward Yi Yang, only intense disgust. Someone like him wanted her to become part of his harem. He was dreaming. He should take a good look at himself in the mirror, especially that smile of his. It made her sick to the stomach. Yi Yang clenched his fists slightly, knowing this was not the time to lose his temper. So he forced a smile and said softly, "Indeed, I acted poorly just now. Why don't you join me for a simple meal, divine physician Bai, and I will personally apologize to you." "I am busy. You may kneel and apologize right now." Bai Bingyu ruthlessly cut off Yi Yang's intentions, her gaze piercing. She already knew from Jiang Heng's inner thoughts exactly what kind of person Yi Yang was. Going to dinner with him would be like walking into a trap. Who knew if it was a meal or a scheme to devour her? Idiot, war god, just get lost already. Why are you still here making a fool of yourself? If these people push you too far, and you go on a killing spree, should I help or not? That little girl Bai Bingyu has really surprised me. So decisive and resolute, not at all what I expected. But you'd better keep your mouth shut, this guy will actually kill if provoked. Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Bai Bingyu grew even more disgusted with Yi Yang. Possessing such powerful medical skills, yet being so quick to resort to murder. The one who taught him this art was also an idiot, not seeing what kind of student he had. Just as Bai Bingyu was about to force Yi Yang to kneel, her phone rang. It was her master calling, urging her to return immediately, saying there was something important to discuss. Bai Bingyu had always been respectful to her elders. After hanging up, she decisively packed up and prepared to leave the Qin residence. Before departing, she looked at Jiang Heng and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help today. Next time you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Hey, raise my number. Keep it." With that, Bai Bingyu slipped a piece of paper to Jiang Heng and hurriedly left the Qin residence. Staring at the paper in his hand, Jiang Heng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Sometimes the desire to kill in someone's eyes is unmistakable. Such was the look in Yi Yang's eyes at that moment. Jiang Heng felt as if he had been targeted. "Damn it. Why are you staring at me? It's none of my business. You were the one who made the bet, and Bai Bingyu was the one who saved him. If you have a problem, go find my boss, Chengfei. Don't look at me again, or I swear I'll bolt out of here. I may not be able to beat you, but can I outrun you? I even won second place in the 400-meter girls sprint at last year's primary and secondary school sports meet. I still have that certificate stuck on my wall." Qin Xiaoying, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown. Her opinion of Yi Yang had plummeted to rock bottom, her eyes filled with coldness. Someone like him didn't deserve to stand on the Qin family's ground. "If you have nothing else to do, please leave. My grandfather has just recovered and needs some time to rest." As soon as Qin Xiaoying spoke, everyone in the room immediately left. Yi Yang and Chengfei walked out of the Qin estate one after the other. They had no idea what kind of bad luck they had stumbled upon today. Their plans had not only gone nowhere, but had also offended quite a few people. "Mister, you don't take today's events to heart. Divine Physician Bei's reputation is quite formidable in the Magic City. Next time we will surely succeed." Along the way, Chengfei kept comforting Yi Yang, afraid that he might become displeased and simply walk away. Their cooperation was still essential, and to have a say in the Qin family, Chengfei had to rely on Yi Yang's help. Only Yi Yang could assist him in carrying out the subsequent plans. Yi Yang's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, and he gnashed his teeth in fury. Never in his life had he encountered such an unlucky turn of events. Qin Xiaoying and Bai Bingyu are one thing, but that man who used true qi to acupuncture Bai Bingyu. Mo Chengfei's lackey. Why is he in your Qin family? Yi Yang felt that today's plan had failed largely due to Mo Chengfei's meddling. He had specifically sent Jiang Heng to assist the Qin family, otherwise with Bai Bingyi's meager cultivation, she wouldn't even grasp the Yinyang 13 needles, let alone uncover the hidden ailment in old Master Qin's body. That man. I'm not sure either. Should I have someone eliminate him? Qin Keifu made a throat-slitting gesture at Yi Yang. No need. Killing a lackey won't accomplish much. If we strike at his boss, Mo Chengfei. Speaking of Mo Chengfei, Yi Yang's eyes reddened. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation Mo Chengfei inflicted on him at Jitian Tower, especially in front of Ming Yuexing. That disgrace had cost him even a single glance from her at work. He had already decided once he gained a foothold in Modu, Mo Chengfei would be his first kill. Poor Mo Chengfei, innocently playing games at home, without doing anything, had been saddled with such a huge black pot by Jiang Heng. He was utterly betrayed by his own underling. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng remained blissfully unaware of all this. Jiang Heng, thank you for your help today. By the way, you can consider my earlier offer about switching jobs, Qin Xiaoying said with a smile. Jiang Heng shook his head vigorously, having no desire to become her follower. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qin, but I still prefer my life in the Mo family. I am Mo's man in life, and will be Mo's ghost in death. If not for Mo Chengfei taking the blame for me, and letting me bully others, I wouldn't be a lackey. As for becoming Qin Xiaoying's follower, forget it. If I did, Yi Yang would come for me first, and I don't want to die. Qin Xiaoying furrowed her brows. Again with Yi Yang. What skills does he have to make Jiang Heng so afraid of him? And I need to personally look into Qin Keifu's matter. Jiang Heng turned to drive, glancing at the time. After lingering so long at the Qin estate, Yi Manking's mahjong game was likely over. It was time to pick her up. Otherwise, he'd surely face a scolding from Yi Manqing. Recalling her unusual behavior today, Jiang Heng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What is Yi Manqing up to? Even targeting me? Is she just too bored alone? Or is Mo Yuqian getting old? But there's no reason to go after me. After a moment of thought, Jiang Heng shook his head, firmly drove to the riverside tea house, and waited below for Yi Manqing. Soon she descended, swaying her slender figure. When she saw Jiang Heng's car, a cryptic smile curled on her lips. Jiang Heng got out with practiced ease, opened the passenger door for her, and returned to the driver's seat. Sister-in-law, are we heading straight home? He asked. Home? Why not a hotel? I happen to have my ID card. If not, we could go to the next hotel and enjoy the air conditioning, she said, pulling an ID card from her expensive handbag and holding it between her lips. A seductive gleam shone in her eyes. The sight nearly made Jiang Heng lose his composure. Yet at the mention of a hotel's air conditioning, he suddenly recalled an incident from his childhood. He had a friend. During a holiday, he took his girlfriend to a hotel for air conditioning, but short on cash, they could only afford a timed room. When time ran out, he didn't hesitate, pulled up his pants, slapped his sleeping girlfriend awake, and dragged her downstairs to flee. At the memory, Jiang Heng let out a chuckle. Yi Manqing raised an eyebrow, her voice tender. What's so funny? Nothing. I just remembered something amusing, he said, straightening his posture and forcing a serious expression. But he didn't realize his thoughts were fully exposed to Yi Manqing. So she learned the story too, which made her blush with shyness. That guy. He couldn't borrow some money and did such a shameless thing. How embarrassing. On the road, Yi Manqing tugged at her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone. Beads of sweat traced down her neck, stirring an irresistible thirst. Jiang Heng glanced away, quickly, silently reciting, see no evil, see no evil. Sister-in-law, you're making this very hard for me. Yi Manqing smiled softly, a mischievous impulse rising within her. She wanted to tease this outwardly cool but inwardly shy man. She deliberately extended her long leg and rested it on Jiang Heng's lap. The move made Jiang Heng's body tremble, slightly, his movements stiffening as he nearly lost control of the steering wheel. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Yi Manqing stretched lazily. Her stillness was one thing, but her movement not only accentuated her most proud features, but her foot remained on his thigh, unwilling to withdraw. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Can you let me drive properly? I'm tired from mahjong. Can't I rest for a bit? Yi Manqing glanced at Jiang Heng, her eyes brimming with amusement. If you don't want me to, then move my foot yourself. But be warned, my leg isn't for just anyone to touch. If Mo Yuqian finds out, what do you think? Jiang Heng froze, glaring at her, cursing her audacity. She dared to threaten him. He could endure many things, but threats were his one weakness. If Yi Manqing wanted to see him falter, head show her what a real man was made of. Jiang Heng took a deep breath, his voice low with anger. Sister-in-law, are you sure you want move your foot? No. If you want it moved, do it yourself. With that, she escalated, reaching out and gripping Jiang Heng's neck. Jiang Heng could feel Yi Manking's warm breath against his neck, sending a surge of heat through his body. He was a vigorous and handsome young man hardly able to resist such temptation. Yet his dignity would never allow him to be trampled upon. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll have to offend you. Yuexing's eyes flickered as she tightened her grip on Jiang Heng's neck. Then I'd like to see how you plan to offend me. If you dare touch me, you should know the consequences. Not only that, but Yuexing exhaled a warm breath toward Jiang Heng's neck, the distance between them barely 3 centimeters. Humph. Dare to threaten me. Today I'll show you why men are called men. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. At worst we'll go down together. Jiang Heng snorted coldly, focusing all his attention downward as he ceased to restrain himself. Without his suppression, the strength of a man emerged. He forcefully moved her leg aside. Yuexing had been curious about how Jiang Heng would remove her foot, but she never expected him to do it this way. Startled, she let out a cry and instinctively released her hold on him, utterly astonished. Humph. Woman, you think you can compete with me? Back in the day, I roamed from south to north. Which woman could last half an hour against me? I simply disdain to act lest you all think the men around you are worthless. Once I get serious, even the renowned stars of the land would be shattered by my might. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know your place. The car door was welded shut. No one was getting out. Ha ha ha. Just as Jiang Heng imagined, Yuexing had indeed never encountered such a thing. Though she appeared bold and open-minded, she was actually quite conservative. Moreover, to outsiders, Ming Yuexing was the undisputed emperor of the magic capital, a decisive and ruthless figure. But in that aspect he was utterly impotent. Although Yuexing had been with Ming Yuexing for nearly 2 years, due to his condition, she remained a virgin. Her allure and charm were innate, otherwise she wouldn't have attracted Ming Yuexing. You? Put it away. Panicked, Yuexing quickly withdrew her hands and feet, grabbing a bottle of iced mineral water to gulp down in large mouthfuls. She tried to quell the fire within her, but her gaze still occasionally flickered toward Jiang Heng, the flush on her face refusing to fade. Sister-in-law, why did it have to come to this? Jiang Heng didn't press her further. After all, she was his elder brother's wife. As a younger brother, this step alone was enough to get him killed 20 times over by Ming Yuexing. If he went any further, he'd surely be hacked to pieces. Thought she was some formidable character, but she's nothing special. If she knew I once handled an entire night in one go, I wonder what she'd think. Jiang Heng silently slipped his hand into his pocket. An entire night. Yuexing covered her mouth in disbelief, utterly stunned. Could he? Was it possible for everyone? Or only Jiang Heng? Looking closely, Jiang Heng was quite handsome. Though he was Mo Chengfei's lackey, he had none of the servile demeanor of others. Ming Yuexing was also impotent. If we secretly... Yuexing dared not think further and shook her head vigorously. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She felt her restless heart growing more unsettled, the blush on her cheeks refusing to subside. Back at the Mo residence, Ming Yuexing looked at Yuexing's unusually flushed face with concern, thinking she had a fever. Ching, are you sick? Not feeling well? Why is your face so red? Yuexing couldn't meet Ming Yuexing's eyes. She made an excuse and retreated to her room. As she closed the door, she glanced toward Jiang Heng, who was casually smoking a cigarette as if nothing had happened. In the middle of the night, Yuexing suddenly announced she would sleep alone and took 2 cucumbers from the kitchen, claiming she needed them for a facial mask. Perhaps only Jiang Heng knew what she planned to do tonight. But what did it have to do with him? Jiang Heng went straight to Mo Chengfei's room. Mo Chengfei had been losing all afternoon, and seeing Jiang Heng return eagerly pulled him into a game. Jiang Heng, you're finally back. Come play with me. The players I hired today are all terrible. When I cursed the teammates, she told me to shut up. It's infuriating. I need you to play with me. Jiang Heng glanced at Mo Chengfei's stats for the day: 09, 111, 114. I think the losses might not be entirely the teammates' fault. Jiang Heng knew Mo Chengfei was bad, but today he was exceptionally terrible, almost exceeding himself. How many stars did you drop? I'll help you get them back. Jiang Heng pulled out his phone and logged into his account, but it showed account logged in elsewhere. Not many. I'm 2 stars away from dropping to star glory. Oh, by the way, I thought it might be a problem with my account, so I've been using yours to play. Jiang Heng. Damn. I had over 40 stars aiming for glory, and now I'm down to 2. Do you know how much I sacrificed to reach that rank? You? Before Jiang Heng could finish his outburst, Mo Chengfei casually said, I noticed your account had few skins, so I topped up to 0 and bought everything available. What did you just say? Nothing, big brother, let's just dominate. They'll play whatever role you want, I'm flexible. Jiang Heng's face lit up with a grin as he quickly logged in and invited Mo Chengfei. Just play casually, they'll carry you. No problem. 20 minutes later. Lube Bus Heavenly Demon Chaos Pentakill. Zhao Chan's Midsummer Nights Star Legend Pentakill. Wu Zixin's Ocean Heart Pentakill. After a night passed, Jiang Heng stared at the skins on his phone, drooling like a fool, and let out a heartfelt sigh. Indeed, money makes everything better. Indeed, money makes everything better. Early the next morning, Jiang Heng and Mo Chengfei were summoned by Ming Yuexing into his study. Upon entering, they found Ming Yuexing seated in an office chair, toying with a gleaming golden dagger. I have a task for you. Stop loafing around the house. You idle good for nothing. When I retire, the entire Mo family will be yours. Until then, you must learn how to manage it properly. With that, Mo Yuqian pulled a stack of documents from his drawer and tossed them onto the desk. I have several companies whose accounts haven't been collected. This matter is now yours to handle. Jiang Heng, take good care of the young master and teach him how to collect debts. Jiang Heng quickly bowed in agreement. Dad, I don't know how to collect debts. Isn't that usually something Jiang Heng and the others do? You want me to do such a thing? I can't. Mo Chengfei waved his hand, refusing outright. Such dirty, menial work should be left to the underlings. Why should he be involved? In his heart, he still looked down upon such tasks, considering them beneath his dignity. Just go. Enough with the nonsense. Mo Yuqian slammed his hand on the desk, simultaneously driving the dagger deep into its surface. It sank 3 inches into the wood. Mo Chengfei trembled in fright, instinctively stepping back half a pace. It's decided. Take the documents and get out. Jiang Heng, stay. Despite his utter reluctance, Mo Chengfei lowered his head and obediently left the study. Now only Jiang Heng and Mo Yuqian remained in the room. At least that's how it appeared. But Jiang Heng knew well that 4 others were hidden within the chamber. They were the Mo family's most formidable enforcers, Mo Yuqian's personal bodyguards. On the surface, Jiang Heng ranked first, but in the shadows he was merely third. After Mo Chengfei left, Mo Yuqian toyed with the dagger, remaining silent. Jiang Heng stood still, not daring to move. After a long pause, Mo Yuqian pointed to the chair before him. Sit. Yes, boss. Damn, what's with all this secrecy? My legs are about to go numb from standing. Jiang Heng sat down, without hesitation, calmly awaiting Mo Yuqian's next instruction. He knew that being kept behind wasn't just for a casual chat. It was likely a new assignment. Mo Yuqian lowered his head, and when he saw Jiang Heng sit, without a moment's pause, a flicker of gravity crossed his eyes. It vanished in an instant. Jiang Heng didn't notice. Do you know why I kept you here? Mo Yuqian asked. Is it about the young master? Jiang Heng guessed while inwardly cursing madly. How the hell should I know? Just give me a hint. Could it be that Yi Manqing, that little vixen, spilled the beans about yesterday? Probably not. That wouldn't benefit her, and besides, she was the one who seduced me. I heard you went to the Qin family yesterday. Mo Yuqian's tone was casual, seemingly indifferent. But Jiang Heng could clearly feel the air grow tense. Especially the way Mo Yuqian's eyes inadvertently exuded an air of dominance. No, a kingly aura. It made Jiang Heng gasp sharply. Yet he quickly steadied himself and nodded in admission. He already guessed what Mo Yuqian wanted to ask. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Heng openly confessed, a ripple of aura emanated from the shadows behind Mo Yuqian, as if ready to strike at any moment. Mo Yuqian was inherently suspicious, always cautious in every situation. Especially when it came to overseeing his subordinates, he was harsh to the point of inhumanity. Jiang Heng showed no surprise that Mo Yuqian knew his whereabouts. Go on. Mo Yuqian held the gleaming dagger, blew a warm breath on it, and gently wiped it. The implicit threat was clear. I thought it was something serious. As long as it's not about me and your little wife, it's nothing. After I escorted the elder madam to the riverside tea house yesterday, I encountered someone robbing Miss Qin Xiaoying of the Qin family on the way. After I saved her, she invited me to the Qin residence for a visit, and I also scouted the route for you and the young master to attend old Master Qin's birthday banquet. That's all. Mo Yuqian's gaze swept over Jiang Heng's face, but found not a trace of panic. Not a hint of unease. Even with such blatant threats, he could see no fear on Jiang Heng's face. It seemed that assigning him to Mo Chengfei's side had changed him significantly. Still, Mo Yuqian felt the transformation was too drastic, utterly different from when he had served by his side. How does it feel not serving by my side, but attending to the young master? Mo Yuqian suddenly asked. The young master is quite good, though he wasted some time pursuing Miss Ming. With more training, I believe his future leadership will rival yours. What's there to grow in that fool? Running after a woman like a lapdog only to watch her end up in someone else's arms, acting coy. Small-minded. Broaden your horizons. As he thought this, Jiang Heng even spread his arms mentally, adding a visual to his inner monologue. Oh, in your view, he can truly surpass me. Don't give me empty pleasantries, say what you mean. You've been with me long enough, oh I know you well. There's no need to flatter me. That kind of talk does nothing but disgust me. Hearing this, a flicker of amusement crossed Jiang Heng's eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. Boss, still be straightforward. In my eyes, the young master is rather foolish, lacking ambition, always loafing around. If the Mo family were handed to him within a year, it would be utterly bankrupt. Jiang Heng stared at Mo Yuqian with utter sincerity, his expression earnest. Mo Yuqian's mouth twitched, nearly driving the dagger into Jiang Heng's head. Damn it, I told you not to be so polite, and you just drop an atomic bomb on me. That's still my son, couldn't you put it more nicely? He had thought the pleasantries were meaningless flattery, mere words to please him. But after hearing Jiang Heng's bluntness, he realized that sometimes those polite words were quite nice after all. Though insubstantial, at least they didn't make him angry. Watching Mo Yuexian's face darken further, Jiang Heng remained unafraid, sitting calmly in his chair, without a hint of regret. It was Mo Yuexian who had asked for the truth. How was it his fault? Damn, that felt good. Moments later, Mo Yuexian suddenly plunged a dagger forcefully into the wooden table in front of him. The splintered wood flew directly toward Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's expression remained unchanged as he casually waved his hand, blocking all the wood shavings. In the next moment, from the darkened area, a man slowly emerged. He stood at least 1.92 m, towering half a head taller than Jiang Heng. Particularly the aura he exuded was exceptionally dense, radiating a chilling sense of intimidation. He stared at Jiang Heng with an unfriendly gaze. Jiang Heng recognized this man as one of Mo Yuexian's trusted subordinates, and also his former teammate codenamed Black Bear. What does Mo Yuexian want? Does he intend to eliminate me? I don't think I did anything wrong. Black Bear twisted his shoulders, producing a series of crackling sounds from his bones. Throughout it all, Mo Yuexian observed Jiang Heng's facial expressions, attempting to discern any abnormalities. However, he was quite surprised to find that Jiang Heng showed no signs of fear or dread. Indeed, Jiang Heng resembled a mountain that would not change its color even when faced with a looming disaster. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Not at all. If the boss wanted to kill me, he wouldn't be saying so much. Jiang Heng responded calmly. Mo Yuexian nodded, just as Jiang Heng had said. If he wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't waste words. As Mo Yuexian's trusted aide, Jiang Heng understood his character well. Here, take this, it belongs to you now. Mo Yuexian reclined back in his chair, pulling out a car key and a stack of cash from a drawer and tossing them onto the table. Upon seeing this, Black Bear's breath momentarily caught in his throat, astonished. Jiang Heng's eyes flickered slightly. He felt a stir of interest. But it wasn't the car and money that intrigued him, rather the dazzling dagger on the table. It was Mo Yuexian's personal item, a representation of his identity. In ancient times, this would be akin to a royal sword. Owning this dagger was tantamount to having Mo Yuexian's presence. Why would he suddenly give me such an important item? Is he testing me? Why? Jiang Heng did not immediately reach out to take it, sensing there might be an ulterior motive. What if he merely touched the dagger, and Black Bear standing behind Mo Yuexian suddenly attacked? Soon the magic city will descend into chaos. I need you to use your life to protect Mo Chengfei's safety. If you betray the Mo family, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Mo Yuexian said coldly. Truly worthy of being the local emperor of the magic city, he must have already sensed the threat from Yi Yang. According to the original story, Yi Yang indeed first eliminated the greatest threat, the Mo family. It was precisely because of Yi Yang's arrival that the Mo family would face such a catastrophic end. In that case, I won't hold back. Jiang Heng nodded heavily, reaching for the dagger, while also shoving the car key and cash into his pocket. There was no need to feel regret over such a windfall. Upon seeing Jiang Heng seize the items, an ambiguous expression flashed in Mo Yuexian's eyes. His gaze toward Jiang Heng became tinged with amusement, as if he were concocting an unspeakable plot. Go collect the debts. Yes, boss. Jiang Heng turned and left the room, gently closing the door behind him. The moment he exited, three figures emerged from the shadows behind Mo Yuexian, their bodies mostly concealed in darkness, making their faces indistinguishable. What do you think of Jiang Heng? Mo Yuexian lifted a teacup and took a delicate sip. Black Bear lowered his head, his face full of respect. Boss, I feel he has become even more arrogant than before. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is much more insolent than he used to be. He never had this attitude before. I think he must have been influenced by the young master after spending too long by his side. Jiang Heng is a good kid, let me take him out. Mo Yuexian waved his hand, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. No need, let's observe the situation. Yes. Once these words were spoken, the figures reconcealed themselves and silence fell once more. Yet they all harbored a doubt in their hearts, not understanding why Mo Yuexian suspected Jiang Heng, yet still wanted to give him the most important dagger. Young master, should we go collect the debts from the company in Wanxiang Tianqing? Jiang Heng inquired after finding Mo Chengfei. Whatever is fine, just do as you please. Later you can speak, I'll just watch from the side. Hey, what's that in your hand? Mo Chengfei suddenly noticed the dazzling dagger in Jiang Heng's hand. His eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this the dagger my father never parts with? Why is it in your hand? This was given to me by the boss. Presumably he wants to make this debt collection process a bit easier. Who knows why your father gave me the dagger? But this is fine. Even if I am a little brother, I want to be the leader among the little brothers. Mo Chengfei did not think much of it, nodded, and got into the car. Before long, the two arrived at Wanxiang Tianqing beneath a large building. The Mo family became a dominant force in the magic city, not only because of their ruthless methods, but also due to their wealth. They would lend substantial amounts of money to other companies for development, both to stabilize their position and to use it as leverage. However, there are many thick-skinned individuals who fail to repay by the deadline. Thus, Jiang Heng and his little brothers were needed to collect the debts. This was a skilled task. Jiang Heng had researched this company's background. The owner was named Sun Wenkong, and the company was about to go public. They owed the Mo family 15 billion. Jiang Heng came this time to recover all the debts to prevent them from seizing part of the Mo family's business after going public. He also intended to send them a warning. Jiang Heng spun the steering wheel directly, pulling into Sun Wenkang's parking space, and opened the car door for Mo Chengfei. "Boss, we have arrived." Just as Jiang Heng parked the car, two security guards approached with batons. They shouted loudly, "This is our boss parking spot. Do not park here. Hurry up and move the car." Mo Chengfei got out of the car, glancing at the two security guards with a cold snort in his eyes. Jiang Heng understood and immediately stepped forward. "Don't you see who is beside me? Young Master Mo. Open your eyes and look clearly." Upon hearing this, the two security guards froze in their tracks, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Young Master Mo. We apologize, young master. We did not know you were here. However, young master, this is our boss parking space and important guests are arriving soon. Could you please move your vehicle?" Mo Chengfei glanced at the two security guards, letting out a sound of disdain through his nose. "Move? What a joke. I park wherever I damn well please. Who are you two beggars to tell me otherwise?" A hint of a smile curled within Jiang Heng's heart. This is the villain I know. Defiant to all, arrogant and overbearing. Just go on being a wanton playboy like this. Didn't you hear what my boss said? Get lost. We're here to see Sun Wenkang. With that, Jiang Heng stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura. The oppressive force bore down heavily on the two security guards. With his cultivation level, he could defeat almost anyone except the protagonist Yang. These two untrained guards were no match for him. A mere wisp of his aura was enough to frighten them into submission. As expected, the two guards couldn't help but tremble slightly, realizing Jiang Heng was no pushover. Yet if their boss came down and found their parking spot occupied by someone else, wouldn't they be fired on the spot? One guard, bracing against the pressure, tried to reason with Mo Chengfei, while the other immediately called Sun Wenkang's secretary, urging her to come down and handle the situation. Soon Sun Wenkang's secretary Lu Lin, dressed in professional attire, arrived. "Hello, young Master Mo. I'm Lu Lin's secretary, Sun's assistant." Mo Chengfei glanced at Lu Lin with utter disinterest. In his eyes, she was nowhere near Ming Yuexing's caliber, miles apart in fact. Only Ming Yuexing could ever be his woman. Aside from being a bit bigger in certain places, she has no other merits. Like Mo Chengfei, Jiang Heng felt no interest in Lu Lin. "Secretary or toy, I don't care." Blocking young Master Mo's way. "Are you looking for death?" Lu Lin's face paled as she waved her hands frantically to explain. She dared not offend Mo Chengfei nor the Mo family. For a behemoth like that, she could only hold reverence. "It's not like that, young Master Mo. It's just that our Mr. Lu has an important meeting with a distinguished guest soon. This parking spot needs to be kept free for now. Please understand, young Master Mo. I can help you move your car to another spot and return it when you leave." Mo Chengfei frowned, slightly displeased. "I said no. Go ahead and move my car if you dare." As the young master of the Mo family, Mo Chengfei might have acted foolishly pursuing Ming Yuexing, but with others he showed no kindness. Many feared provoking him, not just for his family's power, but for his temperament, which mirrored his father Mo Yueqian's. Fearing nothing and no one, ready to destroy anyone who crossed him. A classic villain trait. This. Lu Lin bit her lip, hesitant to make a decision, terrified that one wrong word could bring disaster upon her. "It truly won't work today. Please don't make this difficult for me, young Master Mo. I'm just an employee." Scram. Jiang Heng bellowed, releasing a dense oppressive aura that enveloped Lu Lin. Lu Lin, her beauty drained in fright, instinctively stepped back. Her gaze toward Jiang Heng grew wary. A woman's intuition told her he was an extremely dangerous man, one who had surely bloodied his hands before. Just as Lu Lin was at a loss, a luxurious extended Lincoln pulled up before Jiang Heng and Mo Chengfei. Seeing the parking spot already occupied, the driver seemed taken aback. "Hey, what's going on? Didn't I tell you Miss Ming was coming today to discuss the IPO? Why wasn't the spot reserved? Whose car is this? Move it now." Hearing this, Mo Chengfei's gaze turned icy as he muttered, "I want him kneeling before me." "Yes." Jiang Heng responded immediately. How could he pass up such a perfect opportunity to bully others with his authority? In the past, seeing someone in a Lincoln would have filled him with envy. Now, no matter what car they drove, if they offended his boss head, just drag them over and beat them up. After all, someone else would clean up the mess. With that, Jiang Heng flashed forward, reaching the driver in 2 steps. Before the driver could comprehend what was happening, Jiang Heng grabbed his hair, yanked his head down, and drove his knee upward. The driver was dazed, his teeth knocked out, 2 of them. Blood streamed down. Jiang Heng then dragged the nearly unconscious driver before Mo Chengfei and kicked him to his knees. Mo Chengfei leaned down, lifting the driver's chin with a smirk. "I didn't quite catch that earlier. Were you telling me to get lost?" Young Master Mo." Only then did the driver notice the license plate. It started with Mo. Looking at the man before him, realization struck. He wished he could slap himself hard. Why of all people did he have to provoke Mo Chengfei? Everyone knew Mo Chengfei was arrogant and ruthless. Falling into his hands meant no good end. "I'm sorry, young Master Mo. I didn't mean it. I didn't know this was your car. Please spare me." Tears streaming down his face, the driver kowtowed, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. How can I say I've forgiven you? I didn't hit you. That's not something you should say to me. Chengfei sneered. Hearing this, the driver turned and knelt toward Jiang Heng, kowtowing and apologizing before the crowd. Brother, I didn't know this was your car. Please spare me this once. They'll do anything you want, just don't kill me. Jiang Heng. Am I really that terrifying? Killing people left and right. I don't even like killing. But this guy really didn't do anything wrong, just had bad luck. Before Jiang Heng could speak, a sweet female voice rang out from behind. Old Jiang, what's wrong? The moment he heard that voice, Jiang Heng shuddered all over. Chengfei, on the other hand, was like a beast in heat, jerking his head up to look at the girl stepping out of the car. His adrenaline surged with excitement. Ming Yuexing. Damn, what's this unlucky woman doing here? That means Jiang must be here too. As she stepped out, Ming Yuexing glanced at the kneeling, pleading old Jiang and caught Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. She couldn't help but be speechless. And Jiang also emerged from the car. It seemed after the last incident, Jiang was still Ming Yuexing's bodyguard and had even been promoted slightly from his previous gatekeeping post. Miss Ming. Seeing Ming Yuexing, old Jiang felt a glimmer of hope and cried out for help. Miss Ming, save me. Hearing this, Jiang's heart leaped. He instantly flashed before old Jiang, glaring coldly at Jiang Heng and Chengfei. Old Jiang, did these two hurt you? Don't worry, they'll get revenge for you. This was a perfect opportunity to show off. He could also display his overwhelming strength before Ming Yuexing. Most importantly, the enemy was Chengfei, the man he despised the most. If Ming Yuexing gave the order, Jiang was confident he could eliminate Chengfei within 10 seconds. As a war god, he possessed both the confidence and the capability. Seeing Jiang actually arrive, Jiang Heng's heart clenched in alarm. Given the tempers of Chengfei and Jiang, a conflict between them was inevitable. Chengfei would surely order him to fight Jiang, and as for the outcome, he didn't need to think about it. He would be beaten to a pulp. Damn it, why did that idiot Jiang have to come here? Can't he just stay a war god and conquer territories? Why must he trail behind Ming Yuexing like a lackey? You're a war god, the man who can wield the war god smile. Why not first go and claim those dozen women in your plan? Chengfei ignored Jiang's threatening glare, his gaze fixed entirely on Ming Yuexing. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is fate. How about we go for a drink and take a stroll? Boss, stop talking. Haven't you noticed someone wants to kill you? Jiang Heng drew a sharp breath, glancing at Jiang and catching his venomous stare. Sometimes the murderous intent in one's eyes is impossible to hide, just like Jiang's at that moment. Everyone noticed it except Chengfei, who kept winking at Ming Yuexing. Ming Yuexing felt nauseated and also heard Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. Then a smirk curled on her lips as a mischievous idea struck her. Young Master Mo, you've just injured my driver, and now you want to invite me for a drink. That seems rather unrealistic. Unless... Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng's eyes flew wide open in terror. He had already anticipated something terrible. Damn it. What is this woman trying to do? Don't drag me into this. Weren't we supposed to go to a meeting? Just go already. Stop chatting here. Chengfei was taken aback, then a surge of excitement coursed through him. He had invited Ming Yuexing 250 times without a single success. But this time her tone hinted at a possibility for negotiation. For him, this was a turning point. Was his 251st invitation finally going to win her over? No problem at all. Just compensation. Name any amount. Is 50 million enough? Chengfei casually offered 50 million, treating money as if it were nothing. In his eyes, spending 50 million for a private meeting with Ming Yuexing was a golden opportunity. Even if it were 100 million, he wouldn't blink. Ming Yuexing gave a playful smile, her gaze flickering toward Jiang Heng. I know the Mo family is wealthy, but my family isn't short of money either. I want to get justice for old Jiang, who 50 million isn't enough for him to forgive you. Old Jiang, still lying on the ground, felt like jumping up and shouting, I'm willing. Yet he also felt a warmth in his heart from Ming Yuexing's actions. His young lady was standing up for him against Chengfei, the most powerful figure in the magic capital. You mean? Fight back. Chengfei frowned slightly. Jiang's eyes lit up, his fists cracking as he clenched them. I can finally get my revenge. Truly a woman worthy of me. Money means nothing, we must strike back fiercely. Chengfei, you're done for now. Watch me beat the crap out of you. Ming Yuexing smiled faintly, eager to see how Chengfei would handle this. Chengfei clenched his fists, his heart torn with indecision. This was a chance earned through 250 efforts, and he didn't want to give it up. But the thought of being beaten, as the young master of the Mo family, he couldn't endure such suffering. After a long hesitation, Chengfei seemed to make a momentous decision. His gaze turned resolute. Fine, go ahead and hit me. Jiang Heng. Ming Yuexing. Jiang Hehehe. Here I come. As the son of Mo Yueqian, the emperor of the magic capital, and the young master of the Mo family, he had made such a decision just to date Ming Yuexing. Everyone was stunned. Seizing such a golden opportunity, Jiang naturally wouldn't let it slip. The moment he heard Mo Chengfei's agreement, he charged forward. In 2 strides, he was behind Mo Chengfei, raising his fist to deliver a devastating blow to his head. Ordinary people judge injuries by external wounds, but Jiang knew many ways to inflict excruciating pain without damaging the surface. Such injuries were severe and irreversible. In severe cases, they could even be fatal. Jiang was aiming to kill Mo Chengfei with that punch. One blow and Mo Chengfei would be dead for sure. At the critical moment, a figure darted forward, sweeping a leg that sent Jiang midair, crashing to the ground. He bounced off the floor and skidded 3 meters, landing with a dull thud. Who? Jiang roared in fury. Jiang Heng exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes blazing with terrifying rage. No one lays a hand on my boss. Or else. Death. As these words left his mouth, a murderous aura erupted from Jiang Heng. He transformed into a demon emerging from hell, his entire demeanor undergoing a radical change. Though Jiang Heng was often a coward when it came to a real fight, he feared no one. Moreover, his combat prowess was far from negligible. While not the top fighter of the Mo family, and lacking Yang's cultivation, he was still a force to be reckoned with. If Jiang Heng fought Yang with his life on the line before Yang fully matured, Yang wouldn't have an easy time. Watching Jiang Heng suddenly step forward, Ming Yuexing was astonished. At that moment, she felt as though her eternally unmoved heart had been shaken. Especially his words, "No one lays a hand on my boss," made her feel a flutter in her chest like a deer bumping around, unable to calm down. A man with such spirit was a true man, unlike Yang, a war god reduced to impotent rage on the ground. Jiang Heng. Mo Chengfei's eyes flickered, and for an instant he felt like crying. Not only did Ming Yuexing feel a sense of security from Jiang Heng, but so did he. In a daze, Mo Chengfei seemed to see his own father standing guard before him. "Dad, don't call me that. I'm your underling, not your dad. Say it one more time. I want to hear it again." Mo Chengfei. Jiang gritted his teeth, clearly on the verge of fury. Last time it was excusable that someone attacked him, but this time they had the audacity to strike again. He thought Mo Chengfei was pretending to be ready for a beating, but in reality, he wanted to take advantage of his moment of relaxation to let Jiang Heng launch a surprise attack on him. This time Yang's anger shifted to Mo Chengfei, intensifying even more. "Despicable scoundrel. Is your only tactic to use underhanded tricks?" Mo Chengfei looked innocent. He truly hadn't planned for Jiang Heng to intervene. Jiang Heng had come over to assist him of his own accord. Although he felt touched by Jiang Heng's help, if he wasn't beaten, how could he go on a date with Ming Yuexing? Looking at Mo Chengfei's expression, Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. "My foolish boss, for the sake of a date with Ming Yuexing, you really would do anything. You are a young master of the Mo family. What if Mo Chengfei discovers your injuries when you return? The one who ends up dead could be me. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let a single hair on your head be harmed. Even if I can't defeat Yang, I'll do everything in my power to ensure your safety." Yang jumped up, glaring at Mo Chengfei, not concealing his murderous intent at all. "If you're a man, come over here and die." "Shut up. Do you want to die?" Jiang Heng exuded a strong killing intent, locking his gaze onto Yang while pressing his hand on the dagger Mo Yuqian had given him. If Yang truly wanted to kill Mo Chengfei, he would fight him to the death as well. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent from Jiang Heng, Yang's eyes narrowed, slightly shifting his focus to Jiang Heng. This person is not simple. Having once been a war god, Yang could see at a glance that Jiang Heng was extraordinary. Such killing intent is not something everyone can possess, and that gaze could even rival his own when executing tasks outside. It seemed that to eliminate Mo Chengfei, he would first have to deal with Jiang Heng. "In that case, I'll start with you." With that said, Yang changed his target and charged toward Jiang Heng with both hands raised. "Damn it, that gaze, that aura, it looks like he's preparing to go all out against me. I'm going all in, a boss. If I die here, remember to burn a couple of papers for me." Jiang Heng took a deep breath, preparing for death. Hearing Jiang Heng's thoughts, Ming Yuexing suddenly felt a tightness in her heart for some reason and instinctively shouted, "Don't hurt him. Otherwise you won't be allowed to stay by my side." Upon hearing this, Yang stopped, staring at Ming Yuexing in confusion. Jiang Heng was also taken aback. "Are we not fighting anymore? I was ready to die. Great. I've saved my life. But what is this girl up to? One moment wanting to teach Mo Chengfei a lesson, the next moment backing down. Oh, you, judging by her tone, just now it seems she was worried about me getting hurt. Hey, how could that be? I'm just a small brother of the Mo family. She should be worried about Mo Chengfei being injured and the repercussions from Mo Yuqian." Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Heng still let out a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't dead. After stopping Yang, Ming Yuexing also sensed that her previous tone was somewhat off. So she quickly explained, "Young Master Mo is after all the young master of the Mo family. Let's just let this matter go. I have other things to attend to, so I won't linger. Let's go." Ming Yuexing turned and walked toward the building, and no one noticed her slightly flushed cheeks. "Yang, I was just about to go all out, and you tell me we're not fighting anymore. Damn it. I was so close to taking down Mo Chengfei. What is this woman playing at? If it weren't for the fact that I have my eye on your looks, I would never tolerate you." Seeing Ming Yuexing approach, Lu Lin hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Miss Ming, Mr. Lu is waiting for you in the office. I'll show you the way. Soon Ming Yuexing and Yi Yang entered the building together, disappearing from sight. Chengfei shook his head, slightly disappointed. Another date, the 251st, had fallen through. Let's go collect our debts. Perhaps we'll encounter her upstairs. Regarding Jiang Heng's performance today, Chengfei appeared quite pleased and relieved. Their relationship had also progressed a step further. Only old Jiang left behind wore a bewildered expression mixed with grievance. Where's my 50 million? Is that it? Didn't Miss Ming say she would help me out? Is this matter just going to be brushed aside? Did I take a beating for nothing? Soon Jiang Heng and Chengfei arrived at Sun Wenkang's office and found him preparing to attend a meeting. Upon seeing Chengfei arrive, Sun Wenkang felt a tightening in his heart, sensing something was amiss. But he still smiled and asked, "May I ask what brings young Master to my humble abode today?" Chengfei walked directly to Sun Wenkang's office chair, sitting down and placing his feet on the table, exuding a rebellious demeanor. Jiang Heng coldly spoke, "Sun Wenkang, you borrowed 15 billion from the Mo family when starting your company. It's time to pay it back." "Just as I thought. These two have come to collect debts. That bastard Mo Yuqian knows my company is about to go public, so he sent someone to deliberately suppress me." Despite feeling extremely displeased, Sun Wenkang maintained a smile on the surface. Moreover, since it was Chengfei who personally came, he had to give him face. "Young Master Mo, my company is about to go public. This is a crucial time for funds. Can we wait until the company is fully listed before I pay you back?" Chengfei glanced at Jiang Heng, seeking his opinion. He had no clue about these matters, and to him delaying repayment for a couple of days didn't seem like a big deal. Besides, it was only 15 billion, not too much, not too little. After all, he wasn't short of money. "What are you looking at me for? Did your father ask me to teach you how to collect debts, and this is how you learned? Can't you show a bit of basic learning etiquette?" Jiang Heng cleared his throat and reminded, "Boss, the boss asked us to collect the money today." Chengfei nodded, his expression quickly darkening. Since this was a task assigned by his father, he had to complete it well. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain upon returning. "Mr. Sun, the time since you borrowed the money has already passed." Jiang Heng reminded, 2 years and 3 months. 2 years and 3 months. The contract states 2 years. We have already given you a 3-month grace period. You must pay this money today. Chengfei feigned seriousness, showcasing his domineering attitude from outside. He intended to intimidate Sun Wenkang. Sun Wenkang, having weathered many storms, could see at a glance that it was Chengfei's first time. He had no real experience. This made him breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Such a person was easiest to fool. Just say a few nice words and make a vague verbal promise. That would be enough to settle the matter. "I'm about to discuss the listing matters right now. If the listing fails, the money won't be accessible for a while. Please, Master Mo, grant me an extension. Once the company goes public, we can immediately free up the funds to repay you along with some interest." Sun Wenkang said with a smile, while observing Chengfei's facial expressions. Sure enough, Chengfei found it reasonable after hearing this. He was about to nod in agreement. This is truly a foolish young master. Can't he see he's deliberately stalling? This time we're not just collecting debts, we also need to knock Sun Wenkang down a peg. Otherwise, once his company goes public, he'll be insufferably arrogant. Why don't you have half the cunning of Mo Yuqian? You're far too naive. Jiang Heng let out a helpless sigh. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he barked in a deep voice. "President Sun granting you a 3-month extension was already our mercy. A company of your size shouldn't have much trouble coming up with 15 billion. Do you think we would have come here unprepared?" Sun Wenkang sensed trouble, but still put on a smiling face. He could indeed produce 15 billion, but with the company about to go public, he needed some capital for turnover. He was well aware why these two had chosen this moment to collect the debt. How many people in his position were truly foolish? "But I truly have no other choice, otherwise I wouldn't have delayed so long. How about this, let me hold a meeting first. Please wait a moment, and we'll discuss this after the meeting." With that, Sun Wenkang prepared to slip away. Once the meeting was over and the listing matters were settled, no matter how they threatened him, he wouldn't part with a single cent. When borrowing money, he was the underdog. When it came time to repay, he became the boss. Jiang Heng's gaze turned icy cold. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar and violently drove the dagger from his waist into the wooden tea table. "Sun Wenkang, stop right there. Who the hell do you think you are daring to make my boss wait? I think you've lost sight of who's in charge. You want to go public? Huh? If you don't hand over the money today, forget about listing. They'll make sure your entire company shuts down." At this moment, Jiang Heng displayed his toughest side. He feared no one, and he spoke the truth. Ruining a company that wasn't yet listed was a trivial matter, especially with the backing of the Mo family. With such a powerful patron, anything he wished to do was effortless. Hearing Jiang Heng's rebuke, Sun Wenkang flew into a rage. Though he feared the Mo family, Jiang Heng was merely a subordinate. How dare he speak to him like that? Yet when he turned and saw the dagger embedded in the tea table, his breath caught in his throat, and he felt as though he could barely breathe. Cold sweat beaded on his cheeks, and he trembled with tension. This is the dagger that Ming Yuexing always carries with him. To those of lower standing, this dagger might seem unremarkable, merely a slightly ornate blade. But in the eyes of the upper echelons and the underworld, it was different. This dagger represented the most formidable power in the magic capital. Ming Yuexing. Seeing the dagger was like seeing the man himself. This was a truth known to every influential figure. He had assumed Jiang Heng was just an ordinary underling, never expecting him to possess this dagger. Did Master Mo give this to you? Unconsciously, Sun Wenkang's clothes were drenched in cold sweat, and his address shifted from you to you, sir. Do I need to answer that? Jiang Heng glared coldly at Sun Wenkang, who hurriedly waved his hands in fear. Now this is what I call throwing one's weight around. No matter if you're a company president, an underworld boss, or a powerful figure. As long as you're no match for Ming Yuexing, you're no match for me. Chengfei's eyes lit up as if gaining some insight. He saw a shadow of Ming Yuexing in Jiang Heng. He nearly blurted out, "Dad," again. Sun Wenkang was now thoroughly terrified. If it had been a greenhorn like Chengfei, he could have easily fobbed him off with some tricks. But he never expected to run into Jiang Heng, and one carrying Ming Yuexing's dagger at that. How was it that Jiang Heng felt more like the boss and Chengfei the underling? A boss threat was less intimidating than Jiang Heng's. "I'm sorry. I failed to recognize your eminence. This young brother. Oh no. This big brother, please grant me one final week, just 1 week. I swear I'll bring the full 15 billion in cash principal and interest to the Mo residence." Sun Wenkang no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Heng. Carrying Ming Yuexing's dagger when speaking showed that his standing in the Mo family was considerable. At the very least, this underling was not someone he could provoke. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Jiang Heng snorted coldly. "Dare to play games with me? When I was out making my way in the world, you were still wet behind the ears. If I came to collect debts with Ming Yuexing's dagger and returned empty-handed, wouldn't he have me killed?" Jiang Heng walked up to Sun Wenkang, placing his right hand, still gripping the dagger, on Sun Wenkang's shoulder. A cold smirk flickered across his face. "If you don't hand over the money today, you'll be carried out horizontally. As for your wife and children, do you think they'd be better off living by a sewer? Or in a brothel?" These words struck Sun Wenkang's weak spot. Terrified, he dropped to his knees with a thud, clutching Jiang Heng's pant leg as tears of despair streamed down his face. "Big brother, dad, grandfather, I beg you don't touch them. They'll prepare the money immediately, not a cent less. Give me a moment, and he'll have the transfer made." Trembling, Sun Wenkang pulled out his phone and quickly issued the order. Before long, Ming Yuexing back at the Mo residence received a transfer notification from Sun Wenkang. There was an extra 100 million. As for why it was 16 billion, Ming Yuexing didn't dwell on it. The arrival of the money meant Jiang Heng had completed his task and exceeded expectations. This raised Ming Yuexing's opinion of Jiang Heng. It seemed that spending too much time with Chengfei hadn't made him forget his duty. After the transfer, Sun Wenkang slumped to the ground, utterly deflated. Without this sum, his company's path to listing became far more arduous. And faced with such difficulties, borrowing again was the only option. Jiang Heng couldn't be bothered with that. After all, Sun Wenkang owed money and refused to repay it. "Let's go, young master." Jiang Heng glanced at Chengfei and gave a slight nod toward the door, exuding an air of effortless cool. It was only then that Chengfei snapped back to reality, nodding in a daze. For a fleeting moment, he found himself intimidated by the aura Jiang Heng involuntarily radiated. In a haze, he felt as if Jiang Heng were the boss, and he merely a subordinate. What an absurdly frustrating illusion that was. "Mr. Sun, we've been waiting for you for so long, yet you're still dawdling in your office. Don't you owe us an explanation?" Just as Jiang Heng and Chengfei were about to leave, the door suddenly swung open. Ming Yuexing strode in with a furrowed brow. She had come today to hold a meeting with Sun Wenkang to discuss the company's listing. Yet after waiting so long, he had failed to show up. This infuriated her, so she decided to confront him directly. "Miss Ming." Sun Wenkang lay slumped on the floor, his face etched with utter defeat. "Listing?" At this point, he felt like hanging himself. Seeing Ming Yuexing's arrival, Chengfei's face lit up with delight as he eagerly squeezed his way in front of her. "I knew we'd meet again here." Jiang Heng's mouth twitched, and his smile turned somewhat bitter. It was because he spotted Yi Yang standing behind Ming Yuexing. That kid had been scowling ever since he was ambushed earlier, and anyone could sense his displeasure. "This guy isn't going to turn his sights on me, is he?" "Young Master Mo, I told you I'm here for a meeting. If you have nothing important, please don't disturb me." "Mr. Sun." Ming Yuexing paused mid-sentence, staring in confusion at Sun Wenkang, who lay on the ground utterly devoid of hope. "What did you do to Mr. Sun?" Chengfei replied with a smile. "Nothing much. He owes our Mo family 1.5 billion and hasn't paid it back, so we're here to collect the debt today." "Collecting a debt?" Ming Yuexing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She knew the Mo family had indeed lent a substantial sum to Sun Wenkang, but she hadn't expected Ming Yuexing to demand repayment at this very moment. Indeed, when it came to business, her experience was far from matching that of an old fox like Ming Yuexing. Lend money out and hold off on collecting it only to call in all the debts when the other party is on the verge of their most critical stage. It not only served as a warning, but also bolstered the Mo family's dominance in Modu. Since Sun Wenkong had no funds left to continue developing, their collaboration with the Ming family could only be dissolved on the spot. This Ming Yuexing, what a deep schemer. Sun Wenkong, as if seeing a savior, crawled on the ground to Ming Yuexing's feet. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Miss Ming, only you can save me now. Please sign a contract with me and help me through this crisis. From now on, I, Sun Wenkong, will follow the Ming family's lead without question." Ming Yuexing's eyes flickered, a trace of compassion stirring within her. Seeing this, Yi Yang's heart leaped with joy as a scheme formed in his mind. I remember this. Sun Wenkong appeared later on too. It seemed Yi Yang teamed up with him to suppress Mo Chengfei as revenge. He even secretly diverted funds from the Ming family to inject into Sun Wenkang's name. This caused the Ming family to fail to produce cash in time when facing other difficulties, ultimately missing several projects and losing their credibility in partnerships. Jiang Heng pondered whether he should find a chance to get rid of Sun Wenkong. Though this guy wasn't particularly capable, he was still a menace. What if the Mo family was stabbed in the back by him and collapsed entirely? Upon hearing this, Ming Yuexing was greatly startled. She shot a sharp glance toward Jiang Heng, then turned a murderous stare at Yi Yang. This bastard dared to use my family's funds. No, I must tighten control over my subordinates and the flow of capital. This man is too dangerous. Miss Ming. Seeing Ming Yuexing's prolonged silence, Sun Wenkang's heart tightened, fearing she would reject him. But his fears were confirmed when Ming Yuexing simply shook her head and tore up the contract in front of him. She had no mind left for Sun Wenkong now. The most dangerous person was right beside her. She had to deal with Yi Yang's issue first. Jiang Heng indeed knew many things she didn't. I have other matters to attend to. Will be going now. With that, Ming Yuexing turned and left, and Yi Yang quickly followed her steps. As he departed, he cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wenkong, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his lips. He already knew what to do next. Young master, mission accomplished. We should head back too. Jiang Heng reminded. MMO, let's go. Soon the two drove back to the Mo residence. Upon entering, they saw Ming Yuexing sitting on the sofa, a luxurious cigar clamped between his lips. Seeing them return, Ming Yuexing's stern face broke into a smile. Back already? The job was well done. You didn't disappoint me this time. Chengfei shrugged off his coat and leaped onto the sofa, brimming with pride. Of course. With your son personally handling it, how could anything go wrong? You have no idea how terrified Sun Wenkong was when he saw me. I just stood there, and he knelt in fear, transferring the money over. Ming Yuexing narrowed his eyes and let out a questioning. Do you think that just because I wasn't there in person, I wouldn't know what happened? I wasn't praising you. I was praising Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, who was about to step aside, paused, slightly puzzled. Then, as if understanding dawned on him, he wore an expression of sudden realization. It seemed this trip with Mo Chengfei to collect the debt wasn't just about training the young master. It was also a test for him. There were definitely informants Ming Yuexing had placed in Vientiane Heavenly City. Ming Yuexing already knew the full story of what had transpired. But this was in line with Ming Yuexing's character, and Jiang Heng found nothing unusual about it. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Just then Yi Manqing descended the stairs, a glass of water in her hand. It was all thanks to Jiang Heng being there this time, otherwise things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Here, Jiang Heng, have some water. Yi Manqing swayed her slender waist, a faint smile gracing her lips. Whether by accident or design, she suddenly stumbled and fell straight toward Jiang Heng. The water in her hand splashed onto Jiang Heng. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her waist, preventing her from hitting the ground. Seizing the blind spot, Jiang Heng instinctively gave her slender waist a subtle squeeze. Soft and smooth. This woman was exceptionally supple. Ching, are you all right? How could you be so careless? Ming Yuexing's heart tightened as he hurried forward to support Yi Manqing, fearing she might fall to the ground. I'm fine, but Jiang Heng's clothes are all wet. Yi Manqing lifted her head with a sly look, casting an affectionate glance at Jiang Heng. Her face flushed with a hint of shyness, as she had already sensed Jiang Heng's subtle movements just now. Yet she chose not to speak of it. Take Jiang Heng to the restroom to dry off. Ming Yuexing said. Jiang Heng. Damn, boss. You're sending your wife to the restroom with me and telling her to help me dry my clothes. How can you do something like this? Are you really not afraid of losing your green hat? Fine. Come with me. Yi Manqing's heart leaped with joy as she took the lead, heading toward the first-floor restroom. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Heng, tinged with a hint of allure. This? Jiang Heng shook his head vigorously inwardly, but still quickened his pace to follow. After all, they were in the Mo residence. Surely Yi Manqing wouldn't dare do anything too outrageous. Otherwise, if Ming Yuexing discovered them, one of them, Jiang Heng or Yi Manqing, would have to die. Jiang Heng felt it would likely be him. Before Jiang Heng could even step into the restroom, Yi Manqing reached out and pulled him inside. She pressed him against the sink and sealed her lips over his. MMPH. Jiang Heng was stunned. At that moment he admitted to himself that panic had set in. Sister-in-law, your husband, and Mo Chengfei are still right outside. You haven't even closed the door. Are you really not afraid they might suddenly turn around and see us? What's the hurry? At least close the door first. Yi Manqing paid no heed to any of that. Her lips pressed against Jiang Heng's, and her tongue pried open his teeth which he had pretended to clench shut. They intertwined. Her hands began to wander across Jiang Heng's chest, and in a moment of carelessness she tore off a few buttons from his shirt collar, revealing the broad, firm muscles beneath. Jiang Heng's hands also grew unruly, slipping over her cheongsam to touch Yi Manqing's breasts. Soft and smooth. His kisses shifted from passive to active. Since things had come this far, would he even be a man if he didn't go through with it? To hell with it. Dying under the peony's bloom, a ghost still romantic. Jiang Heng glanced at the doorway out of the corner of his eye, feeling his adrenaline surge. At that moment Mo Yuqian and Mo Chengfei were in the living room not far away. Just a slight turn of the head would reveal the scene inside. Such a bold act, such audacious behavior. Jiang Heng was experiencing it for the first time. Yet strangely he felt no fear. Instead, he relished the sensation. This was something he could never feel at other times. After a long while, Yi Manqing reluctantly pulled away from Jiang Heng's lips. A strand of saliva still clung between them, slowly dripping down. Her cheongsam had nearly been undone by Jiang Heng, exposing one snowy shoulder. If one looked down from above at this moment, they would glimpse an endless vista. Jiang Heng's clothes were even more exaggerated. His shirt had been unfastened by Yi Manqing without his notice. As they parted, Jiang Heng's shirt slipped to the floor, revealing his 8-pack abs, exuding masculine allure and a sense of security. Yi Manqing's face flushed deeply as she quickly bent down to pick up his shirt and draped it over his shoulders. She also took the chance to touch his abs. The texture was perfect. Jiang Heng didn't hold back either. He patted Yi Manqing's pert bottom in response. Hurry and put it on, or we need to go out. Yi Manqing gave Jiang Heng's cheek a light peck, adjusted her demeanor, and acted as if nothing had happened. She walked out with composure. What a teasing little vixen. Jiang Heng wiped his lips with his thumb, where the fragrance Yi Manqing left behind still lingered. Then he put on his clothes and stepped out of the restroom. His expression returned to normal, as if nothing had truly occurred. Seeing Jiang Heng emerge, Mo Yuqian turned back to look at him, and said with a smile, "You did a great job this time. I've learned about the whole situation. It seems entrusting Mo Chengfei's safety to you is no problem." However, Mo Yuqian's tone suddenly shifted, and his gaze turned icy cold. Even the air grew a few degrees chillier. Who was that person trying to ambush Mo Chengfei earlier? Jiang Heng knew he was asking about Yi Yang, so he told everything he knew. That man is called Yi Yang, a bodyguard by Ming Yuexing's side. His strength is formidable, not inferior to mine. Boss, unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't advise going against him. I've hinted so obviously. Don't send anyone to mess with Yi Yang. Otherwise, once that kid goes berserk, he won't care about anything. He might even storm the Mo residence directly. Never underestimate his power and audacity. I'm not worried about you dying. I'm afraid you'll send me to fight him, and then he'll be pummeled to death by his fists. Upon hearing this, Yi Manqing's heart tightened, and she blurted out loudly, "We can't go after Yi Yang." After saying this, she felt the words were a bit odd, so she explained, "Yuqian, right now the company is at a critical juncture, and many eyes are on our Mo family. And that Yi Yang is just a bodyguard. He won't cause much trouble. We should focus on our business." Mo Yuqian nodded, finding her reasoning sound. His gaze toward Yi Manqing softened with tenderness. "You know me best. He'll listen to you. Let's forget about him." As he spoke, Mo Yuqian reached for Yi Manqing's hand, but she deftly avoided it. She turned and came to Jiang Heng's side. "I'm planning to invite a few girlfriends over for mahjong. Let Jiang Heng drive me. He knows the way." "No problem. Go ahead." Mo Yuqian waved his hand, a pang of guilt stirring in his heart. "I've been so caught up with work lately that I've neglected you. Today let Jiang Heng take you out for a stroll. Whether you want to play mahjong or go shopping, it's fine. He'll transfer some money to your card later." Yi Manqing's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Yuqian. You're so good to me." Jiang Heng. "Damn, boss. Are you really that eager to keep your green hat steady? You're actually sending me to accompany your wife shopping. You're cuckolding yourself." Jiang Heng's mouth twitched, but he still went to fetch the car. Faced with Mo Yuqian's idiotic behavior, he could only raise a thumb in silent admiration. Cuckolding oneself, a first for him. Truly worthy of you, you foolish boss. Before long, Jiang Heng drove the car slowly out of the Mo family estate. Once certain there were no Mo family members nearby, Yi Manqing pounced on him, impatiently pressing her lips against his. "What the hell? This crazy woman." "I'm still driving." Jiang Heng yanked the steering wheel and pulled the car over to the curb. Fortunately, his quick reflexes prevented a potential accident. "Sister-in-law, watch out for safety. But I can't hold back anymore. Ever since that night, I've been thinking about it nonstop." Yi Manqing's hands slithered like two serpents around Jiang Heng's neck, her body leaning into his. At such close proximity, He could feel two soft mounds pressing against his arm. That won't do. What if we crash? You might want to die, but I don't. Jiang Heng pushed Yi Manqing back into her seat and continued driving toward the riverside tea house, pressing down harder on the accelerator to reach their destination faster. If this kept up, Jiang Heng feared he might lose control and take Yi Manqing right there in the car. Yi Manqing smiled seductively, choosing not to cling to him for kisses any longer. Instead, she crossed her long fair legs over his body, pressing against something unusual. Crazy woman. Jiang Heng frowned slightly, unceremoniously reaching his right hand to stroke her calf, rubbing it back and forth. This sent Yi Manqing into a fit of trembling laughter, her face flushing with shyness. A fool doesn't pass up a good thing. Soon Jiang Heng parked the car beneath the riverside tea house and reluctantly released Yi Manqing's beautiful legs. We're here. Come upstairs with me and help me with mahjong. Yi Manqing's hands glided over his chest, her head resting against his cheek. She occasionally blew warm breaths into his ear. I don't play mahjong, only poker. Jiang Heng sneered inwardly and refused outright. He'll wait here for you. After you're done, I'll take you home. The boss is waiting at home. Jiang Heng deliberately invoked Mo Yuqian to remind Yi Manqing of her place. But to his surprise, mentioning Mo Yuqian only emboldened her. She reached out to undo his buttons, not his shirt, but his trousers. That man can't do anything. He just watches. You're so much more capable. Come on, it's too hot here. There's air conditioning upstairs. Yi Manqing unbuckled her seatbelt, took Jiang Heng's hand, and dragged him toward the tea house, ignoring his protests. Holy crap. What does this crazy woman want? Taking me to play mahjong. I don't even know how. As Yi Manqing entered the tea house, the staff immediately approached with smiles. They led her familiarly to the VIP room. Yi Manqing was a regular here, often playing mahjong with wealthy ladies, and she always tipped generously. Thus the staff treated her better than their own parents, grinning so wide they might split their lips. Their faces remained perpetually smiling. Madam Yi, the tea is ready. Please let us know if you need anything else. No need. Leave and don't let anyone within 10 meters of this room without my orders. With that, Yi Manqing pulled 10,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to the server. The server beamed, bowing and nodding profusely, then closed the door considerately. Jiang Heng marveled at the extravagance of the rich as he surveyed the room. The mahjong suite spanned over 100 square meters, complete with a luxurious king-sized bed, a sofa, and even a bathroom. He wondered if this was a hotel built inside a mahjong parlor or a mahjong parlor inside a hotel. Honestly, Jiang Heng was baffled. Damn, this is luxurious. This room is fancier than my whole house. I really don't get the rich. He glanced at Yi Manqing, then sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said nonchalantly, Since you want to play mahjong, go ahead. He'll wait here until you're done. When are your girlfriends coming? Yi Manqing smiled seductively, sitting close to him and pressing her hands against his chest again. What? Am I not enough for you? You want for it once? I didn't expect such a big appetite from someone so young. Can you handle it? Jiang Heng was stunned. I'm talking about mahjong, and you're taking it elsewhere. Even 10 wouldn't be a problem. They'd all crawl out of this room in the end. Stop messing around. Call your girlfriends for mahjong. I have things to do after. Yi Manqing smirked cunningly and leaned in to kiss him. But Jiang Heng blocked her with his hand. I'm smoking. Don't come near. No, I want to. I don't mind. She pressed forward again, ignoring his resistance, and hugged him tightly to prevent escape. Sigh. Jiang Heng stubbed out his cigarette, lifted Yi Manqing's chin, and locked eyes with her tenderly. Then he kissed her deeply. Yi Manqing was usually sensitive to smoke and disliked it, but not with him. Even if his mouth was full of ash, she would kiss him without hesitation. Cough. See, I just finished smoking. Jiang Heng patted her back gently and shook his head helplessly. This woman must be truly lonely. Can't blame her. That old man Mo Yuqian is useless. Jiang Heng. I want. Yi Manqing's eyes glistened with tears, her expression pitiful and vulnerable, as if she had suffered a great injustice. I don't have any girlfriends for mahjong. I lied to Mo Yuqian to get you out. He's lost his manhood. Jiang Heng's heart trembled. He opened his mouth to speak. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Not this time. We'll get caught. He knew Yi Manqing hadn't brought him here just to watch her play mahjong. Playing poker was the real agenda. Do you despise me? Yi Manqing's eyes welled up with tears, on the verge of crying. At that moment, Jiang Heng felt like a sinner. How could he call himself a man if he refused such a beautiful woman's plea? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Heng made an extraordinarily bold decision. Just this once. Tomorrow after you return, you will explain it to Mo Yuqian yourself. Hearing this, Yi Manqing abruptly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with fervent light. All right. All the equipment here resembled that of a hotel. So many people chose to play mahjong through the night or simply sleep here. Such an environment precisely facilitated the affair between Jiang Heng and Yi Manqing. After drawing the curtains and checking the surroundings to ensure no one could see, Jiang Heng gently laid Yi Manqing on the bed. The blood within his veins began to simmer. Seeming to anticipate what was about to transpire, Yi Manqing's face flushed crimson. She revealed her most vulnerable side as a woman. Jiang Heng shook his head, reaching out to brush the strands of hair from either side of Yi Manking's face behind her ears. She uttered a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz, so soft that it was barely audible. Gazing at the breathtaking beauty before him, Jiang Heng took a deep breath. Silence spoke louder than words. A night passed without a word. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the curtains. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes. Having you by my side is enough for me. Jiang Heng paused, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. Rest a bit, then get up. It's time to return to the Mo family. Damn it, if Mo Yuqian finds out, won't I be chopped into pieces and fed to the sea dogs? This is going to be trouble. When we get home, I must not let Mo Yuqian detect anything unusual. Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Yi Manqing tightened her arms around him. After a long while, she made a remarkably daring decision. She stared intently at Jiang Heng, her gaze resolute. Jiang Heng, let's leave the Mo family. Cough, cough. Jiang Heng was so startled he nearly choked on his cigarette, coughing incessantly. Leave the Mo family. Don't get carried away. If we leave, what would we do? In the Mo family we have food, drink, money, and power. Yi Manking's spirits sank as she gently bit her red lips. Indeed, without the Mo family, they would have neither influence nor wealth and would face retaliation from the clan. They would be unable to hold their heads high anywhere they went. Such a life truly repulsed her. Come on, it's time to go back. On the way, think about how you'll explain yesterday's events to Mo Yuqian. He's inherently suspicious by nature. If you make up an excuse, he might send people to investigate. The consequences I need not spell out for you. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, then turned to take a shower. I only want to be with you. These words moved Jiang Heng, stirring his long-dormant heart once more. Yi Manqing was startled, swallowing nervously. It's nothing, just a normal reaction. Don't worry. Jiang Heng smiled calmly, soothing Yi Manking's anxious nerves. This physique of mine wasn't cultivated for nothing. After resting a while, the two drove away from the tea house. They were about to face Mo Yuqian's judgment. The moment they returned to the Mo residence, they saw Mo Yuqian sitting on the sofa, his face clouded with worry. He lifted his eyes, and upon spotting Yi Manqing, his expression lit up with surprise. He quickly rose and rushed to Yi Manking's side, grasping her hands tightly. Ching, why didn't you come back last night? I waited for you so long. Your phone was off. I almost mobilized all of Modu to search for you. Yi Manqing had now regained her usual demeanor, with no trace of abnormality discernible on her face. I spent the day yesterday with a close girlfriend, just wandering around to clear my mind. On the way, some idiot splashed a basin of water on me, and both Jiang Heng's and my phones got water damaged and broke. After that, my girlfriend warmly invited us to her place, which is why we only came back today. I'm sorry for making you worry. Hearing this, Mo Yuqian's eyes flickered with doubt and a hint of scrutiny. Is that true? Mo Yuqian shifted his gaze to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng nodded calmly, unhurriedly pulling out his phone to show Mo Yuqian. Indeed, it had water damage and wouldn't turn on. Jiang Heng had long grown immune to Mo Yuqian's gaze. If it were the him of the past, he might have been afraid, but now Jiang Heng felt he feared nothing. As clever as Mo Yuqian was, he was still just an ordinary man. As long as Jiang Heng adamantly denied everything, Mo Yuqian would never know. He would never suspect that last night his wife and Jiang Heng had spent the entire evening together in a tea house weathering the storm. Where is that person who splashed the water? How dare he be so blind? He'll throw him into the sea. Seeing Mo Yuqian's anger flare, Yi Manqing quickly grasped his hand and explained with a smile. With Jiang Heng by my side, how could I suffer any grievance? That man was thrown into the sea by Jiang Heng last night to feed the fish. It was north of Tianqing Road. If you don't believe me, you can go see if there's a corpse lying at the bottom of the sea there. As she spoke, Yi Manqing pouted, wearing a look of grievance. Seeing this, Mo Yuqian's heart ached with pity. He quickly comforted her. How could I doubt you? I was just too worried about you. Next time you're not coming back, be sure to give me a call in advance, so I won't be so anxious. Jiang Heng, you did well in this matter. Go find Mo Chengfei, he's going shopping today. Have him buy you a new phone and some new clothes. A cold sneer rose in Jiang Heng's heart, but he bowed his head respectfully. This is all my duty, thank you, boss. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've already had the maid prepare the meal. Come and have something. Mo Yuqian took Yi Manking's hand and led her to the table. Jiang Heng left the hall and went to Mo Chengfei's room. As she left, Yi Manqing cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Heng, her eyes brimming with mirth. Jiang Heng clicked his tongue, smiling inwardly, but made no response. In Mo Yuqian's presence, it was best to omit any superfluous actions. After Yi Manqing finished eating and went to rest, Mo Yuqian secretly sent Black Bear to investigate. He was a meticulous man, leaving no stone unturned. He never overlooked any detail and only trusted the truth he saw with his own eyes. However, this time Mo Yuqian had met his match. Not only was he meticulous, but he was also inherently suspicious. Having been by Mo Yuqian's side for so long, Yi Manqing had naturally learned his temperament and modus operandi. Before she even took Jiang Heng to the riverside tea house, she had already arranged everything: the murder and disposal of the body, and coordinating with her girlfriend in advance. They had set up coded signals. Thus, no matter how Ming Yuexing investigated, he would only fall into the trap she had laid out in advance. Flawless execution was not only Ming Yuexing's style, but also hers. Upon entering Chengfei's room, she found him sitting in front of the computer watching short videos. He was completely unaware of Jiang Heng's approach. Jiang Heng glanced at the screen and couldn't help but frown, feeling a wave of disgust. As the young master of the Ming family watching this. And the quality. This is the quality from 20 years ago. How does Chengfei watch this with such relish? Jiang Heng couldn't stand it after a minute. He walked behind Chengfei and typed in a new URL. If what Chengfei had been watching was standard definition, what Jiang Heng showed him was VR. Startled by Jiang Heng's action, Chengfei yelped and jumped up, clutching his pants. Damn it! Who's behind me? When he saw it was Jiang Heng, his anger subsided somewhat, but he was still annoyed. He had been in the middle of his efforts, and Jiang Heng had entered without so much as a greeting. You're back, and you don't say a word. You scared the hell out of me. Don't you know the rules? Working by my side. Whoa. This stuff is amazing. I never knew you had material like this. It's way better than mine, so clear. Chengfei stared intently at the screen, almost forgetting Jiang Heng's presence again. Let's go, young master. Time to go shopping. My phone got water damaged, and the boss said you should buy me a new one along with dozens of new outfits. Jiang Heng patted Chengfei on the shoulder, stopping his actions. No problem, let's go. Chengfei immediately stopped, following Jiang Heng out of the room. He didn't ask why Jiang Heng's phone was water damaged, nor did he harbor the slightest doubt about the truth of Jiang Heng's words. Chengfei was tough and arrogant with outsiders. But with his own people, especially Jiang Heng, he was extremely generous. Whenever his subordinate made a request, he almost always agreed without hesitation. This was precisely why Jiang Heng was willing to stay by Chengfei's side. Who would refuse a generous and simple-minded boss? Before long, Jiang Heng drove with Chengfei to the most luxurious shopping street in the demonic capital, Wankai Sky Street. It was a completely different place during the day, at night, and in the early morning. By day, it was the most ordinary shopping avenue, selling everything: clothes, pants, gold, and jewelry. Some expensive items could even reach tens of millions. At night, it transformed into the most bustling city of nightlife, where a motley crowd gathered to drink and dance. Many transactions also converged here. Come nightfall, this place became a forbidden zone for ordinary people in the demonic capital. Fights frequently broke out, and from time to time one could see corpses lying on the streets, blood everywhere. It was the time when the underworld forces were most rampant. As a result, the security here was extremely strict. Yet even so, the situation hadn't improved much. Over time, it became a custom: the underworld doesn't come by day, the legitimate world doesn't enter by night, and corpses litter the ground in the early morning. This rule applied to most people, everyone had to abide by it. But there was one exception: the four great families and other major families that could rival them. They disregarded the rules, coming and going as they pleased. They did whatever they wanted. No one could stop them, and no one dared to. For instance, this time the arrival of Jiang Heng and Chengfei immediately stirred up a small commotion. This was none other than the Ming family, the foremost of the four great clans in the magic capital. Who in all of the magic capital would dare to provoke them? Even those underworld figures who claimed to fear nothing and no one would never dare to offend the four great families. As Chengfei's right-hand man, Jiang Heng was naturally included in the list of those not to be trifled with. Many pedestrians on the street halted in their tracks, turning their heads to gaze at Jiang Heng and Chengfei. One might have thought a top-tier celebrity had arrived. Yet most eyes were fixed on Jiang Heng. Simply because he was handsome. Was it a mistake to bring you out today? All these people are staring at you. Why isn't anyone looking at me? Chengfei grumbled, somewhat disheartened. After all, he was the young master of the Ming family, the one they should be in awe of. But now, regardless of age or gender, everyone was focused on Jiang Heng. It made it seem as though Chengfei was the underling. Jiang Heng replied with a smile, "Boss, don't think that way. Maybe they're too intimidated by your high status to look at you, utterly captivated by your aura. Do you think I want all these people staring at me? My charm is just naturally there, or what can I do about it? But this isn't so bad. By sticking with Chengfei, they'll remember me when they see him. Next time I'm out, I might even get recognized." Is that so? Chengfei pondered this and immediately felt relieved. He really did have an imposing presence. So Chengfei lifted his head high, his expression turning stern. He exuded an oppressive air of authority without even trying. Jiang Heng, in stark contrast, wore a perpetual smile, making him seem approachable. Coupled with his handsome features, he stirred the hearts of many young maidens. A few bold girls mustered their courage and trotted over to ask for his contact information. Jiang Heng pulled out his water-damaged phone, a helpless look on his face. The girls were a bit disappointed, but still scribbled their numbers on slips of paper and pressed them into Jiang Heng's palm. As for Chengfei, not a single girl approached him. It was enough to make Chengfei question his very existence. But before Jiang Heng could fully enjoy the attention, gasps rippled through the crowd. Many people began to converge on another spot. Who dares to steal my spotlight here? In the presence of my Mo family, who else can vie for supremacy? Come on, Jiang Heng, let's go check it out. Mo Chengfei waved his hand grandly and strode over. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, wondering what Mo Chengfei was trying to compete over now. When Jiang Heng reached the front and saw who it was, understanding dawned. I knew only one person in the magic capital could rival Mo Chengfei's popularity. So it's this guy? Mo Chengfei also paused for a moment upon seeing the figure ahead, then a genuine smile broke out on his face. The person before them was a young man, and his status was no less impressive. He was also a member of the four great families. Duan Kaifeng, known as the nightclub daddy. This was solely because he was a frequent nightclub patron, and every time he went his underlings would shout, "Tonight all expenses are on our young master Duan." Screams. The title of nightclub daddy was thus born. Mo Chengfei crept up behind Duan Kaifeng and threw an arm around his shoulder, making Duan Kaifeng flinch. His underlings instinctively reached for their weapons, but upon seeing it was Mo Chengfei, they immediately switched to respectful smiles. "Young master Mo Chengfei, what are you doing here? What, out hunting for prey, eh?" Duan Kaifeng laughed heartily and wrapped his arm around Mo Chengfei's shoulder in return. As young masters of the four great families, they often met. They frequently hung out together. Since their family backgrounds were similar, they could squander their fortunes as they pleased. Thus they became close brothers. "By the way, did Jiang Heng come with you?" "I'm here." Jiang Heng stood to the side, smiling and waving at Duan Kaifeng. "Whoa, sure enough, wherever Mo Chengfei is, there's Jiang Heng. You look like you've lost some weight since I last saw you. Did Mo Chengfei not feed you? Come to my Duan family, you won't have to lift a finger, and I guarantee you'll have plenty to eat and drink." Duan Kaifeng stepped forward and slung his arm around Jiang Heng's shoulder, and the three of them burst into laughter. Ever since Jiang Heng became Mo Chengfei's right-hand man, he had gotten to know Duan Kaifeng. Jiang Heng's temperament suited Duan Kaifeng perfectly, and Duan Kaifeng was very fond of him. Every time they met, he would try to poach Jiang Heng for the Duan family. "Thank you for the offer, young master Duan, but my boss treats me quite well. The reason I'm a bit thinner is that I overworked myself yesterday." Jiang Heng smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Duan Kaifeng's eyes lit up. He scrutinized Jiang Heng and immediately wore an expression that said, "I know what you mean." As the nightclub daddy, Duan Kaifeng had been with no fewer than 1,000 women, if not several hundred. Overworked from displaying virility last night, Duan Kaifeng could tell at a glance. "Not bad, Jiang Heng. I didn't know you had it in you. Look at you, Mo Chengfei. It's been ages, and you haven't found anyone. If you can't just tell your little brother, 'Ooh, I've got all kinds over there guaranteed to satisfy you.'" Duan Kaifeng patted Mo Chengfei on the shoulder, winking at him repeatedly. "Come off it, those women of yours are just for a bit of fun. My only goal is Ming Yuexing. Besides her, no other woman catches my eye." Mo Chengfei looked utterly sincere. The perfect image of a devoted man. Duan Kaifeng sighed helplessly. His good brother was perfect in every way except he was too single-minded. Why choose Ming Yuexing, the most difficult of all? From the start, he had set the difficulty level to the hellish 18th level of hell. But after pursuing Ming Yuexing for so long, she hadn't even acknowledged Mo Chengfei. If it were Duan Kaifeng, he would have moved on long ago. He would never hang himself from one tree. Just then Jiang Heng suddenly stopped Duan Kaifeng, his brow slightly furrowed. He carefully scrutinized Duan Kaifeng, his gaze turning serious. "What's wrong, Jiang Heng?" Seeing Jiang Heng's strange look, Duan Kaifeng instinctively pulled his clothes tighter. He looked a bit nervous. He was this close to shouting, "Jiega, no. Have you been sleeping poorly lately? Having frequent nightmares? Feeling dazed? And these symptoms only ease when you leave home." "Whoa, Jiang Heng, you know medicine. When did you learn that?" Duan Kaifeng stared at Jiang Heng in amazement, impressed by his insight. And Jiang Heng had hit the nail. Mo Chengfei also looked at Jiang Heng in surprise. "How come I didn't know you could practice medicine? You never told me." Jiang Heng shook his head, his expression growing increasingly grave. "How could I have only remembered now? Yang not only harbors lust for Ming Yuexing and Qin Xiaoying, but also holds murderous intent toward Mo Chengfei. Likewise, Duan Kaifeng, as a member of one of the four great families, is bound to be targeted as well." In the original story, Yi Yang's method to deal with Duan Kaifeng was to use his blood to set up a sinister array within the Duan residence, gathering malevolent forces from the surroundings to plunge the household into chaos. After severing the Duan family's fortune, he would then step in to sell them a favor and resolve the matter. Now, upon seeing Duan Kaifeng, Jiang Heng finally recalled this crucial detail. Judging by Duan Kaifeng's complexion, Yi Yang must have already made his move against the Duan family. Duan Kaifeng was in grave danger. "Duan Kaifeng, I advise you to avoid staying at home for the time being. Go on a trip somewhere, get some fresh air. It might do you good." Upon hearing this, Duan Kaifeng gently shook his head. "Forget it. Maybe I've just been having too much fun lately. A bit of rest should be enough." Seeing that Duan Kaifeng wasn't taking his advice, Jiang Heng could only shake his head helplessly. He had no way to break the array Yi Yang had set. Only the one who tied the bell could untie it. "Yi Yang, you bastard. You sure know how to play dirty. When you can't win openly, you keep scheming in the shadows. I originally planned to avoid you since I couldn't beat you, but you keep striking again and again. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If it comes to it, we'll go down together. Jiang Heng had already made up his mind. From now on, he would use the memories in his mind to cause some trouble for Yi Yang, preventing him from constantly resorting to underhanded tactics. It was best to avoid what could be avoided, right? Old Master Qin's birthday. I recall that Yi Yang shone brilliantly at that banquet, capturing the attention of many high society figures. Since that's the case, he'll use this banquet to give him a taste of his own medicine. Having made up his mind, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. Master Duan, young Master Mo, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. You two can continue enjoying yourselves. What? Leaving so soon? Can't you stay a little longer? Why the rush? Stay with us, and he'll take you on a proper tour, so Duan Kaifeng won't say I've treated you poorly. Both Duan Kaifeng and Mo Chengfei showed a hint of reluctance. In their eyes, Jiang Heng was not a subordinate. Rather, he was like a brother they could trust with their hearts. There was no clear master-servant relationship between them. No need. When I'm done with my business, he'll naturally come find you. You two go have fun. Jiang Heng waved his hand and took his leave from them. Afterward, Jiang Heng first bought a phone at a mobile store with no particularly high demands. It cost just 12,000 yuan, paid for using Mo Chengfei's credit card. He pulled out a handful of slips from his pocket, all covered with contact information, numbers the girls had given him today. Without even glancing at them, Jiang Heng tossed them all into the trash bin, keeping only one number. He dialed it. The phone rang only a few times before it was answered, and a sweet female voice came through. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Jiang Heng. Where are you? Can I come see you now? I need to tell you something important. Hearing it was Jiang Heng, the girl on the other end was overjoyed and quickly gave him her address. Looking at the address and the message, Jiang Heng drove to the destination. It was a Western restaurant. Without a second thought, he walked in. Sir, this is a members-only establishment. Please present your membership card. At the entrance, a tall security guard blocked Jiang Heng's way. Jiang Heng frowned slightly and said with restrained anger, I'm looking for someone. Get out of my way if you know what's good for you. Seeing Jiang Heng's hostile attitude, the guard grew angry too. He stood firmly at the door without moving. No membership card, and you still want to come in? Who do you think you are? This isn't a place just anyone can enter. Without status, you don't even deserve a glance. Get lost now before you spoil the appetite of the guests inside. So arrogant. And you dare look down on me. Jiang Heng reached out and slapped the guard, sending him flying 2 meters to crash onto the ground. The blow left the guard seeing stars, momentarily unable to process what had happened. You idiot, if you don't have any discernment, you shouldn't be working here. Jiang Heng stepped on the guard's stomach, revealing the gleaming golden dagger at his waist. See this? Even if I kill you right now, not a single person would dare say a word. If you don't believe me, try it. The guard was initially furious and wanted to get up and fight Jiang Heng. But upon seeing the dagger at Jiang Heng's waist, his anger turned into sheer terror. As a security guard at a high-end restaurant, he dealt with high society people every day. Naturally, he knew quite a few things. Among them, the most important symbols of status. He had seen them no less than 100 times. So when he saw the dagger Jiang Heng carried, he was dumbfounded. Thighs is Master Mo's dagger. Who exactly are you to possess Master Mo's dagger? Jiang Heng glared at the guard, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How dare you pry into my identity? While I'm still not in the mood to kill, get out of my sight. With that, Jiang Heng lifted his foot and strode into the restaurant, searching for a familiar figure. The guard staggered to his feet, his fear lingering long after. Those who recognized Mo Yuexiang's dagger were all from high society, and none of them would dare use a fake to show off, unless they wanted to die. That was why the moment he saw Jiang Heng's dagger, he knew it was genuine. It was only then that the guard noticed the car Jiang Heng had driven. The license plate started with Mo. In all of Modu, only one family dared to use plates beginning with Mo. The imperial family of Modu, the Mo family. Facing such a prominent figure, no one dared to underestimate or oppose him. Oh no. Could that person just now be the young master of the Mo family, Mo Chengfei? I'm truly finished. How did I run into this demon? The guard was already contemplating whether to flee. Though the pay here was good, what use was a high salary if he lost his life? After searching the restaurant, Jiang Heng finally spotted a striking figure. Dressed in a white blouse and a pencil skirt, her curves were perfectly accentuated, shapely in all the right places. Her entire being exuded an air of nobility. This person was none other than Qin Xiaoying, a member of one of the 4 great families of the Demon City. Ever since Jiang Heng saved her life and her grandfather's life the previous time, Qin Xiaoying had been unable to forget him. She constantly thought about when she might see him again. But Jiang Heng was a younger brother of the Mo family, and as a lady of the Qin family, she found it improper to approach him directly. Now, as soon as she received a call from Jiang Heng, she became excited immediately. She quickly changed into a clean set of clothes and rushed here, securing a seat. She even deliberately sprayed her favorite perfume. As to why she did this, Qin Xiaoying couldn't quite articulate it. It was purely an instinctive act. Jiang Heng walked over and sat down opposite Qin Xiaoying. After a few days apart, she seemed even more captivating than before. What a beauty. What a pity she ends up with Yang in the end. But this time I won't let Yang have his way. I must seize the opportunity and keep it in my own hands. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Qin. Qin Xiaoying smiled lightly and said, I haven't been waiting long, I just arrived a moment ago. Hearing Jiang Heng's true thoughts, Qin Xiaoying couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. What girl doesn't enjoy being complimented? Especially since Jiang Heng spoke from his heart, unlike others who might say one thing to her face and another behind her back, just to curry favor. Especially his words, which successfully led Qin Xiaoying to misunderstand, making her think that Jiang Heng was interested in her. It's been so long since I gave you my number, and you only now thought to call me. Have you been off chatting with other girls? Qin Xiaoying pressed him. No way, I wouldn't do something like that. I've just been busy lately, Jiang Heng said with righteous indignation. What other girls am I supposed to find? That little demon Yi Manqing is already more than I can handle. Sigh. Thinking about it now, I really feel sorry for the boss. Yi Manqing. Qin Xiaoying's gaze sharpened, a flicker of gravity crossing her eyes. She knew that Yi Manqing was Mo Yuexian's concubine, but she hadn't expected Yi Manqing to seduce Jiang Heng. This was a dangerous element that must be dealt with first. Thinking this, Qin Xiaoying subtly extended her small foot under the table, gently resting it on Jiang Heng's thigh. Jiang Heng. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell does this woman think she's doing? She isn't trying to seduce me too, is she? No, sister. You're supposed to be Yi Yang's harem. Go find your Yi Yang and play with him. What crime have I committed to be tormented like this by you? Tell me, and it'll change, I swear. Yi Yang again. Always going on about Yi Yang, who would even like him. Qin Xiaoying frowned in displeasure. Every time she met Jiang Heng, he would think of her as Yi Yang's woman in his heart. After what happened at the Qin residence last time, Qin Xiaoying's impression of Yi Yang had plummeted to freezing point. She would not show Yi Yang any favor. Since Jiang Heng was so afraid of Yi Yang, she would deliberately go against his expectations. Jiang Heng, you don't know, but I've been so bored lately. No one has come to play with me. And everyone is two-faced, saying one thing to my face and another behind my back. Although you're Mo Chengfei's younger brother, I feel you're different from the others. Only when I'm with you can I speak my true feelings. Jiang Heng. No way, sister. Are we even that close? We've only met once. Even if you want to thank me for saving you and your grandfather, you don't have to offer yourself to me. What about your decency? Your self-cultivation? Your ID card? Did you bring it? Qin Xiaoying smiled lightly and reached out to place her hand on the back of Jiang Heng's hand. Startled, Jiang Heng quickly withdrew his hand and placed it under the table. Damn it, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. I need to protect myself properly. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoying grew bolder. Although Jiang Heng was all talk in his mind, when it came to the real deal, he was utterly timid. It was precisely this kind of person that was more fun to tease. Did you specifically invite me here this time, just to see me? Don't you have anything else in mind? As she spoke, Qin Xiaoying deliberately revealed a corner of an ID card from her bag, gazing at Jiang Heng with tender eyes. Holy shit. This woman really did bring her ID card. No. What am I thinking? Focus on business. Jiang Heng's expression gradually turned serious. I need to tell you something important about your family. Someone is targeting your family's pharmaceutical industry. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoying furrowed her brows slightly and shed her earlier frivolous demeanor. She had already learned of this matter from Jiang Heng's heart during his last visit to the Qin residence. Since then, she had strictly controlled her family's pharmaceutical industry and sent people to monitor Chengfei. Now was the time to gather evidence. Once the evidence was solid, she would immediately launch a crackdown on Chengfei. And then, Qin Xiaoying asked. Chengfei of your family has teamed up with Yi Yang to pull this off. He's probably already approached you to sign a contract for developing the pharmaceutical industry. The company mentioned in the contract he wants you to sign is actually a shell. Once you invest the money, it will vanish within half a day. To ensure the plan's success, Yi Yang has also injected 30 billion in assets. Qin Xiaoying's mouth fell open in surprise. She hadn't yet uncovered these details. The contract was still sitting in her office, and she hadn't signed it. After all, in her eyes, Chengfei was now a dangerous figure, and every word he said was a trap. So what do you want me to do? Since Jiang Heng had brought it up, he must have a corresponding plan and method. For this omniscient man, Qin Xiaoying was inclined to follow his advice. After all, she could see through all of Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. My idea is simple. Go back and sign that contract. Jiang Heng said calmly. What did you say? Qin Xiaoying stared blankly at Jiang Heng, her mind suddenly unable to keep up. Knowing full well it was a shell company, and yet he wanted her to sign the contract. Wasn't that just throwing money away? As if guessing what she was thinking, a cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. Aren't you supposed to be a business genius? Can't you figure this out? After signing the contract, report them. When the tax authorities investigate and find they've cooked the books, they'll have to pay a massive penalty for breach of contract. As the victim, don't you know where that money will end up? With Jiang Heng's prompting, Qin Xiaoying immediately grasped his meaning. As a business prodigy, she had a profound understanding of such matters. Moreover, she knew exactly how to maximize the compensation the other party would have to pay. With these thoughts clear in her mind, Qin Xiaoying's gaze toward Jiang Heng turned sparkling with intrigue. She never expected Jiang Heng to be so knowledgeable about business affairs. Wasn't he just one of Mo Chengfei's underlings? Brilliant. A man like you being a mere follower is a sheer waste of your talent. How about joining me? It'll make you the deputy manager. Qin Xiaoying's eyes blazed with fervent excitement. If the plan succeeded, not only would they obtain a colossal compensation, but the 30 billion Yang had injected would ultimately flow into her own account. This was a jackpot falling from the sky. Faced with Qin Xiaoying's olive branch, Jiang Heng didn't hesitate for a second and swatted it away. I refuse. I only told you this to prevent your Qin family from being set up. I've said all I need to say. The rest is up to you. If not for fear that Yang would destroy the Qin family too quickly, I wouldn't bother warning her. Besides, I can't let Yang grow unchecked. I need to curb his development, or once Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng die. If Ming Yuexing and Qin Xiaoying are absorbed into Yi Yang's harem, the game will be over. A flicker of disgust passed through Qin Xiaoying's eyes. Yi Yang again. She had heard this name countless times from Jiang Heng. Yet during their first encounter at the Qin residence, she didn't find Yi Yang particularly formidable. To her, he seemed like a buffoon. But from Jiang Heng's words, it appeared things were far more complex than she had imagined. She needed to investigate this Yi Yang thoroughly. I'm done here. I'll take my leave. Jiang Heng stood up to leave the cafe. But Qin Xiaoying suddenly grabbed his arm, her voice turning coquettish. Don't go so soon. Accompany me for some shopping. I haven't been shopping in ages and it's so boring alone. What's this woman up to? Isn't she only interested in business? Why is she clinging to me? Sister, please go back to your career and leave me alone. Jiang Heng said in a low voice. I'm busy. No time. The more Jiang Heng evaded, the tighter Qin Xiaoying held on. A hint of grievance crept into her eyes. Just this once, okay? Please. Dear brother, Jiang Heng. Goosebumps erupted all over him, especially at her dear brother. It stirred a tumultuous wave within Jiang Heng's heart. Yet his face remained stern and resolute. No. 10 minutes later. Why are you buying so many clothes? Is this necessary? Can't you buy less? I can barely carry all this. Jiang Heng said in exasperation, his hands laden with at least 15 shopping bags, all filled with new clothes Qin Xiaoying had bought for herself. Driven by curiosity, he grabbed a garment and checked the tag. To his astonishment, it cost 600,000. That amount alone could support Jiang Heng for the rest of his life. Truly, he couldn't comprehend the lifestyle of the wealthy. This is nothing. Don't tell me you can't handle it. As a man complaining over so little. Jiang Heng, so little. Sister, do you have any idea what little means? These bags weighing nearly 10 jin together. Good grief, others buy clothes by the piece, but you buy by the pound. Qin Xiaoying flashed a playful smile. Then her gaze sharpened as she darted into a men's clothing store. Why are we here? Buying underwear. Jiang Heng followed in confusion, only to find Qin Xiaoying scrutinizing a men's suit. She occasionally glanced at Jiang Heng. When he approached, she thrust the clothes into his hands. Go try this on and see if it fits. For me, eh? Jiang Heng was taken aback, never expecting Qin Xiaoying to pick out clothes for him. This was completely beyond his expectations. Of course. Who else would wear it me? Without waiting for his consent, she pushed him toward the fitting room. Soon Jiang Heng emerged wearing the outfit she had chosen. He wore a white shirt paired with a blue denim jacket and ripped blue jeans. It radiated youthful vitality. Seeing Jiang Heng in the new clothes, Qin Xiaoying's eyes lit up. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, combined with his already handsome features, the ensemble elevated his appearance. It boosted his looks by several notches, making him far more attractive than in his black suit. It also added a sense of approachability. Such a man. So handsome. In the entertainment industry, he'd at least be a male lead. He might even steal the spotlight from the lead actor with his sheer good looks. Qin Xiaoying's heart raced with shyness, her cheeks flushing with 2 rosy patches. See, dazzled by my charm, aren't you? It's only natural. Back in the day, my looks charmed countless girls. Too bad no sugar mommy has taken me in. If someone would just feed me, I'd move into a mansion immediately. I can sup. Qin Xiaoying blurted out before she could stop herself. But she cut herself off abruptly. The mere thought of her bold intention made her blush with shame. Her face grew hotter. What am I doing? Why am I acting so strange today? Watching Qin Xiaoying's crimson face, Jiang Heng was baffled. Seizing the moment, he sneaked a peek at the price tag on the suit. 114,000. Holy crap. So expensive. That's almost half my daily wage. Why don't they just rob people? Forget it, I don't want this. He moved to take off the clothes, unable to afford such extravagance. Better to save money in case Yang really destroys the Mo family, leaving him with no funds to flee. Wait. Keep it on. You accompanied me shopping and shared such crucial information. How could I let you pay? Without hesitation, Qin Xiaoying pulled a purple gold card from her bag and handed it to the salesgirl. It wasn't just Qin Xiaoying captivated by Jiang Heng's looks, the salesgirl was equally smitten. Gazing at the stunning Jiang Heng, she felt her heart flutter, forgetting even to take the purple gold card. She was entirely absorbed in admiring Jiang Heng's dazzling appearance. Just as Jiang Heng was accompanying Qin Xiaoying on a shopping trip, Mo Yuqian's phone call came through. Come back to the Mo residence immediately. After issuing this command to Jiang Heng, Mo Yuqian hung up without offering any explanation. Jiang Heng had long grown accustomed to this. This was a perfect chance to escape Qin Xiaoying, and he couldn't be happier. I have to go now. See you next time. With that, Jiang Heng tossed the shopping bags to Qin Xiaoying and dashed off, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hey, you. Qin Xiaoying couldn't even stop him. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Heng's figure faded into the distance. Damn it. How dare he abandon me like this? Next time I see him, I won't let him off easy. When Jiang Heng drove back to the Mo residence, he realized Mo Chengfei had already returned. Mo Yuqian sat on the sofa, his expression stern and oppressive. The pressure he unconsciously exuded made it hard for anyone to breathe. He commanded respect without even trying. Moreover, the hall was lined with underlings in suits, standing on both sides. Seeing Jiang Heng return, the surrounding underlings respectfully called out, "Brother Jiang." Jiang Heng held a high status in the Mo residence, second only to the family's core members. Having been granted a dagger by Mo Yuqian, his standing far surpassed that of ordinary underlings. Jiang Heng scanned the room without responding and walked up to Mo Yuqian. He said respectfully, "Boss." Mo Yuqian glanced at Jiang Heng and gave a slight nod. The atmosphere was tense, as if something major had occurred. "Young master, what's going on?" Jiang Heng quietly leaned in and whispered to Mo Chengfei. "How should I know?" Mo Chengfei shrugged, spreading his hands. He was just as clueless. Before receiving Mo Yuqian's call, he had been about to go for a drink with Duan Kaifeng. Mo Yuqian's message was identical to what Jiang Heng had heard. What is Mo Yuqian up to now? It seems serious. Could it be that the sow isn't birthing piglets, or the rooster laid an egg? But it doesn't seem aimed at me, so it's none of my business. However, before Jiang Heng could celebrate for long, his eyes widened in shock. No way. Why are those two showing up? Is the Mo family on the brink of disaster? Otherwise, there's no reason for them to appear. Footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor, one heavy, one light. Each step felt like a thud on everyone's hearts, making the crowd unconsciously hold their breath. Jiang Heng recognized these two all too well. They were Mo Yuqian's most trusted confidants and his former colleagues. Black Bear, Viper, a man and a woman. If those two are out, then the other two. It shouldn't be possible unless the Mo family is at a life or death moment. Otherwise, those mad dogs wouldn't be let loose. Jiang Heng had been with the Mo family long enough to know many of their secrets. Mo Yuqian originally had 5 trusted confidants, and Jiang Heng was one of them. They were not only his most loyal subordinates, but also his most formidable fighters. Among the 5, Jiang Heng's strength barely ranked 3rd. Viper was 4th and Black Bear was 5th. Unless absolutely necessary, the 5 of them never acted together. Deploying 2 already signaled considerable trouble. If all 5 moved out, either they would annihilate their enemy, or the Mo family would be utterly destroyed. What happened that requires Black Bear and Viper to be mobilized? Though Mo Chengfei's underling, I still answer to Mo Yuqian's orders. Does this mean the 3 of us need to act together? Boss. Boss. Black Bear and Viper first approached Mo Yuqian, bowing respectfully. Then their gazes shifted to Jiang Heng. Hey Jiang Heng, you've slipped so much in such a short time. You might have to give up your 3rd place spot this time. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that? You probably don't know why we're here. It seems you've been with the young master so long that you've forgotten your place. Black Bear bared his teeth, laughing heartily. Su Qingyu from Baiqing will be visiting the Mo residence soon. With just one sentence, Jiang Heng instantly understood Black Bear's implication and the purpose of their gathering. Su Qingyu. That's a troublesome figure indeed. Jiang Heng sighed softly and turned his gaze to Mo Yuqian. Mo Yuqian's expression remained calm and composed, as if nothing was amiss. He even leisurely sipped tea from the table, appearing unruffled. Yet his eyes intimidated everyone present. This is both a trouble and an opportunity. Do I need to tell you 3 what to do? Mo Yuqian glanced at Jiang Heng and the others. Black Bear immediately cupped his hands, brimming with excitement, showing no tension before the impending battle. Don't worry, boss. Su Qingyu failed last time, and the result won't change this time. I just wonder if someone has been enjoying himself too much and forgotten how to fight. Viper flashed a sweet smile, placing her delicate hand on Jiang Heng's shoulder. She whispered, don't waste boss's efforts in grooming you. If you disappoint him, you might not see tomorrow's sun. Seeing their arrogance and insults, Jiang Heng decided it was time to teach them a lesson, lest they forget who's who. You flatter me. I was only assigned to the young master because I performed too well. With just a minor effort, I earned an extra 100 million for the Mo family and took down a competitor. And quite accidentally, I gained boss's favor and received this dagger. I really should reflect on myself. As he spoke, Jiang Heng deliberately revealed the gleaming golden dagger at his waist, a cold smirk curling on his lips. You want to mess with me? I never lose at this game. Come on, let's keep hurting each other. If you knew I accidentally slept with Ming Yuexing's wife, you'd probably jump into a river and drown yourselves. Upon hearing this, Black Bear and Spirit Snake's faces flushed crimson and pale by turns. The dagger at Jiang Heng's waist in particular completely shattered their composure. Setting aside combat prowess, the value of that single blade already far surpassed their own. It was their jealousy of Jiang Heng that drove them to lash out at him the moment they appeared, hoping to make him suffer. Yet in the end they realized they were the true clowns. What's the matter? Want to continue? If you have nothing to say, then get lost. This place is not for trash like you to speak. Jiang Heng roared, unleashing a surge of overwhelming aura that crashed heavily into the two. Their eyes narrowed in shock, instinctively assuming defensive stances. Enough! Ming Yuexing's authoritative voice rang out, putting an end to the petty squabble. Jiang Heng knew when to stop. He cast a taunting glance at the pair before withdrawing his gaze. Black Bear and Spirit Snake seethed with rage, itching to flay Jiang Heng alive. But with Ming Yuexing intervening, they had no choice but to swallow their fury, biding their time for revenge. Just you wait, it'll drive you mad. I've never lost an argument. Here they come. Outside the Ming family villa, the thunderous roar of luxury car engines suddenly erupted, drawing closer to the estate. The guards at the gate quickly opened it, daring not to obstruct. Within a minute, hundreds of cars drove straight into the Ming family courtyard. Each vehicle was worth no less than 6 million. An aura of opulence radiated from them. The motorcade split into two lines upon entering, leaving a path in the middle. A red carpet was laid out, and a middle-aged man in his 40s strode upon it, a faint smile gracing his lips. Behind him were 800 subordinates, all clad in black, exuding an undeniable air of authority. This man was Su Qingyu, the undisputed ruler of White City. In status, he was no less than Ming Yuexing, and in some respects even surpassed him. Has the Ming family fallen to such a state? Seems like they've made no progress. Ha ha! Su Qingyu laughed heartily as he advanced, flanked by his men. Ming Yuexing slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of caution and wariness passing through his gaze. Such a grand display, huh? Childish antics. Ming Yuexing sat quietly on the sofa, ordering his men to open the doors, showing no intention of greeting the guest. Normally, a host would welcome a visitor at the door, but neither Su Qingyu nor Ming Yuexing were ordinary figures. Su Qingyu reigned in White City, while Ming Yuexing ruled in Magic City. Neither would bow to the other. So he's here to stir trouble and assert dominance. How tedious. Suddenly, Ming Yuexing spoke from the sofa. Black Bear, go outside and see to it. You know what to do. Black Bear grinned coldly. Rest assured, boss, with me here, they won't cross this threshold. With that, Black Bear rolled his shoulders, eliciting a series of cracking sounds from his bones. His towering, robust frame alone exuded an invisible pressure. He strode out of the hall, planting himself on Su Qingju's path, his face brimming with battle intent. His and Spirit Snake's purpose in revealing themselves was to block Su Qingju's advance. Though they would ultimately let him enter the hall, a show of force was essential. Su Qingju's arrival with so many men was already an act of intimidation. Ming Yuexing intended to respond in kind, to convey that in Magic City, the Ming family was the true sovereign. What a show! Jiang Heng's heart leaped with joy as he lifted his head, gazing toward the entrance. He wanted to witness Black Bear's humiliation firsthand and capture this glorious moment on his phone. Soon Su Qingyu and his entourage spotted the burly Black Bear. A watchdog, huh? Huh. Even a tiger must bow before me. No one has ever dared to block my path. Su Qingyu ignored Black Bear, striding forward as if he wasn't there. When he was 20 meters away, Black Bear clasped his hands in a salute. Master Su, our master, orders you to wait here for a moment. And if I refuse? Su Qingju's face betrayed no anger, but like Ming Yuexing, he possessed an innate imposing aura. Especially his eagle-like gaze, which few dared to meet directly. Then I must apologize. The moment the words left his mouth, a figure emerged from behind, Su Qingyu, equally tall and formidable. He was no less imposing than Black Bear. Blood Crocodile, spare Mo's keeper some dignity. Don't kill his watchdog. Blood Crocodile was this man's codename. Those who accompanied him were all his trusted confidants. Each was one in a million, requiring strict secrecy, hence the use of codenames. Understood. With the command, Blood Crocodile transformed into a blur, charging at Black Bear. His steps were swift, covering 20 meters in 2 seconds. He lunged with both hands toward Black Bear. Bring it on. I've been itching for a fight. Black Bear growled, his clothes shredding to reveal massive explosive muscles. He stood motionless, allowing Blood Crocodile to strike him. He took the blow heat in. Truly the toughest brawler. I recall, when Yeong killed Black Bear, he used 80% of his power to breach his defense. This Blood Crocodile is ruthless, each strike meant to kill. Dogs fighting dogs. Seeing his attack neutralized so effortlessly, Blood Crocodile's eyes narrowed. He pivoted and delivered a fierce kick to Black Bear. Yet again it failed to harm him. Instead, Black Bear's resilience sent Blood Crocodile flying 2 meters back. Impressive defense. Blood Crocodile praised. No kidding. Your attacks are like tickles. Can't you hit harder? I could stand here for 10 minutes, and you'd never break my defense. Black Bear lifted his chin proudly, brimming with absurd confidence in his defense. Oh really? A cruel smile crept across Blood Crocodile's face, his eyes glinting with menace. Then I'll have to test if your defense is as formidable as you claim. Blood Crocodile charged again, clenching his fist and slamming it viciously into Black Bear's jaw. That was one of the most vulnerable spots on the human body, and a heavy blow could cause a concussion. Yet even so, the Black Bear did not evade. In his eyes, the Blood Crocodile's fists were soft and feeble, requiring no defense. But the next second, the Black Bear's eyes flew wide open, filled with terror. At the same moment, the Blood Crocodile's fist struck his jaw. His right foot kicked toward the Black Bear's lower body. A surprise attack. The Black Bear had concentrated all his muscle tension on his jaw, never anticipating a strike from below. Caught off guard, he was viciously kicked over and fell. This was not the end. The Blood Crocodile seized the momentum, pouncing atop the Black Bear, spreading his hands and delivering a ferocious slap to both of the Black Bear's ears. A crack of bones splintered through the air, sending chills down the spine. Idiot Black Bear, asking for trouble. He totally underestimated the Blood Crocodile. The guy's strength is no less than his. A brute with a brawny body and a simple mind. Didn't he realize the Blood Crocodile deliberately held back earlier to make him careless and catch him off guard? Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, already silently mourning for the Black Bear in his heart. Su Qingyu nodded with satisfaction. The Blood Crocodile was called so not because he bit people in battle, but because he possessed a biting force akin to a crocodile's. Only this force was not manifested in his teeth, but in his hands. When the Blood Crocodile's hands clapped together fiercely, they could even produce a sonic boom. No matter how formidable the Black Bear's defenses were, being struck on both ears left him doomed to severe injury. After all, the ears are among the most vulnerable parts of the human body, impossible to train into toughness. That blow from the Blood Crocodile shattered the Black Bear's eardrums and even inflicted some damage to his skull. The Black Bear's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight down. He still clung to a thread of life, but without prompt treatment, death would claim him. Ming Yuexing's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't witnessed the Black Bear's fall. He spoke calmly. Spirit Serpent, you go. As you command, boss. The Spirit Serpent swayed her waist slowly, stepping out of the hall. Her body exuded an irresistible allure. Seeing the Spirit Serpent emerge, the Blood Crocodile decisively kicked the Black Bear aside, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect a girl. Perfect. I love crushing flowers with a ruthless hand. The more beautiful and seductive the girl, the more I enjoy hearing her dying screams. That is the most exquisite sound in this world. The Spirit Serpent touched her neck, quietly undoing the first button, revealing her snow-white collarbone. She smiled lightly. I too adore strong men, and I long to find one who can conquer me. I wonder if you are that man. As she spoke, the Spirit Serpent cast a flirtatious glance at the Blood Crocodile, a sweet fragrance wafting from her. When the Blood Crocodile inhaled this scent, his gaze seemed to blur, and he lost focus. Seeing this, the Spirit Serpent's heart leaped with joy as she slowly approached him. Her delicate jade fingers gently traced up the Blood Crocodile's muscular arm, and she blew a warm breath toward him. Your physique is wonderful, but I wonder about your stamina. Bewitched by the Spirit Serpent, the Blood Crocodile answered in a daze. My stamina is incredible. 1,000 push-ups are no problem. Seeing the Blood Crocodile in such a state, Jiang Heng couldn't help but smile. The Spirit Serpent's combat prowess was actually not that high. She had become Ming Yuexing's trusted confidant not because of her beauty, but because of her charm art. As long as the target was a man, he would fall under the influence of the Spirit Serpent's charm art, entering an illusion. This was her true specialty. No matter how strong a man is, he can't escape his desires. This woman is truly despicable, even more seductive than Yi Manqing. If only she could block Su Qingyu right at the door. Seeing the Spirit Serpent's plan succeed, Ming Yuexing couldn't help but nod. No matter how calm he appeared on the surface when he saw the Black Bear fall, he still felt a twinge of worry. Fortunately, the Spirit Serpent did not disappoint him. She successfully ensnared the Blood Crocodile with her charm art. Thus, half of his plan had succeeded. Yet to his surprise, Su Qingyu showed no anger. Instead, a cryptic smile curled on his lips. Your charm art is well practiced, but unfortunately it's useless against the Blood Crocodile. The next moment, the Spirit Serpent suddenly felt an immense sense of crisis engulfing her entire body, sending a cold sweat trickling down her back. Instinctively, she wanted to flee, but it was too late. The Blood Crocodile, who should have been deep in the charm art, suddenly snapped awake, grabbing the Spirit Serpent by the neck. A cruel smile spread across his face. This is my first time encountering an opponent who uses charm art. You're quite something. But unfortunately, I harbor not a single fantasy about that aspect. Then, as the Spirit Serpent looked on in terror, the Blood Crocodile slammed his fist into her abdomen. No, don't. Blood sprayed from the Spirit Serpent's mouth as she was violently hurled away by the Blood Crocodile. She collapsed unconscious on the ground. Who else? Bring it on. Jiang Heng shook his head, helplessly feeling pity for the Spirit Serpent. With her abilities, she should have been able to defeat the Blood Crocodile. But unfortunately, to become stronger and guard his true heart, the blood crocodile had even forsaken his dignity as a man. Such a person, Jiang Heng would call him a true man. No, both the black bear and the spirit serpent have returned in defeat. Then the next, would it be me? Damn, black bear, spirit serpent, you two idiots. Useless old fools. After 2 fights you haven't even pulled out a single hair from him. Go find a job. Su Qingyu smiled lightly, his gaze crossing dozens of meters to lock with Ming Yuexiang's, as if to say, are all your men useless? If you have no one worthy to send, then he'll be coming in. Ming Yuexiang's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the situation growing troublesome. Su Qingyu had indeed come prepared this time. He had already taken down 2 of his generals. Finally, Ming Yuexiang shifted his gaze to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng. Just as he was about to dispatch Jiang Heng, Ming Yuexiang hesitated. Having lost twice in a row, Jiang Heng was his last hope. If even Jiang Heng lost, wouldn't it prove that none of his men could put up a fight? It would be better to simply concede and let Su Qingyu enter. That way he could still save some face, avoiding total defeat at Su Qingji's hands. Jiang Heng, you absolutely must not lose. Otherwise, where will my dignity go? As my subordinate, you must show the backbone you ought to have. Before Ming Yuexiang could make a decision, Chengfei couldn't resist cheering for Jiang Heng, his eyes brimming with trust and a hint of anticipation, as if saying, I believe in you. I freaking thank you. Jiang Heng's mouth twitched. He wished he could go up and slap Ming Chengfei twice. Your father hasn't even spoken yet, but you can't hold back. Do I have a grudge against you? Despite his reluctance, Jiang Heng knew. This time he had to step forward. And through observation, Jiang Heng gradually grasped some essentials. BUSS him going. Without waiting for Ming Yuexiang's final command, Jiang Heng strode toward the door on his own. His silhouette exuded a resolve akin to marching to his death. Ming Yuexiang glanced at Jiang Heng, silently cheering him on in his heart. As the patriarch of the Ming family and the overlord of the magic capital, he could not afford to show even a hint of panic at any moment. All thoughts had to be bottled up inside. Soon Jiang Heng stepped outside, facing Blood Crocodile Hedon. Oh, another one who isn't afraid of death. I hope you put up a fight, and don't end up like those 2 useless fools. Blood Crocodile let out a cruel smile. He was already in the zone. All he wanted now was a good brawl. Jiang Heng chose to ignore Blood Crocodile's provocations. Not only that, but Jiang Heng also ordered a lackey to bring a stool, and he sat down on it. He crossed his legs, a cigarette dangling from his lips, uttering not a single word. Huh, what's the meaning of this? Blood Crocodile was baffled by Jiang Heng's actions. Weren't they supposed to fight? Why was he sitting with crossed legs and smoking? Even his own boss was still standing, yet Jiang Heng, a mere underling of the Ming family, dared to sit. What a blatant disrespect. This scene piqued Su Qingji's interest slightly. He understood what Jiang Heng was doing. In simple terms, it meant one thing. This road is closed. Damn it, you're asking for it. Blood Crocodile strode toward Jiang Heng, each step seemingly shaking the ground. Clearly, after the warm-up, Blood Crocodile was now getting serious. Jiang Heng yawned, waiting until Blood Crocodile was just 2 meters away before slowly making his move. He clenched his fist and swung it at Blood Crocodile. Overestimating yourself. My fists have killed a wild bull weighing 300 kilograms. And you think your little fist can go head-to-head with me? Blood Crocodile didn't hesitate, intending to respond with the same move. In his eyes, Jiang Heng's action was nothing short of suicide. He had no idea what true power was. Just as their fists were about to collide, Jiang Heng suddenly changed his tactic. A gleaming golden dagger appeared in his hand, clutched tightly. By the time Blood Crocodile reacted, it was too late to pull back. His fist slammed heavily onto the dagger, pitting flesh and blood against the blade. The outcome was predictable. Blood Crocodile's fist was pierced through as easily as slicing a cabbage. Blood spurted out. Blood Crocodile let out an agonized scream, clutching his bleeding fist, his face twisted in pain. He never expected Jiang Heng to resort to such a dirty trick, using a weapon against him. You despicable coward. You actually used a weapon. Fuck. He'll kill you. Blood Crocodile's eyes turned bloodshot as he swung his other fist at Jiang Heng. A cold smirk flickered across Jiang Heng's lips as he thrust the dagger into Blood Crocodile's other fist. This guy must be an idiot. He knows I have a weapon, yet he uses the same move on me. Isn't that just asking for death? I love granting people's wishes. Little dagger, take this to your mother's embrace. Blood Crocodile. Su Qingyu. Both of Blood Crocodile's arms were now slashed with massive gaping wounds from the sharp dagger. Blood gushed uncontrollably, splattering onto the ground. The pain was so intense that Blood Crocodile was on the verge of tears. Chengfei. Well done. You are truly the lackey I had my eye on. Give him another strike lower down. Jiang Heng withdrew the dagger, twirling it in his hand, with a flourish flicking off the blood. Su Qingji's eyes narrowed, taking note of the dagger in Jiang Heng's hand. His interest in Jiang Heng grew even more. He recognized that dagger. It was Ming Yuexiang's personal belonging, a symbol of his authority. He himself possessed a similar item, though it was still on his person. He hadn't expected Jiang Heng to be entrusted with Ming Yuexiang's dagger. It seemed Jiang Heng held a significant position within the Mo family. Otherwise, how could a mere underling earn such favor from Mo Yuexing and be entrusted with something so important? Interesting. Blood Crocodile glared at Jiang Heng, wishing he could tear him apart. Fuck. If you've got the guts, fight me with your bare hands. They'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Hearing this, Jiang Heng's gaze turned icy cold and his aura shifted. He became utterly somber, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He unleashed his presence, enveloping Blood Crocodile. You want to die, eh? Fine. Jiang Heng put away the dagger, fumbled in his pocket for a moment, then slowly walked toward Blood Crocodile. Unhurried and composed. Blood Crocodile was startled by the sudden oppressive aura radiating from Jiang Heng. It felt as if Jiang Heng were a primordial beast. It had been dormant, but now it was slowly awakening. At that moment, Blood Crocodile admitted he was beginning to panic. But Su Qingyu was watching him from behind. He could back down any time, but not this time. No matter how terrified he was, he had to charge at Jiang Heng and fight. He'll kill you. Blood Crocodile threw caution to the wind. He charged at Jiang Heng, ready to strike. Though his arms were pierced, and he couldn't exert full force. His raw strength was formidable. If he could just land a clap on Jiang Heng's body, the battle would essentially be decided. Die. Blood Crocodile spread his arms wide and slammed them down toward Jiang Heng's head. He intended to finish Jiang Heng the same way he had killed the black bear. But what happened next made his eyes widen in terror and disbelief. He even began to question his own existence. Jiang Heng stood still, raising a hand to block Blood Crocodile's strike. It was like hitting a steel plate, utterly immovable. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Again, you've lost your chance. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly seized Blood Crocodile's hands, twisting them violently in the opposite direction. Crunch. The sound of bones snapping echoed, accompanied by Blood Crocodile's agonized scream. Up. Blood Crocodile collapsed to his knees, his legs thrashing uncontrollably. Both his arms were bent backward at a 90-degree angle. The bones inside had been shattered to fragments. A scream like a stuck pig tore from Blood Crocodile's throat. The over 800 underlings Su Qingyu had brought were utterly petrified at the sight. They involuntarily took a step back, swallowing hard. None dared to meet Jiang Heng's gaze. That's just too brutal. If it weren't for the skin, Blood Crocodile's arms would probably have fallen off by now. This man is a demon. He breaks a man's arms so casually, looking as if nothing happened. I never thought Blood Crocodile would lose, and in such a way. He's finished. At this moment, a shadow of dread fell over everyone's hearts because of Jiang Heng. The Blood Crocodile, who had been invincible in their eyes, now lay defeated at Jiang Heng's hands. And in such a crushing manner. Su Qingyu suddenly spoke with a smile. What's your name? Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng glanced at Su Qingyu, then turned and sat back down on the bench, crossing his legs. At that moment, a young lackey from the Mo family proactively brought a cup of water and placed it in Jiang Heng's hand. Brother Jiang here. Have a drink. Not bad. Jiang Heng nodded with satisfaction, smacking his lips. After savoring it, he said, bring some fruit. Got it. The lackey hurried off and returned with a large platter of fruit, even thoughtfully inserting toothpicks. Want some? Jiang Heng tossed an apple to Su Qingyu, a calm smile on his face. Facing hundreds of opponents alone, yet remaining so composed. Even eating fruit right before their eyes. Such a state of mind. Few could achieve it. Su Qingyu grew more intrigued by Jiang Heng with each passing moment. A mere underling, yet more arrogant than the boss himself. At this, one of Su Qingju's men could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and said, Boss, he's too cocky. Please approve my duel with him. Su Qingyu nodded, saying, Go ahead, I approve. The lackey's face lit up with joy. Cracking his neck, he approached Jiang Heng. His aura was concealed, revealing no hint of his depth. My code name is Vulture. Jiang Heng glanced at him and couldn't help but nod. Indeed, he's quite bald. Might as well change his name to Baldy. Catching Jiang Heng's mocking gaze, Vulture's eyes turned icy. I hate it when people talk about my hairstyle. Jiang Heng. Damn it. Don't you frame me. I didn't say a thing. Vulture clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, as he stepped toward Jiang Heng. Silence speaks louder than words. This guy's got quite the imagination. Jiang Heng tossed the apple core aside and straightened up. Bring it on. The moment the words left his mouth, Vulture charged at Jiang Heng, dissolving into countless afterimages. Dazzling and disorienting, it was impossible to pinpoint where Vulture was. Oh ho, you've walked right into my trap. Jiang Heng smirked, wickedly stepping back half a pace with his right foot. After gathering momentum, he shot forward like a bullet, slamming fiercely into Vulture. Vulture's face twisted in shock. He clasped his hands in front of him to block, but Jiang Heng's blinding speed sent him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground. Impossible. Vulture scrambled to his feet, looking as if had seen a ghost, his dead fish eyes fixed on Jiang Heng in disbelief. Your speed is even faster than mine. A real man controls his speed as he pleases. Fast when needed and slow when it counts. You? Afraid? Jiang Heng chuckled lightly, completely at ease. He felt this was likely his easiest opponent yet. Because Jiang Heng's greatest strength was also speed. Vulture's speed seemed as sluggish as a snail to him. I don't believe it. Vulture rose to his feet, ready to fight Jiang Heng to the death. The last guy who said that has already bled 5 pounds. If Blood Crocodile could hear Jiang Heng, now he'd jump up and slap him twice. Damn it, you beat me this badly, and still won't let me off. And now you insult me. He'll kill you. Wait. Su Qingyu suddenly stepped in to stop Vulture, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Heng. A cryptic smile played on his lips. What's up, dude? Not coming anymore. I've just warmed up. You're no match for him, stand down. Boss. Before he could finish, Su Qingyu shot Vulture a glare. Terrified Vulture quickly shut his mouth and retreated reluctantly. You're impressive, you'll surely go far in the future. Why not join me? Whatever the Mo family gives you I can offer double, and always will. Jiang Heng. One moment we're fighting to the death, and the next you're offering me an olive branch. And right in front of Mo Yuexing. You've got some nerve. In the main hall, Mo Yuexing, who had been observing the battle, was taken aback by Jiang Heng's performance. He was quite satisfied, and even considered giving Jiang Heng a raise. But then Su Qingyu tried to poach him right under his nose. This was utterly intolerable. And if Jiang Heng were actually lured away, he would not only lose a capable lieutenant, but also gain a troublesome adversary. Damn it. Mo Yuexing could no longer sit still. With a sweeping gesture he ordered in a low voice, let them in. Huh, Dad, are you sure? Jiang Heng barely managed to keep them all at the door, and you want to let them in? Mo Chengfei was baffled, staring at Mo Yuexing in confusion. Let them in. Mo Yuexing repeated. Mo Chengfei realized his father must have a plan. At this point stopping him would be like swimming in a toilet. So he wisely kept his mouth shut. The lackeys had no idea what Mo Yuexing intended, but they obeyed his orders. They ran out to relay the message to Jiang Heng. Brother Jiang, the boss, says to let them in. Huh, okay. Jiang Heng nodded, and said to Su Qingyu, looks like my boss isn't keen on letting me go. Master Su, please come in. Jiang Heng stepped aside with a faint smile. Su Qingyu walked up to Jiang Heng, patted his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? No, but if you're planning to use a honey trap on me, you'll pass on your kind offer. Trust me, you'll come around. Tomorrow you'll see what a true beauty is. Su Qingyu patted Jiang Heng's shoulder again, and strode into the hall with a hearty laugh. What is this old fool talking about? Honey traps don't work on me. I'm not interested in that. But I can look forward to it. As Su Qingyu passed, his other lackeys tried to follow, but Jiang Heng suddenly shifted his stance, blocking their path. Sorry folks, you'll have to wait outside. This sparked outrage among the crowd. Many lackeys glared at Jiang Heng, clenching their fists. They itched to teach him a lesson. Though Jiang Heng was tough, he was just one man. With a full 800 of them, even one punch each would turn him into pulp. Don't get worked up. It's best if we all stay friendly, for everyone's sake. And Jiang Heng's tone shifted abruptly as his aura exploded outward, making him seem taller. His stature loomed large and mighty, undergoing a radical transformation. This is the Mo family. This is the Mo family. As these words were spoken, the underlings around the Mo family surged forward. There were over 2,000 of them, completely encircling everyone Su Qingyu had brought. A stark contrast in numbers was formed. In an instant, those surrounding underlings became docile. They no longer clenched their fists, nor did their mouths feel itchy. They dared not even glance at Jiang Heng, fearful that a single command from him would have all these men charge at them. Only then did they fully comprehend their own predicament. This was the magic capital, the domain of the Mo family. This was Mo Yuexing's territory. No matter how mighty they were in White City, as figures who could overshadow the heavens. Once they arrived in the magic capital, they had to obediently follow the rules here. With one misstep, their very lives could be forfeited right here. Jiang Heng burst into laughter, his hands clasped behind his back. He strode step by step toward the hall. His demeanor was supremely arrogant and domineering, yet no one dared to provoke him. Not a single person dared to utter a curse. Mo Yuexing gazed at Jiang Heng from outside, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Now this was the bearing of his subordinate. This was exactly how his subordinate should be. He had not misjudged him. But is Jiang Heng's power to rally others a good thing or a bad thing for me? Mo Yuexing couldn't help but sink into deep thought. Even he himself had never imagined that one day he would worry about his own influence falling short of a mere subordinate's. Soon Jiang Heng and Su Qingyu entered the hall together. Everyone inside looked at Jiang Heng with changed eyes. They no longer treated him as an ordinary underling, but as a true boss. A man who faced 800 without flinching, turned the tide, and seized victory twice. Such a man exuded the utmost charm. In the eyes of the underlings, Jiang Heng had ascended to the highest pedestal. Everyone who saw him had to exclaim, "Brother Jiang." Upon entering the hall, Su Qingyu laughed and sat down on the sofa, acting as if he owned the place. At the same time, his exchange with Mo Yuexing far exceeded everyone's expectations. Long time no see. I never thought my return to the Mo family would bring such great changes. What a coincidence. What wind blows you here? Why didn't you give me a heads up before charging into my place with your men? One might think you were trying to wipe out the Mo family. Jiang Heng. BOSS, have you lost your mind? He brought so many men to attack, and Black Bear and White Snake are still lying on the ground. And you say this isn't about destroying the Mo family. Buddy, I suggest you get a new brain. Noticing the strange looks from those around, Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing exchanged a glance. Suddenly they burst into hearty laughter. You rascal. Su Qingyu walked over to Ming Yuexing, punched his shoulder, then draped an arm around him as they sat down. Ming Yuexing wore a smile rarely seen on his face, replaced by genuine joy from the heart. Let me introduce everyone. This is Su Qingyu from White City, with a status equal to mine in the magic capital. We've been brothers since childhood, and our bond is unshakable. No matter how much time passes, our feelings remain unchanged. Everyone, no need to be tense. Su Qingyu nodded emphatically. His earlier stern demeanor vanished. We were just being willful, pulling a little prank. After all, in our positions we must always maintain a serious facade. Otherwise others might exploit that as a weakness to break us. Now that there are no outsiders around, we can drop the act. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. They immediately grasped what was happening. But the cost of this prank was rather steep. Jiang Heng's mouth twitched helplessly, utterly defeated by these two willful old men. This joke has really gone too far. Black Bear and White Snake. One's unconscious, the other's immobile. I crushed Blood Crocodile's hand, and Vulture is still questioning his life. Is this the joy of the rich? I just don't get the fun in it. It's been a while, and I didn't expect your business in the magic capital to have grown to such an extent. And you've gained a formidable warrior. Su Qingyu glanced at Jiang Heng, the meaning clear, without words. Ming Yuexing smiled smugly and waved his hand at those around him. I'm going to have a good chat with Su Qingyu and catch up. You all leave now and disperse the people outside. In the magic capital I call the shots. Let them do as they please, and if there's trouble, just mention my name. Jiang Heng, you can take Su Qingju's men for a stroll now. After saying this, Ming Yuexing chuckled to himself in satisfaction. Su Qingyu frowned in displeasure, silently cursing Ming Yuexing as a sly old fox. He knew all too well what Ming Yuexing was plotting. Letting Jiang Heng take his men for a stroll. Wouldn't they all end up following Jiang Heng and becoming his underlings? Ming Yuexing was trying to sway the loyalty of his men. Truly a business veteran, every word was a trap. Jiang Heng caught Ming Yuexing's intent at a glance and understood immediately. But he had no desire to deal with this mess. Damn it, you old bastard, you're taking all the good stuff. How am I supposed to lead 100 or so men? I'd probably get arrested as a threat before crossing the first traffic light. Dad, I'm going out to have fun too. Chengfei perked up at the prospect of leading the underlings out. Go ahead. Ming Yuexing waved his hand, urging everyone to leave quickly. Chengfei slung an arm around Jiang Heng's shoulder and bounced out of the hall, closing the door behind them. Suddenly, only Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing remained in the hall. Once they were alone, Ming Yuexing kicked Su Qingyu away and disdainfully brushed off his own shoulder. I knew you had ulterior motives trying to poach my people the moment you arrived. Su Qingyu wasn't angered by the kick. If anyone else had dared to kick him, have ordered their leg cut off. But when Ming Yuexing kicked him, not only did it not anger him, it actually brought them closer. That's how men bond. This never changes regardless of age. Your underling crippled 2 of my men, so what's wrong with me poaching one of yours? Besides, you can't control this Jiang Heng. Listen to your big brother's advice. Let me handle him. I can control him. Go to hell. Ming Yuexing laughed and kicked Su Qingyu again. Su Qingyu retaliated with a kick of his own. 2 men, nearly 100 years old combined, were engaging in such childish behavior in the hall. Was this a distortion of human nature, or a moral? Ahem. Jiang Heng, having left the hall, looked at the 100 or so underlings before him, and suddenly found himself in a predicament. With so many people, how was he supposed to lead them? Perhaps he could find a river and have them swim in it, maybe catch some fish while at it. After all, the weather was scorching hot, so it wasn't entirely out of the question. In contrast to Jiang Heng's dilemma, Chengfei at that moment exuded the demeanor of a true big brother. Brothers, today's on me. Let's go drink, he declared. The bill is all mine. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. This prodigal son. If he were my son, I'd break his legs. Su Qingju's underlings perked up at the mention of drinking. Yet their boss was still at someone else's home. If something went wrong, and they failed to arrive in time to support him, how would they answer to Su Qingju's wrath? But then Chengfei uttered a single sentence that instantly swayed their resolve. If you want to have fun with the ladies, stand with Jiang Heng. If you crave a feast and a trip, come to me, he announced. Today you don't need to spend a single cent. It's all free. Food and drinks are on me. And if your boss blames anyone, just say Jiang Heng did it. Jiang Heng was left baffled. Damn it. You can't play like that. Why not pin it on yourself? The thought filled him with a deep sense of grievance. So Jiang Heng stepped forward and shouted to the 800 men before him. If you want to have fun, follow me. If any trouble arises, young Master Mo will clean it up, he declared. If you'd rather stand here and bask in the sun, don't blame me for not giving you water when you get heat stroke. With that, Jiang Heng strode out of the Mo residence, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the aura of a true boss. The underlings were captivated by the kingly presence he inadvertently radiated. They parted ways from the middle, forming a path, their gazes burning as they watched Jiang Heng's retreating figure. A surge of impulse to follow his footsteps stirred within them. Chengfei, however, stood dumbfounded. Damn it, you're showing off with my money. That's rich. The crucial point was that Jiang Heng's words carried more weight than his own, the young master's. The moment responsibility was placed on Chengfei, the underlings erupted in excitement, raising their hands in cheers. Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! They chanted, trailing behind Jiang Heng. To an outsider, Jiang Heng truly looked like the leader. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've become the underling? Chengfei shook his head in bewilderment, yet inexplicably fell into step behind Jiang Heng. It seemed that without Jiang Heng, life would lose its joy. The 800 men marched down the street in a formidable procession, causing many pedestrians to halt. They watched from the side, shrinking back in fear, too afraid to approach. These men were all clad in identical uniforms, their menacing expressions marking them as unsavory characters. The leader Jiang Heng stood out as the exception. He was handsome and radiant. Behind him followed a figure many found familiar, spotted in numerous places. Someone soon recalled that this person was the son of Ming Yuexing, the local tyrant of the Ming family, and the acknowledged heir of the entire magic capital. Chengfei. But why was he trailing behind a stranger looking like a mere underling? Soon under Jiang Heng's lead, the group arrived at a bar owned by the Ming family. Jiang Heng instructed the underlings to wait outside, while he and Chengfei went in to clear the venue. Jiang Heng, why does everything feel so strange today? Chengfei asked. Who's the boss here? You or me? You're the boss, of course. Haven't I always called you that? Jiang Heng replied with a smile. Stupid rich kid, with that IQ of yours, you might as well start over. I've put in the work today, and I don't care if Su Qingyu and Mo Yuqian were joking or not. I'm going to enjoy the reward I deserve. Let's start by spending some time here. The bar was luxuriously decorated, ranking among the top 5 in the entire magic capital. Naturally, the prices were exorbitantly high. In the past, Jiang Heng would never have set foot in such a place. But with Chengfei around, he knew he could drink as much as he wanted without worrying about the bill. All right, I'm going to the restroom. You handle the arrangements, Chengfei said before ducking into the bathroom. Jiang Heng walked to the DJ booth, took the microphone, and silenced the music. Everyone, I have something to say. The young revelers, annoyed by the sudden silence, glared at Jiang Heng and shouted for him to get down. Who the hell are you? Turn the music back on, they yelled. Do you have a death wish showing off here? Do you know who I am? One word from me, and they'll have 800 men in here to chop you up. Jiang Heng glanced around, aware of their anger, and decided not to make a fuss. After all, he would make it up to them later. Or more precisely, Chengfei would. Everyone, I'm hosting a few friends here today, and there might be a lot of us. The space is a bit tight, he announced. So I'd like to ask some of you to move to the bar next door. All the drinks you've had tonight are on my tab, he offered. Those who leave will receive a compensation of 100,000 each. Those who stay can drink as much as they like. I'm buying out the place. After speaking, Jiang Heng closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. He expected cheers at such generous news, or at least some dancing girls to liven the mood. But reality was far from his imagination. Instead of cheers, a chorus of curses erupted. Who the fuck do you think you were telling us to leave? Someone shouted. 100,000 each. Can you even afford $100? Stop your bullshit. If you kneel and kowtow to us right now, we might forgive you. Otherwise, I'll personally break both your legs. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow and continued, I'm not joking. Those who leave will get the compensation and free drinks at the other bar. I'm not forcing anyone, I just ask for your understanding. A few hot-headed youths, enraged by Jiang Heng's audacity, rushed to the front. Kid, I've been in the magic capital for years, and I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you, one snarled. Go ask around about my name, Tiger Yi. At the mention of Tiger Yi, many in the bar gasped in surprise. Tiger Yi was one of the underground faction's leaders, known for his brutal methods. He had skirted the edge of the law many times, but due to lack of evidence and his status, he remained untouchable. There was no way to lay a hand on him. It was said that those who offended Tiger Lord never met a good end. Today, Jiang Heng's audacious defiance was akin to courting death. Many cast sympathetic glances his way, lamenting his fate, especially the young women. Seeing how handsome Jiang Heng was, they had initially thought of asking for his contact information. But his offense against Tiger Lord was tantamount to a death sentence. Asking for his number would be futile. Tiger Lord smirked with satisfaction, sensing the fear he instilled in the onlookers. The more others feared him, the more arrogant he became. Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Will you chop off your own hand, or shall I do it for you? Immediately 5 or 6 underlings stepped forward from behind Tiger Lord, already drawing the large cleavers at their waists, ready to restrain Jiang Heng. Why must it come to this? We're all just out for a good time, as long as no one loses, it's fine. If you think the compensation isn't enough, name your price. Jiang Heng continued to dissuade, simultaneously giving these individuals one last chance. Damn it, I want 10 million. Can you even afford that? Tiger Lord blustered. The others sneered, anticipating Jiang Heng's humiliation. Unexpectedly, his next words left them utterly bewildered. Deal. What's your bank account number? After all, it's not my money. Even if you said $1 billion, it wouldn't matter. As the early-stage arch-villain Chengfei, the young master of Modu, he's never short of 8 or 10 billion. Tiger Lord was stunned. His expression twisted into fury. Fuck. You dare mock me. Attack. Break both his legs. I want you dead today. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen underlings drew their cleavers and advanced, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Daring to offend Tiger Lord, you're seeking death. Kid, today you'll pay for your actions. Trying to act tough in front of Tiger Lord, consider yourself unlucky. Jiang Heng shook his head and sighed softly. Alas, I already gave you a chance. You brought this upon yourselves. Am not young, I don't play the endurance game. Brothers, get in here and take them all down. Jiang Heng shouted toward the entrance. The underlings waiting outside surged in like a flood. Without a second thought, they surrounded Tiger Lord's men. Seeing so many people rush, and Tiger Lord and his gang were dumbfounded. Judging by the scene, these were indeed Jiang Heng's men. Just who the hell was this kid commanding such a force to aid him? Tiger Lord. He's got more men than we do. Should we still fight? Tiger Lord's underlings were already terrified. They dropped their cleavers to the ground. Some even knelt with their hands on their heads, not daring to lift their gaze. They were underlings, but not loyal enough to die for Tiger Lord. Fight your grandmother's leg. Tiger Lord was also stunned. He had thought Jiang Heng was just some rich kid trying to show off and act tough. Such people were easiest to subdue with force. But now Jiang Heng seemed to have even more men than his own boss. This time he had truly provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. Brother Jiang, is this the one who wanted to break your legs? Hey, just say the word and Idania will be the first to strike. Even if I have to kill them, I'll take the blame myself. Jiang Heng cast an approving glance at the underling, who spoke satisfied with his resolve. Whether it was sincere or not, Jiang Heng couldn't tell. But as long as he set an example, it was worthy of praise. All right, you go teach this so-called Tiger Lord a lesson. First, slash his face. The underling hesitated for a moment, but immediately drew his dagger, glaring fiercely at Tiger Lord as he stepped forward to carry out the order. Seeing this, Tiger Lord could no longer hold himself together. He fell to his knees with a thud. He begged Jiang Heng for mercy. I'm sorry, big brother. I was blind and wrong. Please don't slash my face. I'm already ugly enough. If my face is scarred, how will I ever find a wife? I have an 80-year-old mother at home and a half-year-old puppy. They depend on me. I beg you, big brother. Jiang Heng's face turned cold as he kicked Tiger Lord in the head, sending him sprawling. He stepped forward, and before Tiger Lord could rise, planted his foot on his cheek. He grounded him twice. This bastard is surprisingly self-aware. Admitting he's ugly in front of so many people does take some courage. If your tone was different just now. Weren't you so cocky? Weren't you going to break both my legs? You wanted to have me killed. With a mere wave of my hand, I can summon people of far higher status than you. As his words fell, Chengfei, who had just returned from the restroom, stood beside Jiang Heng. He looked at the scene in confusion, somewhat at a loss. What's wrong, Jiang Heng? A fight? Let me handle it. No need for you to get involved. The bar was already packed, and some of the women were quite beautiful. Though he only loved Ming Yuexing, leaving a strong and imposing impression on other girls was still quite appealing. Chengfei's appearance drew gasps from the crowd. Isn't that Chengfei, the young master of the family? He seems to be standing by Jiang Heng. And did you hear that? Chengfei said such a trivial matter didn't require Jiang Heng's involvement. Gasp. Who is this Jiang Heng? His status seems even higher than Chengfei's. Whoever he is, we just need to know he's someone we can never afford to offend. Having expected the crowd to admire him, Chengfei instead ended up being a foil for Jiang Heng. Not only did he fail to elevate his own standing, but he also elevated Jiang Heng's reputation to its peak. Since Chengfei is here, let him show off. He's treating us to drinks later anyway. I can't hog all the glory. Thus Jiang Heng nodded lightly, turned, and sat on the sofa crossing his legs. A perceptive underling promptly lit a cigarette for Jiang Heng and brought him a glass of wine. This one is teachable. Seeing this, the onlookers who had harbored doubts were even more astounded. Chengfei was still standing by, handling the matter, while Jiang Heng lounged on the sofa. Who held the higher status was now self-evident. Who exactly is this man, capable of making Chengfei willingly clean up his mess? He's not only strikingly handsome, but also extravagantly generous. His family's influence must be immense. Perhaps he's a scion from the provincial capital. If even half of them entered, the bar would burst at the seams. No wonder Jiang Heng had insisted some leave for who he knelt on the floor, utterly stunned. His own status was already formidable. Yet this man could command Chengfei himself. Who is Chengfei? The second most untouchable figure across all of Modu. The first, of course, being Yuexing. Yet even someone of such towering stature serves Jiang Heng without hesitation. The chasm between their positions could not be starker. At that thought, Hu Yi longed to slap himself twice. How had he ever dared provoke such a man? I'm truly sorry, young Master Mo. I never meant any harm. Had I known you were here enjoying yourselves, I'd have fled the moment I saw you. Please, young Master Mo, Grant me one chance. I don't want to die. Hu Yi wept uncontrollably, snot and tears mingling as he pleaded with Mo Chengfei, a genuine paralyzing terror gripping him. Even if Mo Chengfei didn't strike the fatal blow himself, once word spread across Modu, who would dare intervene? Quite possibly scores would vie to eliminate Hu Yi, not out of justice, but to curry favor with Mo Chengfei. Letting you off so easily would make me seem far too lenient, wouldn't it? Go ahead. Ask around how many who've crossed me have met pleasant ends. With that, Mo Chengfei delivered a brutal kick to Hu Yi and spat contemptuously upon him. Drag him out. Feed him to the dogs. Instantly, over a dozen underlings surged forward, seized Hu Yi by the arms, and hauled him toward the exit. No, young Master Mo. Young Master Mo. Their pleas fell upon deaf ears. No one dared lift a finger or utter a word in protest. None dared dissuade Mo Chengfei. What if his wrath shifted onto them instead? At that moment, every gaze turned toward Jiang Heng, hardened with newfound wariness. Merely uttering a few insults against him had condemned the infamous underground warlord Hu Yi to be dragged out and fed to dogs. Jiang Heng's true identity and his ruthless competence now spoke for themselves. To befriend such a man demanded utmost caution. Jiang Heng nodded in quiet satisfaction, accepting a cigarette from an underling and inhaling deeply. Mo Chengfei, having just returned from the restroom, blinked in confusion. 10,000. What does that mean? Jiang Heng briefly explained what had transpired. Upon hearing the full account, Mo Chengfei's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed with fury. He raised a thumb not in praise, but in grim irony. Using my money to play the magnanimous prince. Impressive, noble, truly transcendent. The difference between man and dog. A dog cannot become human, but humans, they turn into dogs, every few days without fail. Jiang Heng, that was oddly poetic. For you anyway, he mused inwardly. Clearly he's seething. Young Master Mo, you misunderstand entirely. These men are Su Qingyou's underlings now, but they're ours to command. The more generously and honorably you behave before them, the deeper their gratitude runs. Then with well-chosen words you win their loyalty, luring them straight into the Mo family fold. Without his men, can Su Qingyu still threaten the Mo clan? You're solving a monumental problem for the boss, silently, masterfully. As Jiang Heng spun his narrative, he watched Mo Chengfei's expression soften. Then, sensing the perfect moment, he dropped his final decisive gambit. Should you successfully turn Su Qingyou's men, acquiring by city's land for the boss becomes effortless. And the true architect of that triumph won't be me, or even the boss, but you, the unseen mastermind behind it all. Mo Chengfei. That does make startling sense. Indeed, the odds of success were exceptionally high. And if victorious, what did tonight's expenditure matter? Money was no constraint. Billions flowed freely through his hands. You're extraordinary. I never imagined you possessed such acumen. It feels almost demeaning to call you my junior. I propose a new arrangement. Publicly you'll address me as a young master, or privately we'll treat each other as equals. Or better yet, you'll lead and I'll follow. Jiang Heng. This one's genuinely lost his mind. Mo Chengfei's words successfully left Jiang Heng speechless. He had never seen anyone let their underling become the boss. Mo Chengfei truly was the first of his kind. While Jiang Heng was brainwashing Mo Chengfei, most of the people in the bar had already left. Yet quite a few remained. Fortunately, the bar was spacious enough to accommodate 800 underlings at once, otherwise it would have been impossible. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Master Mo. The 800 underlings cheered in unison and took their seats, their faces brimming with excitement. I think following Brother Jiang and Master Mo has more promise than staying with the boss. Funny enough, I think so too. We just met and had a little friction earlier, but they didn't hold a grudge and even treated us all to drinks. Quite generous. Why don't we switch sides and join the Mo family? It feels more rewarding here. Su Qingyu never expected that bringing his underlings to intimidate Mo Yuexing would backfire. In just half a day, Jiang Heng had convinced them to switch loyalties. When it came to brainwashing, no one could rival Jiang Heng. He wondered what expression Su Qingyu would wear upon learning this. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoying was swiftly organizing documents in her office, all related to the pharmaceutical industry and the background of the opposing company. Her investigation revealed that the company was exactly as Jiang Heng had described, a shell company. She also uncovered a collusion between Qin Keifu and Yi Yang. This infuriated Qin Xiaoying. Her own family member was conspiring with an outsider to betray them. If not for Jiang Heng's warning, our Qin family would have lost at least 30 billion in assets. Qin Keifu. Yi Yang. You think you can swindle the Qin family? Not so easy. Let's see who outsmarts whom. Qin Xiaoying smirked triumphantly, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Knowing their intentions made countering them simple. She knew exactly how to handle this. Merely exposing their ugly scheme wouldn't suffice. She would go big. You think you're rich? Let's see how much you can afford this time. I won't expose you yet. I'll wait until you invest more than I'll strike. Soon the 30 billion she sent landed in Yi Yang's pocket. Seeing the notification on his phone, Yi Yang, on duty in the security booth, flashed a sinister smile. In his eyes, his plan was already half successful. All he needed now was to transfer the funds from that foreign company. Qin Xiaoying must be frantic after losing so much money. If I step in to help her now, I can surely erase the humiliation from last time. Chengfei, I will reclaim all the dignity I lost. Before Yi Yang could finish his daydream, Chengfei called. Mr. Yi, Qin Xiaoying has wired the money. You should have received the notification too. Chengfei was ecstatic, having spent days trying every trick to get her to sign the contract. But Qin Xiaoying, a business prodigy, always investigated thoroughly before acting. He had worried she might see through the shell company. Yet today she signed the contract without hesitation and paid promptly. It caught him off guard. I've received the money, Yi Yang said, equally pleased. This opportunity would not only win him Qin Xiaoying, but also a massive fortune. Should we wrap up and leave? Chengfei urged eagerly. With 30 billion, he could finally escape the Qin family's orders. He was sick of that life. Not so fast. 30 billion might be a lot, but it won't drive the Qin family to despair. I want to hit them hard. Force them to cough up at least 80 billion. Only then will Qin Xiaoying be mine. Hearing Yi Yang's plan, Chengfei broke out in a cold sweat. His phone slipped and clattered to the floor. MMR. Yi, how much did you say you want the Qin family to invest? 80 billion. Are you joking? There's no way they'd invest that much in you. Getting 30 billion was already a decision made after discussions with the company's top brass. Chengfei desperately tried to dissuade Yi Yang. After all, they were just a shell company. Swindling 30 billion was already a stroke of luck. 80 billion was beyond his wildest dreams. Cutting their losses was the safest bet. No, if you want to take down the Qin family, you must force them to produce 80 billion. Otherwise, they'll recover and strike back. If you want to succeed, do as I say. A shell company alone won't tempt them, but what if we offer a few highly effective medical formulas? Yi Yang spoke into the phone, a smug smile spreading across his face. If Jiang Heng were their head, have someone tear that smirk off his face. Really, Mr. Yi, can you really do it? Chengfei asked excitedly. If they could swindle 80 billion, his plans would change entirely. Then it wouldn't be him leaving the Qin family. They'd be begging him to stay. Becoming the patriarch would be as easy as saying a word. The thought made Chengfei's blood boil with anticipation. Of course, I have dozens of formulas right now. How any one of them would spark a frenzy outside. Show these formulas to Qin Xiaoying first, but don't tell her they're from me. This time I'll take not only Qin Xiaoying, but also by Bing Yu. Chengfei gasped, cursing Yi Yang's insatiable greed. Not content with one woman, he even wanted the youngest and most talented divine physician in the magic capital. What a scumbag. But outwardly Chengfei kept flattering Yi Yang. Only by sticking with him could he rise to prominence. I believe you'll succeed, Mr. Yi. Yi Yang hung up the phone casually, sending a few prescriptions to Chengfei. A shadowy smile crossed his lips. Competing with me. Back in the day I fought fiercely outside for years, killing countless self-important families and powerful clans. A mere Mo family dares to contend with me. Once I capture Qin Xiaoying and Ming Yuexing, how many in Magic City can challenge me? Yi Yang murmured. This was overheard by Liang Jian, the captain of the security team, who came in to check. Without giving Yi Yang any face, Liang Jian waved his hand and slapped the back of Yi Yang's head. I told you to stand guard here, not to boast. And you think you can get to Miss Qin and Miss Ming? What the hell are you thinking? Just a small security guard, not even at my level, yet you keep thinking and talking nonsense. Do you believe I can fire you on the spot? Yi Yang suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a cold light, staring intensely at Liang Jian. He couldn't help but clench his fists. How dare a security captain slap his head? If this were in the past, that captain would have been lying on the ground. What are you looking at? Look again, and he'll pluck your eyes out. Liang Jian threatened Yi Yang with a raised hand. His face was full of disdain. No, it's a critical time now. Oh, I can't waste time on this guy. Once I capture Qin Xiaoying, you'll take my time to torment him. Yi Yang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the killing intent within. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never make a move. He must understand the importance of restraint. A small lapse in patience could ruin a grand plan. That saying was his life motto. Get lost, stop boasting here, patrol the area, and see if there are any suspicious individuals. Then go clean the restroom, he'll check back in 2 hours. If it's not up to standard, you can pack your things and get out. Liang Jian grabbed Yi Yang's shirt and threw him out of the security room. He then went in to enjoy the air conditioning. Just wait. I must kill you. Yi Yang glared fiercely at Liang Jian. He then began his daily duties as a security guard. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Yi Yang was the most miserable war god. Where does a war god go back to cleaning toilets? In stark contrast to Yi Yang's frustration and helplessness, Jiang Heng was enjoying himself. At this moment, he was in a bar with a girl on his left and a woman on his right. Someone was feeding him fruit in front while another was massaging his back from behind. They were all young girls and not bad looking at all. Previously, Jiang Heng had splurged lavishly, treating everyone in the bar to drinks, which had already attracted a large crowd of beautiful women. When it was time to drink, they all rushed over to provide Jiang Heng with the best service. They wanted Jiang Heng to take them home. Is this the happiness of the wealthy? I've experienced it. Jiang Heng chuckled, glancing at Chengfei beside him. Originally, Chengfei, the heir of Magic City, had no girl beside him, but instead a group of men were drinking with him. They were forcing alcohol down his throat. It wasn't that no girls were looking for him, it was just that he didn't want to. He kept saying, "My body and my soul belong to Ming Yuexing. Don't come near me." Foolish young master, after spending so much money, he still doesn't know how to enjoy himself. What a purebred fool. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, continuing to tease the girl beside him. Brother Jiang, what does your family do? Brother Jiang, do you sell mines? Where do you work? Brother Jiang, I'm fine with cold drinks today. Do you want to go to a hotel to enjoy the air conditioning later? Jiang Heng shook his head. He knew what these people were after, but Jiang Heng would never let them succeed. Likewise, he wouldn't let these girls feel sad. He simply wanted to provide a home for all the girls in the world. My identity isn't important, it's young Master Mo next to me. Who is your target? Staying close to him will not be a loss provided you can capture his heart. When you find out I'm just Chengfei's little brother, you'll definitely turn and run. It would be better for you to knead my legs a bit before you serve Chengfei. A few girls thought Jiang Heng was being modest, bursting into a peal of silverbell laughter. Don't joke around, Brother Jiang, your identity must be impressive. Yes, Brother Jiang, when you cursed Tiger, earlier my heart raced, and I've become deeply infatuated with you. Even if you have no identity and no money, I wouldn't care. I just want to snuggle in your arms. Jiang Heng. Damn it, so this is why being rich brings happiness. I've also experienced this feeling, totally worth it. Just as Jiang Heng was enjoying himself, he suddenly glanced and saw a beautiful figure at the entrance of the bar. His eyes moved slightly, looking questioningly at Chengfei. But he saw Chengfei was completely drunk, possibly unable to distinguish east from west. What's going on? Why is she here? It doesn't seem like Chengfei called her here. Could she just be passing by? The girl at the bar entrance scanned the area and finally fixed her gaze on Jiang Heng with a hint of anger in her eyes. She strode over and confronted Jiang Heng, asking, "Why are you here?" Jiang Heng. This question completely confused Jiang Heng. He didn't understand what Ming Yuexing meant. He could go wherever he wanted. Did he need to report to anyone? Miss Ming, did you recognize the wrong person? Young Master Mo is over there. Jiang Heng reached out and patted Chengfei beside him. What's wrong? Want a drink? Damn, brother. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. Chengfei stood up, raising his wine glass, his eyes somewhat blurry, clearly very drunk. Ming Yuexing furrowed her beautiful brows, slightly glaring at Jiang Heng. Come out with me for a moment. Before Jiang Heng could reply, the girls around him were unhappy. Who are you, beautiful? Why should our brother Jiang go with you just because you say so? Exactly, there should be a first-come, first-served rule. Don't you know this basic etiquette? Jiang Heng patted the girl beside him, signaling her to step aside. She's not ignorant of etiquette. She must have something very important to inform me. As a young lady from one of the 4 great families, I still need to give her face. What? The girls widened their eyes in shock. This person was actually the young lady of the Ming family, Ming Yuexing. Then didn't they just insult Ming Yuexing for her lack of upbringing? No one from the 4 great families was easy to provoke. Offending any of them would not end well. With their identities, it would be easy for the 4 great families to squash them. The moment they recalled their earlier insolence, their faces drained of all color, turning deathly pale. We're sorry, Miss Ming. We didn't know it was you. Miss Ming, please forgive us. We truly didn't see clearly. We beg you, Miss Ming, we apologize. Well, leave right now. With that, the terrified girls scurried away, too frightened to linger, fearing Ming Yuexing might strike them. Leaving so soon. Oh well, out with the old, in with the new. But why would Ming Yuexing come here? Looking for me? Probably not. Ming Yuexing fixed a cold glare on Jiang Heng, clearly seething with anger. A hint of aggrieved tears even glistened at the corners of her eyes. Damn, is this little girl about to cry? Heaven knows I've done nothing wrong. Don't pin this on me. Miss Ming, please sit down first. Let's talk things over calmly. Please don't cry, I can't stand seeing girls cry. Because when a girl cries, I can't help but laugh. Oh no. I mean, it pains me. Ming Yuexing, why are you here? I'm treating my brothers to drinks, what else would I be doing? Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. Who exactly is that Yang? Why are you so afraid of him? Jiang Heng, though I'm indeed scared of him, I've never shown it, have I? And to ensure Chengfei's safety, I even risked being smacked to death, and went unknown with Yang. Did I make it too obvious? No way. Ming Yuexing opened her mouth, but found no words could escape. This made her furrow her brows slightly, and she changed the subject. Tomorrow is Patriarch Qin's birthday. Will you be going? Jiang Heng nodded. Yes. As the head of one of the 4 great families, Patriarch Qin's 80th birthday would certainly invite all the prominent figures of the Magic City. As a member of the Mo family, he naturally had the chance to join in the festivities. But why was Ming Yuexing asking this? Good. Ming Yuexing's expression softened as she spoke softly. Tomorrow, I'll bring Yang along too. Jiang Heng. Damn. What does this little girl think she's doing? Knowing I'm afraid of Yi Yang, she's deliberately sending him after me. But why? I've never wronged her. I don't understand your meaning. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. If Ming Yuexing intended to use Yi Yang against him, then she was his enemy. And toward his enemies, Jiang Heng was never merciful. In this place, aside from Yi Yang, Jiang Heng believed that those who could harm him were few and far between. Trying to kill with a borrowed knife. Then I don't care what the reason is. Anyone who plots against me is my enemy. Don't think that just because you're the young lady of the Ming family, I won't strike you down. Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Ming Yuexing's breath caught in her throat, a pang of pain surging through her. The oppressive aura radiating from Jiang Heng was too overwhelming for her to underestimate. And she knew he wasn't joking. He truly had the nerve. You've misunderstood. I don't want to go against you, I want to use this chance to get rid of Yi Yang. Ming Yuexing hastily explained, afraid that their relationship would sour beyond repair. Get rid of Yi Yang. Jiang Heng was stunned, his mind struggling to catch up. Has she already seen through that Yi Yang is a beast in human guise? I knew it. How could the Ming family's genius be so foolish? But why? Is it because I slapped Yi Yang's face and made him lose face a few times? So Miss Ming, how do you want me to help? Jiang Heng would seize any chance to suppress Yi Yang. The slower Yi Yang grew, the greater his own chance of survival. Ideally, he could even trap Yi Yang to his doom. I need to know Yi Yang's plan. I've checked his background, but found nothing. Yi Yang is a war god. How could his background be easy to dig up? According to the plot, at Patriarch Qin's birthday, he should notice the old man's ailment, save his life, and earn the Qin family's favor. But since the plot collapsed recently and later events came early, a simple guess is that this time at the Qin residence, Yi Yang will have his men cause trouble deliberately, then step in to resolve it with force. Jiang Heng recalled that this was indeed the original plot. If there was no chance to shine, Yi Yang would create one. Especially for something as important as Patriarch Qin's grand birthday. Yi Yang wouldn't miss an opportunity to show off. Yi Yang plans to send men to stir up trouble at the Qin residence, and Hell come to the rescue at the critical moment. That's his scheme. As an enemy of the Mo family, I can still dig up this information. Jiang Heng explained casually enough to sound plausible. Ming Yuexing's face lit up with joy. Knowing Yi Yang's plan made everything much easier. Then we'll turn his trick against him. Station heavy guards around the Qin residence's perimeter, and when his men try to flee after the act, we'll capture them. We'll pry Yi Yang's secrets out of them and get a hold on him. Jiang Heng paused, thinking it over. He couldn't help but give Ming Yuexing a thumbs up. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Though his men are strong, if they fake injuries and run away during the act, they'll take some real damage. Then he'll send my boys to clean up the weakened ones. It'll be a piece of cake. Jiang Heng glanced at his men drinking in the bar, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Perfect timing. He wasn't short on manpower. Su Qingyu had brought 800 men to the Magic City, and the Mo family had over 1,000. With so many combined, dealing with a few weakened soldiers was child's play. As long as he could get something on Yi Yang, he wouldn't have to fear his deeds being buried. Truly worthy of Miss Ming, so meticulous. I admire that. Ming Yuexing smiled smugly, being praised felt quite good, and she knew Jiang Heng's compliments came from the heart, without a shred of pretense. She had come looking for him today because she knew he was special. Jiang Heng could foresee the future, while she could hear his inner thoughts. As long as they worked together, they could stay a step ahead in everything. But, just as Ming Yuexing was reveling in her triumph, Jiang Heng's tone shifted, turning firm. Why should I help you? Why should I help you? This sentence hit like a bomb. Ming Yuexing was at a loss for words. Aren't you very afraid of Yi Yang? This plan might be able to kill Yi Yang. Such a good opportunity, would you give it up? Before coming, Ming Yuexing had only thought of asking Jiang Heng for help, and maybe hearing his true thoughts. But she never considered why Jiang Heng would help her. After all, they barely knew each other, having only met a few times. Moreover, Jiang Heng was Mo Chengfei's lackey, and she had never given Mo Chengfei a kind look. Yes, I am indeed a bit wary of Yi Yang. But that alone is not enough reason for me to help you. If I wanted to, I could expose Yi Yang's identity in other ways and foil his schemes. But Miss Ming, have you ever considered what benefits I would gain from helping you? Jiang Heng gave a sly smile. His gaze locked tightly onto Ming Yuexing. If she wanted his help, she had to show some sincerity. He wasn't just her tool. Huh. How about I pay you 100 million as a reward after it's done? Ming Yuexing asked tentatively. Jiang Heng put on a serious expression. I've never touched money since I was a child. I have no interest in money. The happiest time for me was when I took 100 yuan to the supermarket to buy instant noodles. Ming Yuexing. It was fortunate that Ming Yuexing could hear Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. Otherwise, she might have believed him. But since he was helping with such a big favor, and there might be future collaborations, even knowing his ulterior motives, she still had to give something. Then name your price. Jiang Heng nodded with satisfaction. He almost said the student is teachable. Then his eyes swept over Ming Yuexing, and suddenly stopped at her neck. He couldn't look away. Seeing Jiang Heng's blatant stare, Ming Yuexing gasped and instinctively covered her chest. Her face flushed crimson. Before Jiang Heng could speak, she said in advance, "That's absolutely out of the question. I'm not mentally prepared for that." "Jiang Heng, I haven't said anything yet. Why is it not okay? What's on her mind? Does she think I'm interested in her? I want the jade pendant on your chest." Jade pendant. Ming Yuexing looked down in confusion, then realized when she saw the jade pendant hanging around her neck. This pendant was something she found while cleaning the house. It was originally a black and white double fish shape, but the black half was missing as she searched for it for a long time without finding it. So she just hung the white half around her neck. It still looked somewhat elegant. This jade pendant is the yin-yang celestial fish. The white represents divinity, and the black represents murderous aura. Yang, in order to bring down the Duan family, placed that black half in the Duan family. With his blood, it gathered ominous things from all around to the Duan residents. Duan Kaifeng's bad condition is because of the black jade pendant. I was thinking how to help him. I never expected the white jade pendant to be on Ming Yuexing. As long as I combine this white half with the black half, the murderous aura in the Duan family can be resolved. Using this opportunity to help Duan Kaifeng is quite worthwhile. Jiang Heng muttered to himself and already had a plan. He had always had a good relationship with Duan Kaifeng, so naturally he would help if he could. Since the opportunity was right before him, he had no reason to give it up. Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Ming Yuexing understood. At the same time, her disgust for Yi Yang deepened. To bring down the Duan family, he would stoop to any means, throwing the Duan family into chaos. Such a person was a scourge on this world. Without hesitation, Ming Yuexing immediately took off the jade pendant and handed it to Jiang Heng. And Jiang Heng, who could have used this chance to extort a huge fortune, chose instead to help a friend. A person like this was truly worthy of deep friendship. Completely different from that hypocrite Yi Yang. "Take it. And if you want money, I can give you some too." So straightforward. I thought I'd have to talk my way into it. Jiang Heng's face lit up with joy as he quickly took the pendant and stuffed it into his pocket. "Thank you, Miss Ming. But forget the money, this is enough." This was Jiang Heng's true feeling. He had never intended to swindle anything from Ming Yuexing. Moreover, given the chance to deal with Yi Yang, Jiang Heng would have agreed, even if it meant working for free. Jiang Heng's performance surprised Ming Yuexing, and she found herself liking him even more. So handsome and considerate of others. And his heart was kind, not arrogant, and reckless like Chengfei, blinded by profit and status. Such a man was so charming. Ming Yuexing admitted that in that moment she had developed feelings for Jiang Heng. Perhaps Jiang Heng was her true ideal type. "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Jiang Heng smiled warmly, quietly gazing at Ming Yuexing. Ming Yuexing nodded gently, her heart flustered by Jiang Heng's charming smile. Her face was deeply flushed. "It's nothing. Thank you for the information. They'll be going now." With that, Ming Yuexing, her cheeks red, trotted out of the bar. But just before leaving, Ming Yuexing inexplicably advised Jiang Heng to drink less. And she shot a warning glare at the girls in the bar. As for why she did that, even Ming Yuexing wasn't sure. It was purely an instinctive action. After Ming Yuexing left, Jiang Heng waved his hand. The girls who had left earlier swarmed back, surrounding Jiang Heng again. They had clearly seen that even Ming Yuexing, the heiress of one of the four great families and known as the Eternal Iceberg, had taken the initiative to talk to Jiang Heng. After all, Ming Yuexing never used to come to places like bars. And all of that was because Jiang Heng was here. This elevated everyone's admiration for Jiang Heng to a new level. Mo family's Mo Chengfei. Ming family's Ming Yuexing. Underground boss master Hu. All three are famous figures in mode, yet they all show respect to Jiang Heng. I wonder what Jiang Heng's real identity is. Could he be from Yindu? If that's the case, he must be a big shot even in Yindu. We must never provoke someone like that. If only I could become his follower. As Jiang Heng dragged the thoroughly inebriated Mo Cheng back to the Mo family, Su Qingyu and Mo Yuqian had already stopped their playful bickering, seriously discussing the plans for the next day's celebration of old Master Qin's birthday. They noticed Jiang Heng's return. The two old fellows exchanged glances, their eyes subtly moving. "You're back. How was the fun?" Mo Yuqian asked with a smile. "Young Master Mo had a great time, and I took good care of Su Lao's little brother." After saying that, Jiang Heng placed Mo Cheng on the sofa. Taking advantage of Su Qingyu's momentary distraction, he discreetly gave Mo Yuqian an okay sign indicating that everything was taken care of. This brought a smile to Mo Yuqian's face, though he did not express it outwardly. Instead, he squinted his eyes, slightly unsure of what Jiang Heng was thinking. Su Qingyu felt something was off. Jiang Heng had come to report the situation. Why hadn't his little brother come in? Surely he couldn't be lost. Thinking this, Su Qingyu opened the front door and glanced at the scene outside. To his shock, his blood pressure skyrocketed. His little brothers were all sprawled on the ground, their faces flushed red, chatting happily with Mo family's other little brothers. They were all embracing one another, calling each other brothers. Clearly they were all utterly drunk. How much did Jiang Heng pour down their throats? How could they have drunk so much? Damn it, is Jiang Heng a reincarnated wine addict? How come I didn't see him get drunk? Su Qingyu surveyed the scene with a gaze that radiated intimidation reminiscent of a hawk. But in the end he could only let out a sigh. Allowing Jiang Heng to take them out was indeed a mistake. Watching Su Qingyi's disgruntled expression, Ming Yuexing secretly laughed. He gently patted Jiang Heng on the shoulder. You did well this time. First take Ming Yuexing back to his room for a bath, and let him rest. Saying this, Ming Yuexing kicked Ming Yuexing in frustration. If only his son were like Jiang Heng, Ming Yuexing truly was a worry. Yes, boss. At that moment a graceful figure descended the stairs. Yi Manqing swayed her hips and approached Ming Yuexing smiling as she said, let me help Jiang Heng take Chengfei to his room. Jiang Heng also drank. What if he falls while going upstairs later? As she spoke, Yi Manqing winked at Jiang Heng, her eyes full of affection. Jiang Heng clicked his tongue and cursed under his breath, little enchantress. All right, go ahead. Ming Yuexing thought nothing of it, his gaze fixed on Su Qingyu the entire time. The more Su Qingyu looked troubled, the happier he felt. Jiang Heng draped Ming Yuexing's arm over his shoulder, and with Yi Manqing's assistance they returned to the room. Just as they placed Ming Yuexing on the bed before Jiang Heng could catch his breath, Yi Manqing eagerly threw herself onto him. She tightly embraced him. You finally returned. I missed you so much. Jiang Heng quickly pushed Yi Manqing away, casting a glance at the bed where Ming Yuexing lay. Seeing that Ming Yuexing had not yet awakened, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Have you lost your mind? Ming Yuexing is still here. You'd better be careful in front of him. Otherwise, if he finds out, we're both done for. No, I want to. Yi Manqing ignored Jiang Heng's advice, opening her arms to hug him tightly. Jiang Heng lost his balance and fell onto the bed, taking Yi Manqing down with him. Lying on the bed, her lips inadvertently pressed against his. No way. This crazy woman can't be thinking of doing it here. Damn it, if Ming Yuexing wakes up now, there would be no way to clear my name. But Yi Manqing seemed unconcerned, pressing her lips firmly against his, slowly closing her eyes. Damn, she's not afraid of anything. Why should I worry? Jiang Heng, emboldened by the alcohol, reached out and pinched Yi Manqing. She closed her eyes. That's more like it. Yi Manqing smiled secretly to herself. Meanwhile, the completely wasted Ming Yuexing had no idea that his little brother and his own little mom were being so bold. If Ming Yuexing were to wake up, his first words would likely be a furious outburst. Don't you have your own bed? After a long while, Yi Manqing reluctantly released Jiang Heng's lips and lay on his broad chest. I'm sleeping alone tonight, come to my room later. Saying this, she pecked him on the cheek. With a light smile, she left the room. Jiang Heng touched his cheek, where Yi Manqing's lipstick still lingered. What a daring woman. Glancing at Ming Yuexing beside him, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. But this feeling lasted less than a second as Jiang Heng cast the thought aside. I have already made up my mind. Not even Jesus could stop me. I said it. After giving Ming Yuexing a quick splash of water on his face, Jiang Heng headed downstairs. However, there he discovered a strange girl. With delicate features and a petite face, dressed in casual denim, she exuded youthful vitality. She looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. You're here. Is Ming Yuexing awake? Call him down to have dinner with us. Ming Yuexing waved his hand. A lavish dinner had already been prepared before him. Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing were seated at the table along with Yi Manqing and the girl. Besides them, there was no one else. Boss, the young master is still asleep. It looks like he won't wake until tomorrow morning. Jiang Heng respectfully reported, then turned to leave. The people here were either from the Mo family or Su Qingyu's. Though he acted very assertive and arrogant, he was leveraging these people's influence to show off. In front of these big shots, he still needed to abide by some rules. Since he isn't coming, then you shouldn't leave either. Come over and eat with us. Ming Yuexing gestured for Jiang Heng to come closer, indicating the seat beside him. Jiang Heng, what the hell? You want me to eat with you? But I'm not a member of the Mo family. Wait. Ming Yuexing wants Su Qingyu to know my importance in the Mo family. After all, since I have been so assertive today, Su Qingyu must want to win me over. Ming Yuexing is using this opportunity to dispel Su Qingyu's thoughts. With this in mind, Jiang Heng felt relieved. Since I can have a feast of meat and fish together, how could Jiang Heng not join in? Without hesitation, he sat down, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Seeing this, the girl looked at Jiang Heng in confusion. It seemed she had just heard Jiang Heng's inner thoughts. Is it just my imagination? Or is it? Su Qingyu cast a peculiar glance at Ming Yuexing, silently cursing him as a cunning old fox. Few who sat in such positions were fools. Even without explicit words, Su Qingyu knew exactly what Ming Yuexing was plotting. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is my daughter Su Qiyun, a commercial prodigy from White City. She took the 500 million in assets I gave her and multiplied it 20-fold in just a year. What? Su Qiyun? Holy shit. Isn't she one of Yi Yang's harem, that business genius said to be even more formidable than Qin Xiaoying? I recall that after Yi Yang took Su Qiyun under his wing, she managed all his assets. To meet her here, this plot is truly shattered. Su Qiyun furrowed her delicate brows, slightly gazing at Jiang Heng with confusion. Who was Yi Yang? Why should she be part of his harem and manage his money? He wasn't even worthy. The little girl who used to cry and sniffle has grown up so fast. Su Qiyun, do you remember how you used to love following Chengfei around begging him to take you out to play? Huh. Back then you called him Big Brother all the time. Yuexing laughed heartily. Su Qingyo. Damn it, this old bastard. I want to slap him twice. That was childish nonsense, so we've all grown up now. But your young master, Mo, doesn't seem fully mature yet, getting drunk on wine. Su Qingyu snorted, firing back. Yuexing. The two old men resumed their glaring contest, neither yielding an inch. Yi Manqing smiled faintly, extending her small foot beneath the table to gently press against Jiang Heng's leg. Feeling the odd sensation, Jiang Heng's eyes shot wide open. He stared at Yi Manqing in astonishment. Crazy. This woman is truly insane. We're still at dinner. How dare she be so bold? Can't she be more careful? Yuexing is sitting right beside her. Hearing this, Yi Manqing blinked, seductively unconcerned. She had been watching Yuexing's gaze all along. Such a subtle move would never be noticed. Except by one person, Su Qiyun. Watching Jiang Heng and Yi Manqing exchange glances, and catching Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Su Qiyun was instantly dumbfounded. Did Jiang Heng cuckold Yuexing? Or was it Yi Manqing? There's such a scheme at play. Su Qiyun chuckled inwardly, suddenly feeling she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. If nothing went wrong, she might even use it to blackmail Jiang Heng. She had heard about Jiang Heng from Su Qingyu, who spoke of him with utmost satisfaction. If not for the disparity in status, Su Qingyu would have wanted to introduce Su Qiyun to him. How intriguing. At the table, Su Qingyu and Yuexing kept trading barbs, then moved on to a drinking contest. White, yellow, red, a bit of every color. Both drank until they were utterly plastered, lost in a drunken stupor. Tell me, Yuexing, was I ever unkind to you? And this is how you repay me? Yuexing snorted. As if I treated you poorly. When you stole your father's money to start a business and ended up on the streets, who helped you? Didn't I lend you money to get back on your feet? Su Qingyu belched, waving his hand vigorously. After I succeeded, I gave you 60% of the shares without a second thought. You made a fortune. Same for me. The two old men traded tales of the past one after another. Finally, Su Qingyu and Yuexing both collapsed onto the table, dead drunk. Boss. Daddy. Looks like they're out cold. They'll take the boss to his room. Jiang Heng grabbed Yuexing, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and carried him to his room. Then he turned back, lifted Su Qingyu, and placed him in the adjacent room. There's a towel and hot water here. He'll have two underlings come in to look after Master Su. Miss Su, your room is next door. Allow me to escort you. With that, Jiang Heng led Su Qiyun to the adjoining room and instructed the servants to watch over Su Qingyu. Su Qiyun nodded, her gaze lingering on Jiang Heng with curiosity. Is there anything else, Miss Su? Jiang Heng asked. As a subordinate, it was only proper to look after the boss and guests when they were drunk. Plus, Su Qiyun was so beautiful. He felt he could afford to stay a little longer. You're Jiang Heng, right? I've heard about today from my father. Your ability to rally people is truly astonishing. Over 800 of the Su family's underlings, and in just one afternoon you won the hearts of many to follow you. I have to admire your skill. Su Qiyun said with a smile, but there was a hint of hostility in her words. So Miss Su, do you intend to eliminate me, eh? Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed as he grew cautious. Before she even becomes Yi Yang's harem, she's already doing things to benefit him. What would happen if she actually became part of his harem? Always going on about Yi Yang's harem, as if I'm really his woman. Su Qiyun frowned in displeasure, lowering her voice. I have no such intention, but if you're willing to work for the Su family, you won't be shortchanged. Jiang Heng. Great, another one trying to poach me. What do these people see in me? Why is everyone so eager to recruit me? I admit I'm far superior to others, especially in the looks department, but that doesn't mean they have to keep digging at me. Jiang Heng shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Miss Su. He'll consider it. With that, he turned and left the room without lingering. He needed to avoid contact with Yi Yang's harem members as much as possible. Otherwise, if Yi Yang grew furious and quietly took him out, what then? In the original story, many of Yi Yang's enemies were silently eliminated by him under cover of darkness. He didn't want to become one of them. Watching Jiang Heng's retreating figure, a sly smile crept across Su Qian's face. She needed to verify her suspicions. Once Su Qingyu and Yuexing had both fallen into deep sleep, Yi Manqing opened her eyes, quietly slipped out of bed, and made her way to the third-floor room. She scattered flowers over the bed, dimmed the lights to a shadowy hue, and finished by spritzing perfume. Then she pulled out her phone and sent Jiang Heng a text message. Jiang Heng, about to sleep, felt his phone vibrate. Opening it, he saw it was from Yi Manqing. No way. Does this woman really want me to come? In the dead of night, can't she just sleep? Early to bed, early to rise keeps you healthy. I really don't want it. Before he could finish, a photo from Yi Manqing appeared on Jiang Heng's phone. She wore a white blouse with the top two buttons undone, revealing her fair collarbone, paired with a mini skirt and black stockings. Stockings with letters on them. Holy crap. Wait for me. I'm coming. Jiang Heng tossed his phone aside and sprang up from the bed like a rocket. After scanning the doorway, he stealthily crept up to the third floor under the cover of darkness. A sliver of light peeked through the slightly ajar door, and Jiang Heng slipped inside without hesitation. All of this unfolded before Su Kaiyan's eyes. She let out a soft chuckle, followed him, and pressed her ear against the door. On her phone, she had captured the moment Jiang Heng snuck from his room into Yuexing's. The surroundings made Jiang Heng's breath catch, his adrenaline surging. Yuexing lay on the bed, a seductive smile on her face, waving at him. "Here you are, bro." Jiang Heng nodded and locked the door. Before long, melodious sounds echoed from within the room. Su Qiyun listened at the door, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had stumbled upon a colossal secret today, and it was scandalous. She wondered what expression Ming Yuexing would wear when he found out. But as time wore on, Su Qiyun sensed something amiss. The sounds from inside only grew louder without pause, with barely any break. Over an hour had passed since Jiang Heng entered the room. Had he not stopped at all? Is Jiang Heng made of kidneys? This is too outrageous. Even a donkey on a farm isn't this efficient. Su Qiyun, still a maiden and of age, found vivid images flooding her mind at the sounds within. Blushing deeply, her cheeks flushed with two rosy patches that refused to fade. Yet she couldn't bring herself to leave, standing rooted at the door. 3 hours passed like this, and the sounds inside suddenly doubled in intensity. It seemed to reach a critical point. Then came a rustling sound, followed by the click of a lighter. Jiang Heng took a slow drag of his cigarette, his face showing signs of fatigue. Yuexing nestled against him, her face radiant with contentment. "I should go," Jiang Heng said as he dressed to leave. Yuexing gazed at him reluctantly, wanting to follow, but stopping. The 3 hours of exertion left her unable to move, easily forced to lie in bed and recover. Hearing the commotion, Su Qiyun quickly slipped away, hiding behind a pillar. Jiang Heng didn't notice her, only saw a puddle of water by the door. He scratched his head in confusion. Who the hell is so rude as to piss in front of someone's door? With that, Jiang Heng hurried back to his room. Su Kaiyan's cheeks still flushed. Her phone had recorded all of Jiang Heng's transgressions. "Oof, got you this time. Let's see you escape now. You'll do as the Su family says." Su Qiyun smirked cunningly, went to Jiang Heng's door, and knocked. With solid evidence, Jiang Heng couldn't escape her grasp. Exhausted from 3 hours of labor, Jiang Heng just wanted to rest. Annoyed by the knock, he snapped, "Who is it? Can't a person sleep at this hour?" "Miss Su. What do you want? Just have the servants handle it." Su Qiyun smirked and slipped into his room, sitting on the bed. "What does this woman want? I feel she's up to no good." Jiang Heng closed the door and frowned. "I discovered a huge secret today. Want to hear it?" Su Qiyun waved her phone before him. "What secret?" Jiang Heng's heart tightened, a sense of dread growing. Could she have found out? Impossible, there's no way she knows about today. I checked the area, no one was there. She's trying to bluff me. As long as I deny everything, no one will. Holy shit. Su Qiyun opened her phone and scrolled through photos. Jiang Heng sneaking into Yuexing's room and slinking out with his pants half buttoned, looking utterly pathetic. "How could you? What do you want?" Jiang Heng admitted, panic beginning to set in. If Ming Yuexing found out, he'd be chopped to pieces. But he still couldn't understand how Su Qiyun knew about him and Yuexing. Had someone ratted him out? What do you think old Master Mo would do if he saw these photos? Would you rather be fed to the dogs or the fish? Su Qiyun smirked, having him completely under her thumb. As long as she had the photos, Jiang Heng would have to obey her. And she had backups, so even if he grabbed her phone and deleted them, it wouldn't matter. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so bold. You've truly impressed me." Jiang Heng's brow twitched. He wanted to lunge for her phone. But then he thought, since she dared to show it, she must have copies. Snatching it would be useless. Damn it. I thought it was foolproof, but I got caught. This is really bad. What exactly do you want? Jiang Heng glared at Su Qiyun, his anger rising. If she dared to threaten him, he wouldn't let her leave unscathed. With that thought, Jiang Heng stepped forward, a cruel smile curling on his lips. "You? What are you doing?" Su Kaiyan's heart raced as she sensed his malicious intent. She quickly said, "I want you to be the Su family's underling and work for us. Otherwise you'll end up dead. Don't think about attacking me. I have my father's emergency watch on me. 1 press and 20 bodyguards will swarm in to protect me." Su Qiyun, remembering her watch, spoke with renewed confidence. "Don't worry, the Su family won't treat you badly. As long as you do your job." Jiang Heng glanced at the watch on her wrist and sighed, feeling trapped. "Damn it, I forgot about that. Looks like I need to deal with the watch before silencing her. What a pain. I've been outsmarted today." Jiang Heng maintained a tough front. "Making me your Su family's dog, Miss Su, isn't that a bit too insulting? Besides, this is the Mo residence. It'll take time for them to come up. If you push me too far, I can't guarantee I won't do something rash." As if to prove the veracity of his words, Jiang Heng tore off his shirt and tossed it onto the bed, mimicking Yuexing's smirk, deliberately making it as lecherous as possible. Yet Su Qiyun was not swayed by this ploy. Instead of fear, she found herself admiring Jiang Heng's abdominal muscles. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Why isn't this girl scared? Any other woman would have bolted out the door by now. Could it be that my smirk isn't vile enough? If only Yi Yang were here, With his 90-degree war god smile, had surely scared Su Qiyun away. Little did Jiang Heng know, all his inner thoughts were being heard clearly by Su Qiyun. Since she knew what he was thinking, how could she be afraid? Stop with these antics. Let's just be straightforward. Tell me about the Mo family's sphere of influence and their affiliated enterprises. Once I get the intel, I want to naturally delete all the videos. You even secretly filmed me. Jiang Heng was aghast. No, I can't let her stay. Even if it means death, I won't let her have her way. If it comes to it, we'll go down together. If she dares to ruin my future, I'll shatter her little glass. With that thought, Jiang Heng's eyes hardened, and he transformed into a ravenous beast. He lunged at Su Qiyun, immediately pinning her hands down to prevent her from using the emergency function on her watch. For the moment, he had subdued Su Qiyun. She hadn't expected Jiang Heng to be so audacious and swift. Caught off guard, she couldn't even call for help, forced to watch helplessly as he pressed down on her. Let me go. If my father finds out about this, I'll kill you. Let go. If you don't release me now, I'll scream. Jiang Heng gave a sinister smile, tossed her watch aside, and lifted her chin. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. This is the price you pay for threatening me. Don't think I'm like those other lackeys out there. If you knew I took out your family's blood crocodile and vulture today, you wouldn't have barged into my room. Looking closely, you're no less attractive than Yi Manqing. If we spend a night together, I wonder if you could hold up. With that, Jiang Heng moved to force himself on Su Qiyun. Terrified, her face paled and tears of helplessness streamed from her eyes. No, please don't. I beg you, let me go. They'll delete the videos. Su Qiyun was now deeply frightened by Jiang Heng, her earlier bravado gone. She knew he meant every word. If she provoked him further, he was capable of anything. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done this from the start? Jiang Heng sat up, opened the photo album on Su Qiyun's phone, and took a glance. His blood immediately boiled, nearly causing him to spit blood. Apart from the photos she had taken today, the rest were all selfies of Su Qiyun. In various outfits: black stockings, white stockings, fishnets, JK uniforms. Everything imaginable. He even saw Su Qiyun dressed as a bunny girl in Spider-Man. Who knew this girl was so adventurous? Whoa, this shot is great. Props to the photographer. How did I not notice Su Qiyun had such a great figure before? She's got it all. No wonder Yi Yang went to such lengths using his overseas connections, and even secretly taking out Su Qiyun to get her. Su Qiyun. Yi Yang again. What makes him think I'm one of Yi Yang's people? Wait. You? Give me back my phone. He'll delete them. Su Qiyun suddenly remembered that her phone was full of her own photos. Now that Jiang Heng had snatched her phone to delete the pictures, her private photos would be. Embarrassment overwhelmed her, and 2 rosy patches bloomed on her cheeks. She wished she could crawl into a hole. Here, take it. Jiang Heng glanced around reluctantly and tossed the phone back to Su Qiyun. After all, he had already seen everything he was supposed to see and more. She caught it and anxiously scrolled through her photos. The more she looked, the more flustered she became. Some photos were quite risque. Now it was as if Jiang Heng had seen her completely naked. Since the photos are all deleted, you should leave now. Threatening me is useless. I'm just a lackey. Go threaten my boss. Jiang Heng pointed at the door, signaling for her to leave. He was exhausted and just wanted a good night's sleep. You want me to leave? Well, I won't give you the satisfaction. Did you really think you deleted everything? I kept some in reserve. Su Qiyun produced several more photos from somewhere, all of Jiang Heng. Hey, damn it. You're messing with me. Without a word, Jiang Heng pinned her onto the bed again, trying to snatch her phone. Su Qiyun twisted and turned, refusing to give it up. Just then the door suddenly swung open. Jiang Heng. I woke up halfway and remembered the season ends tomorrow. Get up and help me rank up. You should still be awake. Mo Chengfei's eyes widened as he took in the scene. He was utterly shocked. At that moment, Jiang Heng was fully on top of Su Qiyun, his clothes discarded on the bed. She squirmed beneath him with a defiant smile, a hint of playfulness in her expression. The sight left Mo Chengfei stunned and bewildered. Su Qiyun screamed, tears of grievance nearly spilling over. She knew Mo Chengfei had surely misunderstood. His gaze made it painfully clear. Damn it. Why did this idiot have to barge in the middle of the night? Couldn't he have picked a better moment? This is bad. Really bad. After a moment of shock, Mo Chengfei reacted and instinctively closed the door. Su Qiyun, when did you get to my house? No. When did you seduce Jiang Heng? He's such an honest guy, and you still try to tempt him. It's a good thing I found out. If your father knew, he'd surely kill Jiang Heng. Don't worry, this stays between us. They'll keep your secret. Mo Chengfei gave Jiang Heng a proud look as if to say, see how loyal I am. Jiang Heng, you said Su Qiyun seduced me, so why would Su Qiyun want to kill me if he found out? Shouldn't he be disciplining his own daughter instead? No, it's not what you think. Su Qiyun's eyes glistened with tears as she kicked Jiang Heng to the ground. I'd seduce a dog before I'd ever seduce him. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Heng rubbed his sore backside, gazing at Su Qiyun's tear-streaked face, and a mischievous impulse suddenly stirred within him. He strode over to Mo Chengfei's side and patted him on the shoulder. Good brother. Su Qiyun, you think you can threaten me? Now I've got something on you too. We're at a stalemate. If you dare spill tonight's events, your reputation will be ruined. With that thought, Jiang Heng silently commended himself. He couldn't help but marvel at Mo Chengfei's impeccable timing. Mo Chengfei caught on and thumped his chest vigorously. Brothers are in the heart. Watching their wicked grins and Jiang Heng's inner monologue, Su Qiyun grew even more aggrieved, unable to voice her grievances. Vile Jiang Heng, since you want to play, you'll see this game through to the end. Let's see who comes out on top. She made a momentous decision in her heart and suddenly called out loudly to Mo Chengfei. Mo Chengfei, you absolutely must not breathe a word about tonight's incident between Jiang Heng and me. If my father finds out, I'll kill Jiang Heng. I don't want him dead. I beg you. Jiang Heng. This time Jiang Heng's mind couldn't keep up. Is this woman insane? He'll never clear my name now. Is she really ready to burn everything down with me? Mo Chengfei's face lit up with understanding, donning an expression of I get it. Rest assured, he'll never tell Uncle Su that you two were planning to play poker together tonight. Jiang Heng is my good brother, and his affairs are mine. Jiang Heng's mouth twitched, resisting the urge to slap Mo Chengfei. You truly are my good brother, aren't you? Su Qiyun smiled, triumphantly casting a defiant glance at Jiang Heng. You want to play? Then I'll see it through. Just as Mo Chengfei finished speaking, two unexpected figures burst into the room. What's going on? What happened? Daughter, are you alright? Su Qingyu and Mo Yuqian entered the room one after another, bewildered by the sight of the three. They had also overheard Mo Chengfei promising to keep Jiang Heng and Su Qian's secret, not telling anyone about their poker game here. The moment they heard that, the two old men instantly grasped the situation. Their expressions toward the group shifted. Since when did my daughter become this open-minded? Is this still my daughter? Su Qingji's face twisted as if he had swallowed something bitter, utterly mortified. Mo Yuqian, however, seemed overjoyed. Impressive, Jiang Heng. You've won over Su Qingji's daughter so quickly. This speed outstrips my own youthful pursuits. And it seems Su Qiyun was the one who seduced Jiang Heng. As expected, good looks charm the ladies. Jiang Heng. Su Qiyun. It's over, it's over. He'll never shake off this suspicion now. Weren't these two old geezers asleep? Why did they get up again? In the dead of night, why is it so hard to get some sleep? Jiang Heng was almost speechless. One thing after another. He just wanted to sleep. But Su Qiyun was the most exasperated of all. She had only meant to embarrass Jiang Heng, yet in the end, she was the one humiliated. The joke was on her. Hey, it's not that I want help you, brother, but I'm out of options now. How about we just come clean? This is a perfect chance to meet the parents. Mo Chengfei nudged Jiang Heng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, a sly, gleeful look on his face. Jiang Heng, didn't you hear Su Qiyun? If we admitted her dad will kill me. And we really didn't do anything. Why should we confess? Stupid woman, you've really messed up now. Su Qingji's face darkened as he beckoned Su Qiyun. Come with me. With that, Su Qingyu left the room, first too ashamed to stay. Su Qiyun followed, reluctantly shooting Jiang Heng a venomous glare before leaving. Once they were gone, Mo Chengfei couldn't contain his laughter. Well done, Jiang Heng. I never knew you had such skills. Teach me sometime. They'll try it on Ming Yuexing. Mo Yuqian had shed his usual sternness, replaced by an endless mischievous grin. Not bad, not bad. You've really made Su Qingyu lose face this time. And you even lured his daughter into your room. Truly, you're my most satisfactory protege. Don't worry, with me around, Su Qingyu won't dare lay a hand on you. Hearing this, Jiang Heng was moved to tears. It was great to have a boss who had his back. And Su Qingyu might even vent his anger on Mo Yuqian for poor supervision, perfectly deflecting the hostility. Thank you, boss, but everything just now was a misunderstanding. Nothing happened between Su Qiyun and me. Really? Then why did I walk in and see you pinning Su Qiyun to the bed with your clothes disheveled? Mo Chengfei patted Jiang Heng's shoulder and gave him a knowing look. Don't worry about Su Qingji's revenge. As long as you don't go to White City, he can't touch you. And this is Devil City, the Mo family's domain. Mo Yuqian nodded in agreement. Jiang Heng. Well, there's no explaining this now. We'll see what Su Qiyun has to say. On the other side, Su Qingyu led Su Qiyun to the sofa, his face dark and menacing. Su Qiyun sat obediently beside him, a trace of tears at the corners of her eyes, hardly daring to breathe. I heard you seduced Jiang Heng. Su Qiyun quickly waved her hands in denial. How is that possible? He's just a lackey. Why would I seduce him? It was all a misunderstanding. I'm not interested in him. Then why were you in Jiang Heng's room in the dead of night, instead of sleeping? Su Qingyu pressed. Su Qiyun. Her face flushed crimson, and she couldn't find the words to explain to Su Qingyu. Indeed, no virtuous maiden would sneak into a man's room in the middle of the night for fun. Su Qiyun knew that no matter how she explained, now she couldn't avoid suspicion. Jiang Heng, you despicable man. He'll never forgive you. After a long while, Su Qingyu let out a soft sigh, as if he had been utterly deflated. All right, you've grown up now. I can't stop you from doing whatever you want. Although Jiang Heng is just a young follower, after today's interaction, I've realized he's more than that. He still has great value and high potential for growth. All that's needed is to nurture him slowly. I'm just worried that you, being naive, will tell Jiang Heng everything once you start dating. Fine, I won't oppose your relationship anymore. Su Kaiyan's eyes widened abruptly. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain to Su Qingyu. More words would only lead to more mistakes. No matter how she tried to justify, they wouldn't believe her. So she decided not to say anything and would find another opportunity to explain later. In this, her thoughts aligned surprisingly with Jiang Heng's. Ming Yuexing, who had been admonishing Jiang Heng in the room, came downstairs casting a teasing glance at Su Qingyu. The corner of Su Qingyi's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. He could only shake his head and retreat to his room to rest. Today's visit had been a complete loss. Not only had he failed to intimidate the Mo family, but he had also ended up sacrificing his own daughter. If he had known it would be this unlucky, he would have rather stayed in bed. Su Kaiyan's face flushed with shame as she vowed to get back at Jiang Heng, especially at Mo Chengfei. Tonight had been going smoothly until Mo Chengfei interrupted midway, wanting to play games with Jiang Heng. Otherwise her plan would have succeeded. Mo Chengfei earnestly sought Jiang Heng's advice on flirting techniques in his room and didn't leave satisfied until the dead of night. You really are something. I'll rely on you for all my future flirting. Jiang Heng lay in bed unsure whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, I should have just gone to sleep. I was blinded by Yumanking's black stockings. This stuff is really harmful. He'll never do this again. After busy work for a while, Jiang Heng closed his eyes, urging himself to sleep. He decided to take things one step at a time. Today was Old Master Qin's 80th birthday, and he had invited influential figures from all over. The four major families of Magic City were certainly not to be missed. Even bigwigs from other places like Su Qingyu had specifically come to celebrate Old Master Qin's birthday. Jiang Heng drove the car, his face full of frustration. Originally, he was supposed to drive Ming Yuexing and Su Qingyu to the Qin residence today. But after yesterday's events, both the Mo and Su families believed he was dating Su Qiyun. They flatly refused to ride in his car. Moreover, Mo Chengfei tossed him the keys to a McLaren and arranged for Su Qiyun to sit in the passenger seat. This car is my favorite. It's smooth. Plus it has privacy glass. Take care of yourselves. Jiang Heng took the keys and shook his head helplessly. As Su Qiyun got into the car, she had 2 dark circles under her eyes, clearly from lack of sleep, and her face bore a hint of irritation. Her eyes seemed to want to devour Jiang Heng alive. I remember what happened yesterday. I've never been so humiliated in my life. This grudge will not go unavenged. Su Qiyun glared at Jiang Heng. The more she looked, the more she wanted to strangle him. Miss Su, it's not like I provoked you. Who told you to stay up all night and sneak a picture of me? Getting misunderstood isn't my fault. You brought it on yourself. Jiang Heng drove without intending to speak. Usually driving didn't feel this way, but now speeding down the road in a luxury car with a license plate starting with Mo, the looks from passers-by turned envious. Indeed, the joys of the rich were beyond imagination. Su Qiyun was so angry at Jiang Heng's inner thoughts that her teeth itched. Just wait. One day I'll expose your wicked true face. Your affair with Mo Yuexing's concubine will come to light, and then we'll see how Mo Yuexing deals with you. Su Qiyun threatened. Jiang Heng. Miss Su, please don't forget we're in a stalemate now. If you tell Mo Yuexing about this, do you think you'll come out unscathed? What do you mean? Su Qiyun frowned slightly. If you reveal the truth, people will think you're in love with a man who's already taken. Then everyone will be wary of you, afraid you'll steal their man. Conversely, a bunch of playboys will come flocking to you. Jiang Heng explained, turning the threat back on Su Qiyun. If it comes to it, we'll both go down together. If I leave the Mo family, few people will recognize me elsewhere. But once you leave the Su family, everyone will know your name wherever you go. How will you live then? You might as well move to Mars. Su Qiyun also wished she could expose Jiang Heng directly. But as he said, if the truth came out, she would be mired in controversy. That was why she hadn't revealed the truth yesterday. Throughout the journey, Su Qiyun was sullen, wanting to curse Jiang Heng out, but it was futile. This guy was even thicker-skinned than she had imagined. Soon the car drove into the Qin residence. The place was packed with people bustling with excitement. Drums and gongs resounded. 500 meters from the Qin residence, one could already see people on the road heading there. Servants were specially welcoming guests and helping with parking. Jiang Heng's luxury car, with its Ma plate license, instantly drew many eyes. When they saw Jiang Heng and Su Qiyun step out, they couldn't help but gasp. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Their status was clearly a cut above the rest. They looked like a fairy couple. However, they seemed to be in a conflict, with strange expressions on their faces, and a hint of fatigue. Do you know who that handsome guy is? He doesn't seem to be Mo Chengfei, not as good-looking as him. He might be another young master of the Mo family, just not active in Magic City before. That girl is so beautiful. They look like a perfect match of fairy couple. Look at their tired faces, especially the beauty. Did they have a long night last night? Many were speculating about Jiang Heng and Su Kaiyan's identities, instinctively assuming they were a couple. Mo Chengfei got out of the car behind them, held his head high, and strode over to Jiang Heng, smiling. As a man, you should remember to chat more with Su Qiyun so she doesn't get bored. Ming Yuexing should be coming today. I'm going to try out the 2 tricks you taught me last night. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. He had absolutely no desire to stay with Su Qiyun. The closer they were, the easier it would be for misunderstandings to arise. Before long, Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing also descended instantly, stirring a commotion among the crowd. I never expected Lord Mo and Lord Su of White City to come as well. The Qin family's influence is truly immense. Of course, back when old Master Qin was in power, Ming Yuexing wouldn't have had a say in the demon capital. Su Qingyu stepped out of the car and saw Jiang Heng standing together with Su Qiyun, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A feeling arose in his heart, as if his own prized cabbage had been rooted up by a pig. Although Jiang Heng was not a pig and might even become an eagle in the future, he had yet to mature and seize his opportunities. So for now, he was still a pig. Compared to Su Qingji's resignation, Ming Yuexing appeared quite delighted. Jiang Heng, your task today is to take Su Qiyun for a pleasant stroll. She hasn't been to the demon capital in a long time and doesn't know the way. You must take good care of her and ensure she suffers no grievance. Despite his deep reluctance, Jiang Heng bowed his head and replied respectfully, yes, boss. With the arrival of the Mo family, the core members of the Qin family hurried out to greet them. At the forefront was Qin Xiaoying. Knowing that Jiang Heng would visit the Qin family today, she had deliberately risen early to dress herself up. Moreover, she planned to accomplish a major feat today. She needed to dress decently. The last time Jiang Heng had abandoned her in the mall and slipped away, she intended to exact her revenge this time. Yet when she saw that Jiang Heng was accompanied by a beautiful woman, she was momentarily stunned. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within her. Qin Xiaoying approached the group and first addressed Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing respectfully. Lord Su, Lord Mo, thank you both for gracing us with your presence. My grandfather is unable to move about freely inside, so please proceed to the main hall for a gathering. Su Qingyu scanned Qin Xiaoying from head to toe and nodded involuntarily. You must be the young lady of the Qin family. It's been a while, and you've grown so much. I hear you're a commercial prodigy in the demon capital. Coincidentally, my daughter Su Qiyun also has considerable talent in business. You two can exchange knowledge and learn from each other when you have the chance. Su Qingyu said with a smile. Qin Xiaoying glanced at Su Qiyun and suddenly understood. So she was the eldest daughter of the Su family. So what? If she dared to get close to Jiang Heng, no matter who she was, she would have to face the consequences. On the surface, Qin Xiaoying maintained her smile. Welcome, Miss Su, to the Qin residence. After speaking, she shot Jiang Heng a glare, signaling him to keep his distance from Su Qiyun. What kind of look is that? Is she still holding a grudge over me leaving her in the mall last time? Probably not. Su Qiyun's eyes flickered with anger as she ground her teeth. She hadn't expected Jiang Heng to know Qin Xiaoying and that they had even visited the mall together. If his ambiguous relationship with Yi Manqing wasn't enough, he had to go after other women. What a womanizer. Thank you, Miss Qin. Let's go. With that, Su Qiyun took the initiative to link her arm with Jiang Heng's, flashing a sweet, captivating smile as she strode toward the Qin family's main hall. Damn, what is this little girl trying to do? Daring to hold my hand in front of so many people. There's no way I can explain this now. Qin Xiaoying's smile froze at the sight. Her jealousy was thoroughly stirred. Damn it, they're even holding hands. What ambiguity. The situation was crystal clear now. Qin Xiaoying furrowed her brows in displeasure, but she knew this was not the time to lose her temper. She could only suppress the fire burning within her. The arriving guests witnessing this became even more convinced that Jiang Heng and Su Qiyun were a couple. They were filled with envy. Such a beautiful girl, yet she was already taken. They had no chance. Before long, Duan Kaifeng also arrived at the Qin residence. As soon as he arrived, he ran into Mo Chengfei. You guys came so early. Where's Jiang Heng? Why isn't he by your side this time? Jiang Heng has gone off to chat with his sister. He's busy. Mo Chengfei gestured with his chin toward Jiang Heng's direction. Fisk, truly worthy of Jiang Heng. He's found a new target so quickly. But that girl looks so familiar. Isn't that Su Qingji's daughter Su Qiyun? Duan Kaifeng was dumbfounded. He knew Jiang Heng was handsome and popular with girls, but he never imagined his charm was so great that he could even win over Su Qingji's daughter. Judging by the look of it, it seemed Su Qiyun was the one actively holding Jiang Heng's arm. Damn, I'm so envious. No way, I need to find a rich heiress too. Mo Chengfei patted Duan Kaifeng on the shoulder and said, give it up. If you find a rich heiress, you'll have to slowly cultivate feelings. Yesterday, Jiang Heng and Su Qiyun had only met once. That very night, she went to Jiang Heng's room to play poker. It was my fault for showing up at the wrong time. You actually saw that. That's explosive. Tell me all the details. Duan Kaifeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly dragged Mo Chengfei aside. They chatted merrily. Upon entering the Qin residence, the interior was even more splendidly decorated. The guests inside, upon seeing the two titans, Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing, instinctively stepped aside to clear the way. Many business partners also raised their glasses to greet them. In response, Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing responded with smiles. After leading the group to the main hall, Qin Xiaoying suddenly spoke to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, come with me. My grandfather wants to see you. Me. Jiang Heng was taken aback, then quickly nodded and followed. As for Su Qiyun, Jiang Heng decisively abandoned her without a second glance. She was a woman who brought bad luck. The farther away the better. He absolutely could not get too close. Su Qiyun had only taken a moment to drink some water, and when she turned around, Jiang Heng and Qin Xiaoying had vanished. This left her feeling both aggrieved and furious. He ran away again. This guy? He's even involved with the Qin family's young lady. How infuriating. Upon entering the room, Jiang Heng, discovered by Ming Yu, was also there. Old Master Qin was seated on the sofa, his complexion ruddy. Clearly after the previous treatment his condition had improved significantly, restoring a bit of his youthful vitality. When Old Master Qin saw Jiang Heng enter, his eyes lit up. He said with a smile, "So this is the young man who helped cure me last time. Not bad, not bad. Quite handsome. To possess medical skills on par with Bai Bingyu at such a young age, he is destined to be a dragon among men." Bai Bingjia's eyes also brightened at Jiang Heng's arrival. If it hadn't been for Jiang Heng's reminder last time, she would surely have failed. Old Master Qin would not be sitting here leisurely sipping tea. Bai Bingyu felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Jiang Heng. "Grandmaster Qin." Jiang Heng cupped his hands in a respectful salute. This was an indispensable magnate in the Magic City, a man who had left countless legendary tales in his wake. Even though the Mo family now held sway before Ming Yuexing's rise, Grandmaster Qin was the very sky of the Magic City. "Last time you left too hastily, though I never had the chance to properly repay you. Now with this opportunity you shall receive what you deserve." With these words, Grandmaster Qin handed a wooden box to Jiang Heng. The moment he saw the box, Jiang Heng's breath caught, and his mouth fell slightly ajar. Though it remained unopened, he already knew what lay within. It was the ancient martial arts manual passed down through generations of the Qin family. This treasure was originally meant for Yi Yang, but unexpectedly Jiang Heng had intercepted it. "Because I saved Grandmaster Qin, this item naturally falls into my hands. What a treasure! With this I gain a sliver of hope for survival when facing Yi Yang." Jiang Heng, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to accept the box from Grandmaster Qin without any pretense of modesty. "Thank you, Grandmaster Qin." "Ill shamelessly accepted." Qin Xiaoying was taken aback, staring at Jiang Heng with confusion. Could he already know what was inside? That was impossible. Even she didn't know. Jiang Heng had never even seen it. How could he possibly know? How could he be so certain this item would embolden him against Yi Yang? Grandmaster Qin nodded with satisfaction and said, "Xiaoying, I believe most of the guests have arrived. Take me downstairs to greet them. Today is my birthday, and I must make an appearance." Hearing that Grandmaster Qin intended to go downstairs, Qin Xiaoying was momentarily stunned and quickly stopped him. "Grandfather, you haven't fully recovered yet. Bai Bingyu said you need to rest. Perhaps you should skip this and let me entertain the guests instead." Grandmaster Qin's eyes hardened as he stood up, his back ramrod straight. "As it stands, I am still the head of the Qin family. I cannot allow other families to look down on us. This is not only my birthday celebration, but also an opportunity to declare that the Qin family has not yet declined." Seeing the sharp light in Grandmaster Qin's eyes and his unwavering resolve, Jiang Heng couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. This is the true mettle of a leader. With Grandmaster Qin at the helm, the Qin family will not decline. Yi Yang knows this too, which is why before striking at the Qin family, he targeted Grandmaster Qin first. Qin Xiaoying's eyes narrowed as a surge of killing intent rose within her. Yi Yang again. He even dared to make a lethal move against my grandfather. Fortunately, I was prepared this time. I will make Yi Yang taste despair. Bai Bingyu, who had also heard Jiang Heng's thoughts, steeled her resolve. Qin Xiaoying, Grandmaster Qin's condition is relatively stable. As long as he avoids strenuous activity, there's no danger. Besides, Jiang Heng is here, so everything will be fine. Let me accompany Grandmaster Qin downstairs. Final trouble you then. Bai Bingyu volunteered, supporting Grandmaster Qin as they left the room. Soon only Jiang Heng and Qin Xiaoying remained. Jiang Heng opened the box, and a delighted expression spread across his face as he saw the manual. It truly is an ancient martial arts manual. Now I won't have to fear being crushed by Yi Yang. Qin Xiaoying, however, stared at him with a peculiar look, taking a moment to compose herself. "I've thoroughly investigated Yi Yang and Qin Keifu's conspiracy, and I've invested a considerable sum. Do you have any other plans?" Jiang Heng closed the box, his expression turning grave. "Yi Yang will arrive here with Ming Yuexing soon. He'll send people to cause a disturbance. Then he'll step in to resolve this self-staged drama, earning the Qin family's gratitude. When his men try to flee, don't stop them. I've deployed people outside to intercept the troublemakers." Jiang Heng calculated the time. Ming Yuexing and Yi Yang should be on their way now, perhaps already within the Qin estate. Yi Yang's men were also mingling among the crowd, awaiting his command to act. That would be the moment to spring the trap and subdue Yi Yang's underlings. "Understood. He'll coordinate with you when the time comes." Yi Yang was targeting the Qin family, and as the young lady of the Qin household, Qin Xiaoying would not let him succeed. After they finalized the specifics of their plan, a wave of exclamations and melodious piano music rose from the hall. "He must be here. A sly smile curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. Wherever Yang went, he always found something to stir up trouble. These sounds were likely his doing as well. A cold glint flashed in Qin Xiaoying's eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. Let's go. We'll adapt to the situation when the time comes. With that, Jiang Heng waved his hand and left the room. He went to find Imo Chengfei and Duan Keifu only to discover Su Qiyun was also there. Jiang Heng felt a wave of helplessness. There was no escape. Amid the crowd, Jiang Heng spotted Ming Yuexing. As for Yi Yang, that insufferable show-off, he naturally positioned himself in the most conspicuous spot, right by the grand piano set up in the hall. The piano had been placed there by the Qin family to enliven the banquet, but Yi Yang had taken the liberty of sitting down and playing. After all, why is the protagonist always the protagonist? He had maxed out every skill, and the piano was no exception. The guests were all dazzled by Yi Yang's piano prowess, applauding enthusiastically. Isn't that guy Ming Yuexing's bodyguard? He can actually play the piano. Damn it, if this weren't the Qin residence, I'd go up and slap him twice. By the way, where's Ming Yuexing? Mo Chengfei scanned the crowd for her. He spotted Ming Yuexing standing among the guests. Ming Yuexing, over here. Mo Chengfei waved excitedly. Ming Yuexing turned at the sound, her gaze briefly passing over Mo Chengfei before settling on Jiang Heng. A look of delight crossed her face as she approached. So this is Yi Yang. He doesn't seem as repulsive as Jiang Heng described. Su Qiyun closed her eyes listening to Yi Yang's performance and nodded slightly. Regardless of everything else, his skill was undeniably captivating. Ming Yuexing reached Jiang Heng's side, ignoring Mo Chengfei's stare, and whispered, "Are your preparations complete?" Jiang Heng nodded, flashing an okay gesture. Of course. Once Yi Yang can't hold back, and orders his men to act, those lackeys of his won't be able to escape. Watch me catch them all in a trap. Yi Yang probably never dreamed that this wouldn't be a chance to show off, but a feast. Su Qiyun slightly raised an eyebrow. She had no idea what Jiang Heng was planning. The crucial point was that Jiang Heng even knew Ming Yuexing. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed to have known each other for quite some time, and they had even devised a scheme against Yi Yang. This left Su Qiyun utterly bewildered. Her own young lady was colluding with an outsider against her personal bodyguard. Ming Yuexing, I knew you would come today. Look at my attire. Don't you think I've changed from before? Mo Chengfei raised his head proudly, exuding an air of confidence. Ugh, Ming Yuexing felt a wave of nausea. She chose not to comment. Soon Yi Yang finished playing a piece on the piano. Thunderous applause erupted, instantly deafening in its intensity. Even old Master Qin couldn't help but clap his hands. Not bad, not bad. Someone give him a tip. A servant immediately stepped forward and handed Yi Yang 100,000 yuan. It was a gesture of appreciation. Yi Yang declined with a smile. Thank you, old Master Qin, but I am not in need of money. I was simply moved by emotion and wished to play for you to add joy to your birthday celebration. Yi Yang humbly refused old Master Qin's generosity. A charming smile of a war god adorned his face. Old Master Qin was very pleased with Yi Yang's demeanor, stroking his beard and nodding slightly. Seeing old Master Qin smile, Yi Yang knew his act of showing off had been a resounding success. Many beautiful women around him cast him enchanting smiles. Yi Yang understood that after appearing before so many influential figures today, many would remember him. This would make his future endeavors much more convenient. This was the path he had to take to succeed. Everything was starting to look up again. However, when he turned around, he did not see Ming Yuexing. Instead, he found her beside Mo Chengfei and Jiang Heng. This infuriated Yi Yang. His malice toward Mo Chengfei grew even stronger. Once I swallow the assets of the Qin family, you will be won over by me. The me of the past you ignored, the me of the future you will never reach. Yi Yang sneered inwardly and walked over to Ming Yuexing under everyone's gaze. How was my playing just now? If the piano were more expensive, I could have played even better. If you like, I will play for you every day from now on. Mo Chengfei raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. Yi Yang looked at Mo Chengfei and chuckled. Isn't this young Master Mo? What's the matter? Can't stand that I played so well. How about you give it a try, young Master Mo? Mo Chengfei could not tolerate Yi Yang's provocation. This was also an opportunity. But the problem was that Mo Chengfei was a complete novice when it came to playing the piano. He knew nothing about it. But he had Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, you go and play a piece. Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng wanted to refuse, but seeing Mo Chengfei's expression, he could only let out a sigh. He shook his head helplessly and sat down on the piano stool. Oh, who would have thought he could play the piano? Su Qiyun stared at Jiang Heng with curiosity, eager to see what he could do. Ming Yuexing also looked at Jiang Heng with great interest. She knew little about music, but loved it. Yet when Yi Yang played the piano, she felt not joy, but disgust. Now that she could hear Jiang Heng play, her mood instantly brightened. Mo Chengfei silently cheered Jiang Heng on in his heart. Come on, don't let me down. Raise the bar. The crowd, seeing another person step up, beamed with anticipation. All eyes shifted to Jiang Heng. This man was even more handsome than the previous one, and they wondered if his skill would be superior. As for the pianist who had come to perform, he stood there dumbfounded. Isn't this my spot? What are you two doing up here? Stealing my job. Ruining my livelihood. Jiang Heng pondered for a moment and recalled the song. His hands descended slowly onto the piano keys, and he began to sing. A sweet melodious piano accompanied by Jiang Heng's excellent voice filled everyone's ears. The scene fell into an involuntary silence, all eyes fixed on Jiang Heng in astonishment. Especially at the climax, it tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Vivid images emerged in their minds. A hero draped in a black cloak standing alone with a single sword 300 miles outside the city gate, single-handedly holding off 1,000,000 enemy soldiers. Yet his name and deeds remained unknown to all. No one recognized him. He accomplished his task, wiped his blade clean, and vanished into the shadows, silently guarding all that was beautiful in this world. As the song ended, everyone's hearts were deeply stirred. Some even felt that Jiang Heng's rendition surpassed the original. Yang in particular almost cried out in excitement. This is the story of my life. Just as Yang was lost in his own imagination, Jiang Heng suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said with a loud laugh, "Stop dreaming. I sang about the deeds of heroes, not about a murderer like you who only knows how to kill. There is no absolute black or white in this world. You will eventually pay for your actions." After saying this, Jiang Heng quickly scurried back to Chengfei and the others, feeling a surge of delight. He would seize every opportunity to taunt Yang. Yang's unhappiness was his happiness. Jiang Heng. Yang glared at him, gnashing his teeth, wishing he could tear him apart. Old Master Qin was very pleased with Jiang Heng's performance and took the initiative to applaud. He recalled his own journey from scratch to becoming one of the 4 great families in the magic capital, a path fraught with hardship. Not bad, not bad. This young man is promising and would be a perfect match for my Xiaoying. Old Master Qin grew increasingly pleased with Jiang Heng, nodding repeatedly as a bold idea took shape in his mind. If only I could bring them together. Beside him, Binji's expression shifted slightly, a trace of disappointment flickering across her face. She too had been awestruck by Jiang Heng's skill and yearned to know him better. Yet with Old Master Qin's words hanging in the air, Binyu could only suppress that urge. After all, she was Qin Xiaoying's best friend. She couldn't bring herself to steal her friend's man, unless she couldn't resist. The crowd was ignited by the performance, clapping and cheering ceaselessly. But joy for some meant sorrow for others. Su Qingyu furrowed his brows, slightly displeased by Jiang Heng's display. He was simply too outstanding. Comparing him to his own daughter, Su Qingyu felt a glimmer of hopelessness. This guy? He's got so many shining qualities. And it seems he's acquainted with several young ladies from affluent families. Ah, these young folks nowadays. Ming Yuexing laughed heartily, patting Su Qingyu on the shoulder in consolation. It's fine, brother Su. Qiyun is a remarkable girl too. You should have faith in your daughter. If I'd known your daughter fancied my little brother, I'd have warned Jiang Heng. But what can I do? My little brother is just too talented, ha. Su Qingji's lips twitched as he barely restrained himself from slapping Ming Yuexing. He had truly been outshone this time. Ming Yuexing actually had such a gifted little brother. It made him green with envy. Oomph. If your little brother dares to get involved with other women and breaks my daughter's heart, he'll make sure you pay for it. Su Qingyu threatened fiercely. Fine. Whatever you say. Ming Yuexing brushed it off casually and burst into laughter again. The more he looked at Jiang Heng, the more satisfied he felt. What boss wouldn't adore such a little brother? Jiang Heng returned to Mo Chengfei's side and said with a smile, "So, didn't let you down, did I, eh?" Mo Chengfei was utterly pleased with Jiang Heng. He threw an arm around Jiang Heng's shoulders and roared with laughter. "Of course I'm satisfied. I knew your musical talent was extraordinary." Duan Kaifeng also gazed at Jiang Heng with envy. "Jiang Heng, come with me and be my little brother. He'll give you 100 million a month. You don't have to do anything. Just lie back and rake it in. All you need to do is teach me how to charm women and play the piano." Mo Chengfei didn't like that and punched Duan Kaifeng in the chest, snarling, "Scram, go find your own little brother. Jiang Heng is mine." Jiang Heng. "I'm not an object, so why do they talk as if I'm so cheap?" Just then, Mo Chengfei recalled the matter with Yang, a provocative grin spreading across his face. He taunted, "Even one of my little brothers plays better than you. With skills like that, you still want to show off? They'll make you eat a bowl of crap for a midnight snack." Ha ha ha. Yang's eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. "So what if he played one song? I've got plenty of supporters too. That doesn't mean I've lost." "Not convinced. Fine then. Jiang Heng, play another one." Before Mo Chengfei could finish, Jiang Heng clamped a hand over his mouth to stop him. "Playing one tune to liven things up is enough. It should be pretty clear who's the better singer between us." "Ah, but some stubborn dogs refuse to admit defeat. No matter how much we play, it won't change a thing." Jiang Heng shot Yang a contemptuous glance, secretly gloating. With Mo Chengfei, Mo Yuexing, and several big shots around, no matter how much he insulted Yang, the latter wouldn't dare strike first. That was the perk of being a little brother, bullying others by flaunting one's backing. "I jump out, and I jump back in. Hit me, you idiot." At Jiang Heng's scornful look, Yi Yang's rage boiled over. He could barely contain the primordial force within him. His lips twitched as he wanted to retort, but words failed him. Yet he still refused to back down. Can playing the piano fill your stomach? In this day and age, might makes right. If you've got the guts, let's test our martial prowess. With that, Yi Yang glared challengingly at Jiang Heng. When it came to combat strength, if he claimed second, no one dared claim first. No problem. Jiang Heng. Chengfei was about to agree, but Jiang Heng slapped a hand over his mouth. My idiot young master, will you just shut the hell up? I really can't beat him. Otherwise I'd have torn his mouth apart long ago. I'm good at everything except fighting. Young master, we don't need to lower ourselves to a buffoon's level. That would only cheapen our worth. Jiang Heng shot Yi Yang a sidelong glance, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Come talk to me when you've reached our level. Just a little security guard. Go clean the toilets. With that, Jiang Heng even reached out and tugged at Yi Yang's collar. For a pretentious jerk like this, Jiang Heng had no intention of being polite. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Yang only knew blind forbearance, unwilling to make a move before winning over any woman. Jiang Heng, precisely aware of this, dared to constantly provoke Yi Yang. This kind of face-slapping against the protagonist was Jiang Heng's favorite pastime, especially seeing the other's face full of anger with no outlet. Indeed, Jiang Heng's words successfully enraged Yi Yang. The veins on his forehead bulged with fury, and he wished he could smash Jiang Heng with a single punch. How dare he look down on me? Wait until I reveal my true strength. Then see what you all have to say. At that time I will surely torment you all to death. Yi Yang fumed inwardly, yet he never made a move, trying to numb himself with his life motto. Just then Patriarch Qin clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this old man's birthday banquet. I sincerely express my gratitude to each and every one of you. Hearing Patriarch Qin's speech, everyone grew solemn and launched into the classic mode of mutual flattery. Patriarch Qin, you're too kind. With such a grand occasion as your birthday, no matter how busy we are, we would surely come. As long as Patriarch Qin is happy on his birthday, that's what matters. Wishing Patriarch Qin a long life. Patriarch Qin nodded with satisfaction. He knew these people were flattering him, most of them probably wished him dead. But he refused to play into their hands. Thank you all. I also wish you all a pleasant time. There will be many more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Su Qingyu and Mo Yuqian narrowed their eyes, staring intently at Patriarch Qin. They could see that Patriarch Qin was putting on a brave front, using action to tell everyone that the Qin family still had him as their pillar. The Qin family would not fall. What a stubborn old fellow. Indeed, how could someone who survived their era be so fragile? Others couldn't help but sigh, inwardly impressed by Patriarch Qin's tactics and resolve. Regardless, Patriarch Qin was a legendary figure of his time. Yi Yang's eyes lit up as he felt the moment was ripe. He immediately made a few gestures, signaling his underlings to make their move. Jiang Heng caught onto Yi Yang's intention and furrowed his brows. At the same time, he went on high alert. He knew that with Yi Yang making a move this time, he and Mo Chengfei would definitely be targets. Perhaps they would be the first to be attacked. Damn it. The old man is finally celebrating his birthday, and you still want to strike at him. You're not even human. If I could beat you, I'd skin you alive. Receiving Yi Yang's order, his underling nodded vigorously. 3 lackeys charged straight at Jiang Heng and Mo Chengfei. They moved with lightning speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye. 2 other lackeys headed for Patriarch Qin at the top. What's going on? The sudden change frightened everyone. For a moment, they couldn't comprehend what was happening. How could everything go from cordial to violent so quickly? Here it comes. They're indeed coming for us. No. I have to get Mo Chengfei and Su Qian out of here first. Jiang Heng roared at the people beside him. Stay away from me. They're after me. With that, Jiang Heng stepped forward, intending to use himself to hold off the 3 opponents. So it's the Blood Shadow 5 brothers after all. Damn it, this is really troublesome. The Blood Shadow 5 brothers were a major trump card under Yi Yang, usually not deployed. Once they moved, they would inevitably stir up a storm of bloodshed. Even Yi Yang would find it extremely tricky to handle all 5 at once. Jiang Heng. Several people cried out, wanting to rush in to help, but Mo Chengfei stopped them. Don't worry. Jiang Heng is incredibly strong. As my subordinate, how could he lack any skill? He is. Before he could finish, a dark shadow flew over and crashed heavily in front of them. Jiang Heng. Holy crap. How did you fly over so fast? Mo Chengfei was astounded, his face stinging with embarrassment. I was just singing your praises, and you pull a stunt like this. What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you try taking on 3 at once? Don't think these guys are easy. Jiang Heng coughed a couple of times and got back to his feet, his expression growing serious. The infamous Blood Shadow 5 brothers were indeed not to be trifled with. After just 2 exchanges, he had been sent flying. Meanwhile, Yi Yang had rushed to protect Patriarch Qin at the first opportunity. He had to play the part to perfection. Letting 3 men deal with Jiang Heng was enough. He could also show off in front of Patriarch Qin and earn some credit. The most important thing was to gain the favor of Patriarch Qin and Qin Xiaoying. That was his true purpose for coming. 3 against 1, even if Jiang Heng knows some martial arts, what does it matter? He'll still end up defeated. Once they finish off Jiang Heng and Mo Chengfei, he'll drive them away. Surely Qin Xiaoying and Ming Yuexing will fall for me again. But when Yang glanced at Jiang Heng's situation, his eyes widened and his mouth twitched with rage. No sooner had Jiang Heng been knocked down than 3 girls ran over to help him up. Their faces were full of worry and distress. In contrast, aside from a couple of extra glances from Patriarch Qin, Yang hadn't even received a word of praise. And what good was it to be stared at by an old man? While he was being scrutinized by an old geezer, Jiang Heng was surrounded by beautiful women showing concern. The gap was too great. Damn it. Why is this happening? I've been working just as hard to protect them. Yi Yang's thoughts drifted, and he paid no attention to the attacks of the other 2. Caught off guard, he was sent flying 3 meters by a slap from one of them. He crashed harshly to the ground, a crimson handprint blooming on his face. Holy crap. I hit Yi Shun. This is bad, this is really bad. You're damn brave daring to hit Yi Shun, I salute you. How was I supposed to know he wouldn't even dodge? I thought he was just acting aloof, trying to look cool. But you have to admit the feeling was pretty nice. Want to give it a try? Yi Yang scrambled to his feet, already seething with anger, and now slapped as well. His fury blazed hotter, and he clenched his fist as he charged forward. You try it yourself then. I'm not sticking around for this. The other man turned and fled, charging toward Jiang Heng. He dared not stay a moment longer. One look at Yi Yang's eyes told him he was about to strike ruthlessly. Yi Shun, no, I really didn't mean it. Yi Yang, you bastard. 3 against 1 isn't enough, now you send another one to mess with me. Go to hell. Jiang Heng's mouth twitched with rage. He had been struggling to hold his own against 3, and now a 4th joined the fray. How could he possibly win? Under the onslaught of 4 attackers, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. His breath became erratic. The sight pained several young women who wished they could help him, but had no means to. All they could do was turn their furious gazes toward Yi Yang. Despicable. To strike with such venom. He truly is a beast in human form. And he wants me in his harem. Dream on. I'd rather become Jiang Heng's 999th woman than let you touch me. Just then Su Qingyu and Mo Yuqian frowned slightly and waved their hands. Instantly numerous underlings rushed in from all directions, pulling Jiang Heng to safety. Jiang Heng, are you alright? These people are no ordinary folk. They all seem to be martial artists. Daring to cause trouble at Patriarch Qin's birthday feast. Quite bold. Yuming. Fanio. Mo Yuqian bellowed. 2 figures emerged from the shadows. They were Mo Yuqian's trusted bodyguards, his most formidable protectors. In terms of strength, they both surpassed Jiang Heng by a margin. Of course, that was only on the surface. Once Jiang Heng got serious and unleashed his full power, these 2 were nothing special in his eyes. Originally, these men were tasked with guarding Mo Yuqian, but seeing Jiang Heng gravely wounded and the enemy intent on killing him, Mo Yuqian could no longer hold back and summoned them forth. Dare to touch my brother. Get them. Take them down. As you command, boss. The 2 dashed forward, arriving beside Jiang Heng in an instant, standing to his left and right. Jiang Heng was momentarily stunned by their arrival, but a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Mo Yuqian was willing to reveal these hidden aces for his safety. It was clear just how important he had become in Mo Yuqian's eyes. These 4 are no pushovers, be careful. After speaking, Jiang Heng feigned exhaustion and stepped aside, casually pulling a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Yoming. Fanio. Damn it. We came all this way to help, and you just go off to smoke by yourself. Have you no shame? Come join the fight. Seeing Jiang Heng withdraw from the battle, the young women breathed sighs of relief. They rushed over to him, carefully examining his wounds. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Let me see. Do you need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? I can do it. Duan Kaifeng, standing nearby, clicked his tongue in admiration. He silently envied Jiang Heng's charm. Getting a little hurt could draw so much concern from so many girls. When would he ever have such appeal? Jiang Heng waved his hand, indicating he was fine. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Yu Ming and the others locked in combat. He also glanced at Yi Yang. To his surprise, a vivid red handprint had appeared on the latter's face. Huh, so this guy got hit too. Was he distracted by some pretty girl? Yeah, that's probably it. But that poor guy he was facing sure took a beating. He really didn't hold back. As Mo Yuqian's top bodyguards Yu Ming and Fanio were undeniably skilled. Fighting 2 against 4, they didn't lose quickly, but instead reached a stalemate. Having stalled for so long, Yi Yang knew he couldn't drag it out any further. If the others' bodyguards all arrived, his underlings would never escape. Yi Yang made a swift decision, quickly striking to send one of his own underlings flying. He then turned and charged at the remaining 4, plunging into the melee. As a war god, Yi Yang might find an honor vs. 5 fight tricky. But honor vs. 4 was manageable, especially with the aid of formidable allies like Yu Ming and Fanio. Soon the opposing 4 lost their advantage and were beaten back step by step. Retreat. Yi Yang sent one man flying with a slap and spoke in code. The 5 underlings had been itching to flee. Hearing Yi Yang's command, they bolted for the exit without a second thought. They moved with astonishing speed, unstoppable. Yuming and Fanio started to give chase, but were halted by Jiang Heng's call. Don't pursue a cornered foe. What if they have another scheme? Startled, they nodded and stopped in their tracks. They returned to Mo Yuexiang's side. Though he hadn't managed to kill Jiang Heng and Mo Chengfei in the chaos, the final outcome was exactly as he had anticipated. He had made his grand gesture. Taking in the admiring glances from those around him, Yi Yang smiled lightly. He approached Ming Yuexing, feigning concern. Are you all right? Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anyone harm even a hair on your head. Even if 100 more of these thugs showed up, they'd be no match for me. I'm not like some people who couldn't last 3 moves before being taken down. Yi Yang was clearly referring to Jiang Heng, throwing a provocative glance his way. In response, Jiang Heng offered an enigmatic smile. Oh yes, whatever you say. A nobody like me is indeed no good. I've only beaten you a few times, and walked away unscathed. You, Yi Yang pointed at Jiang Heng, his chest heaving with fury. Why is this guy better at finding my weak points than Jianji? Ming Yuexing didn't even acknowledge Yi Yang's words, nor did she offer him a single kind look. After all, these people were all sent by Yi Yang. A self-staged play, and he expected her admiration. How absurd. The others also looked at Yi Yang with disgust. They all knew he was behind what had happened. It was already a mercy that he hadn't been killed. Jiang Heng smirked slyly. Su Qiyun pulled Jiang Heng up from the ground and asked with concern, Are you all right? Let's return to the Mo residence first. It's not safe here. Hearing the slight worry in Su Qian's tone, Jiang Heng was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. Su Qian's face flushed red as she recalled the events of the previous night, which left her feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet she continued, For now, to the outside world, you are my lover. I'm just putting on a show. Jiang Heng. Qin Xiaoying and Ming Yuexing overheard Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, their hearts tightening, as if something precious were being taken from them. They instinctively retorted, No. You can't go back now. Those 5 might return at any moment. It's dangerous out there, but staying in the Qin residence is the safest. Jiang Heng was perplexed. Didn't I already tell you the plan? Those 5 will be arrested the moment they step out. Where's the danger? What's wrong with all of you? Have you lost your minds, or are you too scared and forgot the plan? Watching Qin Xiaoying and Ming Yuexing's unusual behavior, Jiang Heng couldn't figure out what was happening. Still, he wasn't eager to leave the Qin residence, given that Yi Yang, the biggest variable, remained there. Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng gazed toward the gate, the direction in which the Blood Shadow 5 brothers had fled. Frowning deeply, they growled. How dare they stir up trouble in the magic capital, my turf? They're asking for death. Brother, let's send our men to hunt them down citywide, and show them who rules the magic capital. No problem. Let's go. Take them out. After a brief discussion, Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng strode toward the entrance, ready to rally their forces for revenge. In the magic capital, the most untouchable young masters were precisely Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng. And yet these men had managed to offend both of them simultaneously. Seeing this, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and quickly stepped forward to block Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng. What do you two think you're doing? Don't tell me you're going to pick a fight. They've already fled. Let it go. No. Surprisingly, Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Those bastards dared to injure you. Even beating a dog means considering its owner. They've slapped me in the face. Jiang Heng. Fine. But you two wait here. I'll handle them myself. Jiang Heng patted their shoulders, cracked his neck, and strode outside. It's dangerous out there. Don't go. Su Qian's heart tightened. She suddenly grew deeply worried for Jiang Heng, fearing he might encounter trouble again. Qin Xiaoying was also filled with concern, having witnessed the 5 men's formidable skills firsthand. They were no ordinary foes, perhaps even legendary martial artists. Don't worry, I'm no small fry. I wasn't serious earlier. Now's the time to show my true strength. As he spoke, Jiang Heng's aura suddenly erupted, radiating immense authority and lethality, as if his entire stature had been elevated. Everyone sensed that Jiang Heng seemed stronger, though they had no further insights. Yi Yang was the only exception. How is this possible? He's a martial artist too. Jiang Heng thought. I wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary man, but all I got was distance. I'm done pretending. I'm coming clean. I'm a martial artist. So what? I may not have your heaven-defying luck or talent, but I've survived to episode 220 on my own merit. I'm leaving now. Jiang Heng glanced at Yi Yang and turned to exit the hall. He hadn't planned to reveal himself, but seeing Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng's loyalty, willing to hunt down the Blood Shadow 5 brothers citywide for his sake, moved him deeply. He vowed to protect them from any harm. The next moment, Jiang Heng transformed into a blur, charging out with clear intent. He had already deployed men to cut off all escape routes for the Blood Shadow 5 brothers, heavily guarding them. No matter how powerful these 5 were, they couldn't possibly overcome 1,000 men. Soon Jiang Heng heard shouts and the sounds of battle. Charge, brothers. For Master Mo. For Brother Jiang. We must stop them here. After this, Brother Jiang promised to treat us all to a foot massage. At the mention of a foot massage, everyone grew even more excited, charging in with fists flying. Yet the five men's resilience was astonishing. They endured for so long without breaking down. Fortunately, their sheer numbers meant victory was only a matter of time. Damn it! Why are there so many guards outside? There weren't this many when we arrived. Did they summon their underlings the moment we struck? That's efficient. Don't worry. Lord, you won't let us die. Hell come to save us. Just hold on a little longer. Soon a powerful aura rushed toward them, its overwhelming pressure making the Blood Shadow Five brothers' faces light up with joy, thinking Yang had come to their rescue. Lord Yi truly lives up to his name, so efficient. Lord Yi, from now on you're my real father. Don't shout nonsense, I don't have a son like you. Jiang Heng stood behind the Blood Shadow Five brothers, laughing heartily. If you want to call me dad, I don't mind hearing it. Go on, good son, say it again. The man who had called out earlier turned red with embarrassment, his toes practically digging a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground. Brother Jiang. The underlings, seeing Jiang Heng's arrival, immediately shouted in unison, their eyes brimming, like a group of primary school students waiting to be praised for their good deeds. Well done. Keep going. Jiang Heng propped his chin, and a lackey immediately brought him a cigarette and lit it. Before I finish this cigarette, I want them all on the ground. The lackeys responded and charged at the 5 men again. This doesn't look good. Capture the leader first. Once we pin that guy down, the rest won't dare move. Third brother, you go. We'll cover you. Without hesitation, one of the Blood Shadow Five brothers rushed toward Jiang Heng, slapping aside several lackeys in his way with 2 blows. The other 4 dealt with the lackeys trying to approach third brother. A clear division of labor. Coming for me. How laughable. Third brother struggled with all his might and finally reached Jiang Heng. But before he could strike, Jiang Heng stood up and tossed away his cigarette. He moved swiftly, extending his right hand. He gripped third brother's neck tightly and lifted him high into the air. How is this possible? Why is your strength? Third brother's eyes widened in terror. In that instant, Jiang Heng felt like a primordial beast. His entire demeanor became imposing and fierce. Lethal. Why am I so strong? Because I was never weak. As he spoke, Jiang Heng slammed his fist into third brother's abdomen. The sound of internal organs rupturing echoed as third brother spat blood, feeling his strength drain away. He is a martial artist. With those final words, third brother went still, his eyes slowly closing. Third brother, you bastard. A martial artist. No wonder he's so strong. To think there's someone like this here. The remaining 4 brothers felt their breath catch, swallowing hard. They thought he was a nobody with no power, but he turned out to be a master. Avenge third brother. Second brother roared, ignoring whether Jiang Heng was a martial artist, and charged at him like a madman. Second brother, no. Damn it. I'm going all out too. You lot. Fine death it is. The remaining 4, blinded by hatred, radiated murderous intent. They recklessly attacked Jiang Heng, determined to avenge third brother. Damn. Did your lord know you were this brave since childhood? Quick, get over here and protect me. Jiang Heng hurriedly called his lackeys to surround him. These 5 were all formidable. Unknown Jiang Heng was confident he could kill them instantly, but 2 or more. He was completely outmatched. Even a dog kicks before death, let alone 4 enraged martial artists. If it came to a real fight, Jiang Heng would gain nothing and might even be killed. The lackeys obeyed his orders, swarming in. Some wielded knuckle dusters and batons. Leave them alive, don't kill them. Jiang Heng warned, fearing the lackeys would lose their heads and cause deaths. Don't worry, brother Jiang. If someone dies, I'll take the blame. I'd go to jail for you, brother Jiang. Jiang Heng, you're really loyal, aren't you? I'm not worried about jail. If you kill them, how do I win them over? The intimidation of 1,000 lackeys was no small thing. One chopstick breaks easily, but a bundle holds firm. With a human wave tactic, even 1 punch each would have them crying for mercy. Having so many lackeys is awesome. I'm finally the boss. Should I just steal all of Su Qingyo's lackeys? No matter how strong, an individual facing a sea of fists was overwhelming. Soon the 4 brothers were beaten to the ground, spitting blood, their breath growing fainter. They had lost their combat ability. Not bad. Later Master Mo will treat everyone to a foot massage. Thanks, brother Jiang. Mo Chengfei. Jiang Heng walked up to one of them, grabbed his hair, and said with a smile, "Confused, aren't you? The Blood Shadow Five brothers, flawless and undefeated. Why did you fail the moment you arrived in Modu? How do you know?" Second brother's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Jiang Heng. Did this man already know everything about them? Are you stupid? Only a few people know your identity. Who ordered your mission today? Who gave you the location? Think it through, you'll understand. A figure flashed through second brother's mind, the most distinctive feature being that smile. At that thought, second brother shook his head violently, rage filling his face. Impossible. You're tricking me. Don't think I'll fall for your sweet talk. He glared at Jiang Heng, wanting to bite a chunk out of him. But he had no strength left, barely able to speak. Most importantly, he felt someone kick his groin. It seemed. First, believe it or not, my warning ends here. Jiang Heng patted second brother's cheek and waved to his lackeys. Hand these 5 over to the enforcer, but remember, if anyone asks about them, say you were too late, they got away. Don't leak a word about them. Go. Yes, Brother Jiang. The lackeys shouted in unison and immediately set to work. That should do it. Once I slowly pry evidence about Yang from them, I'll find a way to deal with Yang. Jiang Heng lit a cigarette and returned to the hall. Seeing him safe, everyone's faces lit up as they gathered around. Are you okay, Jiang Heng? Did you catch them? Are you hurt? Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, looking frustrated. No, they were too fast. I couldn't catch them. They got away, but some were injured. They probably won't show their faces for a while. Hearing this, Yang, who had been on edge, relaxed, a cold smirk curling at his lips. As long as his lackeys escaped, he feared the Blood Shadow 5 brothers would be caught and spill his secrets. Jiang Heng naturally noticed Yi Yang's small gesture and chuckled inwardly. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. When you find out all your underlings have been captured, let's see if you can still laugh then. Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, the girls breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the plan had succeeded. Excellent. Now they could perfectly grasp Yi Yang's leverage. Just then Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing approached. They stared at Jiang Heng and asked, You didn't catch those people, eh? Jiang Heng, with his back to Yi Yang, shook his head. They were all very strong. Even with the help of Yu Ming and Fanio, I might not have stood much of a chance. Though he claimed failure allowed Jiang Heng, unseen by Yi Yang, secretly gave them an okay gesture. Seeing this subtle signal, the two instantly understood the situation. Walls have ears. There was a mastermind among the crowd. It seemed this incident was far from simple. Jiang Heng, take 2 days off. We're leaving first. With that, Ming Yuexing called over an underling and drove away from the Qin residence. But this leave wasn't meant for leisure, it set a deadline. He was to investigate and uncover the mastermind behind this incident within those 2 days. Jiang Heng naturally understood this and smiled lightly. Indeed, his boss truly understood him. Shortly after Su Qingyu and Ming Yuexing left, Chengfei rushed in excitedly, clutching several sheets of paper in his hand. Sis, I have fantastic news for you. Look at this. Qin Xiaoying felt nothing but disgust for this lackey who had colluded with outsiders to betray the Qin family. She offered him no kindness. What news? Don't you know today is grandfather's birthday? And you went out. No, sis. I was handling important matters. Just take a look. With that, Chengfei handed the papers to Qin Xiaoying. They were filled with lists of medicinal herbs and such. This is... Qin Xiaoying's eyes flickered, and she instinctively glanced at Jiang Heng. She had a vague suspicion of what this was. Oh, a prescription. Yi Yang's appetite is truly enormous. Not only does he want to swindle the Qin family out of 30 billion, he wants even more. To achieve this, he's even willing to use his master's treasured priceless prescription as bait. Though the prescription is invaluable, worth a fortune, after swindling the Qin family out of so much money, they won't have the funds left to actually produce it. Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Qin Xiaoying understood instantly. Her eyes widened in shock. The other girls were also stunned, their gazes towards Yi Yang completely changed. If before Yi Yang was just bragging and showing off, this time was entirely different. Producing a priceless prescription, or even 5 of them, was no small feat. There must be a significant force behind him. He was far too good at hiding his true nature. No wonder Jiang Heng was so wary of Yi Yang. He must have known about Yi Yang's formidable backing, hence his desire for peaceful coexistence and minimal conflict. Yi Yang smiled smugly, enjoying the surprised looks from the girls. He didn't need to guess, he knew they were all stunned by his prescriptions. But now wasn't the best time to reveal himself. Once he had swallowed the Qin family's assets, he would then reveal the prescriptions and the assets. That would be far more convincing and would truly shock everyone. Sis, this is a project the other company wants to collaborate on with us. They've even given us their latest developed prescription for free. Chengfei rubbed his nose proudly, continuing his temptation. The value of these prescriptions is substantial. If we develop them, all the Qin family could make at least 100 billion. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoying immediately understood Chengfei's intentions. No problem. They'll give it more consideration later. But first I need to verify the authenticity and practicality of these prescriptions. Of course. The other party has given us ample time and is willing to send people for collaborative research. Chengfei glanced covertly at Yi Yang beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. These words were the result of their prior discussions. Once they sent technical staff for joint development, they could manipulate the process to cause the research to fail. Thus, they could not only acquire the Qin family's assets, but also legitimately reclaim these prescriptions. It was a perfect two-pronged plan. Damn it, Yi Yang. What a scheme you've cooked up. But you seriously underestimate Qin Xiaoying's business acumen and caution. Who would agree to such a pinefesky deal? Jiang Heng shook his head, worried about Yi Yang's intelligence. Yet to his surprise, Qin Xiaoying agreed without a moment's hesitation. All right, have their technical staff come over in a week. I have other matters to attend to in the meantime. Seeing Qin Xiaoying's immediate agreement, Chengfei was overjoyed. He nodded frantically. Great. No problem. He'll go inform them right away. Puzzled, Jiang Heng walked over to Qin Xiaoying and whispered in her ear. You know it's a trap, so why agree? Do you really want Qin Keifu and Yi Yang to collaborate and bring down the Qin family? Qin Xiaoying gave a playful smile, waving the prescription in her hand. Now that I have the prescription, I've obtained one of the most crucial items to destroy Yi Yang. He's the one walking right into the trap. Do you know why I asked them to come in a week? Isn't it because you're foolish? Jiang Heng ventured a guess. Qin Xiaoying. You're the fool. Qin Xiaoying's face darkened. She snorted coldly and turned away from Jiang Heng. You don't understand anything. Just wait and see. With that, Qin Xiaoying walked over to Bai Bingyu, took her hand, and ran into the room. It seemed she was planning something secretive. What is this girl up to? So mysterious. Knowing full well the tiger's lair is dangerous, she still walks right in. If that's not foolish, what is? Jiang Heng shook his head. Knowing he couldn't stop Qin Xiaoying, he decided not to dwell on it. Just then Ming Yuexing received a phone call. After hearing the message, Ming Yuexing's face lit up with joy. Come with me. The preparations are almost complete over there. Jiang Heng knew she was referring to the matter of the Blood Shadow 5 brothers, and nodded with a smile. I need to take care of something first. You all go ahead and have fun. Don't wait for me for dinner. Hearing this, Su Qiyun frowned slightly, shifting her gaze to Ming Yuexing. Do these two have secrets too? Where are you going? I'm coming too. Intuition told Su Qiyun that Jiang Heng and Ming Yuexing were definitely up to something big this time. It was likely related to the matter they had discussed. Driven by these doubts, Su Qiyun was determined to uncover the truth. Why are you tagging along? Can't I just go hang out with Chengfei and the others? Adults' business, kids stay out of it. Jiang Heng flatly refused Su Qian's request. The remark about kids staying out nearly broke Su Qian's composure. I'm not a kid anymore, and age-wise you're only a year older than me at most. The more you try to stop me, the more I'm going. Ming Yuexing furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze sweeping between Su Qiyun and Jiang Heng. It seemed this girl named Su Qiyun had a rather complicated relationship with Jiang Heng. What the hell does this stupid woman want? Does she have to know all my secrets? I'm just going to poach Yi Yang's underlings anyway. It's useless for her to tag along. I need to find an excuse to get rid of her. Think of something. Jiang Heng rested his chin in his hand, pondered for a moment, then said, I'm in my egg-swapping phase and need to go to the hospital to replace one the size of an ostrich egg. You still coming? Su Qiyun. Ming Yuexing. Mo Chengfei Duan Kaifeng. Damn, that's badass. Jiang Heng is a legend. Su Qiyun knew it was Jiang Heng's excuse, but the others didn't. And since Jiang Heng said he was going to the hospital, what reason did she have to follow? People would think she just wanted to see what it looked like. How indecent. You. I don't care. I'm going anyway, or he'll tell Uncle Mo about what you did to his wife. Su Qiyun was ready to risk it all, even if it meant mutual destruction. Before she could finish, Jiang Heng dashed over to Su Qiyun in 3 quick strides. He slapped his hand over her mouth, forcibly stopping her from continuing. All right, Miss Su, my dear lady. He'll take you, okay? Just shut your mouth. Jiang Heng broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, he reacted fast, or his life would be over. Su Qiyun smirked triumphantly. This secret could keep Jiang Heng in check for life. Wouldn't it have been better to agree from the start? Next time, don't make me say so much. Seeing that Jiang Heng had agreed, Ming Yuexing didn't feel it was her place to stop Su Qiyun. She could only let her come along. After all, Su Qian's status was no less than her own. Su Qingyu of White City, Mo Yuqian of Magic City. Their influence was evenly matched, and their children were surely the same. Let's go. With that, they prepared to leave the Qin residence. And Yi Yang followed along. What are you following for? Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. Ming Yuexing also remembered Yi Yang was here. Earlier, they had been busy dealing with the Blood Shadow 5 brothers, forgetting about him. And throughout, Yi Yang had barely made his presence felt. Everyone was focused on Jiang Heng. No one paid attention to what Yi Yang was doing. I'm coming with you, Yi Yang said with righteous conviction, a hint of confusion in his tone. You can go back to the company and wait for orders. We don't need your help here for now. Ming Yuexing commanded. I'm handling personal business. Damn it, I can't bring Yi Yang along. Otherwise, everything will be exposed. You're just a security guard. Miss Ming bringing you to the Qin family gathering was already a huge favor. What are you following us for? Go lick the toilet clean with your tongue. Jiang Heng snapped. Now that the Blood Shadow 5 brothers had been caught, he could insult Yi Yang all he wanted. Yi Yang wouldn't dare make a move in this setting. Ming Yuexing, am worried he might harm you. Let me protect you up close. Besides, aren't you just a lackey too? What's there to be so cocky about? Yi Yang's face was full of sincerity and earnestness. He was practically ready to bare his heart to Ming Yuexing. Ming Yuexing. Mo Chengfei. Duan Kaifeng. Jiang Heng. Seeing them all fall silent, Yi Yang was puzzled. He wondered what he had said wrong. Do you think I look like a lackey? Or does anyone here treat me like one? Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng had always seen Jiang Heng as a brother, sharing everything fun and joyful. As for Su Qiyun, she was seen by others as his passionate lover. And Ming Yuexing. She was about to go on a mission with Jiang Heng, following his advice. Hardly the way to treat a subordinate. Yi Yang. So after all that I was the only lackey. The joke was on me. Yang was furious, grinding his teeth in frustration. He was the war god, a figure so mighty that a mere stomp of his foot would shake half the sea. A slight exaggeration. Yet back in Magic City he had been reduced to a common bodyguard, and one who occasionally had to clean the toilets. Look at other people's underlings. They're treated like equals, free to do as they please. Then look at himself, a perfect tool. Chengfei stepped forward, patting Jiang Heng on the shoulder with a laugh. Why waste so many words on a stinking bodyguard? Just slap him twice in the face and tell him to scram. You need to learn from me on this. Ha ha. Veins bulged on Yi Yang's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. He barely held back his murderous intent. If they were anywhere else, he would have made sure Chengfei died right there. The last person who humiliated him like that now had weeds growing over their grave. Let's go. Ignore this stinking security guard. Jiang Heng gestured to Su Qiyun and walked out with Ming Yuexing. Duan Kaifeng also found the place boring, so he pulled Chengfei to go drinking. Damn bro, it's been ages since we drank together. Tonight we go hard or go home. Can't you see the mood I'm in today? Let's go. Straight to the brewery, 1 tank each. The two laughed heartily as they left the Qin residence, leaving Yi Yang alone grinding his teeth in silent rage. Chengfei, one day I'll kill you with my own hands. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know how narrow an urn can be. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoying was in her room, happily discussing the 5 prescriptions with Bai Bingyu. When it came to traditional Chinese medicine, Bai Bingyu was a professional, and her medical skills were no less than those of the Magic City medical sage. One could say Bai Bingyu was a 20-something lowly medical sage who couldn't solve her own developmental issues. After meticulously examining and personally testing the 5 prescriptions, Bai Bingyu was delighted to discover their remarkably potent effects. The herbs listed were neither expensive nor rare, easily obtainable, and the concoctions produced exhibited virtually no side effects. As every student of traditional Chinese medicine knows, all medicines carry some toxicity. Yet these 5 prescriptions, once prepared, inflicted no harm upon the patient's body. Where did you obtain these prescriptions? If we can truly produce these medicines, their value will be immeasurable. Really? Then let's record the herbs immediately. Qin Xiaoying's face lit up with joy. Indeed, these prescriptions were authentic. As the young business prodigy of the magic capital, her reputation preceded her. Since the other party dared to encourage further investment, they must present something valuable to demonstrate their capability. Otherwise, how could they persuade her to willingly invest? These prescriptions were precisely the allure Yi Yang used to captivate her. Since he had schemed against her, turning the tables on him would be only fair. What do you plan to do with such valuable prescriptions? Expose Yi Yang's plot directly, or swindle him further? Bai Bingyu inquired. As Qin Xiaoying's close confidant, she naturally wished to protect her from harm. Wait a moment. I have other plans. Qin Xiaoying smiled triumphantly. These prescriptions won't come to us so easily. Make a copy and keep it safe with you. Bai Bingyu waved her hands vehemently in refusal. No, this is too precious. I dare not accept it. Isn't it the same if kept with you? Qin Xiaoying shook her head as if foreseeing what was to come. The prescriptions are useless to me. They'll be handed to company professionals for production. I suspect my subordinates have been bribed. What if they alter the ingredients and cause harm? I cannot afford any slip. I must be meticulous. You are skilled in medicine. Help me prepare these medicines and keep them as future evidence. Only then did Bai Bingyu grasp Qin Xiaoying's intent. A sweet smile graced her face. I can't fathom you business folks. It's so exhausting. Life must be weary. Qin Xiaoying nodded, sighing inwardly, her expression tinged with fatigue and resignation. Indeed it is. But what can be done? We must carry on. Bai Bingyu patted Qin Xiaoying's shoulder, offering a gentle smile. It's all right, take it slow. We've arrived right here. Jiang Heng parked the car at the entrance of the Magic Capital Enforcer's office. Several enforcers immediately approached, recognizing his license plate. With the prefix MO, it unmistakably belonged to the MO family. Though the enforcers didn't share the common fear of the MO family, they dared not provoke them. Moreover, many enforcers would grant the MO family some leeway, turning a blind eye unless intervention was unavoidable. Some even curried favor with the 4 great families to advance their careers. An enforcer stepped forward with a smile, opening Jiang Heng's car door. Good day, sir. Can we assist you? The 5 individuals who caused trouble at the Qin residence this morning are here, correct? Take us to see them, Jiang Heng stated. Well, this. The enforcer hesitated, seemingly troubled. Speak plainly, I'm in a hurry. Jiang Heng snorted coldly, startling the enforcer into confessing. It's just that Miss Mu Zhuyu is interrogating the prisoners today. She declared the offense against the Qin family too grave, insisting on delivering the verdict herself. Hearing Mu Ziyu's name, Jiang Heng's lips twitched in exasperation. Damn it, of all people, why her? That stubborn woman. This will make things troublesome. Who was Mu Zhiyu? Su Qian was puzzled. Hailing from White City, she was unfamiliar with magic capital affairs, knowing only of the 4 great families. She had no interest in investigating others. Lead the way, take us inside. Since they had come returning empty-handed was not an option. Jiang Heng commanded. Yes, this way please. The enforcer hurriedly guided them to Mu Ziyu's office and knocked. Enter. A stern voice came from within. Captain Mu, someone wishes to see you. Who is it? Seeing Jiang Heng and Su Qian enter, Mu Ziyu raised an eyebrow as if anticipating their purpose. You're here for those 5, aren't you? Forget about bailing them out. Even with your status, it's impossible. They openly attacked the Qin residents and attempted to harm old Master Qin. This matter won't be resolved so easily. Please leave. There was no room for negotiation. Mu Ziyu lowered her head, continuing to sort documents. This woman remains as impartial as ever. But you can't handle these 5. Each is a notorious overseas murderer, having committed countless misdeeds under Yi Yang. If Yi Yang learns you've captured his men, he might send someone to tear down this very station. Jiang Heng pondered how to convince Mu Ziyu without provoking her aversion. Her identity was unique, and mishandling it could lead to catastrophe. Hearing his thoughts, Mu Ziyu abruptly lifted her head, staring intently at Jiang Heng. What do you know? Huh? Jiang Heng was baffled by her sudden question. I haven't said anything yet. Seeing his sincere expression, Mu Ziyu was equally puzzled. Had she misheard? Perhaps she was overworked and needed a break. Just then Ming Yuexing spoke. Ziyu, we're not here to bail them out, but to ask some questions. It won't take much of your time. Recognizing the familiar voice, Mu Ziyu looked up again, a flash of joy in her eyes. Yuexing, you're here too. I didn't notice you earlier. Come sit. I haven't seen you in ages, so why haven't you visited me? Mu Ziyu's attitude underwent a complete transformation as she warmly beckoned Ming Yuexing. That's right. How could I forget that Ming Yuexing knows Mu Ziyu? And they're even on good terms. Now it all depends on Ming Yuexing. Jiang Heng nodded with satisfaction, staring at Ming Yuexing expectantly. Although he knew Mu Ziyu, they weren't familiar. Moreover, Mu Ziyu's identity was very special, backed by some formidable forces. Especially on the legitimate side, she had absolute influence. Even the position of mayor of Modu could be replaced at her whim. She could refuse anyone's requests, and no one would dare retaliate against her. Ming Yuexing smiled and approached Mu Ziyu, saying, Modu is about to face turmoil, and I need to get the information I want from those people. Can I go in and ask a few questions? Mu Ziyu, who had been stern and impartial just moments ago, immediately turned around, patting her chest and declaring, No problem. Interrogate them as long as you need. Come on, I'll lead the way. Jiang Heng. Damn, this nepotism is infuriating. She treats me so harshly, but so gently with Ming Yuexing. I won't accept this. Mu Ziyu glared at Jiang Heng, her eyes threatening. Startled, Jiang Heng shrank back slightly and obediently shut his mouth. He had no choice. He couldn't afford to provoke her. She was a formidable figure. Even if Mo Yuqian were here, Mu Ziyu wouldn't hesitate to defy him. He was just a subordinate, so had better keep a low profile to avoid being targeted by Mu Ziyu. Though he was kind-hearted now, in the past he was undoubtedly a ruthless figure in Modu. When he was with Mo Yuqian, he would kill anyone he didn't like. These deeds must never be discovered by Mu Ziyu, or he'd end up behind bars crying in regret. Great, thank you, Ziyu. Ming Yuexing linked her arm with Mu Ziyu's and walked toward the cell, holding the Blood Shadow 5 brothers, laughing together. These are the men. Go ahead and interrogate them. Ming Yuexing nodded and was about to enter when Jiang Heng reached out to stop her. What's wrong? Jiang Heng shook his head and asked Mu Ziyu, Can you turn off the cameras? What follows is for you to know not to be recorded. It could be traced back to us. Mu Ziyu frowned, slightly displeased. This was her jurisdiction. Who would dare investigate matters under her watch? Are you implying there's a mole in my bureau leaking information? Humph. Are you looking down on my people? Faced with Mu Ziyu's warning, Jiang Heng's gaze was unwavering. This was too important. He had to stand firm. Mu Ziyu had no idea how powerful Yi Yang was. He could not only access the bureau's surveillance, but even dig up files on every officer. It will be traced back, Jiang Heng repeated. His eyes locked onto Mu Ziyu with no intention of backing down. Are you looking for a fight? Mu Ziyu's eyes narrowed and a spark of tension crackled between them. Seeing the situation escalate, Ming Yuexing quickly intervened, trying to calm Mu Ziyu. Ziyu may be here, Jiang Heng out first. He must have his reasons. I have my own way of doing things. Do I need to take orders from a subordinate? Mu Ziyu was adamant, refusing to yield. She never backed down from a clash of wills. The two stared each other down, neither giving an inch. Ming Yuexing, caught in the middle, didn't know whom to side with. Su Qiyun watched with amusement, curious to see how Jiang Heng would handle this. Finally, Jiang Heng let out a helpless sigh. This stubborn woman, why is she so obstinate? She won't believe me until I show her proof right. Fine, I'll see this through to the end. Jiang Heng pulled out his phone and made a call. After speaking a few words aside, he returned to his original spot. He resumed his previous posture, staring at Mu Ziyu. Then, feeling slightly off-center, he adjusted his position slightly. Satisfied, he continued to fix his gaze on Mu Ziyu. After all, Mu Ziyu wasn't bad-looking. Staring at her a bit longer was no loss. Soon Mu Ziyu's phone buzzed with a text message. She opened it to find a surveillance image from the bureau. And the location was exactly where she and Jiang Heng were facing off. It had been captured by a camera on the wall behind them. How is this possible? No one can access the Bureau's surveillance without my authorization. How could? Seeing the photo, Mu Zhiyu erupted in fury, glaring at Jiang Heng. She even pulled out a pair of handcuffs. You hacked into the Bureau's surveillance, using illegal means to obtain information. Do you know the consequences? Jiang Heng nodded. I do. But I'm just showing you that if a lowly subordinate like me can easily access this information, so can others. This only proves that your Bureau's security isn't airtight, and this time someone really wants the information here. If we don't remove the cameras, everything here will be exposed. After they're off, I'll tell you how I bypassed your security to get the intel. Hearing Jiang Heng's words, Mu Zhiyu stubborn as she was had to admit he was right, and she was genuinely curious about how he obtained the intel. Go turn them off yourself. With that, Mu Zhiyu huffed and stepped aside, clearly annoyed. Trying to outstubborn me. Don't you know your place? Such a cheap trick fooled you. Jiang Heng entered the cell and skillfully yanked out the visible cameras. Then under the desk and in several hidden spots, he found pinhole cameras. After removing them all, he nodded in satisfaction. How are you so familiar with these camera placements? Su Qiyun asked curiously. Jiang Heng's movements were too practiced, as if he had installed them himself. I have a friend who wants. Stop, I think I get it. Su Qiyun waved her hand, signaling him to hurry up. Are you freaking crazy? Can you let me finish my sentence? Jiang Heng rolled his eyes, and after confirming no cameras remained, opened the second layer of the cell. The security system here was quite robust, a large cell subdivided into many smaller ones. A cell within a cell, a prison within a prison. They entered the room holding the Blood Shadow 5 brothers. At this moment, the brothers were in utter despair. They had pulled off countless missions overseas, each flawlessly executed. They never left a trace. But this time they were all locked up in a dark cell. Their first trip to Modu ended in a crushing defeat. Though they had assumed new identities before arriving in Modu, no one could be certain their past deeds would remain buried. According to the rules here, if discovered, the outcome was always the same: death or annihilation. There was no third option. Damn it. In all my years in this trade, I've never suffered such humiliation. Blame that Jiang Heng. If he hadn't barged in, would have finished the target long ago. Don't worry, Lord, you will surely come to our rescue. What good is rescue? Some bastard struck from the shadows during the fight and kicked my brother's balls to pulp. I'm no longer a man. Wah. Listening to the second brother's despairing sobs, the third brother felt a flicker of relief. Though I nearly died from Jiang Heng's punch, passing out at that moment wasn't entirely a bad thing. Soon the door swung open, casting a ray of dawn inside. The Blood Shadow 5 brothers, accustomed to moving in the night and despising the light, suddenly grew excited at the sight of that glow. They had never realized how beautiful light could be. Is that Lord Yi? Lord Yi, you've come to save us. Lord Yi, you're my savior. Don't call me that. I don't have sons like you. Jiang Heng ducked his head, a sly grin spreading across his face. Being called father and dad every now and then was rather amusing. The once arrogant Blood Shadow 5 brothers had never loathed the light as much as they did now. Don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid the darkness might misunderstand. Jiang Heng, what the hell are you doing here? Give me back my brother. The second brother, eyes bloodshot, charged at Jiang Heng like a madman seeking vengeance. But in their current state, the Blood Shadow 5 brothers were no match for Jiang Heng. The moment the second brother reached him, Jiang Heng kicked him hard, sending him flying back. Calm down, we can talk this out. Rashness will do you no good. See the situation for what it is. Hearing this, they fell silent and steadied themselves. Indeed, if Jiang Heng could find them here, he could just as easily finish them off. They were nothing but lambs for the slaughter. Rather than struggling wildly and being beaten to death by Jiang Heng, it was better to season themselves to their own taste and die with dignity, at least with honor. Did you come here just to humiliate us? The eldest brother spoke, his eyes fixed on Jiang Heng. He didn't believe Jiang Heng was so bored. Of course not. I'm here to propose a partnership. I want you to work for me. In return, I can get you out of here. Or you can choose. Before Jiang Heng could finish, the fourth brother cursed viciously. Dream on. Who do you think we are? Would never bow to you. Jiang Heng turned to the fourth brother, recalling something. This was the one who, while Yi Yang was distracted, had slapped him hard and declared it felt perfect. What good has following Yi Yang done you? After all this time under him, have you ever tasted freedom? It's nothing but killing, being used as tools for profit. I'm just a lackey too, but I live happily with plenty to eat and drink. Compared to your life of licking blood off the blade, my life is pure bliss. As he spoke, Jiang Heng pulled out his phone to show them photos of himself having fun, drinking from a jug, traveling, and even one with a girl on one arm and a cigarette in the other. These were things the Blood Shadow 5 brothers dared not even dream of. They admitted it. They were envious. But what could they do? Once you step into blood, even changing shoes won't wash the stains clean. Don't delude yourselves. We will never yield. Jiang Heng shook his head, confident. No, you will. Blood Shadow 5 brothers, you've served under Yi Yang for no more than 12 years. Your seamless teamwork caught his eye, and he molded you into killing machines. From childhood, your only education was murder, murder, murder. But no one has ever truly understood your hearts. Jiang Heng suddenly leaned in, his gaze firm as he locked eyes with them. Word by word he declared, Jiang Heng, I am the one who knows you best, better than you know yourselves. I know what you truly desire. I can give you a chance to start anew, to live under the sun accepted by all. Though they knew Jiang Heng was trying to sway them, his words still struck deep. Their hearts trembled, a flicker of wavering taking hold. Only the poor know how hard money is to earn. Only the thirsty know the preciousness of water. And only I know how amazing you reading my story truly are. Stunning. There's no one in the world more perfect than you. Jiang Heng smiled, faintly catching the shifts in their expressions. He continued, is it following Yi Yang living in constant fear and risking death at any moment? Or is it following me living under the sun and savoring life's joys? The choice is yours. I won't force you. The rest of your lives are yours to walk. With that, Jiang Heng smirked slyly, leaned close to the second brother, and whispered, I can heal your brother. Those words jolted the second brother, his eyes widening with surprise and longing. Really? Jiang Heng nodded emphatically. If I fail, you can kick my brother's balls to pulp. Hearing Jiang Heng's promise, the second brother's despairing eyes reignited with hope. He nodded vigorously, kneeling on one knee before Jiang Heng, trembling with emotion. I'm willing. He'll follow you. Just let me be a man again. He'll agree to anything. The others rushed to pull him back, pleading, don't act rashly, second brother. He's our enemy. If Lord Yi finds out we've betrayed him, well, wish we were dead. Calm down. Calm your grandmother. The second brother shoved them away, tears streaming down his face in anguish. He roared, you all still have brothers. You have no idea what it's like to lose mine. I'm utterly shattered. Do you know how much a brother means to a child over 200 months old? And I truly can't bear living in the shadows anymore like a rat on the run. Upon hearing this, they all fell silent. The words struck a chord deep within their hearts. Indeed, if one could live in the light with dignity, who would willingly step into the mire? Life is fraught with disappointments. A woman working in sales must attend social engagements forced by her boss to drink until she complies, or else no deal is signed. After a man grows up, he toils day in and day out for his family and parents, sweating profusely, yet still forcing a smile when he returns home for dinner. Everyone has their unspoken sorrows, but most choose to bury them deep inside, suffering in silence. Jiang Heng gently shook his head, a tender smile playing on his lips. Come to my side, take one step forward into the light. Tomorrow will be better. With that, he extended his hand. At that moment, to the blood shadow, five brothers, Jiang Heng appeared as an angel with 6 pairs of sacred wings sprouting from his back. He had come to save them. Involuntarily, a flicker of emotion stirred in their eyes. The final shackle in their hearts shattered, and they stepped forward one by one, placing their hands in Jiang Heng's palm, declaring their allegiance. We are willing to follow you, Lord Jiang Heng. Hearing their declarations, Jiang Heng smiled faintly and gave each of them a big bear hug. No need to call me Lord, just call me Jiang Heng. From now on, we are brothers. You'll have to change your code names too. Can't keep calling yourselves the Blood Shadow Five Brothers. Let's call it the Mighty Men's Marvelous Hut. The crowd was speechless. Forget it, we won't argue. Jiang Heng let out a hearty laugh, turned, and opened the cell door. Come in, it's done. Mu Zhiyu and the others who had been waiting at the door had witnessed the entire process. They stared at Jiang Heng in utter shock, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Mu Zhiyu immediately stepped in and slapped handcuffs on Jiang Heng. What are you doing? Jiang Heng was taken aback, caught off guard. For heaven's sake, I haven't done anything wrong. I suspect you've been in a brainwashing organization before, and you were the founder. Jiang Heng was speechless. You're slandering me. Hey, this person is slandering me. She's slandering me. I never knew you had such talent. Those who were hostile toward you moments ago have now become your underlings. Are you really just a lowly henchman? Su Qiyun voiced her inner doubt. Earlier, when Jiang Heng entered the cell alone, she had seen the second brother try to kill him, which had left her worried for quite a while. Yet in less than 10 minutes, Jiang Heng had managed to turn them all against their original intentions. And the first to pledge loyalty was the very second brother who had wanted him dead the most. This made her question her own sanity. Are these people really that gullible? Jiang Heng waved his hand, handing out cigarettes to the group, and then placing one between his own lips. The second brother, quick as lightning, whipped out a match and lit it for Jiang Heng. He couldn't have been more obedient, displaying the utmost ideological awareness. I really am just a henchman, and I don't see them as my underlings either. In my eyes, they're all true men with their own hardships. As for the second brother, he's only half a man for now. The second brother was left speechless. Can we stop bringing that up? It's really hurtful to a man's pride. What a strange man, Mu Zhiyu muttered from the bottom of her heart. All right, it's time for me to get down to business. Jiang Heng glanced at Ming Yuexing. Ming Yuexing nodded and asked, since you're willing to turn over a new leaf, I can help you, but only if you tell me what I want to know. Tell me, what is Yi Yang's true identity? At this, their eyes flickered with a hint of wariness and fear. Don't worry, Yi Yang can't harm you. I guarantee it, Jiang Heng said, patting his chest. Tell her everything you know. She's the key to whether you can leave here. With Jiang Heng's backing, they immediately became cooperative, spilling all they knew without holding back. Since they had decided to follow Jiang Heng, they had to show their sincerity. Now they were getting closer to the new life they longed for. A mere Yiyang. Why should they fear him? The more Ming Yuexing and the others listened, the more shocked they became. How could a simple security guard from their midst wield such immense power on the international stage? Was this really something a security guard could possess? Indeed, nothing good comes from uninvited favors. Yiyang only intended to use them as stepping stones to achieve his ultimate goal. If not for hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts and being repeatedly warned by him, they might have been deceived by Yiyang's sweet talk. Such a dangerous person must not be allowed to remain. Even if he had lost his former ferocity, he was still an unstable element. Is this really Yiyang? Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Only Jiang Heng remained calm. He had long known this information. It was all standard for a war god. And in the future, he would only grow stronger. No, we must capture someone like this. Leaving him to roam free in society is too dangerous. Mu Zhiyu exclaimed, ready to order a manhunt for Yiyang. But Jiang Heng stopped her. Don't act rashly. You just heard. Yiyang is far more threatening than you imagine. Acting impulsively will do neither of us any good. If you move against him and he contacts foreign forces, do you have any idea what kind of trouble that could cause? One move affects the whole situation. This can't be rushed. We have to take it slowly. This woman is stubborn but kind-hearted, though she acts without thinking. No wonder she was originally captivated by Yiyang's staged coincidences and acts of chivalry. After hearing the Blood Shadow Five Brothers account, everyone gained a new understanding of Yiyang. Such a person truly could not be provoked lightly nor easily captured. After all, Yiyang's combat prowess was evident. It would take at least 100 men to subdue him. Not to mention that he had the protection of a protagonist's halo, and at critical moments a powerful figure would come to his rescue. Then what should I do? Just let a criminal roam free. Mu Zhiyu shook her head vigorously, still determined to stick to her own plan. Not let him roam. Defeat him piece by piece with a better strategy. He wants to control all the forces in Magic City, so he'll inevitably use his own resources and connections. We'll play along, and have the Blood Shadow Five Brothers continue to stay by his side to gather intelligence. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll never be defeated. Jiang Heng advised earnestly. He was certain that if he didn't talk some sense into Mu Zhiyu, this stubborn woman would immediately send people to arrest Yiyang. The outcome was obvious without even thinking. How could Yiyang, blessed with a protagonist's halo, be caught by law enforcement? If it were really possible, Jiang Heng would only say, well, it'll be damned. A knife cutting open them, but an eye-opener indeed. Mu Zhiyu nodded subconsciously. It seemed quite reasonable. Something's off. Mu Zhiyu glared fiercely at Jiang Heng, grinding her teeth. You bastard. You must be the kingpin of brainwashing. Jiang Heng was speechless. Damn it, this crazy woman. What kind of twisted logic is that? After understanding the intelligence about Yiyang, Ming Yuexing nodded with satisfaction. She looked at Jiang Heng gratefully and said, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known Yiyang had such grand ambitions. Jiang Heng waved his hand and replied with a smile. Our goals are the same. There's no need for thanks. This is merely cooperation. After speaking, Jiang Heng turned his gaze to the group of 5 muscular men from the wonderful hut, resting his chin in thought. Suddenly he clapped his hands, an idea forming in his mind. Since you've all turned from darkness to light, I must assign you some tasks. Hearing about tasks, their eyes sharpened and their expressions turned serious. They sat upright on the ground, their eyes fixed on Jiang Heng, without blinking, like primary school students listening to their teacher. They couldn't have been more attentive. This made Jiang Heng reluctant to joke, and he unconsciously became serious as well. Brother Jiang, who do you want us to kill? Mu Zhiyu exclaimed. How dare you? Jiang Heng looked bewildered. I haven't said anything yet. What's it got to do with me? Ahem, didn't I say I want to lead you away from slaughter? With me, none of you need to kill anyone. I need you to go out and have fun everywhere. This task left the group perplexed. They stared at Jiang Heng in confusion, suspecting he was joking. Brother Jiang, I don't understand. What kind of task is this? Jiang Heng explained earnestly. Yiyang never knew you were captured so naturally, he doesn't know you've left him. I want to use this information gap to make him believe you're still his subordinates. That way you can learn of his movements and relay them to me. Going out to have fun and relax serves 2 purposes: 1, to let you experience a life you've never had before; 2, to create a false impression for Yiyang. Hearing this, they suddenly understood. They grasped Jiang Heng's meaning immediately. Got it, Brother Jiang. These lads are teachable. Jiang Heng was very pleased with their awareness. He waved his hand and said, all right, let's get moving. Hold on. Mu Zhiyu frowned, blocking Jiang Heng, and said sternly, do you think the Enforcement Bureau is a place you can come and go as you please? They broke into the Qin residence and disrupted public order. That hasn't been resolved yet, not to mention their identities. What a hassle. Jiang Heng scratched his head and directly dialed Qin Xiaoying's number, putting it on speakerphone. Soon the call connected and Qin Xiaoying said delightedly, what's up, Hanger? Miss me already? I'm at the Qin residence, ready to go out anytime. I can even stay out tonight if you want. Mu Zhiyu was shocked. Su Qiyun was shocked. Ming Yuexing was shocked. Holy crap, that's a lot of information. Jiang Heng's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and his mouth twitched. He felt utterly speechless. Damn it, why does this woman spout nonsense at every turn? I'm innocent. I haven't done anything. Seeing their strange expressions, Jiang Heng quickly changed the subject. Yi Yang's underlings who broke into the Qin residence today are all here with me, and I've put you on speakerphone. But don't worry, I've successfully brought them over to the light. From now on, they'll be the sharpest sword in our revenge against Yi Yang, so I want to bail them out. The condition is that Mu Zhiyu needs the Qin family's consent and forgiveness to release them. You. Qin Xiaoying's face flushed with embarrassment on the other end of the line. She had spoken so loudly and quickly just now, and Jiang Heng had put her on speaker. Everyone around him must have heard everything. Oh no. She wished she could emigrate to Mars tomorrow. Hello? Did you hear me? Jiang Heng, noticing Qin Xiaoying's prolonged silence, thought she hadn't heard and asked again. Oh, yes, it's fine. All right, let's leave it at that. Qin Xiaoying hung up in a fluster, feeling her cheeks burn. If she had known there were so many people around Jiang Heng, she would never have said that. Jiang Heng was speechless. See, you heard that. Qin Xiaoying agreed to let me bail them out. Mu Ziyu's mouth twitched, but she nodded helplessly in agreement. Since both parties consented, and it was a special case, she had no reason to refuse. Come over and pay. With that, Mu Ziyu returned to her office and handed Jiang Heng a fee breakdown. That's more like it. Jiang Heng smiled, but when he saw the details, his smile froze. It turned into fury. Bailing out 5 people costs 50 million. Are you trying to rob me? How can this be? Mu Ziyu's face was stern as she said righteously, given the special nature of the case and their identities. If something goes wrong, even your life wouldn't be enough to cover it. Most importantly, I haven't bought any new clothes lately, so I need to save up for some shopping. What? Can't afford it. Jiang Heng was stunned. Damn, that's a unique way of saving money. Scamming it from me counts as saving. You're something else. So righteous. Jiang Heng glared at Mu Ziyu fiercely, but in the end he could only heave a sigh. He reluctantly handed over his bank card. Go ahead, swipe it. Mu Ziyu's face lit up with joy as she took the card and ran off to make the payment, adding, Thank you, boss. Boss is generous and may you be healthy. Jiang Heng was speechless. Within 5 minutes, Mu Ziyu returned the card along with the completed handover procedures. Meanwhile, Chengfei, who was drinking, felt his phone vibrate and received a text message. A transfer of 60 million yuan from an XX bank card to an XX account. Huh, what's this? I don't think I spent any money. Duan Kaifeng's arm around Chengfei stuffed the phone back into his pocket. Why are you playing with your phone? Come on, let's drink. All right, it's not a big deal anyway. Chengfei raised his glass and clinked it with Duan Kaifeng's. Life was good. If Chengfei had known it was Jiang Heng using his card for the transfer, he would have cursed angrily. You're something else. So righteous. Using my money to spend again. After pocketing the card, Jiang Heng smirked triumphantly. Fortunately, he had not yet returned the bank card to Chengfei. Otherwise, he would have had to pay out of his own pocket this time. Besides, with young Master Mo's monthly allowance of hundreds of millions, such expenses were utterly trivial to him. Moreover, since it was Jiang Heng who spent the money, Chengfei would not utter a single word of complaint. Jiang Heng had never anticipated that Mu Ziyu, who outwardly claimed to have spent 50 million, had in reality spent 60 million. Yet in truth, Mu Ziyu had not touched a single cent of that 60 million, nor had she used it to buy herself clothes. Instead, she had donated the entire sum to children in the mountainous regions. After completing all the necessary procedures, the Blood Shadow 5 brothers successfully transformed into the Mighty Men's marvelous hut ensemble. For the first time, they stood openly under the sunlight, feeling the gentle breeze brushing past them and savoring the long-lost atmosphere. Go and have fun. Enjoy life. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, from now on you are my father. Allow me to respectfully call you my foster father. Jiang Heng tapped the 4th brother on the head and scolded with a laugh. Go play somewhere else. The 5 brothers laughed heartily and strode off into the distance, embarking on the most relaxed and liberating mission of their lives. Tell me, how did you crack the password to my computer and gain access to the information within the Enforcement Bureau? Mu Ziyu blocked Jiang Heng, who was about to leave, and posed the question that puzzled her most. Oh, that. Jiang Heng pulled out his phone and handed a photo to Mu Ziyu. He uttered only 2 words. Photoshop. What? Photoshop? You mean the photo was edited? Impossible. My photo in there also. Jiang Heng waved his hand, interrupting Mu Ziyu's confusion, and said with a smile. You are the highest-ranking enforcement officer in the magic capital. Is it really that hard to obtain your photo? As for the internal photos, I mentioned earlier that I have a friend. He was inside this place last year. Naturally, he knows what it looks like in here. Then over the phone, I conveyed the approximate angles to him, and by combining the photos, we created the image you saw. Otherwise, do you think I moved positions after the call for no reason? Did you really think that angle was flattering? After finishing, Jiang Heng bolted out of the Enforcement Bureau, retorting and then fleeing. How thrilling. It infuriated Mu Ziyu so much that she wanted to beat Jiang Heng, but had no way to do so, gnashing her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Next time I catch you red-handed, I will personally throw you in here. Later she also sent the photo for verification, and it was indeed photoshopped. May I invite you for a cup of coffee? I've been asking for your help and haven't had the chance to thank you properly, Ming Yuexing said with a gentle smile. How could Jiang Heng refuse the invitation of a beautiful woman? He nodded in agreement directly. All right, let's go. At that moment, Su Qian caught up again. I'm coming too. What are you coming for? You have no business here, Jiang Heng urged. Go on, go on. Go find Mo Chengfei and the others to play. No, I don't know the way. Besides, my father and Uncle Mo said you have to take me around the magic capital. Su Qian's face was full of grievance on the verge of tears. She looked like an abandoned little wife. Jiang Heng. What a troublesome person. Jiang Heng's attitude was firm with no room for negotiation. No, absolutely not. Half an hour later. I never expected the magic capital to have such a scenic spot. Drinking coffee here is quite pleasant. Su Qian stood on the top floor of Jiangping, gazing at the bustling city below, with people coming and going. An involuntary heartfelt smile bloomed on her face. Damn, that woman got her way. As expected, I'm still too soft-hearted. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. Even after adding 10 sugar cubes, the coffee in his hand remained bitter. In contrast, Ming Yuexing showed no sign of concern. She did not find Su Qian to be a burden. Miss Su's life in White City must not have been easy either. As children of a prominent family, from the moment of birth, one shoulders the pressure of being the future pillar. Taking some time to relax is quite good. Ming Yuexing smiled faintly and took a delicate sip of coffee. The coffee tasted exceptionally sweet today. Is that so? Jiang Heng was slightly taken aback. He didn't quite understand. After all, he was neither a young master nor a princess. He hadn't been born into a wealthy family, so he couldn't experience Su Qian's life. Perhaps, as she said, even prominent families have their own troubles. At that moment, Ming Yuexing spoke again. I'm going to another city tomorrow to negotiate a cooperation with a company. If you're free, would you like to come with me? Jiang Heng was stunned, somewhat baffled. You're going to negotiate a deal? It's not really appropriate for me, a mere underling of the Mo family, to tag along, is it? Aren't you afraid others will accuse you of colluding with members of another family to plot against your own? Ming Yuexing shook her head. She said firmly, no, I'm not afraid. I'm in charge of most of the Ming family's industries now. They wouldn't dare say anything. Jiang Heng. That's not the point I was making. You're the heiress of the Ming family, and I'm just a hired hand for the Mo family. With such a gap in status, what would I be doing there? If you're not worried about what the Ming family might say, I'm still afraid of gossip from the Mo family. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Ming Yuexing finally understood. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Indeed, inviting Jiang Heng on a business trip so hastily was too rash. She should have thought it over before speaking. Since you're unwilling, then I didn't say I was unwilling. Jiang Heng smiled lightly and agreed directly. My boss gave me 2 days off. Now that the core task is complete, I could use a little relaxation too. What time do we leave tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Ming Yuexing was overjoyed. She quickly pulled out 2 plane tickets and handed them to Jiang Heng. I've already booked the seats. Tomorrow morning at 8:30. Is this what they call act first, ask later? She could actually predict my actions. I should never have agreed. Jiang Heng pursed his lips and pocketed the tickets. Since someone else was footing the bill, he might as well treat it as a trip. After being a lackey for so long, it was time to see the world and enjoy the scenery. However, when Jiang Heng saw the destination on the ticket, he froze. A surge of memories flooded his mind, causing him to clutch his head in pain, nearly crying out. After a moment, Jiang Heng recovered and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn, this trip won't be easy. What's wrong with you? Jiang Heng had been fine 1 second, and then looked as if his world had shattered the next. It startled Ming Yuexing so much that she nearly called an ambulance. I'm fine. I just remembered something. By the way, besides the 2 of us, who else will be going on this trip? Jiang Heng asked. No one else. Just the 2 of us. As she spoke, Ming Yuexing blushed deeply, her expression strange. No one knew what she was thinking. No problem, just remember to bring your ID. After finishing his coffee, Ming Yuexing temporarily left Jiangping and returned to the company. Meanwhile, Su Qian pulled Jiang Heng along, insisting he accompany her for a stroll. What's there to see? You can see the same things in Piquing. Jiang Heng always felt that Su Qian was completely different from Mo Chengfei. Though both came from prestigious families, Su Qian showed great interest in trivial matters, acting as if she had never seen the world before. What do you know? This is called innocence, all right. As she spoke, Su Qian lowered her head slightly, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes, as if she had something on her mind. You call that innocence? What about the water stains at the door that night? Jiang Heng rolled his eyes in utter disbelief. Hearing this, Su Qian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She forced out, what does the water stain at your door have to do with me? It was just not cleaned properly. I only took a glance. I'm stubborn as a mule. Maybe. Find her a boyfriend. That way I can shake off this annoying pest. Jiang Heng clapped his hands together, immediately settling on this brilliant idea. Little did he expect that Su Chiyun had already heard his inner thoughts. Her face was filled with shock and resistance. I need to go home first. Jiang Heng was speechless. Wasn't she just so excited? Why the sudden rush to leave? Well, that's fine too. Soon Jiang Heng drove Su Chiyun back to the MO residence. Su Chiyun darted straight into her room, leaving Jiang Heng wondering what she was up to. Just then, Ming Yuexing called out to him. How are things going? The bait is set, just waiting for the fish to bite. Jiang Heng smiled confidently. No matter how hard Yi Yang racked his brains, he would never know that his formidable duo, the Macho Marvel Room, had been successfully turned by Jiang Heng. Once Yi Yang gave them orders, Jiang Heng would know instantly. With the storyline now deviating, Jiang Heng couldn't guarantee that the future would unfold as he had known. Necessary safeguards were still needed. It was best to finish Yi Yang off. That person's identity. Before Ming Yuexing could finish, Jiang Heng interrupted. Boss, I am in the MO family. As long as I stand, no one can threaten the MO family's survival. I will handle this matter. I hope you can give me some time and assistance. Jiang Heng's eyes were resolute, carrying a hint of stubbornness. Hearing this, Ming Yuexing's eyes lit up, and he nodded with satisfaction. He had immense fondness for this underling of his. With such a formidable warrior, what need was there for that prodigal son, Chengfei? Jiang Heng. Ming Yuexing suddenly spoke, extending his hand toward him with unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. Be my son. Jiang Heng was left speechless. Don't hold me back. I want to kill him. I do your bidding, and you still want to take advantage of me. Go to hell. That night, as Jiang Heng lay in bed ready to rest, his phone received a text message. It was from that little vixen Yi Manching again. I'm still waiting for you in that room. Mun, not going. Last time I was seduced by the black stockings. No matter what, I'm not going this time. Jiang Heng set his phone aside, determined to remain as unshakable as a statue. No one could sway him. Until Yi Manching sent a photo. Black stockings again. Is that all you've got? Don't think the same trick will work on me. I said I'm not going, so I'm not. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Jiang Heng sprang up from the bed, his eyes wide with shock and bloodshot. He wondered if he had misseen zooming in on the photo for a closer look. Holy crap. That thing by the bedside is a rope and a little whip. And even handcuffs. Wait for me. I'm coming. If I don't go for 5 hours tonight, it'll be your son. Jiang Heng tossed his phone aside and rushed out the door, sprinting to Yi Manching's room in a few strides. Yi Manching lay on the bed, having already locked herself to the iron post of the headboard with the handcuffs. She glanced at Jiang Heng with a triumphant smile and whispered, You're here. Oh ho. Quite the sense of initiative. Soon a minor earthquake and some pleasant sounds echoed through the room. In the dead of night, some had drifted into dreams while others were still toiling away. At 5 in the morning, Jiang Heng, with dark circles under his eyes, stumbled back to his room, leaning against the wall. Every step felt like a physical torment. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have gone. Using all sorts of tricks to tempt me. But you have to admit, it felt pretty good. Beautiful. Just a bit taxing on the body. I will quit. Jiang Heng shook his head, helplessly stuffing a large handful of goji berries into his mouth before sleeping. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, and the sound of a ringing phone filled the room. Jiang Heng frowned slightly, reluctantly crawling out of bed. The flight was at 8:30, and it was now 7. A quick wash and breakfast, then off to catch the plane. Due to last night's overexertion, Jiang Heng woke up with 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. His face looked gaunt and pale. Whoa, Jiang Heng. What did you do last night? Why do you look so terrible? Did you reward yourself all night? Chengfei stared at him in astonishment. He had been drinking all night, and still didn't look as bad as Jiang Heng. What happened to me? Go ask your stepmother. Jiang Heng waved his hand, and said, Come over and help me. Though clueless about what Jiang Heng had done, Chengfei still stepped forward to support him to the sofa. Young man, learn some restraint. Not everyone has a physique as good as mine. Chengfei patted Jiang Heng's shoulder meaningfully. Just then Yi Manching came downstairs warmly, bringing a glass of milk. Her complexion was the complete opposite of Jiang Heng's, radiant and rosy. Even her skin had improved, making her look several years younger, like a girl in her early 20s. Wow, stepmother, have you been using some new skincare? I feel like you've gotten younger. Yi Manching smiled as she handed the steaming milk to Jiang Heng. No skincare products, I've found a better way. As she spoke, she cast a sly glance at Jiang Heng. This made Jiang Heng shudder, silently shifting his position to get farther away from her. Damn it, he'll never touch her again. Almost died in that bed. What's this? Jiang Heng frowned slightly, sensing something odd about the milk. This milk isn't sweet at all, and it has a strange, fishy smell. Holy crap, this couldn't possibly be. Jiang Heng sputtered, spraying the milk out of his mouth. His face was full of terror. Damn it, this woman. Hey, if you're not drinking it, don't waste it. Give it to me, it'll help sober me up. Chengfei looked regretful and reached for the milk in Jiang Heng's hand. No. Yi Manching quickly stopped Chengfei, her face flushed red as she spoke. Let me warm another cup for you. Let Jiang Heng drink this one. He loves this flavor. Right, Jiang Heng? As she spoke, Yi Manqing signaled Jiang Heng with her eyes to drink it quickly. How could she let Mo Chengfei drink the specially prepared milk? All right, thanks, little mother. Mo Chengfei looked expectant. Jiang Heng's mouth twitched as he glanced at the envious Mo Chengfei beside him. He felt utterly aggrieved inside. He wished he could just shove the cup into Mo Chengfei's mouth. Before long, Yi Manqing brought another cup of milk and handed it to Mo Chengfei. Jiang Heng leaned in to compare Mo Chengfei's milk with his own. Damn, this stuff shouldn't be drunk from a cup. It only tastes good when you do it yourself. With that thought, Jiang Heng shook his head, pinched his nose, and downed it in one gulp. Yi Manqing's eyes lit up. She took his cup and quickly asked, "Another cup?" Jiang Heng, No, I'm done. Thanks, big sister-in-law." Jiang Heng rushed to the sofa, grabbed his clothes, and prepared to head to the airport. He dared not stay any longer. "Where are you going?" Mo Chengfei asked while sipping his milk. "I'm going on a business trip. He'll be back tomorrow or the day after. And he'll do some sightseeing too." Hearing about the trip, Mo Chengfei's face lit up, and he hurried over. "Can I come along?" Jiang Heng, "What's fun about a business trip? It's not like I'm going to find a beauty. You're on break, and I don't want to babysit you. Go find Duan Kaifeng to play with. Oh, and take this with you. Give this to Duan Kaifeng when you find him. Tell him to wear it at all times." With that, Jiang Heng took off the Yin-Yang fish jade pendant from his neck and placed it in Mo Chengfei's hand. "What's this? It's so ugly. A koi fish." Mo Chengfei curled his lips in disdain. It was the first time he had received something like this. "It's not for you. It's for Duan Kaifeng." Jiang Heng patted Mo Chengfei's shoulder, put on his jacket, and left the Mo residence. Watching Jiang Heng's retreating figure, Yi Manqing bit her lip. She knew that once Jiang Heng left, she would have to spend at least a day alone. "They'll wait for you to come back." Yi Manqing thought to herself, a sweet and charming smile on her face. Just as Jiang Heng arrived at the airport, he saw Yi Yang dropping off Ming Yuexing there as well. "Yuexing, are you sure you won't let me come with you? As your bodyguard, I should protect you 24 hours a day." Ming Yuexing looked disgusted, grabbed her luggage, and walked ahead. "No need. It's just a business trip. What danger could there be? Just stay at the company. This guy is so thick-skinned. He wants to tag along for everything." Seeing this, Jiang Heng wondered if he should avoid them. What if Yi Yang spotted him and chased after him? But before Jiang Heng could slip away, Ming Yuexing saw him and waved enthusiastically. "Jiang Heng, I didn't expect you to be here so early. Perfect, let's go through security together." Yi Yang's eyes narrowed, his murderous gaze fixed on Jiang Heng. This guy? Why was he here too? And from their conversation, it seemed they were going on a business trip together. How can this be? "No one touches my woman." "You? I'm talking to you. Stop right there." Yi Yang barked, stopping Jiang Heng, who was about to flee. "Why are you here? Why do you care where I am?" Jiang Heng turned slowly, frowning as he walked over to Ming Yuexing. He casually took her suitcase. "What? Got a problem? A little security guard should know his place. My boss ordered me to accompany Miss Ming on a business trip. You want to stop that?" Jiang Heng glanced contemptuously at Yi Yang. Calmly, he invoked Mo Yuexian's name, just to send Yi Yang a message. "My boss told me to do this. If you've got a problem, take it up with Mo Yuexian. Don't bother me." Mo Yuexian. Mo Yuexian. Yi Yang clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. What a fine Mo family. They're determined to cross me, aren't they? Seeing Yi Yang's expression, Jiang Heng felt a surge of joy. He knew he had successfully redirected the blame. Now, no matter how he provoked Yi Yang, the man's murderous intent wouldn't be focused on him first. This was the advantage of being a subordinate, having the boss take the bullet. "Let's go, Miss Ming. Time to go through security." With that, Jiang Heng pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills, licked his thumb, and counted them expertly. Finally, he pulled out a 10 yuan note and tried to stuff it into Yi Yang's pocket. But halfway, he withdrew it. Reluctantly, he fished a 50-cent coin from his pocket and tossed it at Yi Yang's feet. "Here, a tip for driving me here. Go on back. There's nothing for you here." After doing all that, Jiang Heng grabbed Ming Yuexing's hand and dashed into the crowd. He swiped his ID card quickly and leaped onto the plane. So satisfying. Yi Yang stood frozen for a full minute, staring at the cold coin at his feet. At that moment, he could no longer contain the rage burning within him. You despicable brat. They'll kill you. You must die. If I don't kill you, I'm nowhere god." The people around him stared as if he were a fool, slowly edging away, afraid he might go crazy and attack them. Just then, a doctor in a white coat rushed over. He pulled Yi Yang out of the airport, nodding apologetically to everyone around. Sorry. It's our negligence. The patient got out. Our apologies. We're so sorry." Soon the doctor led Yi Yang out of the airport, and someone noticed the small badge on the doctor's chest, which clearly read, Modu South City Central Psychiatric Hospital, and the doctor's identity. He was the director of the hospital, so he's a mental patient. Scared me half to death. Good thing they caught him quickly. This hospital is pretty efficient. They'll have to patronize them next time. I'm crazy, so killing doesn't mean death. Seated on the airplane, Ming Yuexing stifled a chuckle. "You humiliated Yi Yang just now. He must be furious right now. Aren't you worried he'll slit your throat in the dark?" Jiang Heng shrugged with a nonchalant grin, utterly at ease. I'm not scared. Boss and Chengfei will shield me anyway. If not for them taking the blows, why would I be content as a lackey? But besides those two, I need more pawns to block for me. What if Yang goes on a rampage and actually tries to kill me? Su Qingji's underlings are pretty sharp with high loyalty. They'll poach them all next time. Jiang Heng resolved silently. By the way, which company are you negotiating with? A real estate group from Zhu City. They dominate the national market with influence over Modu and Piquing among others. But when they tried to enter Modu, Ming Yuexing forced their profits down. Ming Yuexing placed a stack of well-worn documents before Jiang Heng. They detailed the group's developments across Zhu City and their reach. Beyond Modu and Piquing, the company had a hand in real estate projects in numerous cities. That aggressive? Jiang Heng blinked, skimming the papers in astonishment. It was almost a monopoly. Their reach is absurd. If not for titans like Ming Yuexing and Su Qingyu holding the fort in those cities, they'd dominate the entire region's real estate. This is a heavyweight with serious backing. Thriving in one sector and daring to encroach on others, that takes real power. What's your goal with them? Don't tell me you're planning to swallow Modus Market together. Jiang Heng frowned. If so, Ming Yuexing had nerve. Of course not. Why would I side with outsiders? She shook her head. I want to partner with them to take over another region's real estate market. Jiang Heng's eyes widened. Holy crap. Who'd have thought? This girl's got guts. Daring to seize another region's market. She's clearly built for big moves. Ming Yuexing smirked, clearly pleased by his unspoken praise. This collaboration involves families from other regions too. Ostensibly we're doing this deal, but really we plan to use it to curb Zhu City's expansion. Otherwise, if they keep swallowing everything, who could stop them? No wonder. Jiang Heng nodded, now grasping the trip's purpose. Perfect. He might carve out a slice for himself. After screwing Ming Yuexing and Chengfei so many times, it was time to throw them a bone too. Meanwhile, Yang, dragged away by the mental hospital director, stepped out of a van. He wiped blood from his hands with a snowy handkerchief. Fool. Without my help, you think you could have secured that land in Zhu City. With that, Yang pulled out his phone and dialed. Head to Zhu City now. Ming Yuexing from Modu and a lackey from the Mo family are trying to ally with others to take over the real estate market there. Stop them. If you get a chance, kill that Mo lackey. A cold voice replied on the other end. Yes, God of War Yi. Hanging up, Yi Yang's lips curled into a sneer. Trying to compete with me? Check yourselves first. My title as God of War isn't for nothing. With a single word, 100,000 soldiers could flatten the Mo family. Back in Modu, Ming Yuexing, after hanging up, grinned smugly at Su Qingyu. Had learned of Jiang Heng's plan to seize Zhu City's market. Zhu City real estate. Jiang Heng keeps surprising me. I gave him leave, yet he's quietly doing great things for my family. Watching Ming Yuexing's triumphant grin, Su Qingyu felt a pang of envy. Damn it. I want a lackey like that too. Are you sure Jiang Heng can take that land? Zhao Tianhe of Zhu City isn't a pushover. Snatching food from his mouth won't be easy. Oh, jealous are we? Ming Yuexing flashed a sly smile, unperturbed. He trusted Jiang Heng's abilities went far beyond this. Su Qingji's eyebrow twitched as he clenched his fists, itching to slap Ming Yuexing across the face. Why was this guy faster than Lu Bu's true damage? But honestly, he was indeed envious. Enough jokes. Jiang Heng and Ming Yuexing going to Zhu City to grab turf isn't as easy as it looks. How about we join forces? 50-50. Ming Yuexing's face turned serious. He could joke with Su Qingyu, but when it came to business, he was all focus. 50-50. You sure? I'm fine with it, but after this split, Jiang Heng with me too. Su Qingyu smirked teasingly at Ming Yuexing. Deal. Ming Yuexing agreed, without hesitation, catching Su Qingyu off guard. Jiang Heng's lower half is yours, the upper half is mine. Screw you. Die. Su Qingyu erupted in rage, lunging to strangle Ming Yuexing. What? Jiang Heng's going to Zhu City to grab turf. Why aren't you going? Duan Kaifeng, clutching the yin-yang heavenly fish jade pendant Ming Chengfei, had given him, asked in surprise. I just found out from my dad. Ming Chengfei replied, full of regret. Grabbing turf was so fun, no so important, and had missed out. What a shame. That land in Zhu City won't be easy to take. Let my Duan family step in too. Duan Kaifeng pulled out his phone and contacted his family, briefing them. The Duan family was eager to join, promising to use their influence in Zhu City to aid Jiang Heng. Elsewhere, Qin Xiaoying got wind of the news. Her eyes widened with fury. That wretched Ming Yuexing. She took Jiang Heng away. I won't let her win. Book me a flight to Zhu City now. I'm going. A subordinate checked his phone and replied respectfully. Miss, there are no flights to Zhu City today. None. Then buy a helicopter. He'll fly there if I have to. In an instant, the four illustrious families of the magic capital were all stirred by the news that Jiang Heng was heading to Bamboo City to seize territory. It was no exaggeration to say that they would mobilize their entire forces to aid Jiang Heng. This was not only to help him, but also to help themselves. By capturing Bamboo City's territory and suppressing them, their own real estate market would be under their control. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, the instigator of it all, had never imagined that his mere business trip to Bamboo City with Ming Yuexing would lead to such a massive turnout of influential figures offering their assistance. The people of Bamboo City also never expected what they had done wrong to invite the demon that was Jiang Heng. A subordinate. Was Jiang Heng a subordinate? No, he was the boss. Jiang Heng returned the documents to Ming Yuexing and asked with a smile, "How confident are you this time?" 90%. Ming Yuexing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I must succeed this time. Recently, some in the Ming family have been restless. I need to take this chance to suppress them." Jiang Heng clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the four great families. This boldness is indeed commendable. Ming Yuexing felt a secret joy. She was visibly delighted. This was why she enjoyed being with Jiang Heng. She could occasionally eavesdrop on his inner thoughts. Words of praise spoken aloud and those whispered in the heart were two different things, much like knowing someone was complimenting you behind your back. That feeling, it was entirely different. After a 2.5-hour journey, the two finally arrived at Bamboo City. Jiang Heng stretched, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Bamboo City was not new to him. He had visited several times before with Ming Yuexing. Its development rivaled that of the magic capital. The real estate industry here was renowned nationwide, teeming with landlords and landladies. Especially those who wore flip-flops, loose white shirts with keys in one hand and sacks in the other. They were the wealthiest of the wealthy. What an unpretentious city. Are we going straight for the grab? Jiang Heng asked. No, there's a gathering tonight. We have plenty of time. Let's go to the hotel and drop off our luggage first. I've already booked the rooms. Hearing this, Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock. He swallowed hard, feeling his legs tremble slightly. Damn, could it be that we're heading straight to the hotel for poker as soon as we land? No, please. He'll die. I admit my claim of lasting 6 hours in one go was a bit loud. I apologize, okay? Ming Yuexing's face flushed with embarrassment like she had a fever. What was that guy thinking? How could she ever do such a thing? 6 hours straight. Even if he could endure it, shaking her head, she cast those bizarre thoughts to the winds. Let's go. It's hot here. The hotel has air conditioning. Jiang Heng. Whoa. Another trip to the hotel to cool off. I've heard that line from over 10 women already. Don't think you can fool me, an innocent young lad, with such tricks. With a stern face, Jiang Heng snatched the suitcase from Ming Yuexing's hand. He raised his right hand high as if about to slap her. Ming Yuexing gasped in surprise and instinctively closed her eyes. She dared not look at Jiang Heng, unsure of his intentions. Could he really be about to hit her? Taxi! Taxi! Come here! Come here! I'm in a hurry to get to the hotel. He'll pay 10,000. Charter the car. Car. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hearing that Jiang Heng would pay 10,000 for a ride, all the taxi drivers around the airport rushed over, eager to drive right into his mouth. Some even performed a stunt with their cars. Advanced cornering with a quick exit followed by a CWW boost and prolonged nitrous. Beep, beep, beep. Old driver has arrived, bro. Where to? They call me the god of Akina. Best at gutter drifting. Jiang Heng glanced at the license plate and grinned, feeling the driver was reliable. An AE-86. He tossed the suitcase into the trunk, then kicked the bewildered Ming Yuexing, who was covering her eyes, inside. After closing the door and getting in, his movements were fluid. What's the hotel name? Ming Yuexing kicked into the taxi, was dazed and couldn't process what had happened. She answered blankly, Shumu Nianhua Hotel. The driver understood, instantly pressed the clutch, released the handbrake, and signaled. He reversed straight out, swiftly bypassing the surrounding taxis, and sped toward the hotel. Oh ho, a couple's hotel? I knew it wasn't that simple. What should have been a half-hour drive took only 20 minutes to reach the destination. Jiang Heng generously threw 10,000 yuan to the driver, who was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Generous boss. Good health to you, boss. Saying this, the driver prepared to pick up the next passenger. But Jiang Heng stopped him and asked tentatively. A gentle breeze brushes the willows. The driver's eyes widened, as if had found a fellow countryman overwhelmed with joy. Dare I ask if you're a Duan friend? Huh. Good brother will give you something. I just bought it. I was going to use it with my friend and his wife. This time he'll reluctantly part with it for you. The driver tossed a rectangular box to Jiang Heng and drove off laughing. This master. A kindred spirit. Jiang Heng pocketed the item, grabbed the suitcase, and led Ming Yuexing into the hotel room. Then he shut the door, turned on the TV, and cranked the volume to max. Spotting his target, he leaped up. He landed steadily on the bed, bounced once, and sprawled into a starfish position. Come on, beast. Don't hold back. Knead me to your heart's content. Ming Yuexing. What just happened? How did I get here? What is he doing? Who am I? What am I supposed to do? Ming Yuexing felt her mind couldn't keep up. This sudden absurdity threw my back out. Didn't expect that. I can predict. Ha ha, just for fun. After a long while, Ming Yuexing came to her senses. Her soul had lingered at the airport when Jiang Heng raised his hand, only now slowly returning. Seeing Jiang Heng's vulnerable posture, she blushed deeply. She no longer knew how to face Jiang Heng. She had just booked a random hotel, never expecting it to be a couple's hotel. Looking at Jiang Heng like this, Ming Yuexing even wondered if she should pounce on him. Jiang Heng slightly tilted his head, opening one eye to glance at Ming Yuexing. A trace of confusion flickered in his mind. Why isn't she coming yet? Ming Yuexing hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand. But she quickly withdrew it. When in doubt, resort to quantum mechanics. You should get up first. It's broad daylight. Jiang Heng was taken aback for a moment, then thought it made sense. Things couldn't progress that fast. He would come back at night. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted 10,000 on a taxi for nothing. They'll make Chengfei reimburse me. In Shanghai, Chengfei felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising in his heart. He had a nagging sense that something unpleasant had occurred. And today, no matter what he looked at, the color green seemed particularly conspicuous. He'll go take a shower first. With that, Jiang Heng reluctantly climbed out of bed and headed into the bathroom. Beside him were rose petals and perfume. Ooh, this stuff is nice. There'll be fun tonight. Perfect. Time to try something new. Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, Ming Yuexing's cheeks grew even redder. She felt a bit at a loss. Half an hour later, Jiang Heng emerged in a bathrobe, steam rising from his body. He walked out while drying his hair. His 8-pack abs were faintly visible, creating a hazy, alluring beauty. Ming Yuexing's breath caught in her throat, and her blood seemed to simmer. Had your fill of looking? Go freshen up then, we'll head out for a meal. Jiang Heng yawned lazily and lounged on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. He leisurely brewed himself a cup of health tea, one where you had to search for the goji berries in the water. It must be said the city of Zhu City was quite prosperous. The hotel was also well located. Directly opposite was a vast square. Most of the younger generation gathered there. After nodding, Ming Yuexing also slipped into the bathroom. She freshened up quickly. She also changed into a professional outfit, a pencil skirt paired with stockings. Catching her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Heng couldn't help but brighten. Tonight's theme is teacher or secretary. Either works. Ming Yuexing was utterly bewildered, having no idea what a teacher or secretary meant. She was still half understanding of such things. Should we go eat now? Ming Yuexing asked softly. Let's go. Jiang Heng changed into casual clothes and walked downstairs with Ming Yuexing. Just as they settled into a restaurant, a call came through on Jiang Heng's phone. The caller ID read, Muscle Man Paradise Combo No. 2 fierce as hell. Hey No. 2 what's up? As the call connected, No. 2 was visibly excited. He quickly said, Brother Jiang, we just got a mission from Yang. He wants us to go to Zhu City and disrupt your plan to take over the turf. He also wants us to take you out. I was furious, you know. If my 4 brothers hadn't held me back, I'd have beaten the crap out of Yang. Want to take you out? Of who does he think he is? How dare he even think of targeting you? No. 2 spoke with fervor and passion. He was almost ready to start a live stream to prove his loyalty. Just then a few muffled voices came from the side. I wonder who was nodding and bowing, promising everything was fine. You're really good at being a dog. No. 2 has changed ever since he lost his No. 2. Yeah, he's become so shameless. Is this his true nature showing? Jiang Heng. Where are you guys now? We're on our way to Zhu City. The opponent this time is a bit troublesome, by long one of Yi Yang's capable lieutenants. But don't worry, Brother Jiang, we're here to protect you. As long as I know. 2. Am around, no one can touch a hair on your head. Jiang Heng frowned slightly and murmured, By long. Huh, that is indeed a bit tricky. Contact me when you arrive. Saying that, Jiang Heng was about to hang up. But no. 2's voice suddenly rose, frantically stopping him. Wait, Brother Jiang. About what you said last time about helping me cure my little brother. I almost forgot. He'll send you the prescription later. After hanging up, Jiang Heng called Bai Bingyu. He asked her about the prescription. For this kind of knowledge, he had to rely on Bai Bingyu, Shanghai's youngest and most talented medical prodigy. After all, unlike Yi Yang, he knew nothing about medicine. Soon Jiang Heng got the prescription from Bai Bingyu and sent it to No. 2. So Yi Yang has also sent people to Zhu City. It seems he doesn't want our plan to go smoothly. Ming Yuexing felt a bit troubled and had a headache. What's there to worry about? I'm here, Jiang Heng said indistinctly while eating. He can't stir up any big waves. At best he's a minor nuisance. In the past I was timid and hesitant, now I strike hard. And I do have the capital to go toe-to-toe with Yi Yang. The ancient martial arts manual Grandpa Qin gave me is working wonders. If I get the chance, I might just smash both of Yi Yang's little brothers. Thinking this, Jiang Heng felt even the rice in his mouth tasted better. Looking at Jiang Heng's face, Ming Yuexing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The tension from before was gone. It was as if with Jiang Heng around she feared nothing. This, perhaps, was the embodiment of Jiang Heng's charisma. Before long, Jiang Heng's phone rang again. This time it was Mo Chengfei. Jiang Heng, where are you? Duan Kaifeng and I are coming to Zhu City. Oh, and Su Qiyun is here too. Jiang Heng. What the hell? These rich kids. Why aren't they staying in Shanghai and coming here to cause trouble? You're coming to Zhu City? What for? What else? To grab some turf. My dad, the Duan family, and Uncle Su all agreed to get involved in this together. We're planning to collaborate and take over the real estate business in Zhu City. I heard Qin Xiaoying might be coming to Zhu City too. Jiang Heng. Damn it. Are you people insane? Wherever I go you follow. A bunch of clingy leeches. Am not your leader, why do you keep tailing me? Jiang Heng thought for a moment and understood what Ming Yuexing and the others meant. Those old geezers probably wanted their kids to gain some experience. They also wanted to see how well they performed in this operation. This was nothing more than a bunch of rich kids and heiresses on a field trip. Forget it, let them come. As long as they don't disturb my fun tonight. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. He knew he couldn't stop them, so he just let them do as they pleased. Meanwhile, Yang also commenced his preparations, dispatching a grand army toward Bamboo City. Apart from Bai Long and the 5-member squad from the Mighty Marvelous Room, there were also some subordinates already stationed in Bamboo City. As the real estate tycoon Zhao Tianhe naturally caught wind of the situation, yet he appeared unfazed, as if he had long anticipated it. Inside the 100-story skyscraper in Bamboo City, Zhao Tianhe sat in his office, a cup of coffee in hand, exuding an air of leisure. Seated before him was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, unshaven, with unkempt hair, resembling a beggar. However, his eagle-like gaze commanded awe. A graceful secretary clutching a stack of documents rushed hastily into Zhao Tian's office. Mr. Zhao, our investigation reveals that many clan members have entered Bamboo City. Among them are forces from major families. Zhao Tianhe waved his hand, signaling the secretary to calm down. What's the rush? As the saying goes, a mighty dragon is no match for a native serpent. Since they dare to step into my Bamboo City, they'll make them understand that I, Zhao Tianhe, am not to be trifled with. With that, he gently blew on his coffee, remaining as steady as a mountain. The secretary's eyes flickered with admiration. Such a resolute man was destined for greatness. Yet a single phone call soon shattered that notion. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, the ones coming this time are from Modu. What did you say? Zhao Tianhe, who had remained unflappable even in the face of catastrophe, finally lost his composure. He leaped from his chair, a deep wariness flashing in his eyes. Modu people, have you identified who's coming? The mere mention of Modu conjured a figure in Zhao Tian's mind. Ming Yuexing, a magnate wealthier than anyone else. Throughout the surrounding cities and regions, no one was unfamiliar with Ming Yuexing's name. Recalling his past ambitions, Zhao Tianhe had once targeted Modu after swallowing up several cities' real estate markets. He had charged into Modu with his men without hesitation. It was there he encountered Ming Yuexing. That experience was unforgettable. 100 or so men stormed Modu, only to be annihilated by Ming Yuexing's forces within half a day. Especially one of Ming Yuexing's enforcers, ruthless and merciless, leaving no survivors, like a demon incarnate. Reporting, Mr. Zhao. This time it's the 4 great families of Modu. They've sent almost their entire force, but they're all young, none older than 24. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope pierced Zhao Tian's despairing eyes, as if a revelation struck him. So it's not those old fogies coming. Nothing to fear then. They're just using this as an excuse to train their juniors. Those greenhorns pose no threat to me. Besides, Zhao Tianhe cast a cold smirk at the man in his office. Mr. Zhao, should we make preparations? The secretary was flustered, well aware of the adversary's identity and background, and deeply worried. If their turf were seized, she'd lose her job. Indeed, we should prepare. Go to the airport and pick up those youngsters from Modu. Take them to a hotel and treat them well. Mr. Zhao. The secretary was momentarily baffled. Weren't they here to cause trouble? Why receive them at the airport? Had Zhao Tianhe misspoken? Don't question it. Just do as I say. Zhao Tianhe shot her a cold glare. Yes, sir. Though puzzled, the secretary followed orders and drove to the airport. That man shouldn't have come this time. I recall he's Ming Yuexing's close aide. As long as he's absent, there's nothing to fear. Besides, I have other tricks up my sleeve. Jiang Heng. Zhao Tian's eyes grew profound, a chill seeping through his gaze. The man, however, remained silent throughout. Yet at the name Jiang Heng, a faint smirk curled on his lips. Achut. Who's cursing me? Jiang Heng scratched his head in confusion, glancing around. Finding no one, he felt an inexplicable chill, as if someone had set their sights on him. Something's off. Probably just the aftermath of last night's overexertion. Dismissing the thought, Jiang Heng stuffed a handful of goji berries into his mouth, fueling himself for tonight's battle. Just then Ming Yuexing received a phone call. A hint of joy lit up her eyes. Great. He'll be right there. Hanging up, she said with a smile, my best friend is in Bamboo City too. Let's go hang out with her and discuss how to deal with Zhao Tianhe and the other region. Best friend. Jiang Heng paused. For her to be Ming Yuexing's confidant, her family background must be extraordinary. Suddenly a figure flashed through his mind, and his eyes widened in shock. What's your best friend's name? He sensed a looming danger. And Mushiwa, Ming Yuexing replied. Damn, it really is her. So the early plot in Bamboo City is unfolding. Quick, let's go. Jiang Heng grabbed Ming Yuexing's hand and dashed out of the restaurant, hailing a taxi on the roadside. Taxi. Come on, I'll pay 20,000 for a ride. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The airport scene repeated, but this time even non-taxis swarmed in. 20,000 for a ride. Who cared if their car was a taxi? One taxi stood out practically flying toward them. It maneuvered skillfully through the traffic jam, nearly ramming into Jiang Heng's mouth again. Beep beep. The veteran driver's here, buddy, hop in. Jiang Heng's face lit up as he pulled Ming Yuexing inside. Hey, it's you again, buddy. What a coincidence. He hadn't expected the same driver. The same car. The same AE-86. Buddy by Kai International. Step on it. No problem. Hold tight. The driver spun the wheel, broke through the encirclement, and sped off into the distance. Why the rush? Did something happen? Ming Yuexing looked at Jiang Heng curiously. He seemed unusually quick today, as if afraid of missing out on a hot meal. Nothing major. I just want to meet your best friend. Jiang Heng smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. No way I'd tell you. Another minute and your best friend would be dead. Recalling the plot from his mind, Jiang Heng felt a shiver run down his spine. According to the storyline, at Baikai International, and Muxue would encounter several wealthy young masters from Zhuqing ahead of time. Those men, captivated by her beauty, harbored ill intentions only to face her fierce resistance. Later, those young masters pinned Muxue to the ground and injected her with an illegal substance. Although Ming Yuexing and Yiyang arrived in time to save her from attempting suicide, this time was different. Yiyang was not in Zhuqing. If they didn't hurry, Muxue would truly die. Hearing Jiang Heng's inner thoughts, Ming Yuexing's eyes widened in shock. Those scoundrels dared to lay hands on Muxue. No, they had to get there quickly, or it would be too late. Ming Yuexing urgently patted the driver's seat, her face full of anxiety. Driver, please drive faster. We're in a great hurry. Upon hearing this, the driver's eyes grew deep as he exhaled a puff of thick smoke. He glanced at Ming Yuexing in the rearview mirror, as if recalling something from the past. In all these years, you're the first person to tell me I can drive fast. Who? In that case, allow me to show off my skills. Jiang Heng. Damn, why does this feel so ominous? The driver tossed his cigarette aside, placed his hand on the gear shift, and pushed it rapidly from first to fifth gear in just 10 seconds. And this was on a city road. Holy crap! Jiang Heng exclaimed. The taxi shot forward like a wild horse unleashed, racing madly down the road. A sharp turn threw the two inside off balance, sending them tumbling to one side. Ming Yuexing pressed against Jiang Heng, who felt something extra in his hand, and instinctively squeezed it. Before he could savor it for a few seconds, the driver took another sharp turn, flinging them to the opposite side. This time it was Ming Yuexing who found something extra in her hand. Damn, this is wild. On the road, only the taxi's silhouette could be seen speeding recklessly, ignoring all terrain and traffic lights with the pedal floored. Several times it nearly crashed into vehicles ahead, only for the driver to swerve back. Jiang Heng broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Slow down, driver. Go slower. My kid is still young, so young. The driver remained utterly calm, flashing a relaxed smile. No need to fear him, the god of Akina Mountain. In over a decade of driving, I've never once flipped a car, not even a minor scratch. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers to show a tiny gap, as if to reassure Jiang Heng. Like hell, I believe you. Hey, there's a ditch ahead. Ditch, 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 the driver, Allah, ditch. Ming Yuexing also screamed, clutching Jiang Heng tightly, refusing to let go. Before they even reached their destination, they feared the driver would scare them to death in the car. The driver remained unfazed, showcasing his signature drainpipe cornering technique to Jiang Heng. The chassis scraped until it smoked and sparked. Seeing this, Jiang Heng completely lost it and cursed loudly. I curse you. Stop the damn car. I'm just passing through. I'm still a kid. The driver raised his arm and shouted with glee. Oh ho. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. You give me a jow jow. Half an hour later. Ugh ugh. Jiang Heng knelt by the roadside, vomiting continuously. He threw up everything he had eaten yesterday. Ming Yuexing also lay beside Jiang Heng, her face pale, as snow, clearly not yet recovered from the shock. The driver beamed with pride, utterly exhilarated. This was more thrilling than rewarding himself 100 times. See, I told you I wouldn't flip the car. Next time remember to hit me up, bye-bye. Hit you up my ass. Right now I wish I could grab your ass and throw you 10 meters away, and you dare say bye-bye to me. Bye-bye my foot. If he weren't still on the ground vomiting, Jiang Heng would have leaped up, spun 720 degrees in the air, and slapped the driver across the face. Quick, let's go help in Muxue. I'm afraid it's too late. Ming Yuexing still hadn't forgotten about in Muxue, urgently dragging the half-dead Jiang Heng toward Baikai International. Slow down. Don't call me for anything over 5 miles per hour. Jiang Heng covered his mouth, feeling that if he let go, he would vomit again. The driver, who hadn't left yet, watched the scene with envy, clicking his tongue repeatedly. This guy's stamina is a bit lacking. Earlier he was excitedly dragging that girl to the hotel. Now she's the one dragging him. Seems like he needs more goji berries. Next time I'll tell him to pair them with some lamb kidneys. Just as the driver was about to leave, several law enforcement vehicles pulled up, blocking him in. They forced his car to stop. Get out. We've received a report from citizens that you were street racing. Come with us. The driver's eyes widened, stunned and somewhat aggrieved. As Ming Yuexing pulled him along, a cold smirk crept across Jiang Heng's lips. He ended the call in his hand. This time let's see if you flip or not. Soon the two entered Baikai International. Ming Yuexing pulled out her phone and dialed in Mux's number. It rang, but no one answered. This tightened Ming Yuexing's heart, fearing that things were spiraling toward her worst nightmare. Jiang Heng glanced around and pointed at the elevator. I bet Mushiwe is in the KTV on the 4th floor, room 666. Let's hurry. Ming Yuexing nodded vigorously, rushing to press the elevator button, stamping her feet in impatience. Hurry up, hurry up. At that moment, Mushiwe was surrounded by a large group of young masters, her face pale and trembling with fear. She knew someone was targeting Zhao Taiyan's real estate market in Zhuqing. That was why she had come to Zhuqing, hoping to get a piece of the pie. But she hadn't expected that as soon as she arrived after communicating with Ming Yuexing, these young masters would confront her. After all, she was a young lady from Zicheng with a background far from ordinary. These young masters were on a completely different level from her. Yet to her surprise, after she revealed her name, they not only refused to believe her, but also started groping her, trying to force themselves on her. I warn you, if you dare lay a hand on me, my father won't let you off. Even if this is Zhuqing, he'll find a way to make you regret it. The young masters paid no heed to Mux's threats. Instead, they grew even more excited. Their eyes roamed greedily over Mux's body. Little girl, stop struggling. Consider yourself lucky to have run into us. We'll just give you a good time. Others would take your life after they're done. And Mushiwe, how does that sound like him, the one getting the advantage? Watching several audacious young masters approach her step by step, Mushiwe felt a surge of fear and kept retreating. Just by looking at their eyes, she could tell they were capable of anything, especially the young masters who believed that a bit of money and status in Zhu City gave them the right to act unlawfully. They did whatever they pleased with no one daring to challenge them. Not to mention, Mushiwe was an outsider. Be good, and we will be gentle with you. Resisting us won't do you any good. What if we accidentally mar your beautiful face? That would be such a pity. As the group drew closer, tears welled in Mushiwe's eyes. She ran towards the door, but how could she wish for it to happen? Before she could run far, one of them tackled her to the ground. I told you, don't even think about escaping. You can't let a duck ready to be served fly away. You need to be more compliant. Saying this, the man pulled out a syringe filled with a murky liquid from his pocket. When mixed with water and injected, it could make a person reach a peak state in the shortest time. No, don't. Tears filled in Mushiwe's eyes as she was struck with shock. She already knew what that substance was. If this was injected into her, her life would truly be ruined. This is the consequence of your disobedience. The man's expression turned vicious as he aimed for Mushiwe's arm, while the others looked on coldly. With a sense of amusement, they watched. No. Bang! Just as the man was about to press down, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. The noise startled the young masters inside, causing them to retract their necks. They were taken aback, staring at the person at the door with confusion. Do you all want to die? Jiang Heng's eyes glinted with cold light. When he saw someone pinning down Mushiwe preparing to inject the drug, he was utterly enraged. He quickly stepped forward, kicking the man away and pulling up the despairing Mushiwe from the ground. He glanced at her arm, where there was only a small mark. It seemed she had not been injected. This made Jiang Heng breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, I wasn't late. That stupid driver may have a terrifying car, but when it comes to speed, no one can match him. If I ride in his car again, I might as well be a dog. At that moment, Ming Yuexing rushed in and quickly came to support Mushiwe. Are you okay, Mushiwe? They didn't do anything to you, right? Yuexing. Woohoo! Seeing Ming Yuexing arrive to save her, Mushiwe threw herself into her arms. Unable to contain her tears, she cried bitterly, feeling both sad and deeply moved. Her life had almost been ruined. Thankfully, Ming Yuexing arrived just in time. Who are you? How dare you ruin my good fortune? Do you know who my dad is? Hearing this, Jiang Heng's expression hardened as he rushed over and grabbed the person who said it. With a swift motion, he threw him to the ground and began to punch him repeatedly in the face. In less than 5 punches, the man was left bruised and bloodied. Who the hell is your dad? I hate when people say that. It really irks me. No matter how arrogant or unruly Chengfei is, he wouldn't dare say that in front of me. What are you even worth? Try saying it again. The other young masters around were dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. They never expected Jiang Heng to react so strongly, nor did they understand the oddity of that statement. When out and about, if you don't mention your dad's name, whose name are you going to bring up? Your mom might not even be recognized. What if someone else chimes in? I know your mom is very impressive, especially in terms of her voice. Then they would be left dumbfounded. The beaten young master was also utterly confused, not knowing what he had done wrong to deserve such a beating. Don't. Stop hitting. I was wrong, I admit it. I won't mention my dad again. Can I say my mom instead, eh? The man tentatively inquired, still with a hint of expectation. I don't care who your mom is. You think your mom is impressive? Well, I'll go see for myself tonight. Upon hearing this, the young master's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in agreement. No problem, no problem. Come over tonight. Jiang Heng. How can there be such a foolish young master? If someone gives birth to such a son, they can only blame their own misfortune. At this moment, the surrounding people finally regained their senses, pointing at Jiang Heng and cursing. Damn it, let go of young Master Jiang. You're getting cocky, how dare you hit young Master Jiang. Get lost, do you even know who young Master Jiang is? Hearing the same threatening words again, Jiang Heng slapped young Master Jiang's face. He turned and quickly pulled the person who spoke towards him, delivering a punch to his abdomen that made him double over in pain. Confused and bewildered, he thought, I absolutely detest hearing people say who their dad is. This is just asking for trouble. Other protagonists wouldn't dare to do this, but I will. Reading this book has made me feel stifled, so why bother reading it? Jiang Heng unleashed a series of punches on this person, and then kicked his brother mercilessly. How dare you even mess with Zhou Xiao? This time Jiang Heng didn't give him a chance to finish. He jumped up and kicked him, smashing him against the wall, causing him to spit blood and faint. Before losing consciousness, a hint of grievance was visible on his face, as if saying, I didn't finish my line yet. At this point, the remaining young masters couldn't hold back any longer and took out their phones to threaten him. You dare to cause trouble here. If you don't believe me, you'll make a call and have 100 or 80 people come in and chop you to pieces. If you have the guts, let me make a call, I'll call. Do these idiots think I'm like Yang, a show-off? He bides his time to attract someone of higher status to show off in front of the beauties. But I don't want to show off, and if you can call someone today, you'll follow your last name. Jiang Heng took 2 steps forward, snatching the phone and shoving it into young Master Zheng's backside. So refreshing. A satisfied expression appeared on young Master Zheng's face as he fainted again. Jiang Heng. What a disgusting person. Is he a masochist? Is there anyone who likes this? Let me contact you all. What? What are you trying to do? My phone has been defiled. Young Master Zheng, you absolutely cannot fart right now. Puffa. My phone. My phone. Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng was utterly speechless, not even wanting to lay a hand on him. The kid was already dim-witted. If he beat him, would he even be able to take care of himself anymore? Feels kind of pitiful. The other 2 young masters had never encountered anyone so unreasonable. Without a word, he launched a barrage of slaps and kicks, a seamless combo that left no room for them to speak. They had roamed Zhuqing for years and thought they had seen every type of character. But this time, they had run into Jiang Heng, that unreasonable rogue. No matter how great their status or powerful their backing, it couldn't withstand Jiang Heng's fists. And Yuexing gazed at Jiang Heng's retreating figure in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yuexing, who is this person? Your bodyguard. Don't tell me he's your boyfriend. Ming Yuexing blushed, slightly too embarrassed to speak. He's neither my bodyguard nor my boyfriend. We're just on a business trip to Zhuqing together. Seeing Ming Yuexing's shy expression, and Yuexing found it hard to believe. Why would she be so shy if he wasn't her boyfriend? She had been best friends with Ming Yuexing for years and had never seen her like this. The most likely explanation was that they hadn't confessed their feelings yet. This only made Yuexing more curious. Meanwhile, the scene inside was a complete mess. Under Jiang Heng's loving guidance, these young masters had successfully reformed. They lined up in a neat row, kneeling before Jiang Heng, hands raised high above their heads, faces full of despair. Kneel properly, hands up high, show a good attitude. Look at young Master Zheng, his posture is so perfect. Not bad, commendable. At that moment, young Master Zheng was as obedient as a child, kneeling with his back straight and arms stretched upward. It couldn't have been more standard. Hearing Jiang Heng's praise, young Master Zheng glanced smugly at the others, his eyes saying, see that? Learn from me. The others frowned slightly in disdain. Is young Master Zheng out of his mind? Even in a situation like this, he's still trying to outdo us. He was already stupid, and after getting beaten by this big brother, it's not entirely his fault. I think he's been beaten silly. Does he think only he can do this? I can do it too. Bullshit. I'm the best performer here. They argued fiercely, puffing out their chests, their backs ramrod straight. From the side, only the first person's silhouette was visible. Jiang Heng. What kind of idiots am I even teaching here? No wonder they were crushed by Yang back then. With this IQ, they might as well start their lives over. But just then Jiang Heng's eyes flickered. He suddenly jumped up and kicked one of the young masters to the ground, his eyes icy cold. The kicked young master was stunned, quickly put his phone back in his pocket, knelt back in place, and raised his hands high again. I'm sorry, big brother. I shouldn't have moved. I promise to reform, please give me another chance. Jiang Heng sneered and patted the man's face. You think I didn't know what you were doing just now? Out of all of them, you're the smartest. Only you knew to call for backup. Hearing this, Ming Yuexing and Yuexing both stood up in panic. What? He called for people? They were in Zhuqing, on someone else's turf. No matter how powerful they were in their own regions, or how strong their backing, this was still another's territory. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot crush a local snake. Jiang Heng waved his hand unperturbed. You think just because you called for backup I should run away and be afraid of you? Don't be so naive. I've never been afraid of anyone out there. With that, Jiang Heng punched the man in the face. He ground him into the floor, showing no mercy. Damn, this guy didn't play by the rules. Knowing he had called for reinforcements, he not only didn't flee, but dared to hit him. Was his backing that strong, or did he just look down on him? Well, probably both. As Jiang Heng continued his brutal beating and Mux's eyes lit up with admiration and longing. To strike someone even knowing they had backup, whether he could win or not, just that courage alone was enough to shock most people. Yuexing, who exactly is this person? He's so bold, beating up a young master on their own turf without a hint of fear. He's so cool. Ming Yuexing frowned slightly, sensing a hint of crisis. She quickly replied, he's a subordinate of Mo Chengfei from Modu. Besides that, I don't know his identity. Maybe he's just naturally that bold. A subordinate? Are you serious? And Mushiwe clearly didn't believe it, pouting and tugging at Ming Yuexing's hand pleadingly. Just tell me his real identity, I promise I won't tell anyone. Ming Yuexing shook her head and spread her hands. He really is just a subordinate, nothing else. Do you think I would lie to you? Seeing the determination in Ming Yuexing's eyes, and Mushiwe was shocked. The most shocking thing was that Jiang Heng, as a mere subordinate, was more arrogant than some bosses. Could this really be something a subordinate would do? Even if he's just a subordinate, I still like him. And Mushiwe thought to herself. With Jiang Heng's final punch, the snitch passed out completely motionless. Seeing this, the other young masters dared not make a move. This guy was truly brave. Knowing their people were coming, he still struck with such ruthlessness. Can't mess with him, can't mess with him. He's a super big shot. Idiot, what good is calling for backup? What about you? Want to call more people? They'll give you the chance. If you're going to call, at least get 1,000 people, or don't bother showing up. After witnessing Jiang Heng's violence, everyone was terrified, too scared to pull any tricks. They shook their heads frantically, not daring to breathe too loudly. No, big brother, will be good. Jiang Heng nodded and walked over to Ming Yuexing and Mushiwe. Come with me to the restroom. You all stay put. If I find out you try to escape, you know the consequences. They nodded repeatedly, watching Jiang Heng and the two women leave, still maintaining their poses. As soon as they were out the door, Jiang Heng glanced around, confirmed no one was there, and pulled the two toward the stairs. Quick! Before their people come up, let's get out of here. Ming Yuexing and Mushiwe. This sudden burst of madness left the two of them momentarily stunned. He was fleeing. Hadn't they agreed to go to the restroom together? Judging by the earnest look on Jiang Heng's face moments ago, they truly believed he intended to use the facilities. Running the moment they stepped out. What are you gaping at? Follow me and run. Jiang Heng waved his hands, urging the two incessantly. These two silly girls must be daft. Not running even now. I just said this is their turf, and they still expect to wait for their people to come for revenge. If we can't win, we can't win. No excuses. If they've got guts, come to Modu, and let my big brother teach them a lesson. Ming Yuexing and Mushiwe. The two, utterly bewildered, instinctively followed Jiang Heng's lead. Together they left the private room. On the first floor, a massive throng surged in like a dark tide, brimming with murderous intent. Every one of them bore a ferocious look, clearly not to be trifled with. No wonder Jiang Heng had urged them to flee. With so many foes, it was indeed a formidable situation. Moreover, they were on enemy territory, and their own reinforcements were limited. Hundreds of burly men charged in, immediately encountering Jiang Heng and his companions. One stepped forward, grabbing Jiang Heng by the collar and threatening him viciously. Where is our young master Zheng? Spit it out. Jiang Heng's eyes turned icy as he lashed out with a fierce kick, sending the towering thug flying 3 meters back into his comrades. Then, calmly brushing off his collar, he wore a look of utter disdain. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to touch me? Do you even know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Jiang Heng mimicked the tone of those arrogant young masters, snorting coldly. The thug he kicked was initially furious, ready to charge at him. But upon hearing those words, he froze. The murderous intent on his face shifted to confusion. He might be puzzled, but the others weren't. Damn it, who do you think you are? Do you know who we are? We're all under young Master Zheng. In all of Zhuqing, few dare to cross him. Jiang Heng cast a glance at this underling, his eyes blazing with murderous fury. The terrifying stare startled the henchman, who instinctively stepped back. Yet feeling humiliated, he quickly returned to his spot, glaring back at Jiang Heng. You want to die? I can grant that wish. With that, Jiang Heng extended his right hand, poised to strike. Ming Yuexing's heart tightened. She knew that when pushed to the brink, Jiang Heng was indeed capable of violence. He was so terrified of Yi Yang's people, yet last time, to protect Mo Chengfei, he had dared to throw a punch. Now, facing such a crowd, was he about to charge in again? No, don't strike. Before Ming Yuexing could voice the words, the burly leader ahead clamped his hand over the henchman's mouth. This might be a big shot. Facing our numbers without a hint of fear, even daring to threaten us. Such audacity. Even young Master Zheng never possessed it. And that line, do you know who my father is? It's exactly what young Master Zheng and other nobles say. His background is likely far from ordinary. The henchman paused, mulling it over. That was indeed true. Boss, so he really. Almost certainly. The leader frowned slightly, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. Forgive us, young master, we were blind. We were merely overly concerned for young Master Zheng's safety. The earlier incident was a misunderstanding. Please, sir, be magnanimous and hold no grudge. Jiang Heng feigned profundity, nodding lightly. Waving his hand, he said, if you're to be dogs, know your place, and keep your eyes sharp. Scram, Your young master Jiang is in room 666. Overjoyed, the crowd thanked him and rushed upstairs. Once the area was clear, Jiang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, barely suppressing a laugh. These idiots. The young master has no brains, and neither do his lackeys. A few words were enough to bluff them. Time to bolt before they go up, see their young master's state, and come back down. And Mux's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone with no real backing be so arrogant and act so convincingly? What if those thugs hadn't bought it and actually attacked? Yuexing was too thrilling. She wasn't coming back. Ming Yuexing, however, adapted quickly. She had long known that Jiang Heng feared nothing. Even when he was with Mo Chengfei, he never acted like a subordinate. Often people mistook Jiang Heng for the young master and Mo Chengfei for the lackey. The trio left the first floor, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the Minion Hotel. This time Jiang Heng learned his lesson. He waited for the car to arrive instead of waving a thick wad of cash around as before. He didn't want to attract that old driver again and spoil the fun. Hundreds of underlings charged straight to room 666, kicking the door open. But when they saw the scene before them, they were dumbfounded. Many of them kept slapping their own faces, questioning if they were still dreaming. Am I seeing things? Is that really young Master Jiang and young Master Zhou? Why are they kneeling on the ground with their backs so straight? A peach garden oath? Are you stupid? Who takes a peach garden oath in a KTV? This is clearly a worship of heaven and earth. The leading thug's mouth twitched, ignoring his foolish companions. He hurried forward to help young Master Jiang up, exclaiming in shock, "Young Master Jiang, why are you all kneeling? Judging by the mess, there was a fight. Who dared to lay hands on you? Please get up, the floor is cold." Unexpectedly, young Master Jiang shoved his hand away, his face full of resistance and stubbornness. "Don't touch me. I'm the one kneeling the best. When that big brother returns, he'll praise me first." "Bullshit." Another young master immediately took offense, cursing, "You moved. When the big brother comes back, he'll tell him you were disobedient." At this, young Master Jiang's face twisted with rage. He glared venomously at the leading thug, as if wanting to skin him alive. "You idiot, are you asking for death? Get lost. Don't bother me." The leader was stunned, at a loss for what expression to wear. These guys must have been drugged out of their minds, still competing even at a time like this. After they had spent nearly half an hour, the young masters finally came to their senses, their mouths twitching in fury. They were seething with rage. That brat actually dared to mess with me. Damn it, I've never suffered such humiliation in my entire life. Everyone listen to my command. Mobilize all the forces in Yuexing and find that kid. They'll have him sliced into 1,000 pieces and feed him to my little turtle. Soon a crowd of people rushed out, scattering in all directions to inquire about Jiang Heng's name. But by then Jiang Heng had already vanished with Ming Yuexing, and in Muxua nowhere to be found. After arriving at the Minion Hotel, and Muxu's eyes widened in shock. "Isn't this a couple's hotel? And you still say you're not dating him? Have you two already slept together? Don't tell me you just took off your clothes and played board games in here." Ming Yuexing blushed furiously, waving her hands in a frantic attempt to explain. No, it's all a misunderstanding. I just booked the wrong hotel. I had no idea this was a couple's hotel before. A misunderstanding." And Muxu's face was full of disbelief. She bypassed Ming Yuexing, entered the bathroom, and came out holding a pair of men's underwear. Pointing at the underwear, she demanded, "The evidence is solid. What else do you have to say? I never thought you'd take the initiative to book a hotel and find a man." Ming Yuexing grew even more flustered, the flush on her face deepening as she struggled to find an explanation. It must have been Jiang Heng who changed into a new pair after his shower. She should have taken them out and hidden them somewhere else. If Jiang Heng knew what Ming Yuexing was thinking, he would have burst into triumphant laughter. "Huh, didn't see that coming, did you? He wasn't wearing a single thing." And Muxua shook her head helplessly, patted Ming Yuexing on the shoulder, and discreetly slipped a small box into her hand. She spoke earnestly, "Here, be safe, okay?" Ming Yuexing's mouth fell open in surprise. She wanted to refuse, but dared not make any sudden moves, afraid Jiang Heng would notice. Besides, it seemed she might indeed need that thing tonight. However, Jiang Heng had already noticed their exchange, and couldn't help but frown. His face was full of resistance. What does this woman think she's doing? Carrying her own supplies when going out? Take it away, take it away. I don't need that thing. Do you know what communication is? True communication means being completely open with each other. How can you call it communication with that thing in between? I shouldn't have saved her. And Muxua, Ming Yuexing, covers face in shyness. She never knew this guy was so wild. And Muxua, being perceptive, retrieved the box in front of Jiang Heng and tossed it into the trash bin. "Forget it, I don't think you two need this." Jiang Heng, "Good. Very good. Excellent. So understanding. Ha, now leave quickly and don't disturb our time together. Your next step should be to prepare to take over Zhao Taiyan's assets. Go investigate him." And Muxu's mouth twitched, and she felt like slapping Jiang Heng. But then she remembered he was her savior and also Ming Yuexing's boyfriend. She decided to let it go. "Yuexing will take my leave now. I haven't forgotten my mission this time. He'll call you later." So understanding. A kindred spirit. How can there be such a considerate person? So well behaved. Come back in 6 hours. He'll be done by then. And Mushua, holy crap, 6 hours. I don't believe it. Unless I get to watch. Since Missin has things to do, we won't keep you long. Goodbye, Missin. Don't call unless we call you first. If you interrupt us midway, the duration might extend even longer. Just go. If you dare to call, I'll add another hour. Don't even think about eavesdropping. ITLL give you ideas. Suchiyun couldn't resist. And Mushua, wow, driving the point home, are you? This man, I still don't believe it. Next time I get a chance, I'll have to try it myself. Soon urged by Jiang Heng, and Mushua cast a wistful glance at Ming Yuexing before reluctantly closing the door. From now on, she would change her name to Mushua. But as she closed the door, Mushua still pressed her ear against it, trying to catch what was happening inside. Seeing that the room was once again left with just her and Jiang Heng, Ming Yuexing's ears turned red with shyness. Her fingers twisted together nervously at a loss. The usually calm and aloof Ming Yuexing now seemed like a child. A smile curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth as he slowly approached her, drawing the curtains shut. Although it wasn't evening yet, Chengfei and the others had already arrived in Juqing. They would definitely go drinking or have fun tonight. There wouldn't be any time later. Seize the moment, for it may never come again. This little girl dared to bring me to a hotel and stay with me for so long. Her intentions towards me are clear enough. I just feel a bit sorry for Chengfei. Sai Xiaofei, he'll make a small sacrifice this time and taste it for you first. He'll tell you all about it later. Hearing Jiang Heng's audacious thoughts, Ming Yuexing was very shy, but she knew there was no turning back. Rather than being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Before Jiang Heng could react, Ming Yuexing threw herself into his arms. Her face was unusually flushed, as if she had a fever. Holy crap. So forward. Jiang Heng was stunned for a moment, then his masculine competitive spirit surged. I'm a man. How can I let you pin me down? Soon inside the room. And Mushua, eavesdropping at the door, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. So fast. No, I can't do this. I have to leave. Even as she thought this, and Muksha's feet felt as if they were weighted with lead. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move an inch. Then she succumbed. 1 hour. 3 hours. 5 hours. Inside, Jiang Heng suddenly pulled out his phone, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He dialed Yi Yang's number and called. The call was quickly answered. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Say something. Huh? There was no voice on the other and only a subtle sound. Yi Yang, a veteran in romantic affairs, instantly knew what it was. His eyes bulged wide. He crushed his phone in his hand. Are you out of your damn mind? He couldn't recognize the voice and assumed it was a wrong number. After cursing a few times, Yi Yang glanced around, made sure no one was watching, and slipped into the restroom. In the critical moment, I can always count on you. Yi Yang raised his right hand and shook his head helplessly. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Heng's face was filled with a mischievous grin. As long as he could annoy Yi Yang, he would be satisfied. He figured Yi Yang would be furious upon learning this, perhaps even spitting blood, though whether it would be red or white remained unknown. I'm not opening today. Oh, no one's getting off this damn car. Even a decade of Dao body cultivation will be broken today. Jiang Heng was in exceptional form, only gradually slowing down after 6.5 hours. Ming Yuexing's face was flushed, gasping for air. She developed a deep fear of Jiang Heng not daring to meet his eyes again. 6 hours meant 6 hours, not a minute less. Could any man truly possess such stamina? Even a pile driver wasn't this relentless. Jiang Heng pulled Ming Yuexing into his arms, feeling a bit drowsy. Every session lasted at least 6 hours. He needed to rest properly. He felt he should replenish his strength. Taking out his phone, he ordered 20 oysters, 20 sea cucumbers, 20 abalones, 20 lamb kidneys, and some chives. A bit of everything nourishing, afraid of ordering too much to finish. The delivery driver was efficient, arriving at the building shortly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Your delivery is in the lobby. Enjoy your meal. By the way, may I ask quietly, did you invite 20 women over tonight? The restaurant also threw in 20 packs of protection, hoping you'd take care of yourself. You're a true legend. Jiang Heng. Alright, I'll come down to get it. Throwing on a jacket, he opened the door to fetch the delivery, only to find Mushua collapsed weakly at the entrance. She hadn't expected him to suddenly open the door, losing her balance and falling inside. This woman. I told you not to eavesdrop at the door, but you wouldn't listen. Looks like you've been here quite a while. Pitiful, really. And Mushua gasped, covering her face in shame. She wanted to flee, but found her legs too weak to move. Sigh. Jiang Heng picked her up, carried her into the room, and tossed her onto the bed. Seeing Ming Yuexing, and Mushua grew even more embarrassed, wishing she could dig a hole through the bed with her toes. Ming Yuexing hadn't expected Mushua to still be there. As a woman, she could tell from Mukshu's expression and state what she had been doing. They exchanged glances, then quickly looked away, awkward beyond measure. Both were too weak to move. After a moment, unable to bear the tense silence, Mushua spoke first. Hey, Yuexing. What was it like? Ming Yuexing. If you can't chat properly, just shut up. You're ruining the conversation. How could they continue like this? Covering their faces in silence was better. And Mushua stared at Ming Yuexing with burning curiosity and anticipation. Ming Yuexing shook her head helplessly, unable to resist that gaze, and blushed as she described it. As she listened and Muxue grew restless again. Ming Yuexing was startled and quickly stopped her. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Oh, sorry, I couldn't help it. And Muxue's face reddened as she pulled the blanket over herself. But I never expected you could last so long. If it were me, I'd probably never wake up. And Muxue said enviously. Ming Yuexing. Soon Jiang Heng returned with the delivery. Seeing the two girls looking better than before, Jiang Heng waved. Get up. Replenish some fluids. Too much dehydration and you'll faint. Hearing this, they quickly got up, looking at the table full of greasy food. Ming Yuexing's face flushed with shame, as if recalling something indescribable. And Muxue had similar thoughts, envying Ming Yuexing even more. She wanted a man like that too. After they finished eating and regained their strength, Chengfei called. Jiang Heng, where are you? We've arrived. The people here are quite nice. Zhao Tianhe arranged accommodation for us at the Shimun Yinhua Hotel. Jiang Heng froze mid-bite of sea cucumber, almost spitting it out. He coughed a few times and asked, the Shimun Yinhua Hotel in Ju City. Why are you staying there? Isn't that a love hotel? It's not suitable for you, maybe change hotels. Chengfei replied nonchalantly. It's fine, the environment is nice. Whether it's a love hotel or not doesn't matter. Once I win Ming Yuexing's heart, they'll bring her here. Jiang Heng's mouth twitched. As for Chengfei's ambition, he thought, no need, I've already brought her here. The bed is soft, no loud noises. Very comfortable. And Muxue stared at Ming Yuexing in shock, even more envious. Look at her, then look at herself. Sigh. Who knows how much longer my right hand has to work? Sorry hand. The right hand replied, no. I'm not sorry at all. Bring it on. Don't spare me. Ring me drop. Jiang Heng stared at his phone, lost in thought, unsure how to speak. Hey Jiang Heng. Can you hear me? Where are you in Ju City? Send a video. Startled, Jiang Heng quickly hung up. Damn, if Chengfei finds out I slept with Ming Yuexing, he'll kill me with a knife. How can I bully people then? I have to keep it from him. Having made up his mind, Jiang Heng called Duan Kaifeng. If he wasn't mistaken, the two were probably together. Hey Jiang Heng. Why did you hang up on Chengfei? Did something happen? Duan Kaifeng asked urgently. Nothing, just a misclick. What room are you in? Room 601. Are you coming to find us? Duan Kaifeng chuckled slyly. Come on. He'll introduce you to some beauties. Let's see how long you last tonight. Ming Yuexing. You dare? Hearing her voice, Jiang Heng's eyes widened. He quickly covered his phone, goosebumps rising. But it was too late. Duan Kaifeng had already heard. Wow. You've already found a woman. Impressive. How much did it cost? If you're short, let us know, and Chengfei will cover it. Chengfei. Upon hearing that Chengfei would have to pay again, Jiang Heng immediately grew furious. Chengfei is my boss. How could I keep asking him to cover the expenses? My boss money doesn't just fall from the sky. As his underling, it's my duty to consider young Master Mo's interests. Chengfei listened nearby, deeply moved, tears welling in his eyes. He almost burst into tears while holding his phone. My boss has always been so good to me, he wouldn't let me go hungry. I'm too embarrassed to ask him for money. Besides a mere 100,000 or so, he'd be too ashamed to offer it. It's quite humiliating. My boss would at least start at 40 or 50 million. Chengfei. Can I just beat this lackey to death? 40 or 50 million. Chengfei only gives you that much. He'll give you 80 million. Come follow me. Chengfei. Damn it, you're trying to poach my people, aren't you? Go to hell. Bang smack. Chaotic noises and screams echoed from the other end of the phone. Sigh. Finally diverted the blame. Jiang Heng gasped in surprise and quickly took the chance to get dressed. He even put on his underwear, which he hadn't been wearing. It felt a bit chilly without it. Wearing it gave him a greater sense of security. This was man's last line of defense. He'll go find them now, you two get some rest. As he spoke, Jiang Heng cast a peculiar glance at Muxue, his mouth twitching. This is the first time I've seen someone exhaust themselves just by eavesdropping. I told you not to eavesdrop, but you wouldn't listen. Can't blame me now. Who knew my charm and stamina would be so perfect? And Muxue widened her eyes, clearly unconvinced. She had only acted on a momentary impulse. It wasn't intentional. But who could blame her when the battle inside was so intense? After dressing, Jiang Heng left the room and knocked on the door next door. That's right. Chengfei and the others were staying right next to him. Room 602. So damn close. Just one wall apart. Thankfully, the soundproofing in this room is decent. The door soon opened, revealing Su Qiyun. You're here too. Su Qiyun snorted coldly, crossing her arms. Can't I come? You can, as long as you don't follow me around. Jiang Heng brushed past Su Qiyun and entered the room, finding Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng still wrestling on the bed. How dare you steal my underling? I didn't. I just offered him a better option. Damn it, if you dare take my paradise, it'll destroy your fish pond. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Whoever backs down is the sun. Jiang Heng. Are these two young masters insane? What's all this talk about stealing? Do you think I'm some object to fight over? Show me your strength first. Start with $1 billion in pocket money each to prove your sincerity. Jiang Heng lit a cigarette and lounged on the sofa. Waving his hand, he said, stop fighting, come here. Hearing Jiang Heng's voice, both men's faces lit up and they rushed to his side. Throwing their arms around his shoulders, they burst into laughter. How did you get here so fast? Didn't we just hang up? Oh, I get it. You've stashed a woman in this hotel. Nice one, Jiang Heng, you sly dog. Take me to see her. What's she like? Is she pretty? Duan Kaifeng jumped up excitedly. Quick as a flash, Jiang Heng pulled Duan Kaifeng back down. Nothing to see. By the way, why did you two come together? Isn't motive fun anymore? Damn, it can't let you go. If you find out who's in that bed, my life is over. Not to mention Ming Yuexing is there too. Even though Ming Yuexing handled herself, who would believe that at this point? Su Qiyun. Holy crap. He slept with Ming Yuexing. Isn't Ming Yuexing Mo Chengfei's goddess? How dare he? His own underling cuckolded him, and he kept spending money on him. Mo Chengfei. This kid is truly pitiful. And Ming Yuexing handled herself? Could she have been eavesdropping at the door like me? A kindred spirit. Su Qian's face lit up with joy. She rushed to the door and looked down to see a puddle of water outside the neighboring room. It was even larger than hers, as if a faucet had been left running inside. This only excited her more. I must meet Ming Yuexing in person. By the way, Jiang Heng, what exactly is this thing? Ever since I put it on while packing at home, I haven't felt so uncomfortable. Duan Kaifeng opened his phone gallery, showing a photo of the Minion celestial fish that Jiang Heng had given him. That's a kind of talisman. Didn't you wear it? Jiang Heng glanced at Duan Kaifeng's neck, but saw no sign of the Minion celestial fish pendant. No, I left it at home. It works great as a talisman. Even just having it at home, I don't feel as bad as before. Duan Kaifeng gave Jiang Heng a big bear hug, overjoyed. I knew you were my true brother. Something this good must be rare. It's not that hard to come by. Jiang Heng smiled, then his expression turned serious. By the way, you should have another one of these at home, identical, but black. Find it when you go back, but don't ever put them together. Only combine them when I tell you to. This thing is linked to Yi Yang's soul. If the jade is destroyed, Yi Yang will suffer backlash. Then Yi Yang will definitely be severely weakened. He'll send my underlings to gang up on him. Even if he has a protagonist halo, so what? I don't believe he can withstand that. Jiang Heng was thrilled at the thought. With a plan in place, it was time to execute it slowly. If luck was on his side, he might really be able to take Yi Yang down. Far away, Yi Yang felt a sudden chill in his rear and shivered involuntarily. He sensed someone was after him. Damn it, what's going on? My eyebrows have been twitching all day, and I think I'm becoming colorblind. Everything looks green to me. Especially when I saw Ming Yuexing earlier. I was almost blinded by a flash of green. Yi Yang shook his head, unwilling to delay any longer. He ordered his men in Bamboo City to speed up their progress. He had received news that Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng from Modu were also heading to Bamboo City. Taking this chance to eliminate them was the priority. Once Chengfei is dead, Jiang Heng will be nothing but a clown. Without me lifting a finger, Ming Yuexing will take care of him. The primary target must be Chengfei. Having made up his mind, Yi Yang's expression turned grim. He had already set Chengfei as his first target without a doubt. Once Chengfei was dead, Ming Yuexing would surely fly into a rage. The first person he would blame would be Jiang Heng, and he might even lose his temper and personally obliterate him. This way he could eliminate a rival without lifting a finger. If there was anyone more intelligent than him, it could only be himself. Is it only you few who came this time? Are there no others? Jiang Heng asked in confusion. There are more. The Mo family brought 1,300 underlings, and the Duan family brought 1,200. Qin Xiaoying also seems to have come, likely bringing quite a few people. Adding the local forces already in Bamboo City, it's still a considerable number. Jiang Heng was speechless. This is practically a full-scale mobilization, isn't it over the top? Calling so many people, are they planning to rob openly? Did you charter a plane to come here? No. Duan Kaifeng shook his head, looking utterly calm, and raised 3 fingers. 3 planes. Jiang Heng was stunned. These are truly a bunch of damned wealthy people. I've seen chartering cars and keeping mistresses, but this is the first time I've encountered chartering planes, and 3 at that. Was this the legendary sorry with money can you really do whatever you want? And there's more. My dad was worried about my safety, so he sent 2 people to protect me. Boss. Jiang Heng paused, delighted. Could it be Yu Ming and Fanio? Well, technically it counts as 2, but he can only be considered 1 person. This time it's Fanio who came. But he can't summon Dinah, so it still counts as only 1. Jiang Heng's face darkened with exasperation, almost tempted to slam his size 43 foot onto Mo Chengfei's size 52 face. Damn, summon Dinah. Then could Yu Ming summon Cerberus to bite people? As for me, well. Fine, Fanio will do. Having someone is better than no one. Duan Kaifeng stared at the 2 with curiosity and suddenly asked Jiang Heng, you were Uncle Mo's personal bodyguard before, right? So what's your codename? Why isn't it used anymore? Or is Jiang Heng your codename? Jiang Heng recalled the past, and his mouth twitched. He was somewhat reluctant to speak, his expression gloomy, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I know. Ask me this question. Mo Chengfei suddenly became excited, ignoring Jiang Heng's attempts to stop him. He burst out laughing. You'll never guess what Jiang Heng's codename used to be. Even I was drawn to it, which is why I made him my underling. This piqued Duan Kaifeng's curiosity even more. Tell me quick. Actually, Jiang Heng's old code name was Fetal God. Duan Kaifeng was bewildered. What the hell kind of code name is that? That's practically an insult. That's what I thought, ha ha ha. Mo Chengfei laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Heng was speechless. Why? Hearing this topic, Su Qiyun, who was guarding the door for Mushua, also came over. She was clearly curious about why Jiang Heng had such a code name. Because I was hit by a tire 20 times in one day. It wasn't intentional, it was just that coincidental. Going out to eat, a car tire burst outside the restaurant and hit me in the face. Driving, a tire exploded, bounced off the guardrail, spun 3,600 degrees, and hit me square on. Even sleeping, I dreamed a tire was falling on me, only to wake up and realize it wasn't a dream at all. Hearing this, Duan Kaifeng and Su Qiyun exchanged glances and burst into laughter together, amazed by Jiang Heng's incredible luck. Being hit by a tire once is rare enough, let alone 20 times in a row. The most miraculous part was that Jiang Heng was still alive and unharmed. No wonder he had such a code name. There was no other choice. Damn this wonderful, exquisite luck. Jiang Heng was speechless. Just then the door opened and Fanio walked in. He paused upon seeing Jiang Heng. Then he sneered and said, well, if it isn't our good boy Fetal God. You're here early. Jiang Heng was furious. He'll beat you into a Fetal God. With that, he lunged at Fanio, looking as if he truly intended to fight him to the death. Holy shit. What do you think you're doing, Fetal God? Fanio exclaimed, pulling out a light stick from his pocket and roaring to the sky. Dinah. Jiang Heng was startled. Forget it, I can't afford to mess with this. Just wait, I'll find a way to get you. Nanny. The commotion ended and all the underlings from the Magic City had arrived at the Shimun Yinhua Hotel. Secretary Zhao Tianhe, who was responsible for receiving them, was completely dumbfounded. Hadn't she been told that only a few young masters were coming to experience life, bringing over 1,000 people to experience life together? The crucial point was that she had boasted earlier that she would cover all their expenses in Bamboo City during this period. With so many people, even a single meal would likely cost her most of her savings for the year. She truly couldn't afford it. In a panic, she rushed to room 602, hoping to ask what to do with these people. She simply couldn't handle the expenses alone. Just as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Heng about to leave. Who are you? The secretary asked. Being able to freely enter this room, he must be someone important, at least someone who could make decisions. My name is Jiang Heng. As soon as he spoke, Mo Chengfei chimed in from inside the room. Codename Fetal God. Ha ha ha. Jiang Heng was enraged. He wouldn't tolerate such behavior, so he took off his shoe and threw it at him. Shut your mouth. Your father has given me the authority to deal with you. Mo Chengfei shuddered and quickly put on a flattering smile. I'm just joking. He'll give you a raise. How about 50 million? No. Jiang Heng was firm. This involves my personal dignity. A mere raise can't gloss it over. You need to add more money. Mo Chengfei's face lit up with joy and he laughed. No problem. Name your price. Fanio was shocked. What the hell? That's a raise already. They were both underlings, and Jiang Heng's combat power and rank were below his. Why should his salary be higher than the four of us? Maybe I should try insulting Mo Chengfei too. With this thought, Fei Niao's face turned grim. He glared at Mo Chengfei, feigning anger. Young Master Boss has also given me authority over you. On this business trip you must follow my orders, or else. Before he could finish, Mo Chengfei fixed him with a piercing stare, a chill in his eyes. Threatening me? You've got guts. Who do you think you are? For that statement alone you're fired. Get out. Fei Niao. Damn. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Jiang Heng not only threatened you, he even threw his shoe at you. And you didn't even mention that. You weren't angry. You even gave him a raise. I just said one thing with respect, and you tell me to get lost. This is such blatant favoritism. Why? Why does Jiang Heng get such treatment? I won't accept this. I finally gathered the courage, and you make me lose so thoroughly, damn it. Dinah. Jiang Heng. Fei Niao seems discontent, huh? This poor child, sometimes he can be quite obedient. He's a good kid, he doesn't deserve this treatment. He'll find a chance to get rid of him next time. Then Jiang Heng looked at the secretary. What is it? The secretary was still stunned by the sight of Jiang Heng hitting Mo Chengfei with his shoe. He swallowed hard. This is definitely a big shot. He even dares to hit Mo Chengfei. And Mo Chengfei didn't dare to retaliate. If he could get on this man's good side, his future prospects. Thinking this, the secretary deliberately straightened his back, showing off his most pleasing feature. He flicked his hair and bit his lip coquettishly. Big brother. Before the secretary could finish, Jiang Heng raised his hand and slapped him. Who are you calling brother? You're being all sleazy, can't you be more positive? Secretary. Duan Kaifeng's eyes lit up and he suddenly jumped out of bed. He rushed over in a few quick steps, extremely excited. Is she an M? Brother Jiang, let me handle this. I like trying new things too. Jiang Heng. Secretary. No. I have something important. Those people downstairs are your men, right? There are too many of them. Should we fit them all in? Or have 3 or 4 share a room? Hearing this, Jiang Heng's gaze turned icy. He wanted to slap the secretary again. Who the hell said anything about sharing rooms? If those Dragon Kings Livian Sansan-La Tiger Marshals and Rakshasas next door hear about this, they'll think I can't afford it. Arrange it immediately, 1 room per person. Forget it. Buy this hotel. Buy the hotel next door too. No one stays there, well, just keep it empty for show. The secretary's eyes widened in shock, only one word in his mind. Extravagant. Too extravagant. This is a hotel, not a head of cabbage. Buying it just like that. Jiang Heng glanced at Duan Kaifeng and gave him a look. Come on, it's your turn to show off. Duan Kaifeng's eyes flickered and he rubbed his hands together. All right, no problem. But how should I show off? Jiang Heng looked at Duan Kaifeng with some disdain, shaking his head in frustration. I said I was buying the hotel, so it's not a lie. Come on, go pay. Good. Like hell. Duan Kaifeng had already pulled out his bank card before realizing something was wrong. Jiang Heng said he wanted to buy the hotel, then asked him to pay. What kind of logic is that? He might not be the brightest, but he's not stupid either. I pay, eh? That's right. Jiang Heng's face was full of sincerity. I make the call, you pay the bill. We show off together. Pretty reasonable, right? Looking at Jiang Heng's earnest eyes, Duan Kaifeng almost thought it was his own fault. Is it reasonable? Oh, it's pretty much the same. With that, Jiang Heng put his hands behind his head, whistled, and walked downstairs. He was going to check on his underlings. These were all indispensable fighting forces for dealing with Yi Yang later. To put it bluntly, they were just there to exhaust Yi Yang. They didn't need to beat him, just stalling him, even spitting in his face was enough. After all, he had paid them. Soon Jiang Heng saw over 2,000 underlings in the lobby with many more outside, who couldn't squeeze in. The reception staff inside were already dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. When they saw so many people swarming, and they almost couldn't resist calling the police. Even though Zhao Taiyan's secretary told them these were guests, they were still scared stiff. What kind of guests are these? And so many of them. One guest who was in the bathroom when they arrived, hearing the commotion, thought enemies had come for revenge. He clenched his muscles, cut off his business, didn't even wipe, pulled up his pants and ran, leaving a little souvenir behind later. Jiang Heng walked down, stood on the stairs, and clapped his hands, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! Everyone shouted, their faces full of respect. Jiang Heng nodded, looked at the waitstaff huddled and shivering in the corner, smiled slightly, and tossed a stack of money over. Sorry for scaring you. These are all my good brothers, just a bit too many. Don't be afraid, they don't eat children. Seeing the money, the waitstaff's eyes lit up. They immediately stood up, putting on smiling faces. Thank you, boss. Does boss need any service? Jiang Heng paused, then asked, this service, is it proper? A waitress blushed and replied coyly, it can be improper. Call the police. Report her for offering improper services. We're all law-abiding good youths. We hate that kind of thing. Waitress, he'll curse your 500 elegant words omitted here. The underlings obeyed while the police acted quickly, and the waitress left peacefully. After dealing with the waitress, Jiang Heng swept his gaze around. He laughed loudly and said, today young Master Duan personally paid for this hotel, just so everyone could have a good night's sleep. The hotel next door is also bought. You can sleep wherever you want. Let's thank young Master Duan. Hearing that Duan Kaifeng had bought 2 hotels just for them, all the underlings were ecstatic. They were deeply moved. This was the kind of leader they should follow. This was a real leader. Following Duan Kaifeng, they would never lose out. After paying and buying the hotel, Duan Kaifeng walked down with a gloomy face, wanting to criticize Jiang Heng for being unfair. But the next scene stunned him. Thank you, young Master Duan. We are willing to follow young Master Duan's steps to the death. Young Master Duan YYDS. Duan Kaifeng, you're the one who's forever single. At this moment, Duan Kaifeng was utterly oblivious to what was unfolding. Yet a vague sense of unease crept over him. These underlings had never shown him such deference before, though they feared him and dreaded the Duan family behind him. They had never groveled so abjectly. He could sense that their gratitude now was genuine, springing from the depths of their hearts. What have I done? Why have they suddenly become so good to me? Has Jiang Heng done something he shouldn't have again? Jiang Heng patted Duan Kaifeng on the back and nudged him forward. Brother, I can only help you this far. He whispered into Duan Kaifeng's ear, they know you bought 2 hotels so they could have a good night's sleep. Now they're grateful to you. This is the perfect moment to boost your prestige. Say a few words, it's time to show off. Duan Kaifeng's face was a mask of astonishment and bewilderment. Wasn't it just buying 2 hotels? What was there to boast about? What was there to be thankful for? This was routine. Ahem. Don't stand on ceremony. We're all brothers. This Jiang Heng also deserves a share of the credit. We should. Before Duan Kaifeng could finish, Jiang Heng pulled him aside and said with a smile, young Master Duan means to say we are one family. As long as he has a meal, you'll all have a bowl of soup. Following young Master Duan and young Master Mo is the best decision you've ever made. If you understand, applaud. Woo! Young Master Duan. The crowd cheered in unison, their excitement boundless. Having such a leader was truly a great fortune in life. A flicker of emotion passed through Duan Kaifeng's eyes. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but words failed him. A surge of exhilaration swelled in his chest. This was the first time he had ever played the big shot. Jiang Heng felt the same, though he adapted quickly. Wait, something's wrong. At that moment Jiang Heng sensed a peculiarity. His eyes widened in shock as realization dawned. Oh no. Forcing himself to remain calm, he patted Duan Kaifeng on the shoulder and said, "Keep up the act and arrange their accommodations. Don't play too long. We have to seize territory tomorrow." Duan Kaifeng smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up. "No problem, leave it to me." Jiang Heng nodded and turned back into Ming Yuexing's room. Seeing Jiang Heng enter, Ming Yuexing's eyes lit up. Shoo! After a long while, Jiang Heng let out a breath. He tried to get up, but lost his balance and tumbled to the floor with a dull thud. Holy crap. Damn it, I ate way too much. I should have held back. Gluttony got the better of me. I nearly did myself in. Jiang Heng scratched the back of his head, a hint of despair in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ming Yuexing lay in bed, unwilling to move an inch. Are you okay, Jiang Heng? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Jiang Heng waved a hand, sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, too lazy to even shift. I just need to rest a bit. I never imagined I'd live to see this day. A memory to cherish. Phew. Ming Yuexing froze for a moment, calling out to Jiang Heng several times with no response. When she looked down at the floor, she saw he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. The floor is cold. Straining with all her might, she managed to haul Jiang Heng onto the bed and tenderly tucked him in. Lying beside Jiang Heng, a sweet, contented smile bloomed on her face as she drifted off to sleep. During the night, Jiang Heng's phone kept ringing, incessantly irritating him to no end. He wanted to turn it off, but couldn't locate where it was. Whether by accident or design, it took him half an hour to finally find the phone. The moment he grabbed it, he hurled it out the window without a second thought. A phone could be replaced, but lost sleep meant he couldn't fight tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Heng furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Ming Yuexing's breathtaking face with faint traces of tears on her cheeks and a hint of weariness. Is it morning already? How time flies. Hearing the movement, Ming Yuexing also opened her eyes. Lifting her head, she met Jiang Heng's gaze and couldn't help but shyly lower her head, avoiding his eyes. After all this, why are you still so shy? Come on, want to rest a bit more? Jiang Heng said with a mischievous grin. No need. Ming Yuexing shrank back, clearly cautious. Looking at her expression, Jiang Heng was reminded of Yi Manqing. They weren't just similar, they were identical. Time to get up. Today we make our move. The people from other regional families should have arrived in Zhu City by now. A glint of sharp determination flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. He got up, took a shower, changed clothes, and stepped out. When Ming Yuexing entered the bathroom, she immediately spotted Jiang Heng's underwear on the sink. Did he not wear any? Or did he just not bring a change? To this, Jiang Heng would only say, "I'm a wild stallion that can't be tamed." Soon Ming Yuexing finished her morning routine and came out sporting a different style today. Where's my phone? Jiang Heng patted his pockets, but found it missing. At the mention of the phone, Ming Yuexing's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed she recalled what had happened during the night. You threw your phone out the window. Don't you remember? Jiang Heng shook his head. No idea, can't recall. Forget it, I'll have Chengfei buy me a new one later. With that, Jiang Heng clapped his hands. A crucial memory resurfaced. Weren't you saying yesterday you had some gathering to attend tonight? Then we fell asleep and didn't go. It's no big deal. While organizing documents, Ming Yuexing casually explained, it's just a get-together where family members test each other and try to band together. They also check if everyone's on the same side. Our goal is clear, and since we're from Modu, which families would dare to block us? True. Jiang Heng felt relieved. The name Mo Yuqian from Modu was renowned with far-reaching influence. His enterprises spanned nearly a dozen surrounding cities. Just saying, from the Mo family in Modu brought immense prestige. After stepping out, Jiang Heng knocked on the adjacent door. Mo Chengfei shuffled out lazily, rubbing his eyes, looking half asleep. Who's there? Disturbing my sleep. Are you asking for? Holy shit. Jiang Heng, where the hell did you disappear to last night? I called you a dozen times, and you didn't answer. I almost ordered a diamond-encrusted limited edition urn for you. Jiang Heng, what the hell is wrong with you? You're a real piece of work. I was definitely asleep last night. I threw my phone downstairs. Also, I spent 30,000 on a cab yesterday plus the phone cost. You can reimburse me for both. What did you say? Mo Chengfei was still groggy, his eyes unfocused. 30,000 on a cab. Did you ride around Zhucheng all day? What kind of car cost that much? An AE-86. Jiang Heng said, would you care about such a small amount? You guys chartered 3 planes to get here, that must have cost a fortune. True enough. Mo Chengfei nodded. Then he suddenly noticed Ming Yuexing behind Jiang Heng. His bleary eyes instantly sharpened, turning into excitement. Yuexing, what are you doing here? I didn't notice you earlier. Wait for me. Mo Chengfei quickly shut the door. When he opened it again, he had changed clothes, styled his hair, and spritzed on cologne. Did you buy a fake? This cologne smells off. Jiang Heng pinched his nose and complained. You don't get it. It's mixed with a man's natural scent commonly known as manliness. With that, Mo Chengfei winked at Ming Yuexing. In response, she was blunt. She rolled her eyes. Can't fathom it. Jiang Heng clicked his tongue, entered the room, and pulled Duan Kaifeng up. Let's go, rich boy, time for business. I didn't bring you here for a vacation. Calling the two, Jiang Heng and Ming Yuexing headed downstairs. The underlings had received the assembly order 10 minutes earlier. Now they all stood in the lobby, faces solemn, awaiting the big shot's entrance. Seeing Jiang Heng appear, everyone stomped their feet in unison and shouted, "Welcome, brother Jiang." Jiang Heng, what's going on? Duan Kaifeng beamed with pride. Thanks to your help yesterday, I've won over these underlings' loyalty. Now they're fully committed to following us. To test their sincerity, I randomly picked a few and told them to jump off a bridge. And you know what? Over 20 people without a second's hesitation jumped right off. Jiang Heng. Seeing Duan Kaifeng's smug grin, Jiang Heng's mind reeled. Let me ask quietly, are they still alive? Huh. Seeming surprised by the question, Duan Kaifeng shook his head. Probably still alive. After they jumped, I was satisfied and brought the others back to the hotel for drinks. What kind of moronic rich boy is this? Those underlings were definitely forced. No doubt about it. He's insane. Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. Since it had already happened, there was no use dwelling on it. Besides, such behavior was more fitting for Duan Kaifeng and Chengfei. After all, they were young masters from Modu, fearing nothing. They could kill without hesitation, and no one could touch them. Even if traced, they had 100 ways to escape. Otherwise, how could they be villains? One was just a simp, the other a nightclub king. Such characters didn't fit the true villain archetype. They needed to do something immoral to match the role, giving the protagonist a reason to punish them. Let's go discuss the territory. Just then, an underling hurried over and draped black overcoats over them. At the collar was a button to keep the coat from blowing off. What's this? Jiang Heng looked at the coat, utterly baffled. Was this the mandatory cape for every hero? Wearing this gives you the aura of a boss. How else would we stand out? Chengfei said proudly, then asked Ming Yuexing. How do I look? Handsome in this outfit. More like a cricket. Ming Yuexing shook her head, refusing the coat the underling offered. She had no desire to wear it. It was too silly. Jiang Heng wanted to take his off too, but Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng flanked him, not giving him a chance. Just wear it. It gives you so much presence. You did great yesterday. You deserve this coat. Jiang Heng. Well, I'm truly honored. Thank you and your whole family. Forget it, let's go. To watching group. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes as he strode forward first. The underlings ahead parted the way, watching him with solemn, serious expressions. Ming Yuexing walked beside Jiang Heng. The two young masters, Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng, fell behind. To an outsider, Jiang Heng looked like the true leader of this group. With so many gathered and matching outfits, many passers-by stopped to stare, curious about who these people were and what they intended to do. That leading man is so handsome, especially in that black cape. It gives him an aura of dominance. Even as a guy, I find him incredibly handsome. He makes me want to follow him. Huh. The same cape looks great on him, but why do those two behind him seem so odd? They give off a rich fool vibe. Am I the only one thinking that? No, you're not alone. I feel like punching. Soon the news that a hidden big shot had led over 2,000 underlings to the Wanqing group spread throughout Zhuqing. Everyone was utterly astonished, unsure what storm this portended. But those in the know felt differently. Compared to the panic and confusion of the ordinary folk outside, they were even more stunned. Judging by the scale, this was a blatant robbery. Though on the surface these people claimed to be discussing how to deal with the real estate industry in another region. Yet everyone understood that the ultimate target was still Zhao Tianhe. Only by suppressing Zhao Tianhe could they get a bite of this sweet cake. Otherwise, Zhao Tianhe alone would take a third, with the remaining two-thirds divided among so many. How could that be enough? Zhao Tianhe, sipping tea in his office, also received the news. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. What kind of nonsense are these kids up to? Coming straight for a fight without a word. This is too bold. And making such a big show of it, trying to intimidate me before we even meet. No, I need to prepare as well. Just then a middle-aged man walked in, unshaven, his most striking feature a pair of eagle-like eyes. This was the same man who had been drinking tea with Zhao Tianhe in the office yesterday. He had another identity, White Dragon, one of Yi Yang's most capable lieutenants. His strength was unfathomable, his actions decisive and ruthless. Once he struck, he would not stop until his target was dead. He still maintained a perfect mission completion rate, never having failed. They're here. Hearing this, Zhao Tianhe quickly nodded, a flash of joy in his eyes. Mister, why are you ready to make your move? That's my mission. White Dragon pulled out several photos showing Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng along with one of Jiang Heng. But Yi Yang had said this man could be dealt with or ignored. The priority was to eliminate Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng. As for what he did after eliminating those two, it was up to White Dragon himself. Chengfei, Duan Kaifeng. This one is called Jiang Heng. What? Jiang Heng is here too. Zhao Tianhe was startled, his eyes wide. Damn it, why did this unlucky bastard have to come? From Zhao Tian's words, it seemed he knew Jiang Heng. White Dragon asked, who is Jiang Heng? Oh, he's a thug by Mo Yuki, inside in Modu, not weak. When I led men to seize territory in Modu Mo Yuqian bit back. Most of the men I brought were taken down by this Jiang Heng. He is ruthless and merciless. Whenever Mo Yuqian gives the order to kill, every move he makes is a killing blow. Zhao Tian's description piqued White Dragon's interest. To achieve such a feat proved that Jiang Heng was also a martial artist. Battles between martial artists were the most thrilling, completely unlike the petty brawls of underlings. Not so despicable, not so vulgar. It seems I should go and see for myself. If he dares to hinder my mission, I won't hesitate to kill him. Zhao Tianhe nodded vigorously in agreement. I support Mr. Bei's idea. With your strength there should be no problem. Kill him. He must be killed. With him gone no one else would be a threat. Zhao Tianhe silently chanted. Only he truly feared Jiang Heng, only he knew how terrifying this man was. Though just a thug, the methods he displayed were more vicious than some big shots. He couldn't sleep without Jiang Heng dead. Soon news of the Modu young master and misattack on the Wanqing group spread like wildfire. Many recorded videos and uploaded them online. Mo Yuqian and Su Qingyu naturally learned of this immediately. But when they saw the videos they were stunned, their mouths twitching simultaneously. Their own son was following behind his own underling draped in that foolish intelligence-insulting cloak. Was it cool? No. It was idiotic. Su Qingyu watched several videos, but couldn't find his daughter in the crowd. He had no idea where the girl had wandered off to. Mo Chengfei. I suddenly think sending them to Zhucheng was a mistake. It's not that bad. Su Qingyu said with a smile, sneaking a laugh at Mo Yuqian. I think young Master Mo is quite brave, daring to wear that cloak in front of so many. For that courage alone, I have to give him a thumbs up. I certainly couldn't do it. Mo Yuqian. At least my son steps up when it counts. Where's your daughter? Why haven't we seen her yet? Could she be scared and hiding? Hearing this, Su Qingyu frowned discontentedly and said in a deep voice. Impossible. My daughter is nothing like your son. How could she be so cowardly? She's probably doing something earth-shattering right now. On this point Su Qingyu wasn't wrong. Su Qiyun was indeed doing something monumental. And she had already finished. Yesterday she had waited outside in Muxu's door for over 2 hours, her legs nearly numb. Finally Ming came out. Unable to contain herself, she rushed over, covered in Muxu's mouth, and dragged her into another empty room. Like-minded friends were hard to come by. Moreover, Ming was not bad-looking and her family was renowned. They were a perfect match in status. Su Qiyun had initially thought she would need to use some persuasive charm to convince Ming. But unexpectedly Ming, her face flushed after being led into the room by Su Qiyun, not only didn't resist, but turned the tables. She seized the initiative. Both were deeply tormented by Jiang Heng, both left with the same wet stains. Meeting now, the pent-up emotions of so long erupted, completely unstoppable. That morning the two lay in bed, slowly waking, gazing at each other's faces with radiant smiles. I didn't know you were so skilled. Amazing. You're not bad either. I feel like my face still hasn't dried. They embraced and gently kissed. Jiang Heng was completely unaware of what had happened in the hotel. He noticed that Ming and Su Qiyun were missing, but he didn't dwell on it. He wasn't their babysitter or guardian. Why should he care about them? As long as they were still breathing. Right now Jiang Heng only wanted to seize the territory quickly and go back to sleep. Jiang Heng was already well versed in such matters. When he was a thug under Mo Yuqian, he had frequently collected debts, slit throats, and taken over territories. He felt no psychological burden. After all, someone else would clean up his mess. Just then Jiang Heng recalled some important matters, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He then waved his hand and spoke. Fanio, come here. What is it? Fanio was in a foul mood. The disparity in status between him and Jiang Heng was simply too vast. His strength ranked second within the Mo family, so logically his standing should have been slightly higher than Jiang Heng's. Yet the reality was the complete opposite. Not only was his status inferior, but even his salary was merely a fraction of Jiang Heng's. You're a bit stronger than I am, so I have a task for you. Come here, let me explain in detail. Jiang Heng draped an arm over Fanio's shoulder, a cryptic smile spreading across his face. Get lost. Why should I take orders from you? I came here this time on the boss' orders to protect the young master. That is my only task. Oh, don't be so petty. Jiang Heng patted Fanio on the back and whispered, he'll give you a raise. Far from pleasing him, these words only made Fanio more resistant. Our statuses are nearly the same, so what gives you the right to raise my salary? We're both underlings with 2 arms and 2 legs. What advantage do you have over me? No way. I won't do it. Give up on that idea. Look at you, you're no fun at all. Jiang Heng turned to Mo Chengfei and waved him over. Mo Chengfei, come here. Fanio won't listen to my orders, you talk some sense into him. Mo Chengfei was happily chatting with Duan Kaifeng when he heard this. He furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, what's there to discuss? If he can do the job, fine. If not, he can pack up and leave. Fanio, damn it, what kind of mess was this? Why could the gap be so enormous? Left with no choice, Fanio had to humble himself and await Jiang Heng's orders. But upon learning Jiang Heng's true intention, his eyes flew wide open in shock, and he roughly shoved Jiang Heng's arm away. No, absolutely not. Whoever wants to be the bait can be the bait, but I'm not doing it. Don't even think about ordering me around. Jiang Heng, Chengfei. No, no, no. He'll do it. He'll do it. There was no helping it. When you're someone's underling, you have to have the awareness of one. All right, it's settled then. Send me the signal when the time comes. Jiang Heng patted Fanio on the shoulder and turned to find Ming Yuexing. In a while, you two go straight into Wanqing Group and discuss the cooperation matters as usual. They'll sit this one out for now and handle some other things. Ming Yuexing blinked in confusion. Where are you going? Just taking a stroll. They'll find you later. Yang has already sent people to mess with us, so I can't just sit back and do nothing. Before his men can infiltrate the other teams, I need to take them out first. Otherwise, we'll be threatened once the negotiations start. Having made up his mind, Jiang Heng concealed himself, and under the cover of his nearby underlings slipped away quietly. Watching Jiang Heng's retreating figure, Ming Yuexing clenched her fists in worry. In a small alley, Jiang Heng dialed Qin Xiaoying's number. Qin Xiaoying, you should be in Zhucheng by now, right? How are the preparations? Qin Xiaoying answered the phone with clear displeasure, her tone tinged with anger, as if she were throwing a tantrum. You have the nerve to say that. I came to Zhucheng and called you, but you didn't answer a single one. Then you even turned your phone off. Now that you need my help, you finally think to call. Jiang Heng was speechless, unsure how to explain. Was he supposed to say he was playing poker with Ming Yuexing yesterday? How could he possibly say something like that? My phone broke. I just bought a new one and called you right away. Let's get to business. Go to Wanqing Group a bit later to discuss the real estate matters. Also have the underlings you brought stay outside Wanqing Group instead of going in, and keep watch around the perimeter. Huh? What do you mean? Qin Xiaoying couldn't figure out what Jiang Heng was up to, and over the phone, she couldn't hear his thoughts. Someone's going to cause trouble inside later. Have your people guard the outside and make sure those guys don't escape. Qin Xiaoying trusted Jiang Heng especially when they were united against a common foe. Since Jiang Heng had a plan, she'd just follow his lead. No problem, but you'll have to come and explain it to me in person later. Don't worry. Jiang Heng hung up, and then called the 5 brothers of the Macho Hut. Where are you guys? Brother Jiang, everything's ready. We're with Bai Long. But the second brother hesitated, and even over the phone Jiang Heng could sense his wariness. It seemed an uncertain element had intruded. Huh? What's wrong? Spit it out. It's like this, Brother Jiang. Yang is here too, discussing in the room with Zhao Tianhe how to handle this incident. But he's disguised not in his original form. Jiang Heng thought it was something major and laughed. Don't worry. Find a chance to take a photo of him and send it to me. Disguise techniques, I can do that too. Wait, who did he disguise himself as? At Wanqing Group, the place was buzzing with noise. All kinds of luxury sports cars and helicopters poured in. The crowd was overwhelming, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Everyone was dressed lavishly, their statuses naturally high. They were all major figures from various forces in the surrounding regions. Of course, there were also many underlings traveling in groups of hundreds or thousands. The scene was enough to daunt anyone. Ordinary people kept their distance, not daring to approach. Toss a stone at random here, and the person it hit would be at least a deputy general manager of some region. Officially, they had come to discuss how to compete for the real estate market in another region, but in reality, they were here to dismantle Zhao Tian's power, forcibly carving a piece of flesh off him to devour. In response, Zhao Tian's attitude shocked everyone. He showed none of the panic others had expected. Instead, he entertained all the guests. Judging by his demeanor, it was unclear whether he truly had confidence or was simply oblivious that these people had come to oppose him. In the vast rear garden, many pristine white tables were set up, laden with a wide array of dishes from north to south, east to west. Here everyone could taste dishes from their hometown, unconsciously fostering a sense of belonging. This moved quite a few people, and their gazes toward Zhao Tianhe grew peculiar. What is Zhao Tianhe up to? Seeing so many people coming to oppose him instead of calling for reinforcements, he's making such a big show. Who knows? Maybe he still doesn't know the real reason we're here. Looking at the crowd that had gathered here, Zhao Tianhe stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, a faint smile on his face. He was well aware of the intentions of these people. But what did it matter? Their plans would not only fail, but they would also become stepping stones for him. All of this was thanks to the man behind him. Yang sat on the sofa quietly savoring his tea, his eyes betraying no joy or sorrow. Bai Long and the muscular brothers of Miao Miao Wu stood behind him along with several unfamiliar faces. These individuals were all capable subordinates of Yang. They gathered here for one purpose only: to collaborate with Zhao Tianhe and inflate the prices in the surrounding areas. Most importantly, to direct their efforts towards the magic capital. This was also orchestrated by Yang himself. They intended to make the young masters and young ladies of the magic capital suffer a great loss. Mr. Yi, it is my utmost honor to cooperate with you this time. Zhao Tianhe exclaimed. But if the target is the magic capital, are you sure our current methods can succeed? Zhao Tianhe laughed heartily as he inquired, while also observing Yi Yang's facial expressions. He had suddenly received a substantial influx of funds, and many individuals he once regarded as significant had personally delivered gifts to him. They all claimed it was Mr. Yes doing. It was Mr. Yi who had instructed them. He was puzzled and wondered who this Mr. Yi truly was. Now that he finally met the legendary Mr. Yi, he was even more surprised. He was simply too young. He looked to be only 22 or 23. Could someone like him really wield such influence and power? Yi Yang's expression remained unchanged, still cold. They want to swallow your piece of cake without realizing I am behind you. When they think they are about to succeed, I will naturally strike. Those seemingly powerful forces have already been sabotaged from within by my people. By the time they realize a large sum of money has suddenly disappeared from their accounts, will they still dare to act against you? At that point, just redirect your focus towards the people of the magic capital. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. He had been planning this operation for a long time and had made numerous preparations. Zhao Tianhe was merely a pawn apiece he had pushed out to block the knife. He had already swindled the Qin family out of a significant amount of money, quietly siphoned off most of the Ming family's funds, and even the Duan family was in disarray, their fortune gone. Aside from the Mo family, which he had not yet dealt with, the other three major families had already fallen victim to his schemes. Now he held a knife hovering over the heads of the three families. With just a little pressure, that knife would plunge down. His subordinates would act simultaneously. In an instant, he could bring down the three major families, leaving only the Mo family. Eliminating them would merely be a matter of thought. The situation was similar for families in other regions, many of which were even worse off than those in the magic capital. Zhao Tianhe nodded vigorously, his hands trembling slightly, a sign of his overwhelming excitement. Mr. Yi, your reach is incredible. It is my fortune to follow you. If there is ever a need for me, Zhao, I will definitely not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Expressing his stance at this moment was undoubtedly a good opportunity. He saw a future in Yi Yang. Once the plan succeeded, he could not only rise to become a leader in the real estate market, but also suppress other regions. When he reached out later, others would have no choice but to hand over their land. They would even wag their tails like dogs before him. All right, you go and prepare first. Once the people from the magic capital arrive, we will start immediately. Yi Yang waved his hand, signaling Zhao Tianhe to leave. Zhao Tianhe understood, immediately turning to exit the office, closing the door behind him. Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Yang took out a mirror to look at his own face. He also took out a photo for comparison. Do you still recognize me looking like this? The few people standing behind Yi Yang shook their heads in unison. They felt a deep shock. Yi Yang had changed his appearance and looked exactly like the person in the photo. If not for a close examination, they would have been unable to distinguish whether this person was Yi Yang or Jiang Heng. Indeed, the person Yi Yang had disguised himself as was Jiang Heng. This face is really quite annoying. But to achieve my goals, changing my appearance is not a big deal. The five brothers of the muscular Miao Miao Wu felt a pang of anxiety, swallowing hard. They had seen Yi Yang when he was only halfway through his transformation. When they caught a glimpse of half of Yi Yang's face, they almost exclaimed, "Brother Jiang." Fortunately, they reacted in time, otherwise their connection to Jiang Heng would have been completely exposed. No one expected that Yi Yang would disguise himself as Jiang Heng. Bai Long, you didn't forget about the task I assigned you earlier, did you? Bai Long stepped forward immediately, a respectful expression on his face. Take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Imo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng. As long as it's a task assigned by Lord Yi, I will execute it flawlessly. I will never let Lord Yi down. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the other unfamiliar faces. You all prepare too. When the time comes, I will signal you, and you will immediately let the undercover agents act against those families. You must transfer all their funds at the fastest speed, even if it leaves a trace. The few nodded vigorously, indicating they would complete the task. Finally, Yi Yang's gaze fell on the five brothers of Miao Miao Wu. Jiang Heng should be next to Mo Chengfei and the others at this time. Look for an opportunity to isolate him and deal with him as quickly as possible. Then I will blend into their ranks, taking Jiang Heng's place. The Miao Miao Wu group bowed their heads in unison, immediately responding to Yi Yang. Rest assured, Lord Yi, we will not let you down. Last time we were almost killed by Jiang Heng. This time we must eliminate him. If we fail, we will come to see you with our heads. Yi Yang was very satisfied with their attitude, giving a slight nod. His eyes glinted with a chilling light and terrifying murderous intent. Mo Chengfei, Duan Kaifeng. This time I wonder if you can survive. As for Ming Yuexing and Xin Xiaoying, those two women will inevitably kneel before me. You probably don't know yet that your families are about to become hollow shells, right? On the other side, Jiang Heng had already learned that Yi Yang had disguised himself as him. This left him in shock. It was the first time in his life he hated his own face. Damn it, is this war god sick? Why does he have to disguise himself as me instead of someone else? I knew he envied my handsomeness for a long time now. Thinking to commit crimes under my face, how could I possibly let you succeed? Jiang Heng could still understand Yi Yang's arrival. However, the scene where he disguised himself as Jiang Heng had not appeared in the original plot. This undoubtedly struck Jiang Heng like a heavy blow. Wait, Yi Yang has disguised himself as me, so he has become me. Then wouldn't I become? Thinking of this, a glimmer of realization flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes, as he found a way to break the situation. At that moment, the mighty muscle squad called Jiang Heng, revealing Yi Yang's entire plan to him. After listening, Jiang Heng pondered briefly and quickly came up with an idea. Turn his trick against him. Since he wants to mess with me, you'll follow his plan. One should not harbor malicious intentions, but one must always guard against them. Let's see who outwits whom this time. Having made up his mind, Jiang Heng instructed the mighty muscle squad to closely monitor Yi Yang's every move without coming to him. He then sent messages to Ming Yuexing and Qin Xiaoying outlining his plan. As for himself, he intended to assume Yi Yang's identity and issue false orders to his subordinates. Soon Chengfei and his entourage slowly walked into the Wanqing group headquarters. Their arrival was like a meteorite crashing into the sea, causing an immense uproar. In the sky, dozens of helicopters led the way, pulling a long banner. The banner bore two conspicuous characters, Modu. These two words alone were enough to signify the immense importance of the visitors. Everyone else paused their actions, staring blankly at the scene, swallowing hard. At the entrance, 4 underlings dragged 2 red carpets ahead, sprinting in at top speed. The carpets were laid over the concrete floor, and anyone who dared block the way was kicked aside without hesitation. Strangely, those kicked did not dare to flare up. Instead, they stood up and apologized profusely. These people were from Modu. Who would dare to provoke them? And who could afford to? I never expected Modu to send people too. Could it be the 4 great families? Judging by the scale, it's almost certain. What a spectacular display. But this was not the end. The underlings formed 4 rows, trotting in neatly from the entrance and lining up on both sides of the red carpet. They wore identical black outfits and sunglasses, their faces stern. With hands clasped behind their backs, they stood like an unbreakable wall. Fireworks burst outside the gate, accompanied by music that made everyone's bodies tremble. Chaos era superstar. The song was old, but the spirit was not. Then Chengfei, Duan Kaifeng, and Ming Yuexing stepped onto the red carpet side by side. The 2 young men flanked her, their black capes swaying in the wind. Ming Yuexing walked in the center, her expression cold, her steps steady, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. Behind them were over 1,000 underlings, their powerful aura causing everyone to catch their breath. Involuntarily, the onlookers stepped back, not daring to meet the eyes of this oppressive procession. Even Zhao Tianhe, who was preparing to welcome them, was stunned, his mouth twitching. In a single encounter, his aura was overshadowed. Seeing the shock and wariness in the crowd, Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng looked thoroughly pleased. They kept their hands in their pockets, exuding the air of big shots, inspecting the countryside. This was the plan they had devised after a night of discussion. Regardless of the purpose of their visit, they would first make a grand impression. They relished the sight of these country bumpkins being awestruck. Judging by everyone's reactions, their grand display was a resounding success. At least they didn't disappoint us. This is exactly the feeling I wanted. It was worth the effort of our late-night brainstorming. Too bad Jiang Heng isn't here to join in the fun. No matter, we can bring him along next time. Faced with these 2 show-off young masters, Ming Yuexing could only sigh helplessly. If she could leave, she would not stay a moment longer. Seeing Chengfei like this made it clear why Ming Yuexing had always rejected his advances. They were just a bunch of immature kids. Suppressing the urge to slap them, Zhao Tianhe strode forward quickly. These visitors were young masters and a young lady, not the patriarchs of Modu. He had nothing to fear. As long as he gave them enough face and made them feel comfortable, he could easily smooth things over. Moreover, with Yi Yang's help, before long these people who dared to show off on his turf would be groveling at his feet. Young Master Young Master Duan, Miss Ming. Welcome to Bamboo City. I hope you slept well last night. Chengfei glanced at Zhao Tianhe and replied aloofly, it was just so-so. I prefer sleeping on my 1,200 square meter bed at home. Duan Kaifeng nodded in agreement. My bed, inlaid with 24-karat pure gold, is also very comfortable. Zhao Tianhe. Damn it, he really wanted to slap each of them. Haha, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come in, please. Let's grab a quick meal first, then we can discuss the cooperation. Hearing this, Chengfei narrowed his eyes, his face full of disdain. Sorry, but I usually don't eat anything worth less than $1 million per dish. A simple meal won't do, but it's too low class for someone of my status. If you want to invite us to dinner, you'd better show some real sincerity. Duan Kaifeng nodded vigorously. I concur. Zhao Tianhe. Ming Yuexing. Even Ming Yuexing found this unbearable. There had to be a limit to showing off. Why did they have to bring all their family habits into this? If they ordered such expensive dishes for them, what would the others think? Mr. Zhao, well, just have a simple meal. There's no need to prepare anything lavish. The key point is the cooperation. Zhao Tian's eyes flickered, and he nodded inwardly. His impression of Ming Yuexing was extremely favorable. Look at this young lady. She was not picky or pampered at all. Compare that to these 2 young masters who were arrogant and self-important. The contrast was stark. Of course, it was also possible that Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng genuinely lived such a life. After all, their families were wealthy and powerful, granting them anything they desired. Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng exchanged a glance, reached out with one hand, and gently unbuttoned the clasp of their capes at the neck. Spreading their arms wide, the capes slid off their backs. Immediately 2 underlings stepped forward to catch the capes and hold them. Let's go. Chow time. I'm tired of fancy cuisine. A change of pace is nice. The group surged forward in a mighty wave. The onlookers watched, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Everyone felt the urge to go over and slap them. Yet no one dared to act. Chengfei's group had numbers on their side. Most people here had at most 2 or 3 bodyguards, but Chengfei and his crew had over 1,000 underlings, more than everyone else combined. They were not on the same level. Facing such a colossal entity as the magic capital, others could only look on with envy and awe. Yet there were still quite a few young masters and ladies from families of considerable influence who were of the same generation as Chengfei and his group. Their social circle was neither vast nor narrow, and they had crossed paths with one another on several occasions. What an impressive air the eldest Mo and eldest Duan put on. Indeed, though others may fear them, we certainly do not. Come, let's go over and exchange a few words. With that, the 2 young men exchanged a glance, smiled, and strode toward Chengfei and the others. Chengfei held his head high, his back straight as a rod, feeling for the first time such arrogance and prestige. But suddenly 2 figures approached and blocked their path. Young Master Mo, young Master Duan, long time no see. Do you still remember us? Seeing someone blocking the way, Chengfei furrowed his brow slightly. To obstruct him at the very moment he was basking in glory, was that not a slap to his face? Yet as he discerned the faces before him, he froze for a moment, then was flooded with ecstasy. Before him stood his old buddies Shen Xingyan and Su Qingya. Their identities were no trivial matter. Their families boasted a heritage spanning over a century. At their peak, they were even wealthier and more influential than Ming Yuexing. In the presence of their elders, Ming Yuexing was merely a junior. The group had often met in childhood, playing together with great rapport. So it's you two. I thought it was some blind fool. Chengfei laughed heartily, stepping forward to give Shen Xingyan a bear hug and shake hands with Su Qingya. After all, she was a young lady, so a hug was hardly appropriate, especially with his goddess Ming Yuexing standing nearby. A few years apart, and you two are even more arrogant than before, charging into Bamboo City with such fanfare. Su Qingya nodded with a gentle smile. Young Master Mo and young Master Duan carry a far more impressive demeanor than in those days. You would never have been so ostentatious before. You flatter us. It's all for the sake of completing our mission. Duan Kaifeng waved his hand modestly, but the pride on his face remained undiminished. Come, let's go in and sit for a while. With that, the group entered the hall, receiving the highest level of hospitality. Any one of them chosen at random was a scion of a prestigious family. Their status was illustrious. As for Zhao Tianhe, he had long been overlooked by the others, utterly disregarded, as if he were invisible. Zhao Tian's lips twitched, and the malice in his eyes grew ever denser. Just you wait. After today, let's see if you can still laugh. No one can stop my advance, no matter how high your status. In the end, you will all be trampled beneath my feet. Meanwhile, the Macho Men's Paradise combo received a message from Jiang Heng and called Yi Yang. Lord Yi, we have secretly assassinated Jiang Heng. You may begin your move at any time. Upon receiving the news, Yi Yang's face lit up with joy, astonished by their speed. Really? Are you sure he's dead? Of course. We slashed his throat in one stroke. No matter how great his abilities, he couldn't possibly survive. The news of Jiang Heng's death brought Yi Yang immense relief, and he took a moment to observe Chengfei's situation from a corner. Indeed, there was no trace of Jiang Heng to be found. It seemed Jiang Heng had truly been dispatched by the Macho Men's Paradise combo. Their swift action earned Yi Yang's newfound respect. You've done well, but do not let your guard down. Go and coordinate with White Dragon. Once you receive my command, eliminate Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng with utmost haste. Yi Yang instructed. Yes. As you command, Lord Yi. The group hung up, exchanged glances, and saw the cold sneers in each other's eyes. And they think they can order us around. Dream on. Always making us do these sneaky, immoral deeds. Who would want to follow you? Bet you didn't expect this. We've long been Jiang Heng's men. Don't get excited yet. Let's tail White Dragon and find a chance to take him out. Exactly. We need to eliminate a problem for Brother Jiang. With that, they concealed themselves and immediately set into motion. In unknown combat, none of them could match White Dragon or Jiang Heng. But they were 5, and their greatest strength lay not in individual prowess, but in their seamless coordination. The synergy created an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Even Yi Yang, facing them all at once, though unlikely to lose, would find them troublesome. On the other side, following the location provided by the Macho Men's Paradise combo, Jiang Heng found Yi Yang's subordinates. Those plotting to undermine other families. At that moment, they were lounging in Zhao Tian's office, leisurely cracking melon seeds and sipping tea, awaiting Yi Yang's orders. A single phone call from them would set their men into a coordinated strike. Some would embezzle funds, others would kill. Watching them, a cold smirk curled across Jiang Heng's lips. That fool of a war god dared to use disguise to forge my face. Lucky for me, I turned your Blood Shadow 5 brothers, or ID, have been trapped by your scheme. I recall these men aren't particularly powerful. With this face of mine, I can do many things much more conveniently. With that thought, Jiang Heng opened the door and strode in boldly. The others tensed up at the sound of the door, but relaxed instantly upon seeing it was Jiang Heng. They took him for Yi Yang in disguise. Jiang Heng walked over to the sofa, sat down, altered his voice, and spoke in Yi Yang's tone. How are preparations coming along? None of them harbored any suspicion and immediately replied, reporting to Lord Yi, everything is ready. We only await your command to strike. At that time, the 5 surrounding regions and 12 families will suffer devastating blows simultaneously. Afterward, it will be extremely difficult for them to recover, and they will pose no further threat to us. 12 families. What an appetite. Jiang Heng sneered inwardly, but maintained a calm facade. He nodded and said, show me the list of those families' forces. I need to ensure nothing has been missed. Without a shred of doubt, none of them realized that the man seated before them was the real Jiang Heng himself. Soon a subordinate handed Jiang Heng a tablet displaying the distribution of forces and assets of the 12 families along with the sectors about to be targeted. It even detailed how long it would take for these families to recover after the plan's completion and the starting point of their resurgence. They had analyzed everything with crystal clarity. How thorough. Gazing at this record, Jiang Heng couldn't help but open his mouth wide in astonishment at Yi Yang's capabilities. To have gathered such detailed intelligence in so short a time. Truly, this was the prowess befitting a returning war god. His subordinates were indeed formidable and competent. He targeted only the major families. Those of lesser strength weren't even worth his notice. Not bad, this record is quite detailed. Give me the USB drive with this data and erase all traces from the computer. Leave no loose ends. Jiang Heng commanded. The others merely assumed he was being cautious to avoid leaving any clues that could be traced back to them. Without overthinking, they promptly handed over the documents as instructed. Thorough and meticulous in every move. This was precisely the demeanor their god Yi should embody. Clutching the USB drive in his hand, Jiang Heng grew even more exhilarated. This dossier was of paramount importance. Unattainable without an extraordinary identity and influence. Jiang Heng had essentially stumbled upon a massive windfall. This tiny USB drive contained the very lifelines of 12 entire families. From now on, dealing with those families would require no painstaking investigation. Everything was meticulously recorded here. Little did you expect that all your painstaking preparations would ultimately fall into my hands. In fact, I ought to thank you. It was your own cleverness that ultimately sealed your fate. Where is White Dragon now? Jiang Heng inquired. At this, the others paused, briefly, a flicker of confusion in their eyes. God, didn't you dispatch him to find an opportunity to eliminate Imo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng? Shouldn't his position be arranged by you? How could you not know? Have you forgotten? Jiang Heng's heart tightened, realizing he had spoken too much. He quickly explained himself. I went to check that location, but White Dragon wasn't there. So I wanted to ask if you knew. This explanation did nothing to reassure them. Instead, they furrowed their brows deeply. They seemed to sense the change in the Yi Yang before them. God Yi, do you remember what you told us before the plan began? This was a blatant test. Jiang Heng knew all too well. These people had likely noticed the differences between him and the real Yi Yang. After all, a stand-in could never truly replace the original. This was precisely why these individuals were the cadres under Yi Yang's command. Their minds and acumen were far beyond ordinary. If Imo Chengfei were in his place, he might never see through the ruse in a lifetime. I can't keep up the act any longer. But it doesn't matter, I've already obtained the intelligence I need. Now I just need to leave and wait for Yi Yang to make his move. Since these people are of no further use then. A chilling glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. This subtle shift was caught by the others, who gasped and widened their eyes in shock. He's not God Yi. He's Jiang Heng. How is that possible? Weren't you assassinated by the Blood Shadow 5 brothers? Why are you still here? Damn it. We must get word to God Yi immediately. Panic seized the group. They were responsible only for capital flow and strategic planning. Combat was a domain in which they had little expertise. This was their greatest weakness. Since I've been exposed, there's nothing left to say. Just close your eyes obediently. Ah no. A murderous aura erupted from Jiang Heng as he vanished from his spot. Gripping the dagger given to him by Ming Yuexing, he charged into the crowd and began his slaughter. The soundproofing here was excellent, and the scene inside was invisible from outside. Even if someone passed by, they would notice nothing amiss. Separated by a single wall, Yi Yang's subordinates let out scream after scream. Blood splattered across every corner of the office. Soon everyone inside lay on the floor, their dying thoughts consumed by confusion. Why was Jiang Heng, who should have been killed by the Blood Shadow 5 brothers, standing before them? After dispatching the last enemy, Jiang Heng lit a cigarette and gently wiped the dagger clean with a white handkerchief. A few drops of blood still clung to his face, lending him a sinister aura. A trace of crimson flickered in his eyes. Just then the office door handle turned. Zhao Tian's female secretary entered, head bowed, carrying a tray of fruit. A gentle smile graced her face. Hello, mister. Zhao asked me to bring this fruit platter up. Please take your time and enjoy. The secretary closed the door and took a few steps before noticing a pool of blood on the floor. Lifting her head, she froze in shock as she took in the blood and corpses scattered throughout the office. She stood there utterly stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. After 2 seconds, she opened her mouth and let out a scream, instinctively turning to flee. But as she turned, a gleaming dagger plunged into her throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Jiang Heng reached out with his other hand to cover the secretary's eyes, leaning close to her ear and whispering softly, "Quiet now, take a deep breath. Feeling a bit dizzy is normal. Don't worry. Come lie down slowly and rest well." When Jiang Heng released his hand, the secretary had already breathed her last, her face frozen in terror. By now Jiang Heng's hands were drenched in blood, his face and clothes similarly stained. Yet he acted as if he hadn't noticed, lowering his head slightly to survey the scene. He continued wiping the dagger with the white handkerchief, his gaze eerily calm. There was not a shred of emotion, not a hint of pity. It was as if he hadn't killed living beings, but merely crushed a few ants. The door opened again. A newcomer gasped before quickly shutting it, striding over to Jiang Heng. Taking in the bodies and the blood on Jiang Heng, he immediately understood what had transpired. "You killed again. Boss ordered you not to kill without his permission. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Heng cast a cold glance at the newcomer Fei Niao, then resumed wiping the blood from his dagger. He sank into silence, a stark contrast to his former self. "If I want to kill, do you think you can stop me? Or are you planning to teach me a lesson on behalf of boss? It's been so long since I last killed, I almost forgot how magnificent the sight of blood spraying into the air is." With that, Jiang Heng sheathed his dagger, removed his coat, and tossed it onto Fei Niao. Fei Niao caught it instinctively and swallowed hard. He felt as though the old Jiang Heng had returned. Once Ming Yuexing's top enforcer Jiang Heng had mellowed and set aside his bloodlust after following Chengfei. But now, he had not killed anyone for a long time. This had led many to misunderstand his true strength, ranking him only third. They could jest with Jiang Heng, sparring with him as if in play. Yet once Jiang Heng turned serious, he became a bloodthirsty beast of force none could halt save Ming Yuexing. "Give me your coat. Mine is drenched in blood and unwearable," Jiang Heng said, reaching a hand toward Fei Niao. "Then what will I wear? Figure it out yourself." Jiang Heng gave Fei Niao no time to hesitate, stepping forward to strip off his clothes and don them himself. "Remember to prepare what I told you earlier. Now someone has disguised themselves as me. That is our target. You can only identify me by the dagger on my person. If I cannot produce it, do not hesitate. That is the imposter." With these instructions, Jiang Heng opened the door and departed, leaving the scene behind. He did not spare a glance at the corpse and blood on the floor. Since Fei Niao had arrived, cleaning up the battlefield fell to him. Meanwhile, Yi Yang seized an opportunity to infiltrate Chengfei's group. He secretly monitored their every move, unaware that Ming Yuexing had already discerned his true identity. Yet she chose not to reveal it, nor did she warn Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng. Knowing their temperaments, they would likely clash with Yi Yang the moment they learned the truth. If that happened, their entire plan would collapse. Yi Yang sidled up to Ming Yuexing, mimicking Jiang Heng's demeanor. "Yuexing, are you ready? Do you have confidence in securing the land in Bamboo City? If you lack conviction, I can lend a hand." Ming Yuexing cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yang, disgust roiling within her. Using her man's face to speak to her, had she not known Jiang Heng so well, she might have been fooled. Yi Yang remained oblivious to her discovery. Since that was the case, she would play along and toy with him. "You should address me as Miss Ming. Know your place. Besides, if I cannot accomplish something, what use is a lowly underling like you? Scram, don't block my sight." Ming Yuexing's face was frosty, granting him no face. Yi Yang was baffled. Something was off. Why was this different from before? He recalled that Jiang Heng was supposedly on good terms with these people, treated as a close friend. Why was Ming Yuexing so cold toward him? Could it be that only Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng regarded Jiang Heng as a brother, while the others secretly looked down on him? At this thought, Yi Yang felt relieved. He did not grow angry at the rebuke, for he was now Jiang Heng, not Yi Yang. The insults should be directed at Jiang Heng. "My apologies, Miss Ming, I spoke out of turn. I am at fault. Perhaps you should have young Master Mo dismiss me." Ming Yuexing's brows furrowed slightly, sensing Yi Yang's ulterior motive. But she would not let him have his way. "That matter is for young Master Mo to decide. You should speak to him." Yi Yang's eyes flickered, tempted to provoke Chengfei into firing Jiang Heng. Yet he realized the real Jiang Heng was already dead at the hands of the Blood Shadow Five brothers. Dismissing Jiang Heng would serve no purpose. His true task was to stay close, observe their every move, and gather intelligence. Yi Yang forced a smile, lowering his head. "Miss Ming is right, though I was thoughtless." Just then, Chengfei spotted Yi Yang and hurried over, pulling him aside. "Where did you vanish to? I couldn't find you anywhere. You have no idea how magnificent we were just now. I was the pinnacle of showing off." Yi Yang's face was cold, but he had to feign compliance for now, forcing a smile. "Indeed, what a pity. There will be no more chances. You do not yet know that Jiang Heng has been eliminated by my men. If you want to show off, they'll send you to hell, where you can flaunt to your heart's content." Yi Yang thought darkly. "Why no chances? Stick with us. feast and drink, and you won't regret it. Duan Kaifeng clapped Yi Yang on the back, laughing heartily. Shen Xingyan and Su Qingyao looked at Yi Yang with curiosity. They did not know him. Their circle seemed to have no such person. He was quite unfamiliar. Given Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng's attitude, could he be some young master from a prominent family? Mo Chengfei, who is this? Oh, let me introduce everyone. Mo Chengfei pushed Yi Yang forward. This is Jiang Heng. He used to work for my father, now he's my sidekick. But I don't treat him like a subordinate. We're close brothers. Upon learning he was merely an underling, the two lost interest instantly, their gazes turning disdainful. Only someone like Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng would call a lowly servant a brother. Yi Yang noticed their looks. Though they were scornful of Jiang Heng, it still irked him. After all, he was Jiang Heng now. That contempt was directed at him. Young Master Mo, we should get down to business. You haven't forgotten the purpose of our trip, have you? Yi Yang reminded him. He could barely restrain his urge to make these people regret their arrogance. He longed to see their faces when they learned their families had lost vast assets, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Above all, he wanted to kill Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng quickly. He had endured them far too long. What's the rush? We've gathered so many people. Why not have some fun first? You used to enjoy these occasions too. What's wrong today? Yi Yang's heart tightened, fearing exposure. He forced a smile, explaining, I just want to complete the mission quickly. It was ordered by the boss. There will be time for showing off later. Hearing this, Ming Yuexing's lips curled into a smile. She approached her, expression feigning confusion. That's odd. Wasn't this mission initiated by you alone, eh? And you invited me to Bamboo City. How is it now that Uncle Mo ordered you to do this? Yi Yang's composure cracked. He had not yet fully investigated who had assigned this mission to whom. He also did not know Jiang Heng's personality or manner of speech. Under Ming Yuexing's questioning, anxiety crept in. He feared exposure would derail his ultimate goal. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily explained, I did this for secrecy, which is why I claimed it was a task assigned by the boss. In truth, this mission was one I intended to undertake myself. As he spoke, Yi Yang kept a close watch on the expressions of those around him. He feared detecting any anomaly on their faces. Fortunately, Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng harbored no suspicion whatsoever. They were not even aware of Jiang Heng's prior plans. They only knew that Jiang Heng was coming to Bamboo City to seize territory, and finding it amusing, they had simply followed along. As for the specifics of the plan and how to execute it, they were entirely clueless. Ming Yuexing smiled, faintly feigning a sudden realization. She decided not to expose Yi Yang for now, choosing instead to observe his next moves. Soon Zhao Tianhe entered the hall, his face adorned with a genial smile. The displeasure he had shown earlier was now suppressed deep within his heart. He took the lead, instructing his servants to guide the young masters to their seats, preparing to discuss the most critical matter of the day. Before long, everyone was seated in a vast conference hall. Their underlings remained in the rear garden, neither entering nor qualified to do so. Not a single person present had brought a bodyguard, except for Yi Yang, who was currently in the guise of Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's identity was unique. He was both a subordinate and not granting him access to many occasions reserved for figures like Mo Chengfei. This was precisely why Yi Yang had chosen to disguise himself as Jiang Heng. Despite his deep-seated loathing for Jiang Heng and his desire to kill him, there were moments when he desperately needed Jiang Heng's identity, which even surpassed his own status. Each of these individuals harbored their own ulterior motives. Most knew the ultimate purpose of their gathering, but a handful remained in the dark. First, I thank you all for coming to my humble abode to discuss how to seize the real estate market of Blue City. Since our goals are aligned, I'll speak plainly. For this operation, I am willing to invest 60 billion. Those willing to collaborate with me will share in the spoils. Those who are not, I will not force, nor will I breathe a word of this to anyone. Zhao Tianhe spoke with a smile, his gaze sweeping the room to gauge everyone's reactions. Those present were already well aware of Zhao Tian's intentions and the true purpose of their visit. This time they aimed not only to swallow Blue City's real estate market, but also to devour Zhao Tian's share. As soon as Zhao Tianhe finished speaking, several family representatives stepped forward. They voiced their doubts. Mr. Zhao, since you're offering 60 billion for cooperation, I'm naturally willing to join you. However, would like to know how you plan to allocate the proceeds after we take over the real estate there. After all, with so many of us here, equal distribution might not be feasible. Hearing the skepticism, Zhao Tianhe showed no surprise. He had anticipated these questions and had prepared his own narrative. This time, well distribute based on contribution. Those who invest more and contribute more will naturally receive a larger share. This ensures fairness and prevents those who put in the effort from working for nothing. Although I'm putting up 60 billion as the initiator of this endeavor, I'm willing to accept only 50 billion in returns. These words were laden with apparent sincerity. Without inside knowledge, one might indeed be misled by them, readily nodding in agreement, thinking Zhao Tianhe was a good man to work with. But how many fools were present? They could easily see through Zhao Tian's intentions. Just then an unexpected voice rang out. I'd like to ask Mr. Zhao who will be chosen as the leader for this operation. A team needs an exceptional leader, Without guidance and oversight, how will anyone know if they've received their fair share later? At these words, everyone turned to the speaker. Even Duan Kaifeng's eyes flickered with admiration and surprise. Big brother, since when did you start considering such matters? Has your foolishness been tempered? Have you grown smarter? A hint of a smile played on Mo Chengfei's lips as he savored the astonished gazes around him. In response to Duan Kaifeng's query, he waved his hand dismissively, his expression composed and exuding an air of authority. Ming Yuexing cast a sidelong glance at Mo Chengfei, wondering where he had learned to speak like that. Most likely it was from Jiang Heng. In merely asking what everyone wants to know, this point is quite important to us now. The chosen person must possess a clear mind, exceptional intelligence, and the status to command respect. Mr. Zhao, who do you think would be best suited for this role? Zhao Tianhe was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Logically, as the initiator of this event, he should naturally assume the position. But since Mo Chengfei had raised the question, stepping forward to claim it now might provoke widespread opposition. Some things are best left unsaid, or once spoken their original meaning is entirely distorted. This. Young Master Mo is right. The chosen person must possess sufficient status and position to be competent. I've pondered this matter for a long time and have arrived at an answer. The most suitable person for this role should be me. Before Zhao Tianhe could finish, Mo Chengfei extended his right thumb, pointing it at himself, his face beaming with confidence. Zhao Tian's mouth twitched, barely restraining a curse. The others stared at Mo Chengfei in utter astonishment. Duan Kaifeng's eyes lit up as he grasped Mo Chengfei's intent, nodding vigorously in agreement. I also believe young Master Mo is the most fitting candidate. Despite the shocked expressions around him, Mo Chengfei remained composed and unflustered. Little did he know the others were cursing him in their minds. How old was Mo Chengfei? To them, he was merely a greenhorn. His presence in such a gathering was solely due to his father, Mo Yuexing. How could he be compared to them veterans who had long navigated the treacherous waters of commerce? Letting anyone be the leader except Mo Chengfei was unthinkable. It would be sheer folly. Yet Mo Chengfei showed no hint of jest. His attitude was utterly serious and devout, as if declaring that the leader's position was his by right. Zhao Tianhe suppressed the urge to curse, smiling as he spoke. Young Master Mo, this is not a trivial matter. Are you sure you are up to the task? Here there are many experienced seniors who understand market changes and adjustments, and they can find a solution in the shortest time possible. I think you should take this opportunity to learn more before considering the position of leader. That would be more prudent. This idea garnered the agreement of many, who nodded in unison. However, Mo Chengfei was quite stubborn, waving his hand and smiling as he replied. I believe my experience is more than sufficient. I am smart, resourceful, and possess the status and position. If you think it's inappropriate, feel free to find someone with a more distinguished identity than mine. Is that person you? Zhao Zong. Zhao Tian's lips twitched, his fists clenched tightly under the table. He gritted his teeth, wanting to slap Mo Chengfei. Yet he could not deny that in terms of status and connections he indeed fell short compared to Mo Chengfei. After all, Mo Chengfei was the son of Mo Yuexing from Magic City. With over 20 people present, there were indeed few who dared to claim a status more valuable than Mo Chengfei's. This left Zhao Tianhe feeling unsettled, and he dared not be too arrogant in the face of Mo Chengfei's questioning. Seeing Mo Chengfei adamantly pursuing the leadership position, Zhao Tianhe shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He spoke, since young Master Mo has asked, I must give this face. Let's be fair, we shall vote by raising our hands to respect everyone's wishes. Those in favor of young Master Mo becoming the leader, please raise your hands. After saying this, he was the first to raise his hand, a slight smile on his lips. He gave this face, but could Mo Chengfei really become the leader? This matter concerned everyone's future and prospects. Who would dare be careless? And who would entrust their fate to a thoughtless child? Following Zhao Tian's raised hand, Duan Kaifeng and Ming Yuexing also raised their hands immediately. Shen Xingyan and Su Qingya exchanged faint smiles, similarly extending their right hands. Observing this scene, Zhao Tianhe remained unruffled. The minority would yield to the majority, and the others certainly would not raise their hands. However, what he did not expect was that Mo Chengfei would play dirty right in front of them. Mo Chengfei's icy gaze swept over those who had not raised their hands, filled with an ambiguous anger. The implication was clear. He might as well have jumped up and pointed at them, saying, I dare anyone not to raise their hand. Under the pressure of Mo Chengfei's gaze, the others hastily raised their right hands in agreement. This was the young master of Magic City. Not giving him face also meant not giving face to Mo Yuexing behind him. Moreover, their purpose for coming here was the same, so it did not matter who took the position. As he saw everyone raising their hands, Zhao Tianhe could no longer hold back. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he nearly shouted angrily at Mo Chengfei for being shameless. This was a blatant collusion. In the end, Mo Chengfei was elected unanimously, successfully obtaining the position of leader. Congratulations, young Master Mo. Mo Chengfei nodded in satisfaction and stood up to walk towards Zhao Tianhe. Zhao Tianhe was somewhat puzzled, unsure of Mo Chengfei's intentions. Get up, this position is mine now. Zhao Tianhe. Amidst Zhao Tian's furious gaze, Mo Chengfei took the highest seat, seizing the initiative. However, there was not a hint of a smile on Mo Chengfei's face. Instead, he appeared serious and indifferent, exuding the aura of a sovereign who held dominion over a kingdom. Jiang glanced at Zhao Tianhe, whose face was filled with rage, and sighed helplessly. He knew Zhao Tianhe was on the verge of losing control, and he himself was close to that point as well. At that moment, Jiang subtly signaled Zhao Tianhe with his eyes. Zhao Tianhe, who had been livid, felt his expression change to one of joy upon receiving Yi Yang's hint. A cold smile crept across his lips. Everyone, I apologize and congratulations on successfully falling into my trap. Attempting to swallow my market is not an easy task. Be careful, the ones who end up hurt may be yourselves. This statement left everyone stunned, gazing at Zhao Tianhe with puzzled expressions, unsure of what he meant. Could it be that he knew he had no further development opportunities and was simply ready to take the plunge? But what good would that do? Directly tearing the facade would not benefit Zhao Tianhe at all. The most correct and prudent approach was to negotiate with them and hand over his assets. Zhao Zong, what do you mean by this? It seems you are aware of our true intentions. You've hidden it for so long, it must have been quite hard on you. Since you've made it so clear there's no need for further discussion, will you voluntarily hand over the market, or shall we take it by force? As for the crowd's attempts to kick him while he was down, Zhao Tianhe was already aware. Without Yi Yang's help, he would indeed have been panicking. But now it was different. He had Yi Yang as his backing and held the cards of these families. Once he took action, the identities and statuses of these families would vanish in an instant. No need to keep up the charade. I am laying my cards on the table. Zhao Tianhe laughed heartily. Do you think you can seize my market just because you hold my lifeline? What a joke. I have been running things here for so many years and have dealt with countless individuals. Would I fear your combined efforts to bring me down? To be honest, I have already obtained the hidden assets of your families. Now it is you who should be on your knees begging me to spare you. Looking at the overly confident Zhao Tianhe, many still held doubt, while only a portion appeared somewhat flustered. They understood that Zhao Tianhe was a clever man. Knowing that the others were targeting him and not fleeing proved he had some means to deal with them. Perhaps Zhao Tianhe was secretly plotting something behind their backs. Mo Chengfei frowned slightly. He had just taken up the position of leader and had not yet had the chance to show off. Yet Zhao Tianhe was already causing trouble for him, leaving him in a difficult position. Zhao Tianhe, have you lost your mind? Saying such things at this time. To think you can single-handedly bring down over 20 families, you must be incredibly naive. They'll give you a chance. My Mo family is right here. Try to make a move against me. After saying this, Mo Chengfei propped his feet up on the table, his face filled with indifference and disdain. Forget Zhao Tianhe. Even the likes of Shun Xingyan and Su Qingya from prominent families would find it difficult to bring down the Mo family. What could a mere Zhao Tianhe do to him? Zhao Tianhe glanced at Mo Chengfei, the corner of his mouth twitching. He found it rather troublesome. Among these people there were few he feared, but Mo Chengfei was one of them. Yi Yang had also explicitly told him that of the 4 great families in the Demon City, he had already struck against 3, yet the Mo family remained untouched with no opportunity to act. Even someone as significant as Yi Yang couldn't handle the Mo family, let alone himself. But since he could bring down the other families and claim them, the Mo family was nothing to fear. Seeing Zhao Tianhe fall silent, Mo Chengfei snorted coldly and waved his hand grandly. Jiang Heng seized Zhao Tianhe. I want him kneeling before me. Hearing Mo Chengfei's command, Yi Yang did not move, but instead sat down leisurely, a cold smirk on his face. What's wrong, Jiang Heng? Duan Kaifeng patted Yi Yang on the shoulder, signaling him to quickly subdue Zhao Tianhe. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, they were the boss and the underling. It was normal for a boss to order his underling around. Only when no outsiders were around were they brothers. Jiang Heng had always acted this way before. That was why they considered him a brother. But now, hearing the command, yet refusing to act, wasn't he embarrassing? Mo Chengfei, Shun Xingyan, and Su Qingya also stared at Yi Yang with strange expressions. Is this Mo Chengfei's underling so lacking in awareness? His master gives an order, and he doesn't move. I said we shouldn't elevate an underling to our level. He's gotten too big for his boots. He won't even listen to his own young master. Does he think he can rebel? Listening to the murmurs around him, Yi Yang kept his head slightly lowered. But he could no longer hold back. The thought of imminent revenge made him burst into loud laughter. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Mo Chengfei, Duan Kaifeng. You two probably don't know yet, but your beloved underling Jiang Heng was killed by my men long ago. I am merely wearing Jiang Heng's face to get close to you. Have you heard of disguise techniques? As he spoke, Yi Yang peeled off a thin layer of skin from his cheek, but did not fully remove it. He still needed to keep his identity secret. When Duan Kaifeng and Mo Chengfei heard the news of Jiang Heng's death, they slammed the table and leaped up. Their eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How could Jiang Heng have been killed by you? I know his strength better than anyone. Who do you think you are to say such things? Bring Jiang Heng back, right now. Otherwise you won't leave this place alive today. Jiang sneered and snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment the door was violently smashed open. A scruffy bearded man burst and leaped onto the table, drew a long blade, and drove it deep into the surface. Then the mighty Min's marvelous chamber combination also rushed in, standing behind Jiang. The sudden scene startled everyone. They shrieked, covering their mouths, and jumped up from their seats completely at a loss. Jiang flashed his iconic war god smile, casting a contemptuous glance at those around him. Since his return, this was finally something that brought him relief. Ming Yuexing's heart tightened. Even knowing this was part of Jiang Heng's plan, she was still deeply worried. She feared that if any step went wrong, it would be too late. Seeing so many intruders, the bigwigs inside clearly began to look uneasy. Could it be, as Zhao Tianhe said, that this meeting was a trap for them? At that thought, their hearts turned icy cold, and they became panicked. Ahaha, now you understand. You thought you could swallow my territory, so be prepared for me to bite back. You were ruthless first, don't blame me for being unrighteous. As the words fell, White Dragon exuded a chilling, murderous intent, scanning the room before fixing his gaze on Chengfei. He was the one to be dealt with first. Zhao Tianhe, you're asking for death. Do you really think we have no way to deal with you? With just one word from us, do you know how many would fight to take you down? The gap in our status is too vast, you're not on our level. Surrender now, and you might still keep your miserable life. The others joined in condemning Zhao Tianhe, trying to intimidate him with their family status into giving up. But unexpectedly, Zhao Tianhe smirked disdainfully, his attitude utterly arrogant. As for you all, you pose no threat to me now. If you don't believe me, try it, and see who comes out on top. Jiang clapped his hands, then a cryptic smile on his face. This time you won't escape. The more arrogant you were before, the more you'll suffer now. I haven't forgotten the humiliation you brought me. Today I will have my revenge. With that, Jiang looked at Chengfei and waved his hand toward White Dragon. Receiving the order, White Dragon nodded immediately and reached out to grab Chengfei's neck. He intended to capture him. No way. Chengfei was startled, quickly rising and retreating backward. He sensed an intense killing intent from White Dragon. Just as White Dragon was about to seize Chengfei, a figure no one expected appeared and blocked White Dragon's hands. What do you think you're doing? White Dragon's gaze turned icy cold as he looked at the second of the Blood Shadow 5 brothers blocking him, and he growled, "Get out of my way. Are you defying the war god's orders?" Jiang hadn't anticipated the second brother helping Chengfei, and his brow deeply furrowed. "Second brother, what is this? Betraying me? What benefits did they give you? I've saved your lives more than once, and this is how you repay me." Facing their threats, the second brother showed no sign of panic. Instead, he revealed a cold, mocking smile. "War god, I have never forgotten your great kindness to me. But equally, the risks you've made me take are far from few. I, second brother, owe you nothing in this life. I know well whom to follow and whom to call master." With that, the second brother took advantage of White Dragon's distraction to kick him several meters away. At the same time, he lunged at Jiang. Once he started fighting, there was no turning back. He had to be ruthless and leave no loose ends. Jiang's eyes turned icy, murderous intent rising. But before he could stand, the other four behind him swiftly seized his hands and feet, locking him in place. "You all." Under the astonished expression of Jiang, the Blood Shadow 5 brothers successfully transformed into the formidable group known as the Mighty Man Miao Miao House, launching a counterattack against Jiang, seeking death. At this moment, Jiang saw through their betrayal. He had been oblivious, thinking they were his loyal subordinates. As the true chi within Jiang surged, he swung his arms outward instantly, sending the four flying away. Even the second brother who rushed forward was struck away by Jiang's punch. The reason he was called a war god was indeed due to his unmatched combat prowess. Bai Long also rubbed his neck and returned to Jiang's side, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Daring to betray the war god, you should be prepared for death." The few of them struggled to rise, a bead of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They felt the oppressive aura emanating from Jiang. Yet they would not give up, nor would they be afraid. "We have had enough of licking blood off the edge of a knife, living in the darkness. The time we spent away from you was the happiest time of our lives. Even if it means death, we will not regret it. At least in our final moments, we stood in the sunlight and became ordinary people." Jiang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with fury. For many years, he had never been this enraged. How could his most trusted subordinates turn against him? This was a feeling Jiang could not endure, even more painful than having his heart ripped out. "Good. If you wish to die, I won't stop you, Bai Long. Eliminate them." Bai Long nodded heavily and stepped forward, charging into the five and engaging in combat. The others were so frightened that they trembled, huddling together and not daring to make a move, fearing they might be targeted. However, many still sent signals to their underlings to come and protect them. Zhao Tianhe sneered, standing before those so-called fearless big shots. He snatched their phones and smashed them to the ground. "What's wrong? Didn't you all want to do whatever you pleased and always look down on me? Didn't expect this, did you? This is not a piece of cake, but a banquet of treachery." Once you stepped into the territory of Bamboo City, everything has been under my watch. After we eliminate those few, your clans will also collapse, and it's too late to regret now. Hearing this again, the crowd's reaction was completely different from before. The initial bravado had vanished. Yet some were still prepared to watch the show, adopting an attitude of indifference. They were confident in their own power. Even if Zhao Tianhe could take down a few clans, he could never swallow their families. Although the mighty man Miao Miao House's collective strength could not match Yang, they could still cause him some trouble, proving their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Bai Long was indeed strong, but taking on 5 was still quite difficult. Yang recognized this, and quickly moved to grab the second and third brothers, tossing them far away. He intended to have Bai Long take on 3 opponents. With 2 less, the strength of the mighty man Miao Miao House's group plummeted. Soon the battle tilted overwhelmingly in Yi Yang's favor. Knowing that betrayal leads only to death, yet you still insist on this. Since you wish to die, I shall grant you that. Dying at my hands would mean your time spent following me was not in vain. The second and third brothers exchanged glances, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They understood that this time it was most likely over. Well, we have tasted the life of ordinary people. If we must die, then so be it. Yes, in this lifetime we have no regrets. Yi Yang extended his palm and struck down at the 2 without mercy. Bang! The glass of the conference room shattered as 2 figures burst in, one lunging at Bai Long, the other kicking towards Yi Yang. This sudden change left Yi Yang momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, it was too late. He could only raise his hands to shield himself, but still he was kicked 2 meters away. Who goes there, daring to ambush me? It's me, your father. Jiang Heng, with red eyes, made a dramatic entrance, standing in front of the second and third brothers. Jiang Heng. Seeing Jiang Heng reappear, Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng were overjoyed almost to the point of tears. They had grieved for a long time after hearing from Yi Yang that Jiang Heng had been erased. They were on the verge of rushing out to take revenge against Yi Yang. Thankfully, Jiang Heng was not dead and was in good health. Ming Yuexing also sighed in relief. With Jiang Heng around, she felt fearless. Shun Xingyan and Su Qingyao looked at Jiang Heng with strange expressions, some confusion in their hearts. Is this really Mo Chengfei's true little brother? Now this is what a little brother should be, knowing to step up to protect his young master at a critical moment. So the previous Jiang Heng was a disguise. How cunning. Jiang Heng. Upon recognizing Jiang Heng's face, Yi Yang was utterly furious, his nails digging into his palm, without him even feeling it. You truly did not die. So you are the one who turned the Blood Shadow 5 brothers against me. Jiang Heng shook his head, his face devoid of warmth, pointing at Mo Chengfei. This wasn't my idea. Oh, my young master had foresight. He orchestrated this grand play long ago. He knew that this time would not be as easy as it appeared, so he instructed me to prepare. Indeed, this was all my boss' plan. Jiang Heng shouted. The crowd gasped, looking at Mo Chengfei in shock. They swallowed nervously. To have known these things in advance showed how farsighted Mo Chengfei truly was. Initially, they thought he was just a reckless youth, a spoiled rich kid. Yet unexpectedly, he was more perceptive than them, proving that the new generation surpasses the old. Everyone looked at Mo Chengfei with immense admiration. Their gazes shifted from viewing him as a junior to seeing him as a genius. Just based on this intellect, none present dared to claim they could surpass Mo Chengfei. Meanwhile, Mo Chengfei, praised by the crowd, wore a perplexed expression. In his heart, he had only one question. When did I ever do this? I just wanted to show off. Did I do anything? Jiang Heng smiled lightly, a bit pleased. Fortunately, I redirected the target. Now Yi Yang should shift his attention from me to Mo Chengfei. I am safe now. Damn, big brother. When did you plan all this? I was completely unaware. I thought we were of the same kind, yet you are so clever, ah? I'm fired up. From now on, I will take you as my example and strive to learn from you. Duan Kaifeng excitedly threw his arm around Mo Chengfei's shoulder, bursting into laughter. Mo Chengfei also came to his senses at that moment, realizing that Jiang Heng had transferred all his own merits to him. Every person in this place was a wealthy and powerful noble of high status. If he could accomplish something so monumental at this juncture without anyone else knowing, would that not prove his own strength was equally formidable? Thus others would respect Modu, even more revere Missouri Yoqian, and naturally hold him in higher regard. After grasping this, Mo Chengfei's gaze toward Jiang Heng turned, filled with emotion. What did it mean to be a loyal subordinate? This was the true definition. To go to such lengths for the sake of his leader's prestige, it was not in vain for him to cherish Jiang Heng so much. As everyone thought, Jiang Heng indeed intended to use this method to build Mo Chengfei's authority. However, another reason was that he wanted to shift the focus onto Mo Chengfei. After all, one must give to receive. Gaining without effort was simply unrealistic. Mo Chengfei, so it was you who did all this. Excellent. You have successfully angered me. If I do not kill you, I am not worthy of being a man. With that, Yi Yang lunged at Mo Chengfei with furious claws, his posture suggesting he wished to flay Mo Chengfei's skin and drink his blood. A flicker passed through Jiang Heng's eyes. The plan had clearly succeeded. Now came the most difficult part: how to save Chengfei without being killed by Yi Yang himself. Unless he used his own life as a shield, given Yi Yang's strength, killing Chengfei was as easy as turning his hand. Damn it, come at me if you have the guts. Seeing Yi Yang about to pounce on Chengfei, Jiang Heng had no time to ponder his own survival. He rushed forward and embraced Yi Yang midair, both tumbling onto the ground. What are you staring at? Get out of here. He's after you. Jiang Heng roared at Chengfei. Then what about you? Though terrified, Chengfei could not abandon Jiang Heng after all he had done for him. Why worry about me? As long as you can escape. Before Jiang Heng could finish, Yi Yang grabbed his arm and hurled him to the ground, then delivered a vicious kick to his abdomen. Ugh! Jiang Heng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Damn, the war god's reputation is no joke. I seriously suspect the novel downplayed his combat power. That kick just shattered one of my ribs. After kicking Jiang Heng away, Yi Yang glared at Chengfei, with bloodshot eyes, advancing step by step. Clutching his stomach, Jiang Heng forced himself to stand and glanced at Bailong, who was locked in a bitter fight nearby. His eyes lit up as an idea struck him. He then strode forward, enduring a punch from Yi Yang to forcefully grab him by the waist and hurl him toward Bailong. As he threw him, he added, "Bailong, take down Jiang Heng quickly." Bailong turned to see Yi Yang flying toward him, and without a second thought leaped high and stomped Yi Yang underfoot. Since Yi Yang was now disguised as Jiang Heng, no one else could tell them apart. Bailong was no exception. After pinning Yi Yang down, he drew a dagger and drove it viciously toward Yi Yang's heart. There was no hesitation. This was the very warrior Yi Yang had trained. When he struck, he always aimed for the kill. Seeing the dagger closing in, the Macho Men's Den team, believing it was Jiang Heng under attack, tried to rush to his rescue. But Fei Niao blocked their path, whispering a warning. "Don't go over there. That's not Jiang Heng, it's an enemy. Jiang Heng carries the golden dagger the boss gave him. This man does not. We cannot rely on appearances now. He who has the dagger is Jiang Heng. Without it, he is the foe." At this, the group finally understood, a hint of glee appearing on their faces. As the dagger neared Yi Yang's heart, his eyes sharpened. True chi erupted from his body, sending Bailong flying backward in an instant. Yi Yang rose to his feet, glaring at Bailong with venom. "Bailong, are you betraying me too?" Stunned by the blow, Bailong's mind reeled. He looked at the other Jiang Heng, even more bewildered. Who the hell is real and who is fake? Frowning, Yi Yang exuded a murderous aura as he stalked toward Bailong, intending to finish him off. He showed no mercy to traitors. Feeling the familiar killing intent, Bailong's heart tightened. He knew it was Yi Yang. He quickly knelt and kowtowed an apology. "Forgive me, war god. I did not know it was you. This is all a misunderstanding. I am your most loyal subordinate. How could I ever betray you? Please give me another chance." "Fine. I'll give you one chance," Yi Yang suddenly said. Bailong's head shot up, a gleam of hope in his eyes. He believed Yi Yang trusted him. Yet in the next second, the dagger in his own hand plunged deep into his own heart. His life force rapidly dissipated, an unprecedented weakness washing over him. War god. Why? Bailong's pupils dilated as his vitality faded to nothing. Blood splattered across Yi Yang's face, pooling on the floor and staining the tiles crimson. Seeing so much blood, Fei Niao's eyes narrowed, a chill racing from his spine to his crown. The Macho Men's Den team, however, rejoiced. This was a dog-eat-dog scenario. They were fortunate to have escaped Yi Yang's dominion in time to become Jiang Heng's men. Otherwise, who knew if their fate would mirror Bailong's? That nuisance is finally dead. We were wiser to foresee this. With Bailong gone, Yi Yang is isolated now. Maybe we can take this chance to kill him here and avenge ourselves. With that thought, the Macho Men's Den team grew eager, itching for action. But Fei Niao held them back, retreating step by step, his eyes filled with profound fear and dread. Not feigned, but a deep, soul-shaking tremor. "No. It's bad. Quick. We must leave here now. If we don't go, we'll die." The others paused, puzzled. Why be so scared? It's Bailong who died, not one of ours. With Bailong dead, we can wear Yi Yang down with sheer numbers. Don't run, let's attack together. Today is the day Yi Yang dies. But Fei Niao shook his head vigorously. A closer look revealed his hands trembling slightly. The most dangerous one now is not him, but Jiang Heng. It's Jiang Heng. This statement once again left the group somewhat perplexed. They acknowledged that Jiang Heng's strength was indeed considerable. Yet they had always remained by Yi Yang's side. They understood Yi Yang's power and prowess far better, possessing a clear scale to weigh who was stronger. In a real fight, Jiang Heng would absolutely be no match for Yi Yang. Are you mistaken? Jiang Heng is our comrade. Why would he ever attack us? Exactly, we shouldn't flee, but instead go to assist Jiang Heng. No, that's not it. Something's not right. Lao Air swallowed hard, sensing a formidable aura rising behind them. That sensation. It was even comparable to Yi Yang in his prime. The others, belatedly realizing the shift, whipped their heads around to look at Jiang Heng's position. There they saw Jiang Heng in a bizarre state, with an endless surge of true chi erupting from within him. Each wave grew more powerful than the last, as if there were no limits. What on earth is Yi Yang also turned to gaze at Jiang Heng, his brow slightly furrowing as he sensed an ominous foreboding. Ha 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 ha. It's been so many years. I haven't seen the sight of blood in ages. Good. Very good. You've succeeded. You've awakened what I've suppressed for 5 years. Jiang Heng abruptly lifted his head. His eyes had turned a bloodshot crimson, and the murderous intent around him was nearly solidifying into a tangible form. He resembled a demon crawling out from the abyss, bearing a fanged maw as he fixed his gaze on Yi Yang. This is Yi Yang's eyes narrowed as a memory surfaced of a tale his master once told him. I recall the old man mentioning a type of person who from birth is extremely sensitive to blood and craves it. Such individuals are born as warriors. If they touch blood, they lose all reason and become beasts driven solely by slaughter. Natural-born killers. Could Jiang Heng be? Fei Niao pulled the Mingnian Miao Miao Wu group back, while also gathering Mo Chengfei and the others together. He stared at Jiang Heng with extreme caution. His eyes were filled with dread and fear. What's going on? Mo Chengfei was astonished. It was the first time he had seen Jiang Heng in such a state. It was utterly unlike the Jiang Heng he once knew, as if he had become a completely different person. Fei Niao replied in a trembling voice. Jiang Heng loses control of his actions the moment he encounters blood. Once while he was killing someone, the boss encountered him, saw his formidable strength, and took him in as a subordinate. Later the boss learned of Jiang Heng's peculiar trait and forbade him from killing. After forcibly suppressing Jiang Heng for 5 years, he assigned Jiang Heng to your side, to serve as your attendant. But this trait was only concealed, not eradicated. The moment he sees blood, he still goes mad. And such people share a common name. Blood dancers. Mo Chengfei had never imagined Jiang Heng possessed such a hidden identity. His eyes widened in shock. He was utterly astounded. He had never once noticed, which explained why whenever he ordered Jiang Heng to eliminate someone, Jiang Heng would always shake his head in refusal. Ming Yuexing's body trembled with tension. She wanted to step forward and stop Jiang Heng, yet her feet refused to move. The current Jiang Heng was terrifying beyond measure. A blood dancer, is it? Indeed, a rare existence. In all my years of battle, I've only encountered one like you. In that case, let you be the first blood dancer I ever slay. With that, Yi Yang struck, first flashing before Jiang Heng. He thrust out a palm, but Jiang Heng dodged with agility. Not only that, but Jiang Heng seized Yi Yang's retreating arm, pulling him closer, while simultaneously kicking out. What? Yi Yang hadn't anticipated Jiang Heng's speed to increase so drastically. In desperation, he could only raise one arm to block. Yet he was still sent flying back several steps by the terrifying force before halting. Is that all? The legendary war god is nothing more than this. Though Jiang Heng craved blood, having stayed by Mo Yuexiang's side for so many years, he had learned to suppress it. Amidst his impulse, a sliver of consciousness remained. Of course, he also knew that his own strength was no match for Yi Yang. Thus he unleashed his trump card without delay. Explosive body art, crimson flame, withering. Jiang Heng's true chi surged several times stronger, and his murderous intent thickened correspondingly. This secret art was exactly what Jiang Heng had obtained from Patriarch Qin's residence. Originally, this secret art should have been Yi Yang's reward, but Jiang Heng intercepted it mid-course, claiming it for himself. It was a technique that temporarily amplified one's strength by burning lifespan and essence blood surpassing the usual peak limit. This was precisely why Jiang Heng had earlier claimed that with this art, he could survive against Yi Yang. Even if he couldn't win, he could simply use the secret art to escape. It would suffice. A secret art? You actually possess such a treasure. Then I can't let you live. Yi Yang's eyes reddened with greed for the secret art on Jiang Heng. Such things were rare and sought after. Once encountered, one must obtain it at any cost. This opportunity wouldn't come again. Come on. Jiang Heng roared, charging forward to lock in combat with Yi Yang. The air around them echoed with sonic booms from their swift and fierce attacks. In such a battle, it was impossible to discern the techniques they employed. Only faint afterimages could be seen, their speed astonishing. Yi Yang, true to his title of war god, possessed terrifying strength. Even facing Jiang Heng at full power with the explosive body art, he not only held his ground, but fought to a stalemate. Yet this was only how it appeared to most onlookers. From the perspective of the Mingnian Miao Miao Wu group, it was entirely different. They weren't surprised by Yi Yang's immense power. Rather, they were astonished that Jiang Heng could last so long against him. As former subordinates of the war god, they knew all too well how formidable Yi Yang was in the past. He was synonymous with invincibility. They had never witnessed anyone able to engage Yi Yang in battle and remain undefeated for such a stretch. This defied their understanding. Is Jiang Heng's strength truly this immense? Then why didn't he eliminate us immediately last time? Given the power he's displaying now, even if we were 5 against 1 back, then would have been slaughtered. It seems Brother Jiang spared our lives, choosing not to kill us outright. We must not betray his trust. From now on, we will support him with all our might. At this thought, everyone's blood began to boil with excitement. Their admiration for Jiang Heng grew ever stronger. At that moment, Jiang Heng was locked in a bitter struggle. Yi Yang's strength exceeded his imagination. Every strike he delivered was deftly evaded by Yi Yang. Truly, he was a man worthy of being called the war god. However, Jiang Heng never expected to defeat Yi Yang. He only needed to buy time. The underlings outside should have heard the commotion and rushed in. Just hold on a little longer than slip away. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Yang suddenly erupted, delivering a punch that slammed him into the wall, embedding him deeply within it. Damn, you hit hard. Jiang Heng spat out a mouthful of blood, the killing intent in his eyes growing even denser, and the last shred of his sanity was on the verge of being consumed. Yi Yang glared fiercely at Jiang Heng, ready to move forward and annihilate him, but then he abruptly halted. His ears twitched slightly as he caught the shouts of the underlings from below the stairs. Damn it! I won't let you off next time. Yi Yang knew that the opportunity to kill Jiang Heng had slipped away unless he was willing to pay any price. But that would allow the ensuing underlings to slow him down, making his escape difficult. He could only turn in fury, smash through the window, and flee the meeting room at top speed. Watching Yi Yang's desperate retreat, a cold sneer curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. Think you can escape? It won't be that easy. At least you'll have to pay a price to leave this place. As Yi Yang fled the meeting room, injuring several underlings, and preparing to leave Bamboo City, the unexpected struck. Suddenly, a massive crowd of underlings surged from the outskirts of Zhao Tian's company, at least 500 strong. And leading them was none other than Qin Xiaoying. She was supposed to attend the meeting here, but Jiang Heng had called her midway, instructing her to bring her people and lie in wait outside. Do not enter the company. All this was to block Yi Yang's escape. Just as Jiang Heng said. There really are troublemakers. Get him. Take him down. Qin Xiaoying waved her hand grandly, and the underlings around her roared to the heavens, charging at Yi Yang like madmen. Surrounded by so many, even if Yi Yang could break free, he would still suffer some injuries. Moreover, he was already bearing the wounds inflicted by Jiang Heng. How can there be so many people? I've been set up. Yi Yang clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in bitter frustration. All of this was the work of Chengfei. One day, he would surely take his revenge. But the immediate problem was fighting his way out of the encirclement of these numerous underlings. With this in mind, Yi Yang held nothing back, leaping high and then plunging into the crowd. He intended to rely on his formidable strength to carve out a bloody path. Inside the meeting room, the bloodshot look in Jiang Heng's eyes gradually cleared. The explosive body technique he had used also began to wane. His complexion rapidly turned pale, and his whole body felt drained, as if he had expended himself 100 times over. This was the after effect of using the explosive body technique. There would be a period of weakness. Seeing Yi Yang flee in panic, Ming Yuexing was the first to rush over, firmly supporting the tottering Jiang Heng. Her eyes were filled with worry. Are you alright? Are you badly injured anywhere? Quick, let's get you to the hospital. Jiang Heng coughed and shook his head weakly. I won't die just yet. Let me rest for a while. Don't move me for now. Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng also hurried over, grabbing Jiang Heng's arms to examine him closely. They even pulled out bandages and handed them to Jiang Heng, urging him to dress his wounds. Jiang Heng, I never knew you were this loyal. Once you've recovered, we'll go back to Magic City and become sworn brothers. I want him too. To have you as a brother, he'll have no regrets in this life. Big brother, second brother. Big brother, third brother. As they spoke, their blood surged with excitement. They knelt on the ground, cupping their hands, as if ready to swear a blood oath on the spot. The corner of Jiang Heng's mouth twitched. If he weren't immobilized, he would have slapped each of them. In this badly hurt, and you don't even think to bring some gifts first. Who wants to become sworn brothers with you? Imperfectly happy being a mere underling. Damn it, if I'd known Yi Yang was such a monster, I would have had the underlings rush in with me, and at least they could have taken a few punches for me. This time Shen Xingyan and Su Qingjia's expressions toward Jiang Heng had completely changed. They were filled with admiration for his deeds. Even though he couldn't defeat his opponent, he still risked his life to save Chengfei. Such an underling. They wished they could have one too. At that moment, someone remembered Zhao Tianhe, who had been cast aside and couldn't help but frown. He bellowed in a deep voice, Zhao Tianhe, get the hell over here. Damn it. We remember exactly what you did and said just now. Now it's time for you to pay for your actions. Spurred by the outburst, the others recalled, as well scanning the room angrily. Finally, they dragged a trembling Zhao Tianhe out from under a bench in the meeting room. Get over here. Zhao Tian's body shook uncontrollably, his legs barely functioning. He had indeed been arrogant, and the plan had proceeded as expected at first. But at the critical moment, the group had suddenly turned against him and started fighting. Then Jiang Heng and Fei Niao had charged in one after another, reversing the situation in an instant. This meant that none of the plans they had envisioned had even been set in motion before it was all over. And all of this had been devised by Chengfei, the one he had previously dismissed as the least intelligent. Just how much power did this young man possess to accomplish such a feat? Zhao Tianhe, it's time to settle our accounts. A hot-tempered boss began to rain punches and kicks on Zhao Tianhe, each blow delivered with full force and no mercy. Seeing this, the others also joined in beating Zhao Tianhe to vent their rage. Ah, stop. Please. I'm sorry I was wrong. I want dare again, this wasn't my idea. It was all that, mister. Yes, doing I was just a pawn, it has nothing to do with me. Zhao Tianhe covered his head, pleading incessantly. But how many people believed his words? And even if what he said was true, so what? It didn't stop them from beating him. Right or wrong, they'd vent their anger first with a good thrashing. Soon Zhao Tianhe was beaten to within an inch of his life, spitting blood and losing several teeth. Fortunately, Fei Niao was quick-witted enough to block Jiang Heng's view and swiftly wiped the blood from the floor. Otherwise, who knew if Jiang Heng might lose control again? At that point, no one would be able to stop him. Surrounded by several people, Jiang Heng struggled to his feet and sat down on a comfortable sofa. He placed a cigarette between his lips, took a deep drag, and exhaled a hazy ring of smoke. A chill gleamed in his eyes. This time, Yi Yang is going to take a big fall. With that, Jiang Heng touched the USB drive in his pocket, a cryptic smile spreading across his lips. As long as he held this object, not only would Yi Yang's previous efforts be in vain, but the other family forces would also pose no threat to the Mo family. Unable to repay such a great kindness, the only option was to find a chance to eliminate him. Mo Chengfei and the others gathered around Jiang Heng, incessantly asking if he was injured, until Jiang Heng grew annoyed. I'm really fine. Leave the rest to you. I need to return to the hotel and rest. Ming Yuexing volunteered to support Jiang Heng and walk him to the hotel, leaving the others to continue their discussions. Mo Chengfei wanted to follow, but Jiang Heng kicked him back. Don't come. You are the leader, now the young prodigy in their eyes. This is your best chance to build your reputation. Perform well. Fei Niao, protect the young master, and keep him from speaking recklessly. Fei Niao, now awed by Jiang Heng's formidable strength, nodded obediently. He dared not defy Jiang Heng's orders. After kicking Mo Chengfei away, Duan Kaifeng approached again. Brother, let me go with you. I'm worried something might happen. Jiang Heng shook his head and pushed Duan Kaifeng back to Mo Chengfei's side. Both of you go show off together. This is the crucial moment. The people here are the leaders of various families. Don't you want to leave a good impression? After speaking, Jiang Heng quietly pulled Ming Yuexing, signaling her to leave quickly. If he kept talking, would he ever be able to leave? In the garden outside, his subordinates were kneeling in pain, half dead, and groaning on the ground. Yi Yang was nowhere to be seen, having likely slipped away. Truly a man blessed by the protagonist's halo, always saved by fate in the face of great danger. If anyone else had faced so many opponents, they would have died long ago. Qin Xiaoying stood at the entrance, her face dark and gloomy. She had eagerly brought over 500 subordinates, thinking this force could halt Yi Yang's advance. Yet to her surprise, they couldn't even hold out for 10 minutes. Yi Yang charged into the crowd like he was bullying kindergarten children. One punch, one enemy. Damn it. Why is there someone so freakishly strong? 1 against 500. Is that even humanly possible? No wonder Jiang Heng was so wary of Yi Yang. Knowing his strength, who wouldn't be? Then Qin Xiaoying glanced over and saw Jiang Heng being helped out by Ming Yuexing. Panic flashed in her eyes as she hurried over. Jiang Heng, are you okay? You're injured. Did Yi Yang do this? How dare he hurt you? They'll have him blacklisted immediately. She pulled out her phone, looking serious. Jiang Heng reached out, took her phone, and hung up, shaking his head. No need. Though I'm a bit hurt, it's not serious. It's mostly the aftermath of using a secret technique. He'll recover after some rest. They're still discussing how to divide Zhao Tian's real estate resources upstairs. Go and claim your share. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiaoying kept shaking her head, utterly indifferent to the matter. No, claiming a share doesn't matter now. Your safety comes first. Come on, I'll go back with you. Qin Xiaoying moved to his other side, draped his arm over her shoulder, and headed for the door. Something's off. Isn't this woman usually obsessed with business? Such a huge opportunity doesn't tempt her, but she's worried about me. Could it be she knows about my 6.5 record and wants to verify it with me? Qin Xiaoying blushed, lowering her head shyly. What 6.5 hours? Exaggerating is against the law. Be careful or Zhang Xin will come for you. Ming Yuexing also stared at Qin Xiaoying with a strange look, sensing something amiss. In her understanding, Qin Xiaoying was always the top young talent in the magic capital, especially in business, where she was unmatched. Faced with such a huge opportunity, she wasn't tempted this time. And her relationship with Jiang Heng seemed more complicated than it appeared. Could she be trying to steal her man? At that thought, Ming Yuexing felt a surge of crisis and quickly spoke. Qin Xiaoying, maybe you should go up and discuss with them. Only Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng are there. Aren't you worried they'll mess things up and get tricked? If it were just them, it'd be fine, but they're representing the magic capital's face. Qin Xiaoying's eyes flickered, and she frowned deeply. Indeed, she was tempted by business matters, a true workaholic. But giving up the chance to be with Jiang Heng was also hard. After half a minute of inner conflict, she ultimately couldn't trust Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng's loose tongues. She bit her lip reluctantly. All right, I'll go up and check first. Send me the address. They'll come find you as soon as I'm done. With that, she waved and hurried back to the meeting room. Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng were notorious playboys. Letting them negotiate with those old foxes would surely end in disaster, potentially affecting the magic capital's market. Watching Qin Xiaoying leave, Ming Yuexing breathed a sigh of relief. Her expression relaxed. Jiang Heng noticed her change and smiled. What's wrong? Feeling threatened? You seem afraid of Qin Xiaoying coming with us. Worried she might see something she shouldn't. Ming Yuexing blushed knowing what he meant. She said shyly, I never thought that. I'm just worried Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng will mess things up. With Qin Xiaoying there I can rest easy. Ming Yuexing offered a weak excuse. Jiang Heng nodded slightly, a cryptic smile on his face. This little girl isn't honest at all. She's just afraid Qin Xiaoying will snatch me away from her. But her jealous expression is amusing. He'll reward her a little when we get back to the hotel. Hearing about the reward at the hotel, Ming Yuexing immediately understood his meaning. Her body trembled slightly, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Was he raised on kidneys? Even in this state, he couldn't behave. Soon Jiang Heng and Ming Yuexing returned to the hotel together. Lying on the bed, Jiang Heng suddenly felt his spirits lift. He reached out and pulled Ming Yuexing into his arms, both of them lying on the bed. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Ming Yuexing's cheeks flushed, and she playfully tapped Jiang Heng's chest, pretending to be angry. Stop messing around. You need to rest now. Do you want me to get you some hot water? All right, go ahead. Jiang Heng released Ming Yuexing, feeling that this kind of life was quite pleasant. After I get rid of Yang, I'll find a time to take her traveling. Come to think of it, I haven't traveled in a long time. Ming Yuexing heard Jiang Heng's inner thoughts and couldn't help but reveal a sweet-moved smile. At that moment, she suddenly remembered an important person. Turning her head, she asked, By the way, Jiang Heng, do you know where Mushu is? It seems like we haven't seen her all day. Oh, that's true. Jiang Heng also realized that it wasn't just Mushu who was missing. Su Qiyun hadn't appeared in his sight either. No wonder he felt exceptionally peaceful today. It turned out two people were missing. Both Su Qiyun and Mushu are gone. Where have those two troublemakers run off to? I hope they aren't causing me more trouble. With that, Jiang Heng quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Su Qian's number. Hello? Where have you gone? Are you still alive? Initially, Su Qiyun was quite happy to receive Jiang Heng's call. But upon hearing his words, she immediately felt displeased. What did he mean by still alive? She was perfectly fine, or why would she want to die? I'm at the hotel, not dead yet. Good, if you're not dead, pack up. Once Mo Chengfei and the others finish discussing the real estate matters, we'll head back to Modu. Without giving Su Qiyun any room to argue, Jiang Heng immediately hung up the phone. He then turned off his phone. Ah, the world is peaceful again. Ming Yuexing was also a bit worried about Mushu, so she called her. The reply was also that she was at the hotel. Are you at the Shuimunyanhua Hotel? We are too. How about I come over to find you? Hearing that Ming Yuexing wanted to come find her, and Mushu gasped and immediately jumped out of bed. She was currently lying down with Su Qiyun, their clothes in disarray. If Ming Yuexing saw this, she would surely think something. No. Confirm something. Oh no. There's no need. How about I come over to you instead? Ming Yuexing didn't think much of it and nodded. No problem. After hanging up, Mushu quickly got up and dressed, opened the door, and walked a few steps to Ming Yuexing's room. I'm very close. It was right next door. Seeing Mushu move so quickly, Ming Yuexing was stunned. Why bother calling when it was so close? It would have been better to just come over. Su Qiyun was also behind Mushu. They came in together. Jiang Heng lay spread-eagled on the bed, peacefully waiting for Ming Yuexing to bring his hot water. But as soon as he looked up, he saw the figures of Su Qiyun and Mushu. His mood instantly soured. Why have those two troublemakers come? Can I have some peace and quiet? So annoying, him their leader, not their babysitter. Thinking this, Jiang Heng turned over and pulled the blanket over himself. He prepared to sleep for a while, hoping to heal his injuries. Jiang Heng had no idea that all his inner thoughts were being heard by Mushu and Su Qiyun. What did he mean by troublemakers? Were they really that annoying? The angrier she got, the more Su Qiyun wanted to rush over and confront Jiang Heng. But Ming Yuexing grabbed her arm. She made a shushing gesture with her hand. Jiang Heng got into a fight with someone today and was seriously injured. Don't disturb him. Let him rest. What? Injured? Upon learning that Jiang Heng was hurt, the anger in Su Qian's eyes immediately turned to worry. She nervously grabbed Ming Yuexing and asked, Is he okay? If he's injured, shouldn't he go to the hospital? Did the hospital refuse to let you in? He'll go by a hospital right now for Jiang Heng to recover. With that, Su Qiyun really did run towards the door. Judging by her demeanor, she wasn't joking. And given her status, buying a hospital was no big deal. Jiang Heng curled up in his blanket, heard Su Qian's words, and was slightly stunned. A warm current flowed through his heart. This woman actually wants to buy a whole hospital just to heal my injuries. I have to say, this is the joy of being rich. If I were wealthy and powerful, I'd be even more arrogant than her. It's really not in vain that I've taken care of her so much before it was worth it. And Mushu stopped Su Qian's actions, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Su Qiyun had even slept with her, yet she was still so worried about Jiang Heng. This stirred up a surge of jealousy within her, and she couldn't help but say, What hospital are you buying? Wouldn't it be more correct to just call the doctors here? Surgeons, physicians, and fertility. Just call the top doctors from the hospital. Jiang Heng, under the covers, almost spat blood. What the hell was infertility? Who were they implying? Right. They'll contact someone right now. Su Qiyun pulled out her phone and dialed the number of the director of the best hospital in Jiuqing. Upon hearing that the caller was Su Qiyun, the little princess of Baiqing, without a word, he brought a medical team and rushed straight to the Shimu Nianhua Hotel. But he didn't know the patient's specific symptoms or what the problem was. Out of habit, he called in the heads of the infertility department and other departments. After all, if something had gone wrong at the Shimu Nianhua Hotel aside from infertility, what other reason could there be? It couldn't be that they used too much force, broke the bed, and it fell on his head, could it? Probably not. Ming Yuexing was also a bit worried that something was really wrong with Jiang Heng, so she didn't stop Su Qiyun. In less than half an hour, the director stormed into the room with his team carrying a large bag of medical equipment. Which gentleman or lady is here for infertility? Jiang Heng. You are the one who's infertile? Your whole family is infertile. I curse you. Under the gentle examinations of over a dozen doctors, Jiang Heng lay on the bed with a look of utter despair, his mouth twitching constantly. The director of the infertility department in particular examined him most thoroughly. But the conclusion he reached was astonishing. This gentleman's lower body is very healthy and even stronger than the average man. Simply put, he has greater capability than most men. With his stamina, he could last 5 hours per session 10 times a day. These are all completely without issue. Sir, I can give you a suggestion here. You could consider donating your sperm to a... Get the hell out. Jiang Heng kicked the director flying, sending blood spurting from his nose. Under the threat of Jiang Heng's blazing fury, the doctors scurried away with their medical equipment. However, after they left, Jiang Heng noticed a shift in the gazes of the women in the room, now tinged with fervor and excitement. What kind of look is that? He wondered. Could they possibly be thinking of? Oh, no. Then his expression turned stern. Come on, you beasts. I'm ready, he declared. Let's go completely wild. As he prepared to strip and leap up, Ming Yuexing slapped him down with annoyance in her eyes. Get some rest, she scolded. Stop moving around. After reprimanding him, she turned her gaze to Ming Yuexing and Su Qiyun. She pushed them out of the room. Go to Zhao Tian's company and join the meeting with them, she urged. I'm worried they can't handle it. Isn't that why you came here? If you're late, it'll be too late. Leaving them no room to resist, Ming Yuexing slammed the door shut and quickly locked it. The moment she did, she felt a cool breeze behind her and was enveloped by a broad chest. Can't wait any longer, huh? All right then, came a voice. Let's see if that doctor was telling the truth. Ming Yuexing's face flushed crimson down to her neck as she let out a faint mosquito-like sound. Outside the door, Ming Yuexing and Su Qiyun stared at each other wide-eyed. They instinctively leaned in to eavesdrop, their hearts filled with envy. 5 hours. Where could one find such a beast? Even a workhorse from the production team would have to bow in admiration and kowtow as a disciple. After savoring the moment outside, Ming Yuexing quickly pulled Su Qiyun away from the hotel. They intended to claim their share of the spoils. After all, their purpose here was to discuss how to deal with Zhao Tianhe. Eavesdropping all the time wasn't quite appropriate. However, when they entered the meeting room, they froze. They stood dumbfounded at the door, rubbing their eyes vigorously, doubting if they were dreaming. Inside, Chengfei sat at the head of the table, legs crossed on the surface. Beside him, several beautiful secretaries massaged his shoulders, while some unnamed bigwigs kneaded his legs. Someone even peeled grapes and fed them into his mouth. Most absurdly, fellow young masters and ladies like Shen Xingyan and Su Qingyao were pouring tea and fetching water for him. They had completely reduced themselves to underlings serving Chengfei. This. Am I seeing things? One murmured. Am I still asleep? When did Chengfei gain such prestige? Good heavens, isn't that a big shot from Stone City? Why is he lighting a cigarette for Chengfei? Everyone here seems to be serving Chengfei. Should we join in? The other asked. After hesitating, they decided to wait and see. They were princesses in their own domains, not necessarily higher than Chengfei, but certainly not far beneath him. Two noble ladies massaging someone's legs and shoulders. They were unwilling. Chengfei sat at the head, thoroughly enjoying himself. This, he thought, was what life should be. His previous existence, 100 million a month, was merely survival. Qin Xiaoying tapped Chengfei on the head and said sternly, had enough fun. Let's discuss the specific distribution. Chengfei nodded, his expression quickly turning serious. He waved his hand for everyone to sit down. Today's victory over Zhao Tianhe is the result of all our efforts. Without your help, I wouldn't have had it so easy. Hearing this, everyone knew Chengfei was just being polite. They responded with smiles. Master Mo is too modest. We did nothing. It's all your achievement. Indeed, Master Mo is accomplished at such a young age, surpassing us seniors. I have immense admiration for your character and intelligence. Chengfei was greatly pleased by these flattering words, and his mood lifted. Since you all honor me so much, I can't let you down. Hey, race the deal. The real estate market here, well, split it 50-50. Before he could finish, Qin Xiaoying covered his mouth to stop him. I'm already aware of the specifics, she said. Let me discuss this on behalf of Master Mo. She sat down and used a projector to display data sheets, all showing recent fluctuations in the real estate market and the flow of Zhao Tian's assets. Everyone please look at this. The results of my market research, she announced. Zhu City's real estate market is the largest in the country with the best sales and highest prices. Not a single property here costs less than 3 billion. At the sight of the data, everyone's eyes burned with greed. Wasn't this exactly what they had come for? Owning this market would boost their fixed assets to at least 50 billion, possibly exceeding their liquid capital. Now that Zhao Tianhe was completely finished, these assets naturally belonged to them. Qin Xiaoying noticed their expressions, and a faint smile curled at her lips. I know you're all eager to claim this land, she said. But I must remind you, as discussed earlier, more work means more reward. Only through contribution can one reap benefits. This land was secured mainly thanks to Master Mo's efforts and strategies. As for you all, at these words their expressions darkened instantly. They caught the implication they had done nothing, so claiming assets was impossible. Miss Qin, I think there's a problem with that statement, one said. We all traveled a long way and worked together to pressure Zhao Tianhe. Otherwise your plan wouldn't have gone so smoothly, right? Exactly. Another chimed in. Even without credit, we deserve some recognition. We should at least get a share. We can't leave empty-handed. As the tension in the room escalated and the air grew thick with hostility, Qin Xiaoying remained calm and unruffled. She had been battling in the business world for years, bringing immense wealth to the Qin family and encountering countless old foxes. Her endurance was no accident. Don't worry, everyone, she said. I never said you'd get nothing, nor do I intend to monopolize everything. You must give to receive. The four great families of Modu have sacrificed not only financial and human resources, but also strategy and execution to finalize the plan. Is it unreasonable for us to hold the distribution rights? There was indeed no argument about this matter. Though the others felt displeased, they knew the people from Modu had the upper hand in this regard. Yet they would never let go of the duck meat that was about to fall into their hands. Miss Qin makes a valid point, but how do you propose we divide it? While we may not match Modu's individual strength combined, we are by no means weak. These people could barely contain themselves now, almost on the verge of stating it outright. Qin Xiaoying decided not to beat around the bush. She drew several large red circles on the projector. Bamboo City is divided into 4 parts, each with distinct commercial focuses in the east, southwest, and north. I have studied which sectors you primarily operate in, and after consolidating the information arrived at a conclusion. The western area has the most diverse elements involving various types of commerce. Developing this area would also benefit the growth of your other family industries. I have decided to allocate the entire western area to you, while we will take the other regions. Looking at the western territory on the projector, the crowd's lips twitched. They felt a strong urge to strike. The western land was indeed excellent, with a richer variety of industries compared to the other 3 areas. But damn it, that was the smallest piece of land. Apart from Modu's 4 major families, there were 21 other families seated here. How could 21 families share a single plot? 1 house per person. Miss Qin, don't you think this approach is a bit? Before the man could finish, Chengfei suddenly slammed the table with a thud. The tea on the table was knocked over. Everyone instinctively flinched. Don't push your luck, damn it. You haven't done a thing all day, yet you want a piece of this and that. You just came for a stroll and got so many benefits. Isn't that enough? Still complaining. If it's too difficult, then forget it. After saying that, Chengfei placed his hands under the table and tried to flip it over with all his might. But the table was too large and too heavy. Lacking strength, he only managed to lift it 2 centimeters. Forget it, let's proceed. Chengfei sat back down awkwardly, his lips twitching. The others stared at him blankly, momentarily speechless. Although Chengfei hadn't flipped the table, his gesture had undoubtedly added immense psychological pressure. Their complaints were merely dissatisfaction with Qin Xiaoying's decision. In truth, they had already gained considerable advantages. To demand more would be shameless. Qin Xiaoying smiled softly, casting an appreciative glance at Chengfei. In this regard, Chengfei was indeed adept. He could curse and flip his mood in an instant, paying no heed to anyone's status. Dissatisfied? Come take a stroll in Modu. If you leave with even your underwear intact, they'd consider it a loss. Since the division is settled, the western area is yours to allocate among yourselves. We'll take our leave now. Hope you all enjoy yourselves. With that, Qin Xiaoying left the meeting room satisfied. Chengfei and the others followed closely behind. No one dared to stop them. The gap between them and Modu was simply too vast. Had they possessed even a shred of bargaining power, they wouldn't have been so passive. Back at the hotel, the group opened champagne in their room to celebrate. Duan Kaifeng thought of Jiang Heng and quickly called him. Bro, we're back at the hotel. Come join the celebration. We've won big. But the only response from the other end was 2 words. Busy. With that, Jiang Heng hung up. Ming Yuexing's expression turned somewhat gloomy. Earlier, Jiang Heng had mentioned that interruptions would add an extra hour to their task. Thanks to Duan Kaifeng's call, they'd likely need another hour to finish. As night approached, Jiang Heng and Ming Yuexing staggered weakly into the adjacent room. Inside, it was lively and boisterous with jubilant cheers and clamor. After partying for so long, they showed no signs of fatigue, still euphoric and carefree. Seeing Jiang Heng and Ming Yuexing enter, Chengfei's face lit up. He quickly stepped forward, pulled Jiang Heng inside, and shoved a bottle of champagne into his hand. Why are you so late? You're late. You have to make up for it. Down this bottle first. Ming Yuexing walked over to the sofa and sat down, her cheeks flushed and eyes carrying a hint of weariness. She hadn't had a chance to rest after the strenuous effort. Jiang Heng looked at the champagne in his hand, his lips twitching involuntarily. He wanted to set it aside, having no desire to drink. If it weren't for the repeated calls from Duan Kaifeng and Chengfei, he wouldn't have bothered coming. They wouldn't even give him a moment's rest. You guys drink. I'm a bit tired and want to rest. But Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng paid no heed to Jiang Heng's fatigue. They popped the cap and shoved the bottle into his mouth, pouring relentlessly. Rest? What rest? This is the perfect time to drink. How can you rest? You did such a huge favor for me today. When else would we celebrate, if not now? Today we drink till we drop. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in panic. The wine in the bottle visibly diminished rapidly as he was forced to gulp it down mouthful after mouthful. Soon the first bottle was finished, followed by the second, the third, the fourth. After 10 minutes, Jiang Heng was utterly drenched in alcohol compounded by his prior exhaustion. He was already slightly tipsy. Damn it, you're forcing me to drink, huh? Today none of you. Hick, none of you are getting away. Watch me drink you all under the table. Jiang Heng stomped on a crate, one hand on his hip, the other lifting a freshly opened bottle to chug. Come on, one bottle for me, one for you. Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng grinned, mimicking Jiang Heng's stance and drinking fiercely. They didn't back down, and even the light-drinking Ming Yuexing downed a few bottles. 3 hours later, they had lost count of how much they'd consumed. All were utterly drunk and disheveled. Only Qin Xiaoying remained sober, not touching a drop. Hick, still up for more. Get up and keep going. Jiang Heng kicked Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng. But they were already lost in a drunken stupor, sprawled on the floor, snoring loudly. Worthless. Jiang Heng snorted, his steps unsteady, nearly falling. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoying was quick to catch him, wrapping her arms around him. Seeing Jiang Heng so drunk, a flicker of concern passed through her eyes. No more drinking. Come, let's go to sleep together. At the mere mention of sleep, Jiang Heng immediately perked up. He steadied himself, waving his hands in refusal. No, not really. Can we just sleep without doing anything? Damn it, if I keep sleeping like this, I'll die. Let me just scrape by with my life. Qin Xiaoying frowned slightly, as if struck by a thought. Her eyes widened in shock as she glanced toward Ming Yuexing's position. Could those two have already? How is that possible? So fast. I knew Ming Yuexing calling Jiang Heng here on a business trip was no good. Damn it. She beat me to it. No. I have to catch up. Come on. Let's go sleep together. I'm wearing culottes. Jiang Heng. Even if you wore lace-trimmed stockings, it wouldn't matter. I'm too exhausted to move. It's like switching from automatic to manual. You'll have to do it yourself. How about another day? I have no energy left. Another day? That sounds great. Then let's go now. Qin Xiaoying's eyes lit up, ignoring Jiang Heng's protests. She dragged him into a newly opened room. Jiang Heng. Holy crap. Did she misunderstand something? I'm in another day, not another day in that way. It's over. I'm done for. Instead of being killed by Yi Yang, it'll be finished off by Qin Xiaoying. Mom, save me. A sleepless night. The next morning, a haggard Jiang Heng crawled out of the room, clutching his waist in despair. From now on, he never wanted to see a bed again. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Su Qiyun. One look at Jiang Heng told her head been up to no good again. Can't you just take it easy? Do you really think you're that strong? Here, have a boost. With that, Su Qiyun helped him up and fed him an unknown pill. What did you give me? Kidney tonic. Su Qiyun replied seriously. I saw it on TV. 1 bottle refreshes your mind, 2 bottles keep you tireless, 3 bottles grant eternal youth. Oh yeah. Jiang Heng. He was in despair again, wanting to jump up and strangle Su Qiyun. Do I have some grudge with you? Why are you torturing me like this? Let me go? What did I do to deserve this torment? Su Qiyun pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and retorted. You don't know how lucky you are. There are plenty of people lying in bed envying your life. Sarcasm, Jiang Heng. Humph. The rich don't understand the poor's struggles. Come on, don't lie here. You'll catch a cold. Go back to bed. Jiang Heng. The mere mention of bed made him hypersensitive. He wished he could set fire to every bed in the world. No, I don't want to go to bed. Just let me sit here. Jiang Heng refused outright, sitting on the ground with no intention of moving. No matter how Su Qiyun tugged, he didn't budge. Fine, suit yourself. Su Qiyun snorted and turned to leave. But less than a minute later, she returned, still worried about leaving Jiang Heng alone outside. She carried a blanket in her hands. By then, Jiang Heng had already fallen asleep, unaware of what was happening. TCH. You deserve to freeze out here. Despite her words, Su Qiyun gently covered him with the blanket. No matter how dissatisfied she sounded, her heart was tender. This was the classic sharp-tongued soft heart. That's how inexpressive people are, always caring silently from behind. Around noon, the others slowly woke up. After taking a few hangover pills to ease their headaches, they planned to head back to Modu. Huh, where's Jiang Heng? Did he not sleep here last night? Let's go check outside. Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng threw on jackets and stepped out. There they found Jiang Heng lying on the ground, lost in a pleasant dream. How did he fall asleep out here? At least he covered himself with a blanket. Seems like he's fine. Mo Chengfei approached and woke him up. You didn't catch a cold, did you? We need to head back to Modu. This time my dad might increase my allowance. It's not for me. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes, finally noticing the blanket. Who gave me this? Ming Yuexing. Qin Xiaoying. Probably not. Those two should barely be able to walk now. Could it be Su Qiyun? I never expected. She may not look like much, but she's got a good heart. Just as Su Qiyun stepped out, she heard Jiang Heng cursing her in his thoughts. Furious, she clenched her fists. She wanted to slap him across the face. Others might take advantage and act innocent, but Jiang Heng, he took the favor and repaid it with insults. Give me some hot water, I'm dying of thirst. Jiang Heng rubbed his eyes, his expression easing. Maybe it was the kidney tonic Su Qiyun had given him. All right, someone bring water. Mo Chengfei waved his hand grandly. As you command, Duan Kaifeng replied instinctively. But then he realized something was off. Why did I answer? Why did I say as you command? Huh, what's going on? Still, Duan Kaifeng brought Jiang Heng a cup of scalding hot water. Overwhelmed by this kindness, Jiang Heng gulped down half of it. How refreshing, let's go. Back to Modu. Jiang Heng tossed off the blanket, threw on a jacket, and called his buddies to head home. The others had also risen, and a large group filed down the stairs. But once they stepped outside, they encountered a group of uninvited guests. About 400 or 500 people, all in black suits and sunglasses. A clear display of underworld power. At the front were several flamboyantly dressed young masters. Finally found you. The humiliation from the KTV last time. I'm going to settle the score. Making me kneel and slapping my face. This can't end like this. Jiang Heng stared at them, puzzled for a moment. Then he remembered. These were the local young masters had encountered on his first day, and Zhuqing young master, Zhou young master Zheng, and a few others. So they'd come for revenge. Jiang Heng had almost forgotten about it. Is there something you need? Seeking revenge. You are just in time. 10 minutes later, an ID have left Zhuqing. Young master Zhou's eyes burned with hatred at the sight of his foe. The shame of that day replayed endlessly in his mind. Because of that incident, had been mocked by others in his circle for a long time, unable to hold his head high. This time he would wash away the disgrace. Cut the chatter. Young master Zhou barked. In Zhuqing, when I speak, there is no argument. If I decide to lop off your hand this time, I will not spare your feet. Will you offer your hand yourself, or must I take it? At his words, the men flanking young master Zhou stirred into motion. They stepped forward in unison and snorted with cold contempt, a palpable pressure rolling over the crowd. Jiang Heng's mouth twitched, and he shook his head with quiet resignation. If it had been his first day here, he might have hesitated. After all, they were on another man's turf and outnumbered. Backing down once wouldn't have mattered, he wouldn't lose out. But this was different. Those who dared seek him out now were no less than people leaping into a cesspit. If you all insist on revenge, he said, I shall not stand in your way. Will you kneel of your own accord, or shall I assist you? Jiang Heng's lips curled in a cold smile. You are courting death. Young master Zhou lunged without another word, intent on exacting personal vengeance. Before he could come within 5 meters, Jiang Heng closed the distance and delivered a heavy kick to Zhou's belly. The blow sent him sprawling into his own men. Jiang Heng merely clapped his hands once. In the next instant, a precise cadence of footsteps thundered from the hotel as a vast number of people poured out, hemming in the more than 500 men young master Zhou had brought. Seeing so many converging, Zhou flinched. The flare of his anger was snuffed in less than 2 heartbeats. Are these all your people? He stammered. What did you expect? Jiang Heng said lightly, offering a faint smile as he waved his hand. Those nearest to him understood and bowed slightly in unison. Brother Jiang. They called, their voices rising in a 1,000-throated chorus that rattled the air. The deafening sound sent Zhou reeling, cold sweat beading on his brow. That day when Jiang had once fled, Zhou had thought him a mere brawler with a few tricks, no real backing. Now the picture was entirely different. Who without power could summon 1,000 men with a single gesture? This surely meant a regional heavy had come strolling into town on holiday. You cannot provoke such a force. The saying goes that a mighty dragon will not trample the local snake, but when the dragon itself is overwhelming, it cares little whether the snake is local or a vagrant. It will be crushed with a single palm. At that moment, Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng sauntered down arm in arm, laughing. They paused at the sight of Zhou and his men obstructing the way and looked on in surprise. Jiang Heng, do you really know so many people in Zhuqing? One of them asked. And you came all this way just to see him off? This is quite the retinue, impressive. Seeing Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng sent Zhou's legs into a tremble, he nearly fell to his knees. This was Mo Chengfei, the notorious scion of Modu young master Mo, whose name was known even beyond their town. Mo Chengfei's reputation as a rakish heir preceded him. His father Mo Yuexing was a towering figure in Modu. Watching him and Jiang Heng together, it was plain they were friends of some standing. "It's over, it's all over," muttered those around. Who was the fool who claimed Jiang Heng had no backing? "Step forward and take your punishment." A trembling underling crept forward and whispered in a small voice, "Young master, Zhou, wasn't that what you told us? You said he had no patrons, so we came together to take back face. Did you forget?" Young master Zhou fell silent. "Quite right. Don't say that again," came the curt reply. "Bring him forward and give him the slap he so dearly deserves." A few men seized the informer and dragged him toward the rear. The underling's face was a mask of terror as he was hauled away, barely restraining himself from an outburst of curses. He had asked a question in good faith and been repaid with threat. When the matter was settled, young master Zhou turned his legs, still shaking, and fixed his gaze on Jiang Heng. He swallowed hard, chastened. Had he known Jiang Heng's reach, he would never have dared bring so many to pick a fight. "What is it, young master Zhou? Didn't you come for vengeance?" Jiang Heng taunted. "I'll stand here motionless. Come and try if you must." Zhou waved his hands frantically, not daring to budge. "Brother Jiang, you jest," he stammered. I only brought my men to see you off since you're leaving Zhucheng. I was only joking. Please don't take it to heart." Jiang Heng nodded with a faint smile. "I of course won't bear a grudge. But everything hinges on your attitude. Let us abide by the rules of the KTV. You know what that entails." At his words, Zhou's face lit with relief. Without hesitation, he sank to his knees, spine unnaturally straight, assuming the posture of a dutiful child. "Brother Jiang, is this how you wish it?" Zheng Xiao and several other young masters clambered down and kowtowed, as well repeating the scene that had once played out in the KTV. At first their men had been curious about what rules Jiang Heng referred to. None had expected to find themselves prostrate on the ground. Yet under Jiang Heng's scrutinizing gaze, the standing henchmen forced smiles and followed suit. Obediently they knelt in silence, each back straighter than the last. "Very good, teachable children," Jiang Heng remarked approvingly, then asked Mo Chengfei and Duan Kaifeng to supervise and watch for slackers. Both were only too pleased to oblige, weaving among the crowd with mock solemnity as they inspected the kneeling men. After a sweep, they concluded that young Master Zhou and Zheng Xiao were the most exemplary, practiced even. One might have thought they had rehearsed this at home. "You have all performed admirably. Now knock 2 resounding kowtows. Let us see whose is the loudest." At that command, heads struck the cement with dull thuds. A few foreheads split and bled, yet still they persisted. The most eager were, as always, young Master Zhou and his coterie, their motions unconscious from habit. "Good children, industrious indeed," Jiang Heng observed. "Very well, rise. If you ever find time to visit Modu, young Master Mo and young Master Duan will host you." With that, Jiang Heng waved, and the great assembly began its procession toward the airport. As the figures receded, Zhou's eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved. He was touched beyond words. "We came to make trouble, and they not only forgave us, they offered hospitality. Brother Jiang is truly a benevolent man. I must one day visit Modu and toast them." The others regarded Zhou with pity, their expressions softened. Had the kowtowing muddled his wits? Why else would he speak such nonsense? Meanwhile, Jiang Heng and his companions boarded the plane and set off to return formally to Modu. The Zhucheng trip had proved immensely fruitful. 3 parcels of land secured and rival families suppressed. A rich haul indeed, pure profit. The news of Jiang Heng and his companions' return to Modu spread like wildfire. Mo Yuexing and Su Qingjia's faces lit up with joy. They ordered the servants to prepare a feast, determined to celebrate properly that day and to hear tales of their children's exploits in the field. After stepping off the plane, the group parted ways. Since they all resided in Modu, opportunities to meet arose daily, leaving no need for reluctant farewells. Jiang Heng, along with Mo Chengfei, Su Qiyun, and their underlings, found luxury cars awaiting them the moment they disembarked. With much fanfare, they returned to the Mo family estate. "Welcome back, young Master Mo. Welcome back, Miss Su. Welcome back, Brother Jiang." The 3 entered together, with Jiang Heng deftly stepping half a pace behind Mo Chengfei and Su Qiyun. As a subordinate, he understood well when to seize the spotlight and when to remain humble. This discernment was precisely why he had survived so long in Modu. Upon entering the grand hall, he saw Mo Yuexing and Su Qingyu awaiting them on the sofas. "Huh, you're back. How did things go in Zhucheng? Was it smooth sailing?" Mo Chengfei lifted his chin with pride, flopping onto the sofa with theatrical flair and crossing his legs, striking the pose of a true big shot. Jiang Heng stepped forward to report. "Boss, it went very smoothly. We encountered virtually no trouble. The young master performed admirably. He used a clever scheme to outwit Zhao Tianhe, successfully helping Modu seize 3/4 of the real estate market in Zhucheng." Hearing this, the 2 men's jaws dropped slightly in astonishment. Could Mo Chengfei really have done all that? They found it hard to believe. It would have been far more plausible if Jiang Heng had been the mastermind. Yet seeing Mo Chengfei's smug expression, it seemed almost convincing. Did Mo Chengfei truly accomplish this alone? Did you not guide or remind him? Jiang Heng shook his head gently, a smile playing on his lips. "No, I did not. The capture of Zuching's land was entirely thanks to young Master Mo's strategy. Overjoyed, Mo Yuqian never imagined his son would finally rise to prominence. What promise he showed. Excellent. Excellent. Mo Chengfei, tell me, what scheme did you use to outwit Zhao Tiana? Mo Chengfei froze, unable to answer immediately. He had merely swaggered around, enjoying a few moments of glory. What plan could he speak of? When Yang had charged in with the white dragon, he had been terrified himself. I just used a few simple tricks, nothing impressive. Just know that I helped Modu swallow 3/4 of Zuching's real estate market. At those words, Mo Yuqian and Su Qingyu immediately understood. They confirmed that this achievement was likely not Mo Chengfei's doing. It must have been Jiang Heng guiding him from the shadows, or perhaps Jiang Heng had orchestrated the entire affair with Mo Chengfei merely reaping the rewards. Or perhaps Jiang Heng had credited all the glory to Mo Chengfei. With this thought, Mo Yuqian's satisfaction with Jiang Heng grew. But soon a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his tone turned grave and stern. Did you kill someone? Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, slightly pondered for a moment, then nodded. He replied truthfully, I encountered a situation where I had no choice but to act. I eliminated a few people. Fanio. The moment he heard that Jiang Heng had used force, Mo Yuqian bellowed towards the main entrance. Fanio appeared at Mo Yuqian's side in a flash, bowing his head. BOSS, your orders. Few know of Jiang Heng's condition, and you are one of them. You accompanied him on this mission. Knowing he cannot kill, why did you not stop him? And why did you not act on his behalf? Do you understand the severity of him taking a life? Fanio's body trembled slightly. He swallowed hard, knowing full well that Mo Yuqian was omniscient and all-knowing. He had barely returned and hadn't even sat down, yet Mo Yuqian had already discerned that Jiang Heng had used lethal force. Such keen perception was precisely why Mo Yuqian had become the overlord of Modu, a figure feared by all. It was no accident. BOSS, I arrived a step too late. By the time I got there, Jiang Heng had already finished the job. Afterwards, when Jiang Heng saw others kill, Mo Yuqian clenched his fists in fury, his voice dripping with disappointment. Useless. I sent you because I trusted you, and you couldn't even handle this trivial matter. Get out and reflect on your failures. Fanio dared not defy Mo Yuqian's command, quickly murmuring his assent. He then left the hall without even taking a single bite of the meal. After reprimanding Fanio, Mo Yuqian furrowed his brow, studying Jiang Heng intently. He had taken Jiang Heng in and knew his condition well. Jiang Heng was a rare blood dancer, one who would go berserk at the sight of blood, his combat power multiplying exponentially. How else could he have fought continuously for 6 hours? Are you feeling any ill effects? I'm fine. I've learned to suppress it. I won't lose control for now. Jiang Heng replied with an easy smile, but in truth he had sustained severe internal injuries. Yi Yang's attacks were not so easily withstood. Without a period of rest, his combat prowess would plummet. Su Qingyu looked from Mo Yuqian to Jiang Heng, his face full of confusion. Seeing nothing amiss, he couldn't help asking, what are you two talking about? Is Jiang Heng forbidden from killing? Why? Mo Yuqian shook his head, gazing at Jiang Heng with deep concern. Next time, without my explicit permission, you are absolutely forbidden to act again. Go to your sister-in-law. Have her give you some of the old medicine to suppress it. You've taken quite a beating, haven't you? Jiang Heng's eyes flickered. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't defy the boss's orders. He had no choice but to agree. Yes, boss. This idiot BOSS, is he really afraid of losing his Hulumber grassland? Daring to send me to Yi Manqing. Damn it, no matter what tricks that little vixen uses to seduce me this time, I must remain pure. With that thought, Jiang Heng strode quickly into Yi Manqing's room. Once he confirmed Jiang Heng had left Mo Yuqian's side, and spoke slowly. Jiang Heng is a special child. He is a legendary blood dancer, having cultivated since the womb. He is a born killer. Such people go berserk at the sight of blood, their combat power surging several times over, granting them immense strength. But this comes at a cost. It severely damages the body, and the harm is irreparable. In severe cases, it can even lead to death. Su Qingji's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the direction Jiang Heng had disappeared, utterly astounded. That child is a blood dancer. No wonder I felt he was no ordinary man the first time I saw him. A blood dancer. It's been years since I last heard that name.